Chapter 741 Crazy Massacre. As a strong person, you must have the courage to face difficulties. As a great warlock who is only one step away from becoming a demigod, how can he be afraid of that little bug? The hesitation didn't last long before Leo made the decision to chase. When the bugs retreated to the depths of Ash's nest, I chased after you and overturned your nest to see where you could run. With a leap, Leo jumped into the hole. As if he knew his actions, an angry roar came from the depths of the insect nest. The sea of insects had retreated, but Leo jumped in immediately. He was so determined to pursue and kill them all. And the leader of the insect nest was angered. If I take a step back, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Even the druids of the Cenarian Circle couldn't wipe us out. Just you. A human? Arenter, the overlord of the Ash Hive, was very angry. Seeing that the Regal Hive and the Zora Hive were developing smoothly, he was suppressed repeatedly. His subordinates died again and again, and his territory was lost again and again. He was already feeling depressed. A breath of resentment. Now Leo has chased him to his lair again, and his anger has finally reached its peak. Arenter decided to kill this arrogant guy at all costs. The local hole completely swallowed Leo's body. At the moment when darkness covered his eyes, countless bugs swarmed out. Under the order of Ash's Hive Overlord Arenter, all the bugs in the hive were at this moment rushed out of the darkness. Do you want to sneak up on me while I'm in the air and pretend I'm defenseless? Leo was well prepared for the bugs' counterattack. The biting cold wind blew up in the Yush insect nest, and a large net made of countless blood-colored threads suddenly appeared, facing the insect swarm's counterattack. Leo was like a hunter who was waiting for his prey. The eater is sharpening his knife and waiting for the prey to come to his door. The swarm of insects originally pounced on Leo, but now with the pulling effect of the cold grip, their pounce speed became faster. Without the big net woven by the blood-colored energy thread, Leo used the cold grip. It was completely a self-inflicted act of causing trouble for oneself. But with that big net, the swarms of insects that rushed towards him turned into self-inflicted traps. The insects rushed over ferociously, but after hitting the big blood-colored net, they turned into insect corpses. Before they fell, their corpses turned into a pile of crystal-fine particles, woven with blood-colored energy threads. The large net formed an insurmountable barrier, killing all Leo bugs that tried to attack. The harder you throw, the faster you die. The more you throw out, the more you die. In the Yush insect nest, it seemed that the insect swarm had submerged Leo. But in fact, no insect could get within 10 steps of Leo. Insects continued to die, and the number of insect swarms continued to decrease. When Leo's feet stepped on a soft object, the number of insect swarms captured by the big blood-colored net had reached tens of thousands. The astonishing lethality is no less powerful than Leo's attack, as long as the skills are used well. Passive defensive spells can also kill enemies. The strange low roar from the depths of Ash's nest came again, and Olentil realized that something was wrong. In the perception of this insect nest overlord, the number of his younger brothers was decreasing, which proved that the counterattack of the insect swarm was not only he failed to kill Leo, but was killed a lot by the opponent. This human being is very difficult to deal with. Arenter was very distressed, facing the sea of enemies head-on. Tactics were ineffective, and sneak attacks and plots could not damage Leo at all. How should we fight against such an enemy? It seems that my men are useless, and I have to take action myself. Sir, the human who entered the insect nest this time is very powerful. It would be better for us to use up some of his strength before we take action. Seeing that Olender had the idea to leave in person, another insect beside him hurriedly communicated with him. This insect was only slightly smaller than Olentil in terms of size, but it was larger than other similar creatures. Quite a few. Presumably one of the leaders of the hive. Rex, you have to cooperate with me during the battle. I need you to use your ability to break through that human's defense. As the overlord of the Ash Hive, with tens of millions of subordinates, Arenter is no ordinary bug. In terms of intelligence, he is not inferior to humans, and even has a higher IQ than most humans. After Rex communicated for a while, he continued to adopt the insect sea tactic in an attempt to weaken Leo's combat power. If it was another strong person who entered Ash's hive, Rex's idea, it was undoubtedly the right idea. The insect sea tactics were the bug's advantage, and it would be a pity not to take advantage of them. But the person who came was Leo, who had mastered the complete blood law, and who could use energy extraction to replenish his own losses from the enemy. The insect sea tactics had long lost their effect on him. For hours later, Olenter and Rex regretted it. The battle had been going on for such a long time, But Leo was still as energetic as ever. The more he fought, the more energetic he became, killing more and more insects. The more he gets, the more excited he gets. The opponent showed no sign of fatigue, but his own men were fighting less and less. Orienter was feeling depressed. And Rex was also full of questions. That human being is too difficult to deal with. He can still maintain strong energy after fighting for so long. Could it be that he has not tried his best? Also, I don't know what method he used. It's really strange that he killed so many of our men without even seeing a corpse. The two leaders of Ash's Nest were exchanging their views on Leo. The latter's battery life during battle was far beyond their understanding, which made them suspicious. The two big bugs were unsure of the enemy's true strength. Dared to show up easily. They were afraid that this was a trap. A trap aimed at them. You must know that the Ash Hive is near the Cenarian Circle stronghold. And those druids are using their brains, and trying every possible means to get rid of them. If they hadn't had so many younger brothers, and were so cautious in their actions, their lives would have been harvested long ago. How could they still be free in the Yush insect nest? The only thing we can do now is continue to consume. I don't believe how long this human being can hold on. Choosing to fight a protracted war with the opponent, and using their younger brothers to do the business of getting themselves killed. Orienter and Rex had no choice but to do so, since they had suffered several losses at the hands of the druids of the Cenarian Circle. They almost after being killed. The two leaders of the Ash Hive became very cautious, and would not attack without complete assurance. It's like being bitten by a snake for 3 years. As the overlord of the Ash Hive among the 3 giant hives in Silithus, Olentil has gotten to this point. If you don't say he is incompetent, I can only say Senna. The lessons the Leo Council taught him were too profound. Leo didn't know the helplessness of Orienter and Rex. He only knew that the leader of the insect nest was determined to use the insect seed tactic to kill himself. This approach made him secretly happy. They are so cooperative. They are so cooperative. Meeting such an opponent is really not an ordinary blessing. It was rare for the opponent to follow his own wishes. Seeing the number of corpses transformed by Goldfinger continue to rise, Leo felt happy. If this situation continued, he would be able to destroy the sea of skeletons in the Yush nest. The number doubled to over 20 million. How could such a harvest ratio not excite him? It is said that people feel refreshed during happy events. And excitement is the best refreshing drug. Not only did Leo not feel tired after the battle, but his spirit became better and better. Even better than when he first came to Ash's Nest. The sun rises and the moon sets. Even though he can't see the outside world in the Yush insect nest, Leo still knows that he has been fighting here for a whole day. He has been fighting for a whole day, without stopping for even half a second. The insect swarm, the crazy attack continued all day long. The stock of corpses in Goldfinger has exceeded 20 million. Which means that Leo has killed more than 10 million bugs in the Yush nest. Such a record can only be described as crazy. Fortunately, Goldfinger kept transforming insect corpses. Otherwise, he would have been buried with just the corpses after killing so many bugs. I can't help it. Rex and Orienter couldn't bear it any longer. They were insects after all. And brutality and cruelty were their nature. Calmness and rationality were not their specialty. If they hadn't had the experience of being seduced by druids, they would have long ago just do it yourself. Why wait until now? Most of the bugs in Ash's Nest have been killed by Leo. Even if Leo is left, the nest will fall from giant to large. And the threat to the Cenarian Council's stronghold will be greatly reduced. How could Orienter and Rex of Ash's Hive be willing to accept the loss of so many of their subordinates? Although they didn't notice any fatigue from Leo, they would not continue to waste time with Leo. All of his subordinates have been killed by the other side. If he doesn't take action, do he really have to wait until he becomes a polished commander to regret it later? Leo was killing bugs with great force when a big bug that was much larger than the other bugs came out. This guy carefully blended into the swarm of bugs and used other bugs as cover to get close to Leo, and then suddenly took action. The big blood-colored net failed to stop the big insect, and he was knocked into it. Leo's heart was trembling, and he knew that the insect leader of Yush's Nest was out. Rex relied on the suddenness of the attack to break through the big blood-red net. The big bug flapped its wings, and its sharp forelimbs covered with barbs aimed at Leo's body, and stabbed it quickly. The top of the forelimbs had obscure power fluctuations came out. If someone with knowledge was here, he would find that Rex's attack contained the piercing attribute that could break the protective spell. No wonder Orienter asked Rex to help him break through Leo's defense. This is the reason. Rex has the ability to pierce and attack. If he is hit by him, whether it is a magic shield or a physical armor, it will be destroyed. At that time, Orienter will make a sneak attack. and the success rate of killing the opponent will be higher. The two big bugs thought very well, thinking that Rex would be able to successfully attack with the help of the insect swarm's cover. But unfortunately reality slapped him hard in the face. Boom! A heavy punch hit Rex's weak abdomen, and Nefarian's figure was revealed. What counts is what others count. If you want to sneak attack me, you'd better take care of yourself. Victor. Kill him. Chapter 742. A good man is like a coin. Rex is feeling very uncomfortable right now. Nefarian's fist was very heavy, and his attack was extremely sudden. Before he took action, Rex had no idea that such a number one person was ambushing him. Rex's attention was focused on Leo, and all he could think about was using piercing attacks to break Leo's defense. He had already used all his strength to attack Leo, and his own protection was reduced to the lowest point. And Nefarian also chose his attack point very carefully. He didn't hit anywhere, but hit Rex's softest abdomen. This was the only weakness of Rex's body. Normally, Rex would carefully protect it. Don't expose it easily. With strong attack power, sneak attacks, and weak point attacks, how can Rex survive? Poor Rex's internal organs were almost destroyed by Nefarian's punch. How could he still have the ability to attack Leo? Poof! The muffled sound of flesh being pierced came from Rex's soft belly, and Nefarian unleashed his claws on the killer Black Dragon Prince under Leo's kill order. After transforming into a human form, what was originally a human hand is turned into a sharp claw. Two shrunken dragon claws were born in Nefarian's hand. The fist that hit Rex's abdomen turned into a dragon claw and thrust inward. Sharp and sharp. The claws tore through Rex's soft abdomen and penetrated Rex's entire body. Pain. Severe pain. Nefarian's internal organs, which were about to rupture due to Nefarian's heavy punch, were severely injured again. Nefarian's dragon claw pierced into Rex's body and dug hard, causing Rex to suffer tremendous pain. However, the Black Dragon the Prince was not satisfied with this. He had a cruel smile on his face that made Rex's heart tremble. The dragon claw that penetrated Rex's body grabbed something and pulled it out violently. Wow! A large piece of disgusting mucus was pulled out. Rex let out a shrill scream, and his whole body hit the ground with a bang. His limbs were twitching continuously. It looked like he was hopeless. Bah! Nefarian shook his hand and threw the object in the dragon's claws with a look of disgust. He spat out a stream of flames from his mouth and ignited the liquid on his hand. Disgusting bugs? Even though Rex is an insect and cannot have human rights, Nefarian's killing of insects can no longer be said to be killing the enemy, but cruel. A tyrannical character and cruel methods. This is the true face of the Black Dragon Prince. When dealing with his enemies, Nefarian can't find any trace of the submissiveness he had when facing Leo. As the saying goes, a good man is like a $1 coin, with one on the front and chrysanthemum on the back. A good servant should be like Nefarian, obedient and gentle before his master, but cruel and violent in the eyes of his enemies. Everything that happened to Rex was seen by Renter. From the moment Nefarian showed up and attacked Rex screaming and falling to the ground. It was a long story, but in fact it was only a short 2 or 3 minutes. It only lasted a second, so that Renter, who was waiting for Rex to attack Leo immediately after successfully attacking Leo, had no time to react. When Olentil realized that Rex was in a bad situation, the latter had already fallen to the ground, with more air coming out and less air coming in, and he was about to stop working. Druid. It must be them. Those druids of the Cenarian Circle. Renter watched as Nefarian's hands turned into dragon claws. He did not recognize them as dragon claws, but thought that the Black Dragon Prince was a druid, thinking of those who had designed to lure him out to attack him. There are many such druids of the claw. After losing Rex and losing a general under his command, Olentil's heart was bleeding. It should have been thought of long ago. How can a human dare to face the sea of insects alone? This is clearly another trap laid by the druids of the Cenarian Circle to deal with themselves. In order to kill themselves, the druids tried every means to set up various traps, attack the Ash Hive again and again, and massacre their own men. It was extremely abominable and deceptive. You come to bully us vanguard troops because of your own strength. Damn druids. One day you will know how powerful the Yakkar Empire is. When the seal is broken, the troops of the Yakkar Empire will use your blood to fight against this. The world declares who is the winner. Renter's angry eyes stared at Nefarian through the dense swarm of insects, as if to remember the face of the Black Dragon Prince. At the same time, he carefully moved closer with the help of the cover of the swarm of insects. Without Rex's piercing attack, it was impossible to kill Leo, who was protected by the bloody web. But Orinter was not willing to accept failure. Out of hatred for Nefarian for killing Rex, the overlord of the Ash Hive set the Black Dragon Prince as a surefire target. The host kills Rex Yasser. Leo didn't pay much attention to the Golden Finger's prompt sound. Rex didn't give him anything except upgrade energy. And the upgrade energy given by the bug leader wasn't enough to fill his teeth right now. The death of Rex angered the swarm. The eyes of the swarms became more and more ferocious. The already crazy swarm became even crazier. It seemed that it was out of hatred for Nefarian for killing their leader. They hated the Black Dragon Prince. A key attack was launched in the direction where it was located. I don't know what the so-called ants are. If it weren't for the master's orders, I would have killed you long ago. Nefarian sneered. He didn't take the insect's madness seriously at all. If Leo hadn't allowed him to use the shadow flame or fight with the dragon's true form, how could the battle with the insect swarms have lasted so long? Now that he has appeared, Nefarian no longer hides. The Black Dragon Prince rushes into the insect swarm with a murderous look on his face. His dragon claws flying, opening up a second battlefield against the insect swarm. Seeing Nefarian coming out, the insects pounced on him crazily. However, the Black Dragon Prince's strength was too strong for them, and none of them could get close to Nefarian. With the help of the cover of the swarm, Orinter slowly approached his target. Nefarian and Leo were separated just in line with his wishes. This way, when he launched a surprise attack on Nefarian, the chance of being intercepted was higher, much smaller. Nefarian was killing with all his strength when the swarm of insects suddenly separated. A bug even bigger than Rex crashed into him at lightning speed. Orinter, the overlord of the Ash Hive, took action. The bug that was killed just now was just the minor leader, and this one was the real master. Nefarian had a realization in his heart. He was about to slap his claws to teach Orinter a lesson, but he was surprised to find that the opponent had already hit him so fast. Nefarian was shocked. The speed of Orinter's collision actually increased 3 times in a row during the run. All of this was completed in less than a second. In the end, its speed was already faster than Nefarian's reaction made the Black Dragon Prince fall into the trap. The speed was fast, the body was large, and the collision force was naturally strong enough. Even with Nefarian's strength, Olentil was knocked back several steps by this collision. The Black Dragon Prince retreats, and Orinter enters. Since the overlord of Hive Ash regarded Nefarian as the druid of the claw who had lured and ambushed him several times, and he had killed his most capable subordinate, he would not let him go easily. What hit Nefarian just now was Olenter's unique skill of violent charge. He believed that the Black Dragon Prince would not be easy after being hit by him. When the opponent was unstable, it was a good opportunity for him to continue attacking and kill the opponent in one fell swoop. The forelimbs, which were comparable to epic weapons, struck Nefarian's head from top to bottom like 2 broadswords. The tail with a long spike was like a spear, and it struck Nefarian's chest with a roaring wind. If this round of attacks hits, Orinter is confident of killing his opponent. Hive Overlord Yesha's eyes were fierce and confident. He believed that Nefarian, who had just suffered a violent impact from him, would not be able to withstand his attack. This round of attacks would avenge Rex, and he would this nasty druid of the claw shot him through the head and chest. But once this word appears, things will take a completely opposite trajectory. Boom! Before Olentil's attack landed, he was frozen into a big lump of ice. The hard ice sealed his body, making him unable to make any movements, and struck at Nefarian's forelimbs. The tail needle stabbing Nefarian stopped abruptly in the middle. Nefarian looked at Olentil with undisguised sarcasm. This insect thought things too simply. He really thought that he could hurt him if he rushed fast and hit him violently. What was even worse was that he ignored it. He killed Leo. He clearly didn't take his own life seriously. Since Orinter doesn't take his life seriously, Nefarian, his enemy, will not take his life seriously either. Leo's freezing technique was used very cleverly. Orinter's body was completely sealed, but his head was spared. Now the overlord of Ash's nest was in tragedy. Before he could break free from the ice, he could watch helplessly as Nefarian's dragon claw struck the top of his head. Poof! The sharpness of the dragon's claws is no joke. Even if Olentil's head has an insect SH.L that is as hard as epic armor, it cannot stop Nefarian's full blow. The Black Dragon Prince's dragon claws shattered Olentil's head. The vitality of insects is indeed tenacious enough. A human would have been lying down long ago with a big hole in his head. But Orinter can still struggle, smelling the smell of death and receiving the threat of death. Olentil's potential suddenly burst out. With a crash, He broke through the ice before Nefarian could continue his attack. Insect. Go to H.L. With his body freed again, Olentil's forelimb slashed towards Nefarian like a broadsword. The target of his tail needle was still the Black Dragon Prince's chest, trying to force Nefarian back with a fierce attack. Unexpectedly, he was ruthless. But Nefarian was even more ruthless than him. The Black Dragon Prince ignored Orentil's attack. He grabbed Orentil's head with one hand so that the opponent could not get rid of him. And with the other hand with the roaring wind, it slapped towards Olentil's head. This is clearly a lose-lose style of play. But will it really hurt both sides? Chapter 743 L Scout. Height and length are very advantageous, especially in mutual attacks. Orenter is much larger than Nefarian in human form. His attack hits the target one step ahead of the Black Dragon Prince. Even with your small physique, you dare to come against me. Let's see how you die. Orenter felt vaguely proud. He was confident in himself and believed that even if his attack could not kill Nefarian, it would still severely injure him. Kung! Kung! The forelimbs as sharp as a knife struck Nefarian, making a crisp sound like gold and iron clashing. Orentil was dumbfounded. Why is this claw druid's body so hard? In shock, Olentil's tail needle pierced Nefarian's chest, and there was another crisp sound. How come? This is impossible. The confident Orenter was dumbfounded. It didn't matter that the forelimb, which was comparable to an epic weapon, failed to cut through Nefarian's skin. This could also be explained as the attack was not powerful enough. But what about the tail needle? Even the legendary druid's tail needle, which can poke a hole in his body after turning into a bear, can't hurt his opponent. This cannot be accepted by Orenter. My strongest tail needle attack actually only pierced a layer of oily skin on this druid of the claw. How tough is his body? He has such a strong defensive ability, even if he doesn't transform. How terrifying would it be if he transforms? Orenter was at a loss. The overlord of the Ash Hive had never seen such an enemy before. How could he fight with his body so hard? Do you still want the insect alive? You idiot. You want to lose both sides with me. Do you have the qualifications? Nefarian snorted. Even though he was in human form, he was still a giant dragon, a majestic prince of the Black Dragon clan, with a bloodline of Deathwing. How could a bug harm him? Poof! Orenter was at a loss and Nefarian wouldn't do it. The Black Dragon Prince's dragon claw once again opened up his opponent, and another big hole appeared in Orenter's head. Suffering 2 heavy blows to the head, Orenter's body trembled with pain. At this time, Nefarian raised his hand again, and the dragon claw struck down again. No. This claw druid's body is too hard. My attacks can't hurt him at all. I will die if I don't get rid of his control. Thinking of death, Olentil was extremely afraid. He had wisdom, and was different from the low-level bugs in the insect nest. He would be afraid. Facing the invincible enemy, Olentil lost the courage to fight. He worked hard. He struggled, trying to break away from Nefarian's control, and use the cover of the insect swarm to slip away. How could the Black Dragon Prince give him such a chance? If all the ducks in his mouth let him fly away, how would he explain it to Leo? Nefarian grabbed Olentil's head with one hand. No matter how hard his opponent struggled, it was to no avail. Unless Olentil cut off his head, he would not be able to escape the control of the Black Dragon Prince. But if Olentil really, how could he survive if he did this? Damn druid. He didn't leave any way for me to survive. Orenter was panicked. His hatred for Nefarian did not turn into the motivation to fight back, but instead continued to reduce his fighting spirit. The overlord of the Ash Hive had long forgotten what counterattack was, and all he could think about was fighting back. After he escaped from his opponent's control, Nefarian grabbed his head and slapped him wildly. Poof! 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 The Black Dragon Prince's dragon claws kept rising, and then fell quickly, hitting Olentil's head with bumps and bumps, like a path that had been soaked by heavy rain and ravaged by countless elephants. It was terrible to look at. As more and more wounds appeared on his head, Orenter struggled less and less vigorously. After losing his fighting spirit, the overlord of the Ash Hive was beaten miserably by Nefarian, and soon he could only one breath left. The opponent was unable to resist, and Nefarian's attack did not stop. Sympathy and pity did not belong to the Black Dragon Prince. Seeing that Orenter was about to die, the Black Dragon Prince raised his hand to deal with it. But Leo stopped him at this time. Got him. Save him alive, and bring him to me. Nefarian did not dare to disobey Leo's order. He carried the dying Orenter, and fought all the way from the swarm to Leo's side. Seeing that the leader was caught by the enemy, the insects became even more crazy. But what could they do if they were crazy? in the face of the absolute strength gap. It's not like you say you can change anything if you break out. Leo didn't pay attention to the crazy swarm of insects. The big bloody net was an insurmountable obstacle. And as many insects came as they could, they would die. The reason why Olentil was spared was not that Leo had lost his temper after being killed by the insect, but that a certain message reached his ears, and Leo decided to give him face. The blood-colored net revealed a gap that could only be passed by one person. A night elf suddenly appeared there, and quickly passed through the gap to Leo's side. You said you were a scout sent by the Cenarian Circle to investigate the Ash Hive. Is there anything that can prove your identity? Leo asked the question first without waiting for the other party to speak, which showed that he wanted to take the initiative in the conversation. The night elf first said okay to Leo and Nefarian, and then took out an emblem. In the process, in order to avoid misunderstanding between Leo and Nefarian, she moved very slowly. Two adults. My name is Kalia. This is a metal blessed by Lord Staghelm. It has Lord Staghelm's aura on it. Every powerful person has his own unique aura, even if he wants to forge it. Not just anyone can forge the aura of a character like Archdruid Fandral Staghelm. To successfully forge it, at least a demigod must be present. The strength, and they must be of the same profession. And a druid with the strength of a demigod would forge a metal with the aura of a deer helmet. Just think about it, and you know it's impossible. Although Leo had never seen Staghelm, the strong natural aura on the metal could not deceive anyone. He nodded, indicating that he recognized Kalia's identity. This bug is my trophy. If you want to know anything, go check it out quickly. Leo first announced his ownership of Olentir, and then sold the other party a favor. Now Olentir has long lost the power of Ash's Hive Overlord. He is dying and may die at any time. Kalia does not dare to neglect. She quickly steps forward, puts her hand on Olentir, and puts her hand on Olentir. A breath of nature flowed into Orentir's body, and the druid began to extract what he needed from Olentir. Is this natural magic or soul magic? Leo glanced at Kalia quite strangely. The moment the night elf scout put his hand on Olentir, he noticed a wave similar to the soul magic, but it was just similar to the warlocks. Soul spells are still different. Seemingly knowing Leo's doubts, Nefarian explained to him in a low voice, this is the natural spirit of the druids. They use it to feel the thoughts of plants and animals, and act in accordance with the will of nature, so that they will not be harmed by nature's spell. I see. As for the idea of feeling animals and plants, isn't the simplest and most accurate way to communicate directly with their souls? No wonder there are fluctuations similar to soul spells. Although Olentil is dying, he is still the overlord of the Ash Hive among the 3 giant hives in Silithus. He wants to forcibly obtain the secrets of the Akur Empire from his soul. How can he? So simple? Kalia's exploration did not last long before she was shaken away by a powerful soul force. After this blow, Olentir died, and a look of annoyance appeared on the face of the night elf scout. Failed. Kalia felt it was a pity that she finally caught Olentir. She thought she could get information about the Karaji beetles from him, but she didn't expect that it ended in failure. This is a hive overlord. There are only 3 hive overlords in the entire Silithus, not to mention catching them. Even meeting them is extremely difficult. These 3 hive overlords know this. The secret is definitely not comparable to that of the insect leader of ordinary insect nests. Today, he finally had the opportunity to take over a dying insect nest overlord from Leo. But unexpectedly he failed. Kalia stamped her feet in annoyance. It was heartbreaking that she failed at such a good opportunity. Night Elf. That bug is dead. And now my master wants to take him back. Seeing that Olentir was dead, Nefarian came out to speak. He was reminding Kalia on behalf of Leo that Olentir was the trophy. Kalia knowingly placed Orentil's body next to Leo. After doing this, she thanked Leo again with respect, dear strong man. On behalf of the Cenarian Council, I thank you. As help. Although she failed, Kalia did not lose her etiquette because of her inner annoyance. After all, Leo agreed to her request and had helped her a lot. As for whether it succeeded or not, that was Kalia's own problem. Can't blame Leo. Besides, Kalia has been observing from the sidelines for a long time. From the time Leo entered the Yush insect nest alone until now, the number of insects that died in his hands is no less than the total number of druids of the Cenarian Circle who jointly eliminated them. However, this man has not shown any signs of fatigue until now. What does this mean? This shows that the strength of the human standing in front of him is far beyond the reach of ordinary legendary strong men. This is a strong man who is very close to the peak power of the mortal world. The demigod? It is the rule of all races in this world that the weak must show enough respect to the strong. Leo is a human allied with the Night Elves. Even if he rejects his request, Kalia cannot make a mistake. Although the Night Elves are arrogant, they are definitely not stupid. It is impossible for them to do such stupid things as turning their allies into enemies. It's a little effort. Kalia thanked Leo and accepted it with a smile. He pointed at the insect swarm that was red-eyed because of the leader's death and said to the Night Elf scout, "It's not convenient to go out now. Wait until I kill all these insects. You can leave later." So, thank you very much. Chapter 744 Azuyaki. Master, the Night Elf is gone. Nefarian brought the news about Kalia to Leo. At this time, Leo was lying on the recliner with a tired look on his face. The ground where the recliner was covered with a thick layer of fine particles. All the bugs in Ash's nest had been turned into numbers in Goldfinger by Leo. This battle continued for 3 hours after Arenger's death, and the crazy bug swarms kept attacking. He was holding on to Leo's big bloody net, but he couldn't go beyond it no matter what. It would be a lie to say that you are not tired after fighting for so long. Killing insects will be tough. The fine crystal particles that appeared after the insect corpses were absorbed by the golden finger continued to accumulate as the insects died, and were spread on the ground several meters high, making a rattling sound when stepped on. Well, just go. Leo didn't even raise his eyebrows. Kalia wanted to go back and report the situation of the Ash Hive to the Cenarian Council so that the Druids could take countermeasures. Of course she would not delay here. The spiritual power spreads out, and Leo's spiritual perception spreads within a radius of 10,000 meters. In this dark insect nest, the radius of 10,000 meters is enough to ensure that what happens next will not be seen by others. Another act was summoned by Leo. After entering the Yush nest, the Crypt Lord has been sending messages to Leo, asking his master not to summon him for the time being. Another act actually avoided the battle. Leo knew there must be a reason. And now that the battle was over, he would of course want to inquire carefully. After the Crypt Lord came out, he did not immediately clear up Leo's doubts. Instead, he walked around the insect nest. After confirming something, he ran back with an excited face and 2 sharp breaths on his lips. It made a grinding sound. He was very excited. Seeing Anubarak's performance, Leo became interested. What made Anubarak so excited? Master, do you know Azuyaki? Anubarak asked Leo a question, and received a confused look from Leo. Azuyaki? It sounds like it should be related to the Beetlemancer Empire. Right. Anubarak, what do you want to say? If you don't understand, just ask. Leo doesn't know what Azuyaki is, but he knows that Anubarak must know it. In ancient times, jungle trolls and forest trolls established a powerful troll empire, and their enemy was Azuyaki. A cur is a kind of insect. They occupied the western part of the only landmass in the world at that time. These intelligent insects reproduced in their own territory. However, because the insects reproduced too fast, the size of the population became larger and larger. It's so big that just guarding the western region is no longer enough for the tribe to develop. So many tribes have begun to migrate to other parts of the continent. This is what the trolls call the expansion of the Beetle Empire. When the Azuyaki civilization embarked on the road of expansion, conflicts between them and other races inevitably occurred. Finally, the Azuyaki civilization had friction with the then powerful Troll Empire, and the 2 most powerful people in the world at that time races fought for territory and resources for thousands of years. Azuyaki's insects have super reproductive capabilities. Their insect-see tactics make them invincible, but they don't have any advantage in front of the trolls. The trolls' recovery ability is too strong. The insects are the most powerful. The worm-see tactics failed and the trolls won. After the defeat, some of the insects fled to the northern wasteland of Northrend, where they established their new home of Asjal Nerib, while the other part entered the southern desert and established what is now Ankaraj. Hearing this, Leo quickly waved his hand. Wait, Anubarak, are you saying that your Spider Kingdom and the Akur Empire are of the same species? Anubarak nodded, yes. My master, the Asjal Nerib I established in Northrend, and the Yaki Empire established by my twins Veclor and Vicniras are all from Azir, split from the Yakir civilization. Leo really didn't know about this. If Anubarak hadn't mentioned that he really didn't connect the 2 Zerg races, one in the south and one in the north, he originally thought that the Beetle people defeated by the Troll Empire were just the Akur Empire of Ankaraj. I didn't expect that even the Spider Kingdom Asjal Nibra had a share. From this point of view, The original Troll Empire was indeed powerful. It's just that things must turn against each other at the extremes, and they will rise and fall. The final winner of this 1,000-year war between the Troll Empire and the Azayaki civilization was the elves. It is really a great irony. Anubarak, tell me this. What do you want to do? Leo waited for Anubarak to reveal his purpose. There was no way the Crypt Lord could do science popularization for Leo. If he really wanted to do science popularization, why hadn't he heard this before? This is not the first time Leo has come to Silithus, nor is it the first time he has seen the insect nest. What I mean is, Master, can you give me the artifact? Anubarak was a little nervous. In fact, he had thought about this object for a long time, but it was not of much use to him before some things were not confirmed. However, after discovering that the Hive Overlord actually appeared in the Yush Hive, the situation changed. It became completely different. Ancient Occur artifact? Leo was stunned for a moment and then realized. He knew what the artifact Anubarak was talking about was referring to, but he was very confused. He didn't get this magical artifact in a day or two. Why didn't Anubarak speak before? Master, the situation is different now. Anubarak hurriedly explained. The energy of the ancient Yaki artifact has long been used up in the war with the Troll Empire. At that time, in order to resist the attack of the Troll Empire, I and Dickrol, the two brothers of Victulas, overspent all the energy of this artifact and created a large army of beetles, so that the artifact lost its intended effectiveness. Lost its effectiveness? Leo frowned. Kaeldats told him that the ancient Yaker artifact was not useless. Did Kaeldats lie to me? Anubarak shook his head repeatedly. Master, how do the elves know the secrets of the ancient Yaker artifacts? Their knowledge of the artifacts is all information they obtained after defeating the Troll Empire, and they don't understand things that even the trolls can't figure out. May know. The ancient Yaki artifact has always been in the hands of the Amani trolls. The elves only know its name, so it is naturally impossible for them to conduct in-depth research. It is normal to not understand it. Tell me about the function of this artifact. Leo threw the ancient Yaki artifact to Anubarak, who took it with excitement, while Nefarian consciously paid attention to the surrounding situation to guard against possible eavesdroppers. Mental perception is not omnipotent, so be careful when sailing. Dear Master, this artifact is not just a protective artifact as the elves think. This is too superficial. As for its true function, please return to the ground, and I will demonstrate it for you. Leo raised his eyebrows. Anubarak was actually showing off. Looking at his proud look, it was easy to conclude that getting the ancient Yaker artifact was a great thing. Returning to the surface with Nefarian, Leo waited for Anubarak's surprise. And then he saw a scene that surprised him. Any place used as a nest by bugs will become corrupted, and the land will turn purple and black in a short period of time. The larger and wider this piece of purple-black land is, the more amazing the number of bugs in this bug nest. According to Leo's understanding, even with the abilities of the druids of the Cenarian Circle, it would take tens to hundreds of years to manage these lands corrupted by the insect nests. But what did he see now? The corrupted purple land of the Yush insect nest is shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. This shrinkage is comprehensive, not just on the ground, but also underground. Because the support of the insect nest is lost, the hollowed-out underground will naturally bear the burden. Without the weight of the ground, large-scale collapse began. Nefarian quickly transformed into a dracolic form and carried Leo flying high into the sky. At this time, Leo saw a spectacular sight. Centered on the cave that entered the core of the Yush nest, the land within a radius of nearly 100 miles sank one after another in a cloud of dust. The huge sound spread far away, and the vibrations spread to the entire northern and central parts of Silithus. I don't know what Anubarak did in the Yush Hive. TSK. It's really a big deal. Standing on Nefarian's head, Leo looked down at the earth with his hands on his hands and marveled. He was now looking forward to the news of Anubarak. By making such a big noise, what will the Crypt Lord bring to himself? Leo was waiting for the shaking on the ground to subside. He was not willing to run down and join in the fun when such a large area of the ground collapsed. Even if he could withstand the pressure of the shaking, he would still be disgraced. After all, he was a human being, not an all. The latter could care less about beetles like Anubarak that lived underground all year round. But Leo couldn't. Waiting is painful, especially waiting full of expectations, which makes people feel that time passes very slowly. Fortunately, Anubarak knew that Leo was waiting for him. After getting what he wanted, the Crypt Lord rushed out of the ground. When Nefarian saw this, He quickly flew over, while Leo was waiting for him. Barak entered his casting range and pulled him up with a death grip. At this time, the entire Yush insect nest has disappeared, and only 2 of the 3 giant insect nests in Silithus are left. Anubarak? Let me see. What did you get? Leo waited for Anubarak to reveal the mystery. The news about Yush's hive must be related to the ancient Yaki artifact. But he didn't know what the connection was between the two. The Crypt Lord knew that Leo was anxious, so he didn't dare to show off. So he quickly took out the ancient Yaki artifact. Leo found that this artifact was a little different. If the ancient Yaki artifact used to feel like a dead thing to him, now this dead thing has come to life. Could it be that Anubarak reactivated this artifact? Leo's eyes narrowed. If this is the case, what can he get? In other words, what can Anubarak do for Leo with the ancient Yaki artifact? Dear Master, please look here. Anubarak opened the insect L-shaped ancient Yaki artifact, and Leo saw a thumb-sized light group inside the originally empty carapace. And the light group was still beating regularly, like a human heart. This is the hive heart, the source of power needed to reactivate the artifact. Chapter 745, then arrest him. If you don't take action, it's fine. Once you do, it will be an astonishing generosity. Leo single-handedly destroyed the Yush insect nest and changed the 3 giant insect nests in Silithus from 3 to 2. What is this if not an astonishing act of generosity? The guy who was still complaining that Leo only said nice things, but was actually not willing to help the tribe against the Karaji beetles, closed his mouth with an ugly face, as if he had eaten a dead fly. No one thought that Leo was so strong that one person could destroy a giant insect nest. Before this, everyone had heard of Leo's name and knew that he was a powerful human warlock. But they had no accurate idea of how powerful he was, especially the members of the tribe. Except for Wijin, who has some understanding of the human warlock's strength because he has cooperated with Leo many times. Most of them only stay in hearsay, and they know very little about Leo. What kind of opponents were killed in several battles? People who have not witnessed Leo's battle will not understand how powerful this human warlock is. This is what Valjean said to Thrall when he returned to Orgrimmar after he cooperated with Leo and Kaeldats to kill the spider demigod Shadra and the 3-headed sea serpent demigod Gazrilla in Zulfarik. Since ancient times, there has been a saying that no one is the best in literature, and no one in martial arts is second. Many strong men are unconvinced by Leo's brilliant and confusing record. And there are especially many such people in the tribal camp. They all say that you, Leo, are strong. But what makes you strong? As a young warlock, even if you are a naturally awakened person, how capable can you be with such a short training time? Many people were disapproving of this rapidly rising human star. They felt that he had some strength, but it was impossible to be so strong. Most of the brilliant achievements he had achieved as told by the bards were aided by other strong men. Human beings. There are so many people bragging about how powerful and capable they are. Why do they still care about one more Leo? Many powerful people even believe that the Lothar family in charge of the Arathar kingdom was behind the scenes. Everyone knows the current situation of the kingdom of Aratha. After suffering a catastrophe, they are eager to revive the kingdom and regain its former glory. At this time, an invincible marshal was created and turned into a powerful hero, which greatly inspired the confidence of Arathar's subjects. This explanation sounds very reasonable, and most powerful people agree with it and feel that this is the truth. People are like this. They think that if they can't do something, others can't do it. If someone does it, then there must be some unknown secret. In other words, the other person didn't do it by his own strength. He cheated. Leo has done something that these strong men cannot do now, or will never be able to do. The latter are naturally skeptical of Leo's record in their hearts. Why can you do what we can't do? How long have you been practicing? How could you surpass me in such a short period of time? What is bad nature? This is it. But why not think about it the other way around? Why can't others do what you can't do? Why can't I surpass you if I haven't practiced as long as you? You know, people are different. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't do it. Leo's performance in Ash's hive was a slap in the face for those who doubted him, and thought that his achievements were all achieved with the help of others. There were many powerful tribesmen who came to Silithus to fight against the Kiraji beetle men. They also had personal experience of how difficult the bugs were. The endless sea of bugs and the fearless bug swarm seemed like they would never be able to kill them all. Insects have caused countless strong people a headache, and also made countless people who consider themselves strong realize their true incompetence. In front of the sea of insects, no matter how arrogant you are, you have no choice but to lower your head and retreat. Otherwise the turbulent sea of insects will swallow you up, and not even your bones will be left behind. There are no people who can fight against the sea of insects single-handedly. But that situation is destined to be short-lived. The insects rely on their numerical advantage to defeat opponents one after another who try to prove their strength. After the archdruids of the Cenarian Circle, Vandrel Staghelm and Hamuel Runetotem led hundreds of druids to try to annihilate the Ash Hive many times, but failed to achieve any decisive results. They fought against the insects. Everyone has an understanding of insect nests, especially giant insect nests, which cannot be solved by one or two people. But now some people are breaking this newfound knowledge and telling others that this is just false common sense and cannot be regarded as the truth. Leo single-handedly destroyed the Ash Hive and completely destroyed it, causing an earthquake that shocked the entire Silithus. This was tantamount to publicly announcing to those who doubted him, "Just because you can't do it doesn't mean I can do it. No, don't doubt my strength. You are a bunch of scum with only 5 combat abilities." The slap in the face was so slap-happy. One slap in the face, then another slap in the face, and then the left cheek and the right cheek were slapped, making the person dizzy and with stars in his eyes. Monster. Is this Hunden really human? People who heard the news couldn't help but sigh, when they had to rely on collective efforts to destroy a small insect nest. And it was extremely laborious. Leo alone destroyed the Yossi insects in 3 giant insect nests. Nest? How do you want them to accept it? What is the gap? This is the gap. A gap that can never be made up. A gap that makes people unable to even think about catching up. This was the feeling Leo gave them. With the record of independently annihilating the Ash Hive, even those who are unconvinced have to admit Leo's strength. With him, the rise of the kingdom of Arather is only a matter of time. This kid is too defiant. Some people are happy while others are sad. While a few strong men who look down on Leo are frightened by his strength and depressed by the gap between themselves and him. The overwhelming number of soldiers are fighting against the Kiraji beetle men. Sometimes there is joy in having such a strong person on one side. This is a world that worships the strong. Even soldiers who are not human beings will be in awe of Leo, who is strong enough to destroy a giant insect nest on his own. This kind of respect has nothing to do with race, but only with strength. Because you are strong enough that people can only look up to you. You will be respected by both your own people and your enemies. When the whole of Silithus was talking about his name and excited because of his incredible record, what was Leo doing? He was doing nothing but resting. After fighting non-stop for nearly 2 days in Ash's nest, Leo would feel tired even if he had an ironclad body. He might not feel anything during the battle. But after the battle, exhaustion hit him like a tide. Attack. Whoever wakes up from a big dream first will know it in my life. Stretching and yawning, Leo opened his eyes in an awkward manner. I should have slept for 2 hours. After secretly estimating the time, Leo asked, Victor, where have we been? Leo's resting place was on Nefarian's back. He was lying on a recliner with sleepy eyes. It was obvious that the effect of such a rest was not good. Master, we have passed Fire Feather Mountain and are now entering the swamp. We will reach Tanaris in an hour. Heading into the swamp? Leo shook his head, stood up from the recliner, and moved his body to wake himself up as soon as possible. At his feet is the Ungoro crater that connects Tanaris and Silithus. After destroying the Ash Hive, Leo learned the secret of the ancient Yaki artifact from Anubarak. In order to get this Aji as soon as possible, the artifact of the Yakar civilization was activated, and he ordered Nefarian to rush to Tanaris immediately. To be precise, it was the corruption nest at the entrance of Tanaris into Ungoro crater. There are only 3 giant insect nests in Silithus, but there are not 3 in total, but 5. In addition to Hive Yush, Hive Regal, and Hive Zora, there are also the Hive of Corruption in Tanaris, and the Abyss of Pain in Feralis. There was such a big commotion in Silithus. Leo knew that if he didn't leave, there would be no peace. And he didn't know how many people would come to him. Seeing how powerful he is, what if Thrall and the druids of the Cenarian Circle ask him to clear out the 2 remaining insect nests? Not accepting Thrall and druids' request is too offending. And there is no legitimate reason, but if you accept it, it will undermine the alliance and disrupt the plans of Stormwind City and Iron Forge. This does not mean that you have given. Aren't you happy to find it yourself? Although Leo is not afraid of trouble, he hates it. Staying in Silithus will be a dilemma. Instead of avoiding the limelight first, he has to run for Tanaris and Feralis in the heart of the hive anyway. Trip. Ungoro crater, huh? As his mind gradually cleared up, Leo suddenly thought of something. The Devilsaur here is very special. Now that it's here, let's catch it. Ngoro Crater is a Jurassic Park of another world. There are creatures similar to the dinosaur age of the Earth living here. The Devil's Rex is one of them, which is almost identical in appearance to the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Of course, the ordinary Devilsaur Leo would not be interested. What he wanted to capture was the Devilsaur leader Ironhide Devilsaur and Overlord Devilsaur, as well as another leader-level Devilsaur without a special prefix. There are not so many close relatives of Velociraptors in Ngoro Crater like Tyrannosaurus. So let's get some dragon eggs by the way. After twisting his neck, Leo arranged for himself a second character to find the dragon egg. With the number of corpses he currently has in Golden Finger, he can indeed greatly expand the Swift-Bone Dragon army. As his strength increases, the enemies Leo faces become stronger and stronger, and the scale of the battles becomes larger and larger. Dozens of Velociraptor bone dragons are too few for him now. With Leo's current strength, the number of corpses needed to create a Velociraptor bone dragon is only 100. Even if the number of Velociraptor bone dragons is increased by 1,000, it will only cost 100,000 corpses, which is really nothing to him. Don't worry about the number of corpses. I have prepared a lot of materials. In this case, I will increase the army of swift bone dragons to 10,000. Leo rubbed his chin and muttered with some uncertainty. And are there so many dragon eggs in Ngoro Crater? Chapter 746 King of Tyrannosaurus. Leo had an idea to expand the army of raptors. But the raptors' close relatives in Ngoro Crater, the Rapasaurs, were in bad luck. Although Leo did not kill them out of considerations of not destroying the ecological balance, the animals in their lairs 90% of the dragon eggs were taken away. If someone takes their own eggs, the Rapasaurus will of course resist. But in the face of absolute strength, their resistance is doomed to be in vain. Leo does not need to take action at all. Nefarian can suppress them with dragon power and make them shrink into a ball, unable to move. 1,000, 2,000, 5,000, until 8,000. All the Rapasaurus lairs in Ngoro Crater were visited by Leo. One person and one dragon formed a dragon egg robbery duo, and the Ravageosaurus was taken away. They ransacked with tears streaming down their faces. Just as Leo was worried, there were really not even 10,000 dragon eggs in Ngoro Crater, and 8,000 would be enough to reach the sky. Of course, if he ignores the ecological balance and only wants to enjoy himself this time, without considering whether he can get a large number of dragon eggs from this place in the future, it is not a problem to collect 10,000. But Leo didn't do that. When doing things, you should have a long-term view. If you take 10,000 today, you may only have 2,000 or 3,000 in the future. But if you only take 8,000 today, you will have 5,000, 6,000, or even 8,000 in the future. How can you make it more cost-effective? Leo's large-scale robbery of dragon eggs finally attracted the revenge of the plundered people. Amidst the trembling of the earth, 3 huge Devilsaurus launched a challenge to him. These 3 giant Devilsaurus, which are over 100 meters tall, are one of Leo's targets when he stops at Ngoro Crater. During the process of looting the dragon eggs, Leo had been looking for traces of the 3 Devilsaurus leaders. He didn't know if it was because he was unlucky, or if the 3 Devilsaurus leaders were very lucky. Leo didn't leave before they showed up. They said they were captured, but they didn't even see their shadows. What's the saying? There is no place to be found even after wearing iron shoes, and it takes no effort to get there. You took the initiative to deliver the goods to your door. If I didn't accept it, wouldn't you be very sorry for your kindness? The leader of the 3-headed Devil Rex was so aggressive that the ground trembled as he ran, creating a strong sense of oppression. As far as terrestrial creatures are concerned, the leader of the Devilsaur can be considered a giant creature. It is difficult to find a creature larger than them. But when the Devilsaurus meets the giant dragon, and when the Devilsaurus leader meets the Black Dragon Prince, they are doomed to be miserable. The dragon power of ordinary giant dragons may not be able to suppress the leader of the 3-headed Devil Dragon, but Nefarian is the Black Dragon Prince. How can his dragon power be resisted by the leader of the 3-headed Devil Dragon? When the Devilsaurus leader rushed towards him with murderous intent, Nefarian roared disdainfully, and the dragon power belonging to the superior dragon spread out. The 3-headed Devilsaurus leader, who was running wildly, yelled and collectively softened their feet and moved neatly. They laid down on the ground, wanting to show their submission to the superior. But in their panic, they forgot what state they were in now. Ever since, a scene that made Leo funny appeared. The leader of the 3-headed Devil Rex hit the ground with a bang under the influence of inertia, and his huge body rolled like a ball. It did not stop until it was 40 or 50 meters away from him. He rolled on the ground several times, leaving his head and face covered in disgrace. Broken branches and leaves were plastered all over his head and face. The image of the leader of the Devilsaur was both embarrassing and funny. Is this a circus sideshow? Are these three big guys here to make fun of you? Looking at the three-headed Devilsaur leader, who looked confused and was about to pass out after being tortured, Leo burst into laughter. The strength of the three big guys is actually very good. Even the legendary strong ones will find it difficult to deal with them when they join forces. However, they are Yalong. After meeting the Black Dragon Prince Nefarian, the pressure from their bloodline made them completely helpless. The power to fight back. The leader of the three-headed devil dragon was enjoying the dizzy feeling after rolling there. Leo waved his hand, and three large bloody nets spilled out, imprisoning the leader of the three-headed devil dragon just like when Tyr's hand imprisoned Lotharion. He was not in a hurry to conquer the Devilsaur leader. It wasn't that Leo didn't like them. If he really didn't like them, he would just kill them. It was because he wanted to use these three Devilsaur leaders to test the effect of the ancient Yaki artifact. Anubarak? I'll leave the three of them to you. I hope you can surprise me. Leo gave an order to Anubarak, who responded with joy in his private space. According to Anubarak, 5 of the Hive Hearts must be collected to truly activate the ancient Occur artifact. However, as long as you know how to use it before it is actually activated, it can still play a significant role. Among the remnants of the Aziyaki civilization, there are only 3 people left who know how to use the ancient Aziyaki artifacts. Anubarak is one of them. The other 2 are the twin emperors of the Aziyaki Empire, Vikrol and Wei. Nilas. The reason why Leo wants to expand the number of Velociraptor bone dragons to 10,000 is actually related to Anubarak's description of the ancient Yaki artifact. But whether it is really effective remains to be tested. Roar! Nefarian suddenly roared in a certain direction, and Leo heard an emotion called anger from the roar. This was the anger when the majesty of the superior was challenged. Boom! 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 The ground was shaking, even more violently than when the leader of the three-headed Devil Rex was running, as if something terrifying was approaching. Roar! As if in response to Nefarian, a huge roar came from the distance. Is this the roar of the Devilsaur? There is a demon Tyrannosaurus who actually ignores the might of the superior dragon. Leo became interested. As a sub-dragon species, Devilsaur is destined to be suppressed when facing giant dragons, especially high-level dragons. However, wherever there is oppression, there will be resistance. Although more than 99% of Devil's dragons tremble under the dragon's power. But there are still very few exceptions. Some devils are not born to be afraid of the dragon's power. They are born rebels. They will resist unyieldingly in the face of pressure from superiors. The dragon's power has no effect on them. Being a subspecies dragon, but daring to ignore the power of the dragon is a provocation to the dragon. If you dare to provoke the dragon, you must suffer death. The sub-dragon species that can ignore the oppression of the dragon will be purged every once in a while. They are already rare, and are purged by the dragon. The result of this is that almost no one can find their existence. And even fewer can grow up. Very few. To use 2 words to evaluate the sub-dragon species that ignores dragon power. It is rare. When it appeared, it was even more powerful than the leader of the Devilsaur. Needless to say, this rare sub-dragon species must have grown up. As Leo expected, a giant creature nearly 150 meters tall broke into his field of vision. 150 meters. Such a size is suffocating. Land creatures can grow so big that they can become unruly overlord-level creatures. Is there such a powerful Devilsaur in Ungoro Crater? Leo thought about it carefully, and finally matched him with a rare creature. Mosh, king of Tyrannosaurus. It's not bad luck. I actually lured this guy out. Leo rubbed his chin and raised his head towards Mosh and Nefarian. You go play with him and let him breathe. Just when I felt that the Velociraptor bone dragon lacked a leader, you appeared in front of me. Mosh, king of the Tyrannosaurus. I accept you. Regarding Mosh, who came out to avenge his younger brothers, Leo could only say that his courage was commendable. But his approach was wrong. Mosh is indeed very powerful. But does he really have a chance to win against Nefarian? This is almost impossible, because Nefarian is now in Dracolic form and can fight with all his strength. Not in human form. I'll show this guy what it means to be submissive, Nefarian said, flicking the dragon's tail and swiping it at the charging Mosh. Mosh was not a weakling if he dared to provoke Nefarian. When Nefarian's tail came towards him, he used the same trick and swung his long tail to meet him. Bang! There was a muffled sound in the air. Nefarian was superior. Mosh's tail flick failed to block the dragon's tail. The Black Dragon Prince drew a scar on his body. Mosh was angry after suffering a loss as soon as they fought. Ever since he grew up and became the king of Tyrannosaurus, he has never lost to any opponent in terms of strength. Mosh roared at Nefarian, and a light familiar to Leo appeared on his body. Isn't this the effect of a warrior turning on recklessness? Mosh actually knows this trick. Recklessness is one of the 3 unique skills of a warrior, alongside Shield Wall and Counterstorm. If Shield Wall is a purely defensive skill and Counterstorm is a weapon in the face of group fights, then Recklessness is a magical skill with crazy output. After turning on this ability, not only immunity to fear, but also the attack power will be doubled. If the side effect of lowering the defense ability can be avoided, Recklessness will be perfect. Of course, compared to Autonomous Rage, Recklessness is a bit inferior. But the ability to double the attack power is not something everyone can possess. With Mosh's size, his attacks are already powerful. What's the point of doubling his attack? How many beasts living on land can find to compete with a reckless Mosh in terms of attack power? Just because Mosh had the ability to be reckless, Leo knew he was onto something. Catch him. Be sure to catch him. Standing on Nefarian's head, looking at Mosh who was fighting with the Black Dragon Prince, Leo made a decision. He must conquer this Tyrannosaurus King. And the 5th wolf spirit would land on Mosh. Boom! The dragon tails of the Black Dragon Prince and the Tyrannosaurus King collided again. To Nefarian's surprise, his tail swing was actually blocked by Mosh. An illusion? It must be an illusion! Nefarian roared in his head. How could a sub-dragon be as powerful as the Black Dragon Prince himself? Chi-Lu! Taking advantage of Nefarian's clone, Mosh's short front paws scratched the dragon's tail hard, leaving several hand-whipped wounds. Looking at the gap made by the sharp claws, if Nefarian was not a Dracolic but a giant dragon, he would immediately bleed and scream in pain. Victor, don't underestimate your opponent. Leo stretched out his hand and activated the bone prison, locking up Mosh's body with bone fences. You actually want me to take action? Now, beat me to death. Chapter 747 Conquering Mosh. Nefarian was in a very happy mood. How could he be in a bad mood when he had such a big sandbag like Mosh to beat him for fun? Leo was also in a very happy mood now. He originally wanted to capture the leaders of the 3 Devil Rex, but instead a Tyrannosaurus King arrived at his door. It just gave him a suitable leader for his Velociraptor Bone Dragon army. And he had an unexpected gain. His mood will naturally not be bad. The only unpleasant person present was Mosh, the Tyrannosaurus King. Poor Mosh, the majestic overlord of Angoro Crater, was actually treated as a big sandbag and beaten until his nose was bruised and his face was swollen, which was terrible to look at. Nefarian didn't know what it meant to be polite, let alone show mercy. Seeing that Mosh was locked up by Leo with a bone prison, the Black Dragon Prince immediately attacked him with his claws and tail, using both hands and mouth. Biting, scratching, and even Dragon the Flame Dragon Breath was released. And what was even more outrageous was that he also used his special skill, Shadow Flame. Moshe felt aggrieved and agreed to be beaten, but not even started. When had the land-dominated Tyrannosaurus King ever been beaten up like this? Mosh was angry. Mosh struggled, but the anger was useless. The struggle was ineffective. As a great warlock, Leo, the bone prison he cast could not even escape from the Blue Dragon Queen Sindragosa for a moment, let alone not to mention Mosh. The strength of the Tyrannosaurus King cannot be compared with that of the Blue Dragon Queen. If he can't break free from the shackles of the bone prison, he will be beaten and made into a sandbag. Mosh is now in tragedy. The disadvantage of the reckless skill compared to autonomous fury is that it is uncontrollable after it is turned on. If an accident occurs, it cannot be turned off automatically. It will not disappear until the reckless duration is over. During this period, the attack power is doubled, but its own defense capability will drop by nearly 1/3. Originally, Mosh's physical strength was not as strong as Nefarian's. He turned on Reckless to fight attack with attack, and relied on the increased attack power of Reckless to fight the Black Dragon Prince. Now that he was trapped in a bone prison by Leo, he couldn't even move. So how could he attack? It's okay if he can't attack. The defense-weakening effect caused by recklessness shows its disadvantages at this time. The decrease in defense ability allows Nefarian to bring more damage to Mosh with every blow, but only 1 or 2 within minutes. Mosh no longer had the strength to scream, and his vitality was rapidly declining. The wolf spirit with a translucent body appeared next to Leo. Knowing that the huge creature in front of him was his target, the wolf spirit jumped into Mosh's body and melted into it. Mosh's body began to tremble, and the wolf spirit was fighting with him for control of his body. The battle at the soul level is extremely cruel. And there is no room for relaxation or the slightest mistake. Because the only final outcome is either your death or my death. Keep up the good work. Give me a little more credit. Seeing Mosh's body shaking constantly, Leo became a little nervous. He secretly cheered for the wolf spirit, hoping that the wolf spirit could succeed and devour Mosh's soul. The wolf spirit's ability is not weak, but as a land overlord level creature, Mosh can ignore the dragon's power. But the strength of his soul is beyond the wolf spirit's ability to deal with. Even if he is on the verge of death, he is still much stronger than the wolf spirit. In Leo's perception, as the battle between the two sides progresses, although Mosh's soul is weakening, the wolf spirit becomes weaker. If there is no external help, the winner of this soul battle will be Mosh. Purple energy line shot out from Leo's hands. This was the long-lost soul extraction. The magician's soul extraction spell. With this spell specifically targeting the soul, the pressure on the wolf spirit was reduced by most. Mosh's soul was very strong in front of the wolf spirit. But in Leo's eyes, it could only be described as weak. Most of the soul's power was restrained by Leo's spells. And Mosh was at a disadvantage in the battle with the wolf spirit. Seeing that his opponent was weak, Wolf Spirit knew that this was his chance to defeat Mosh. His attacks became more and more sharp. Mosh, who was unwilling to fail, struggled to resist. Wolf Spirit really had no way to deal with him for a while. The Wolf Spirit is indeed weak enough. With my help, I can't even defeat a Mosh who is already on the verge of death. Leo shook his head secretly. Because the Wolf Spirit was weak, and because he had not been greedy before. If he had coveted powerful creatures before, and even let the Wolf Spirit deal with the dragon, he would definitely have failed. Knowing how to do what you can is also a kind of success. With a flick of his fingers, Leo activated Soul Burn, and black flames flashed across Mosh's body. Another spell to deal with the soul. Warlocks are worthy of being soul masters. Dealing with souls is their specialty. How can the wolf spirit lose to Mosh in the battle on the soul level with Leo's help? After suffering a soul burn, Mosh's soul strength dropped a lot. The opponent's strength was weakened again. The wolf spirit, which had already had an advantage in the fight, completely gained the upper hand. Mosh, whose soul was not strong enough, was no match for him even if he defended to the end. After struggling for nearly 2 minutes, Mosh's soul was finally completely devoured by the wolf spirit just before his body died. The overlord-level creature on land in Ungoro Crater, the Tyrannosaurus King Mosh, was successfully conquered by Leo. It's really not a worry. But since you are my chosen leader of the Velociraptor Bone Dragon, I won't let you die. Leo used the blood channel used by the warlock to treat pets, saving Mosh. After preventing him from dying, he took the seriously injured Tyrannosaurus King into his private space and let him stay there to recuperate. Once Mosh recovers from his injuries, this land-dominated Tyrannosaurus appears with an army of Velociraptor Bone Dragons. I wonder how many people will be shocked. Thinking of the scene at that time, Leo couldn't help but feel proud. Master, do we still capture these dragons? I remember that there is a dragon creature in Ungoro Crater. Their strength is no worse than the Devilsaur. Seeing that Leo had subdued Mosh, Nefarian spoke. As far as he knew, in addition to the wandering Devilsaur in Ungoro Crater, there was also a sub-dragon species called Stegosaurus, and their strength should not be underestimated. Waving his hand, Leo indicated that it was not necessary. Of course he knew about the thick-armored Stegosaurus. In a one-on-one fight, the Devilsaurus would be killed by him if he didn't pay attention. However, the thick-armored Stegosaurus focused on defense and was slow in movement, which was not to his liking. Although Leo knew that there was one among the thick-armored Stegosaurs that could rival Mosh's leader named Griff, he still did not go. It's not that he doesn't have the strength. It's that he doesn't have the spare time. Meeting the Tyrannosaurus King Mosh was an accident. And the reason why an accident is that the chance of it happening is very small. And Leo is not willing to live by accidents. Let's not talk about whether he can find Griff. Even if he does, it will definitely take a lot of time. With this time, he can destroy Silithus's nest of corruption. Let's go to Tanaris. He had earned enough extra money in Ungoro Crater. And Leo was not prepared to waste too much time in this place that was not of much value for the time being. He would come back if there was a chance in the future. Seeing that Leo had no intention of staying here, Nefarian stopped persuading him. He faithfully carried out Leo's orders and took him to high altitude again. The illusion was activated, and the next man and one dragon disappeared silently. Shape. It's like this sometimes. When you want to do something, something happens that blocks your action. Just like Mencia said, what you do is chaotic. Nefarian carried Leo into the swamp. and the latter's magic communication stone lit up in a flash. And someone was trying to contact him. Trouble still comes. Leo sighed depressingly. After destroying the Yush insect nest and causing such a big scene, he knew that someone would try to contact him. Even if he left Silithus at the first time, it would be the same. Couldn't these people still contact Scarlet in his own case? What is this? A monk can run away, but can't run away from the temple? What's the matter? Because he knew it was trouble. Leo's tone was not very good. No one would be willing to trouble him. Except for guys who think differently from ordinary people. Leo. It's me. Varian's voice entered Leo's ears through the communication stone. The king of the kingdom of Stormwind was obviously swallowed by Leo's extremely unfriendly tone. It turns out to be King Varian. What's the matter? I'm resting in Ungoro Crater. The weather in Silithus is really unbearable. Leo's tone softened. After all, he is also the king of the strongest kingdom in the human race. So he should give him some face. You're in Ungoro Crater? Varian keenly grasped the key point of Leo's words. The latter was not in Silithus. This meant that Leo did not continue to stay on the front line against the Karaji beetles after destroying the Yush hive. Of course, the hot weather in the desert makes me uncomfortable. Leo yawned, as if he had just woken up, in order to help the druids of the Cenarian Council solve the troubles around them. But it exhausted me. On the other end of the magic communication stone, Varian fell silent. Leo seemed to be complaining, but he was actually telling him that I destroyed the Ash Hive gang as a favor to the Cenarian Council, not to dismantle the Alliance and ruin the plans of Stormwind City and Iron Forge. Didn't you see that I ran away after destroying the Ash Hive? If that's the case, would I be relieved? Varian breathed a sigh of relief. What he was most worried about was that Leo would go all out to help the orcs fight against the Karaji beetles, so that the Alliance's plan to take the opportunity to weaken the opponent's strength would be ruined. The two sides were comrades in arms during the fight against the Karaji beetle men. But what about after the beetle men threat was resolved? The confrontation between the Alliance and the Horde will continue. As the leader of a country and one of the leaders of the Alliance, Varian must consider more issues, and resorting to tricks is inevitable. Besides, the tribe did not show much strength in the past when fighting against the undead disaster in the Plague Land, and they also took the opportunity to take root in Kargas. The current situation is just a replica of the past, and it is just a side that sits back and watches. It's just a swap. King Varian, I have a proposal. Varian came to the door, and Leo suddenly had an idea. He just heard him say, "Do you have any ideas about Ungoro Crater? This land has no owner. The land is very good. It is one of the few rich places in the continent of Kalimdor." You mean? Varian instantly understood what Leo meant. He simply filtered the information about Ungoro Crater and knew that this matter was very feasible. Just like what the tribe did in Kargath. Is that so? What a wonderful idea. I think I need to contact Magni and Mekatork, and we can discuss it in detail. Chapter 748 Nest of Corruption. This is not the first time Leo has come to Tanaris. The weather in this endless sea of sand is always the same. During the day, the sun hangs high in the sky, spraying endless light and heat, making people want to take off a layer of skin. At night, it is so cold that you wrap yourself in a thick blanket. The temperature difference between day and night is as big as the difference between the hot summer and the cold winter. After entering Tanaris, Leo went straight to the Nest of Corruption, and without saying a word, launched an attack on the sea of insects there. Regarding bugs that couldn't communicate with him, Leo's policy was to get straight to the point without any fuss. Anyway, I'm just here to destroy your whole family. Why are you talking so much? Polishan, Ektaraz, Valistaz, Vilmer and other strong Dracolic men were summoned by Leo. Several strong Dracolic men in the sky came to kill menacingly. And the insects just kept coming. Dolnus also knows that the enemy is coming. This time Leo finally saw the power of the complete giant insect nest. As soon as Polishan and the others appeared, a large dark cloud immediately appeared in the insect sea. This was a flying army composed of flying alien insects. The number of insects and the buzzing sound when they were flying made people's scalp explode. Looking at the scale, there must be 300,000 or not 500,000. There are so many flying insects. Leo was surprised. The number of flying mutants he encountered in Ash's nest was much less than this. It must be the work of the druids of the Cenarian Circle. After all, flying in the sky is more threatening than crawling on the ground. If it is too big, it will naturally be the target of clearing. With several strong Dracolic men facing off against 3.5 million alien flying insects, Leo knew the outcome of the battle. Even though the alien insects had an absolute advantage in quantity, they were far behind in terms of quality. Victory was inevitable. It belongs to Polition and the others. But there were too many bugs after all. And even if Polition and the others could win, it would take a long time. Leo didn't want to delay too long. So he released 1,000 Dracolic. 3 to 5 million alien bugs faced an army of 1,000 Dracolics led by several strong Dracolic men. And the result of the battle came out quickly. Hot dragon's breath, scorching dragon's flames, and even icy breath, etc. Facing the oncoming swarm of alien insects, the Dracolics burst into violent sprays, and the entire sky of the Nest of Corruption was shrouded in dragon witches, under attack from the demon army. Despite the frightening number of alien insect swarms, they were really easy to kill under such a large-scale attack. The alien flying insects flying into the sky fell to the ground in swarms, like raindrops from a heavy rain. These were killed by dragons. The insect corpses sprayed to death by the lich smashed into the sea of insects on the ground with the momentum of falling, killing many of their companions with a loud bang. It's not that the alien flying insects didn't fight back, but the venom they sprayed was either directly evaporated by the dragon lich's dragon flames, or was blown back by the dragon's breath. Not only did they miss the target, they were soaked in the water, faced with high temperatures and strong winds, and the other party occupying a condescending geographical advantage. The alien flying insects, which only have the only long-range attack method of spraying venom, have no way to defeat the Dracolic. Another massacre. Facing the invincible opponent, the alien flying insects did not flinch. They flapped their wings and tried to get close to the Dracolic. However, under the overwhelming dragon flames and breath, the alien flying insects' efforts were destined to be in vain. Strength can not only overwhelm any skill, but also overwhelm any bravery built from courage. In the face of absolute power, so-called skills and so-called courage are nothing but futile struggles. Using force to overwhelm people seems to have no technical content, but it is unusually efficient. Less than a quarter of an hour after the battle started, the hundreds of thousands of alien flying insects in the Nest of Corruption all fell down and turned into a pool of mud on the ground. It doesn't matter if these alien flying bugs themselves died. The most unlucky thing was their flightless companions on the ground. These land-based insects were badly beaten. According to Leo's visual inspection, the number of bugs killed by the alien flying bugs was more than the flying bugs themselves are even more numerous. So many people died to give me less than 300,000 corpses. The quality of the bugs in the Corruption Nest is far worse than that in Ash's nest. Sitting on Victor's back, Leo lay on a recliner and looked down at the battle between dragons and insects. He did nothing to get nearly 300,000 corpses transformed by Golden Finger, but he actually had the nerve to express his dissatisfaction? After fighting in Yush's nest, Leo, who was still tired, did not plan to take action this time. He could occasionally be passionate when he was full of energy. If he left many of his younger brothers alone when he was physically exhausted, he would run away instead. It's stupid to fight on your own. After solving the alien flying insects, Valistaz, Polition and other powerful Dracolic men all let out high-pitched dragon roars and swooped down with 1,000 Dracolic boys. It's not that the Dracolics have to give up their air superiority, but that the alien bugs on the ground are not stupid. When all their flying companions are about to be annihilated, the sea of bugs rushes into the Nest of Corruption. The Silithids clearly don't want to stay on the ground and get beaten. If they all retreat into the Nest of Corruption, the advantage of the Dracolic army in that small space will be gone. That's why Valistaz and the others will give up their air superiority. Rush down. Seeing that the enemy was so cute and stupid, the alien insects in the Corruption Nest were happy. Are you looking down on us because of your size and strength? It's a sample, so you can see the power of the insect sea tactics. The sea of insects rushing into the Nest of Corruption paused for a moment when the Dracolic landed, and then the sea of insects rushed back like a flood, trying to drown the Dracolic with their numerical advantage. The insect sea tactic does have its advantages. It relies on a large number of insects to consume the opponent's strength. However, the success of this tactic is based on the condition that the quantity is so large that a qualitative change occurs. If this condition is not met, such a tactic will only have one result. Vegetable. Under the command of Polition and other powerful Dracolic men, the 1,000 Dracolics did not fight independently after rushing into the sea of worms. When they swooped down, they used dragon flames and dragon breath to create a giant dragon in the sea of worms. There was a wide enough blank area. After landing, they formed a circle and faced the impact of the sea of insects. They used their collective strength to fight against the counterattacking alien insects. Poor bugs. You are not the only one who knows how to rely on collective strength to defeat the enemy. The Dracolic and the alien bugs were fighting fiercely on the ground. But Leo in the air was extremely leisurely. His younger brother was doing the fighting. And Goldfinger was busy transforming the corpses. He was just a free man now. And it didn't matter even if he was sleeping on the recliner. It's good to have more younger brothers. Life in this life shouldn't be too wonderful. With nothing to do and his body still feeling tired, Leo actually closed his eyes and fell asleep. He can be considered the first person to fight against alien insects so leisurely. Does this make those who have to risk their lives to deal with a small insect nest to be angry to death? In a daze, Leo, who had slept for who knows how long, was suddenly awakened by a wave of mental fluctuations. There was a situation on the battlefield between the Dracolic and the alien insects. A face with spikes, an extremely large abdomen, dark blue markings on its back, and red alien bugs smashed the hard skull of a Dracolic into pieces. Since the beginning of the war in the Nest of Corruption, Leo's Dracolic ranked first damage occurs. Fortunately, as long as the soul of the Dracolic is immortal, it will not really die. So Leo's army of Dracolics was not attrited. When a Dracolic fell, other Dracolics would naturally take over. However, a surprising scene occurred. The alien bug with an extremely large belly launched a collision again, and its entire body hit the Dracolic like a cannonball head, causing the second Dracolic trying to take over to follow in the footsteps of its companions. The second damage to the Dracolic army occurs. He's quite capable. The skull was the hardest part of the Dracolic's body, except for the dragon's claws. It was shattered by the alien bug, and Leo became energetic. When the first Dracolic's skull was crushed, Filmer went to kill the alien insect with an extremely large abdomen. How could he know that before he could reach the alien insect, another dragon would be killed? The Lich lost its fighting power, and this scene made Filmer very angry. After killing two enemies one after another, and when the Silithid was about to expand its results again, Filmer's dragon flame sprayed out. The blazing dragon flame sprayed towards her face. But the alien insect did not give in. Her abdomen bulged and swelled, and a piece of venom sprayed towards the dragon flames. Filmer sneered. This alien bug is really stupid. How can its venom resist dragon flames? As soon as the sneer appeared on his face, Filmer saw an unbelievable sight. The dragon flames that could directly evaporate the venom were actually extinguished. Long Yen was extinguished by the venom. Are you kidding me? Filmer swore he had never seen anything like it. And what he saw shocked him. Just when Filmer was shocked that the dragon flames were extinguished, a mutant insect similar in size to Rex from the Ash Hive suddenly came out. And his target was Filmer. Boom! The alien bug hit Filmer's skull hard, and a dull impact was heard. Filmer was knocked backwards, and the strong Dracolic almost fell to the ground. Filmer, who was successfully attacked by the alien bug, looked very embarrassed. But there was someone more embarrassed than him. The alien bug that sneaked up on him failed to crush his skull, but was knocked unconscious by the force of the countershock and fell to the ground with a snap. The angry Filmer was rude when he saw this, and stepped on the unconscious bug, adding his body weight to the unlucky bug. There was a crisp sound, and the insect was trampled into a pancake in a coma. The host killed solid. The name proves that the unlucky guy, who was trampled to death by Filmer, was one of the swarm leaders of the corruption nest. He didn't care about Solidelio, who was killed. What he cared about was another alien insect. Leo already knew her identity from an Uberak. This was a queen of the nest. The Nest of Corruption. All bugs are her creations. Looking at the tens of millions of alien bugs below, Leo only had one comment about the Queen of the Hive, which is really true. Chapter 749. Anamis. Nest Queen Anamis is very agitated now, ever since she came to this desert and established the Nest of Corruption. Except for the first period of peace, people have come to trouble her at other times. She was originally a Nest of Corruption that she built quietly, and no one should know about it in this vast desert. But the damn troll got the news from nowhere and invaded in large numbers. Fortunately, the Nest of Corruption had grown to a certain scale with her support, and the strength of the trolls was not very strong. The speed at which Anamis laid eggs was much greater than the opponent's ability to kill the insect swarms, which made the Nest of Corruption. The nest gradually expanded against the trolls' attack. The trolls finally calmed down, and no trace of them has been seen for a while. But groups of adventurers came over again. Under their constant hunting, the number of insects in the corruption nest increased extremely slowly. In order to deal with them, Anamis had to spend a lot of energy to lay a large number of eggs of alien flying insects, using air power to frighten adventurers who would be discovered. The insect catchers were killed, and this allowed the insect swarm to develop again. However, before Animus could be happy for a few days, someone came to make trouble again. The guys who came to cause trouble this time were not ordinary. Their huge size, tyrannical strength, and metal bodies reflecting the sunlight all showed how powerful they were. Animus saw with her own eyes that the alien flying insects she had worked so hard to give birth to were easily wiped out by the opponent. And she also saw how these metal puppets slaughtered her descendants under the tactics of the sea of insects. All of this made her extremely angry. Anger can make people impulsive, and impulsive behavior can lead to irrational behavior. Animus, who was supposed to stay in the safe rear and wait for her insect swarms to surround and kill the opponent, appeared on the front line of the extremely dangerous battle and took the lead in attacking the enemy. Animus's attack was very effective, and she smashed the skulls of 2 Dracolics in succession. But just when she was about to attack the third enemy, her right-hand man Solid died. It is not easy to give birth to a leader like Solid in an insect swarm. The corruption nest built by Animus contained tens of millions of mutants, but only Solid was born as a leader-level mutant. You can see how difficult this is from the proportions. With Solid here, Animus can concentrate on laying eggs, and the development speed of the corruption nest will become twice as fast as before. But now that Solid is dead and killed by the enemy, Animus wants to. How could she not be angry when her plan to rapidly develop the nest of corruption was ruined like this? The queen of the insect hive slammed into Filmare with all her strength. The speed was nearly twice as fast as what she had shown before, and Filmare had no time to dodge. Boom! Animus hit her target. Click! Several cracks appeared in Filmare's skull. The force of Animus's collision was so powerful that even Leo looked at her sideways. Filmare was also a warrior-level black dragon before he became a Dracolic. Animus almost killed him with one blow. The force of such a collision was truly terrifying. With the impact power to instantly kill a warrior-level dragon, the Hive Queen cannot be underestimated. Leo was thinking about whether to help Filmare, but he saw Animus falling from Filmare's head with a dazed look on her face, and hit the ground with a thud. Exactly the same as Solid. Leo was speechless. Is this the Hive Queen? Are you here to be funny? The impact force is indeed strong enough. But once the impact fails to kill the enemy, the one who dies will become himself. This kind of attack method has no future. Leo shook his head secretly. It is true that Animus's collision was very violent, but the shortcomings were too big and too fatal. 9 lives were not enough to kill him when he encountered a tough opponent. Go to HL. Bug. Filmare did not use his feet this time. Out of resentment towards Animus, he directly used his mouth. Sin and sharp teeth devoured it, and rolled Animus into his big mouth, and then squeaked. There was a chewing sound, and the poor Hive Queen was bitten to pieces by Filmare. The host kills Animus. Leo clicked his tongue and shook his head. The Hive Queen's death was really tragic. You said it was true for Filmare. 2. Why did you chew so hard when you obviously had no digestive organs? You left broken limbs and broken arms everywhere. The death of Animus angered the insect swarm. The queen who was the source of the development of the insect hive died, which cut off their roots. How could the alien insects not work hard? Anyway, without the queen, this nest of corruption will be finished sooner or later, and their swarm will inevitably die. Knowing their fate, the alien worms began their final madness. They rushed forward to try to drag these swarms that were leading their group to destruction. Enemies go to HL together. What is HL? Leo said, that is my territory. Therefore, the Dracolic cannot go to HL. Only the alien insects will go down. The war between dragons and insects on the ground has entered the most intense and boring period. Without the leader and the queen, the swarm's attack seems crazy but chaotic. After losing the restraint of the superiors, the ferocious and violent nature of the insects is here, revealed in one moment. Anyone who gets in his way will be attacked even by his companions. Anyone who dares to attack him will not be finished unless he fights to the death. Before the Dracolic army could use its full strength, the insect swarm started fighting among themselves, and their fight made Leo amused. With the number of insect swarms in the nest of corruption, Leo alone would not be able to kill all the insects here in 2 or 3 days. But now that the insect swarm has begun to fight among themselves, the time has been greatly reduced, because the number of insects in the insect swarm has been greatly reduced. More bugs died at the hands of their own comrades than the Dracolic army killed. We have to admit that internal strife is the most strength-consuming behavior. When the swarm began to fight among themselves, and when the alien worms began to swing their butcher knives at their companions, Leo knew that this battle had completely lost its suspense and its point of view. He curled his lips and began to close his eyes to rest. There is no suspense. No attraction. This is for Leo. And for some people, this battle has just begun. Before Leo's arrival, more than 80% of the adventurers in Tanaris were wandering near the corruption nest in order to kill the Silithid bugs. Don't get me wrong. These adventurers are not here to help the tribe and the Cenarian Circle fight against the Karaji. They have only one purpose in hunting the Silithid, and that is to obtain the Silithid's worms whose bodies are as hard as steel. SHL. Whether they use these insect SHLs themselves or sell them for money, they can get a good income. A team of 5 adventurers can get an income comparable to half a year by killing 10 alien insects. How could you not be moved? The life of an adventurer is not like what is written in novels. They travel around the world in an extremely carefree way. The word making a living is the most appropriate way to describe it. In order to earn enough gold coins to survive, they often fall into danger. Be careful and you will die. When Leo's Dracolic army arrived at the corruption nest, adventurers wandering nearby had already discovered this group of behemoths. Many adventurers couldn't help but cheer when they saw the Dracolic army clashing with the alien insects and killing all the alien flying insects. It's not that they are not calm enough, but that they have suffered too much from these alien flying insects. Many of their companions, comrades in arms, and even relatives have died at the hands of the alien flying insects. There are too many alien flying insects, and the adventurers can't take revenge. But that doesn't mean they don't want to take revenge. Now that someone has helped them kill the alien flying insects, the adventurers who witnessed the destruction of their enemies couldn't help but secretly feel grateful to each other. Unbeknownst to Leo, his popularity among Tanaris adventurers had turned into respect. Seeing that the insects were rushing towards the Dracolic army, and a large-scale internal strife broke out along the way, some adventurers boldly tried to attack the insect swarm. They were surprised to find that the alien insects ignored their attacks. This discovery made the adventurers overjoyed. Just because the bugs ignored them didn't mean they would ignore those bugs as well. Didn't the vast majority of adventurers come to the nest of corruption just for money? Now that the opportunity to make money is right in front of them, will they be willing to give it up? Some bold adventurers were the first to rush out of their hiding places. Their actions stimulated others who were still watching. After seeing that these people were not besieged by the swarm, the other adventurers couldn't help it. Adventurers sprung up near the nest of time corruption. It was not that Leo was unaware of the existence of these people, and it was not that Leo was unaware of their actions, but he did not stop them. Why do adventurers endure the scorching sun in the desert? Who would be willing to suffer this if not to make some money for living? Although their attack on the insect swarm will reduce the number of corpses Leo gets, how much more can they grab from these adventurers if they let them go? The number of mutants they could kill was not even a fraction of what Leo killed. So it didn't matter if they grabbed some. It's not easy for the adventurers either. Leo doesn't want to cut off their financial resources by relying on his strength and make them suffer so much near the nest of corruption but gain nothing. You know, cutting off someone's wealth is like killing one's parents. This is a huge feud. It's not worth it to have such a big hatred over a few bugs. It's so worthless. Taking advantage of the internal strife of the alien insect swarm and the fight against the Dracolic army, the adventurers, who had no time to think about their own opportunities to attack the insect swarm, suddenly heard the words coming from the sky. You can kill as many as you can before I destroy the corruption nest. If you want wealth, earn it by your own ability. The sound of rolling words, like thunder, made the adventurers pause for a moment. Many looked up at the sky to try to find the source of the sound but found nothing. However, these words also made the adventurers understand that driving those huge dragon-shaped mechanical puppets, the strong men who dealt with the alien insects, had no intention of stopping their actions. He will attract the hatred of the alien insect swarm and give us the opportunity to hunt the alien insect. This unknown strongman is really a good person. Chapter 750. My name is Sinoli. War. Keep fighting. After the death of their queen and the loss of their leader, the future of the alien worms has become bleak. They are desperately trying to bring the Dracolic to destroy them with them. However, the Dracolic army is too powerful, and there are powerful men such as Polition sitting in the army. The alien swarm has no chance. To make matters worse, adventurer teams, large and small, added insult to injury at this time. Their participation in the war undoubtedly accelerated the destruction of the alien swarm. However, the nest of corruption is a giant insect nest after all. There are tens of millions of alien insects here, and it will take time to wipe them all out. The battle lasted for a whole day. Leo slept on Nefarion's back until he woke up naturally. With enough energy, he released 1,000 Dracolics in order to end the battle as soon as possible. The appearance of these 1,000 dragon liches brought bursts of exclamations. The adventurers on the edge of the battlefield saw another dragon-shaped mechanical puppet joining the battlefield. They no longer knew what to say. The money required to make such a large dragon-shaped mechanical puppet is enough for them to live luxuriously for several years. If they live frugally enough, it is not impossible to spend the rest of their lives with this money. Originally, they thought that the army of Dracolic that appeared on the battlefield was all that the unknown strongman had. But now it seems that the other party is far from showing its true strength. This is a strong person. For adventurers like them, the wealth that they cannot earn in a lifetime is just a drop in the bucket for others. A strong person not only has extraordinary strength, but also has strong financial resources. It is good to be a strong person. The adventurers are just envious of this. They know that with their own qualifications, being able to become a master of these dragon-shaped mechanical puppets can only be realized in a dream. The appearance of the Dracolic did not stop the chaos of the insects on the ground, and the dragon flames and breath spraying from the sky did not scare them. The alien insects, which had lost the command of their leader, had no time to fight among themselves at this time. So why bother? A Dracolic above your head? 2,000 Dracolics showed their power together, and the rate of reduction of alien insect swarms more than doubled. They were able to fly in the sky to defend themselves against enemies. The addition of 1,000 Dracolics was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. With the increased number of troops to eliminate the alien insects, the battle will naturally end faster. Before Leo's patience is exhausted by the alien insects, the sea of insects in the corruption nest has disappeared, leaving only 2 or 3 kittens still resisting. I'll give you a quarter of an hour to get out of here. Seeing that some adventurers actually wanted to enter the interior of the nest of corruption to see if there was any oil or water to be fished out, Leo couldn't help but shake his head secretly. The human heart is always dissatisfied and desires more after receiving benefits. These adventurers had already made enough profits in the nest of corruption, with Leo's Dracolic attracting the hatred of the Silithid bugs. The bugs they killed in one day were more than the sum of the previous months. The more insects they kill, the more they will gain. The income from completing this operation will be enough for them to spend a long time. With Leo's help, they obtained benefits beyond their capabilities. But these adventurers were not satisfied. They also wanted to covet benefits that did not belong to them. Leo would not be polite to these greedy guys. Looking at the knowledgeable adventurer team, they left the nest of corruption long after the battle. This was the right thing to do. After hearing Leo's words, some of the adventurers who wanted to enter the nest of corruption turned around and left. These were smart people who knew that their actions had aroused the dissatisfaction of the mysterious strongman, and they defeated the greed in their hearts. But not everyone has enough self-control, and some adventurers appear hesitant. Leo didn't delve into the former, and he didn't pay attention to the latter. There were people who wanted to do stupid things regardless of life and death. So why didn't he stop them? A quarter of an hour is enough time for those knowledgeable adventurers to retreat to a safe distance. Leo said that waiting for a quarter of an hour is only a quarter of an hour. It will not be a second longer or a second less. After the waiting time is over, those who are waiting in their hearts, adventurers who are dominated by greed will regret it. The entire nest of corruption began to collapse. The hollowed-out underground was like a terrifying monster devouring everything on the ground. The violent vibrations caused an earthquake in Tanaris. The adventurers, who evacuated in time, secretly wiped their hands with cold sweat. Fortunately, they left. Otherwise, they would not have been buried alive. While congratulating themselves, the adventurers also mourned for those colleagues who had not left. It was their greed that harmed themselves, and they must have paid the price for their folly now. Regret? Of course. Everyone will regret when they see the ground starting to collapse within sight. Regret why they were greedy. Regret why they didn't leave early like others. Regret why they stayed here. But what's the use of regret? Isn't it natural to pay the price for what you have done? Standing on Nefarian's back, Leo did not lend a helping hand to the shouting adventurers. These adventurers had nothing to do with him. He had helped these people before, and allowed them to earn benefits that did not belong to them. But this does not mean that he will continue to help. No one in this world is born to owe anyone, let alone to pay for anyone. The destruction of the corruption hive heralded the acquisition of the second hive heart. The light group in the ancient Yaki artifact became larger, and it was one step closer to truly activating this artifact of the Isekai civilization. The nest of corruption in Tanaris has been solved. Now let's go to the abyss of pain in Fairless. Leo would not take the initiative to return to Silithus before the Alliance officially sent troops for a cross-sea expedition. For the sake of the hive heart, he had no choice but to cross Ungoro Crater again. This trip took a lot of time. No. If he delays it intentionally, The time to return to Silithus will be delayed even longer. It's not that I'm unkind. You can't blame me for this. Who made the kingdom of Arather a member of the Alliance? Leo could only express his helplessness about this. The confrontation between the two camps has caused the current situation. Once one side gets into trouble, the other side will try their best to weaken the other side, while ensuring that things are under control. In the case of Thrall, he wouldn't have made any other choice in Varian's position. Leo wanted to leave Tan-Eris, but someone wouldn't let him. Tan-Eris is a magical land. It not only has Gadgetzan and Hot Sand Port built by the goblins, Zul'Farrak built by the trolls, but also has the Cave of Time, the lair of the Bronze Dragon, and the ruins left by the Titans. Damn. Few people dared to peek at the Titan ruins in Uldum, which were the creations of the Titans. Those who went to Uldum to peek at the Titan ruins were all turned into dry corpses in the desert. Except for Uldum. Very few people dare to approach the Cave of Time. Even if the Bronze Dragon's lair takes advantage of the ambition of the leopard. Few dare to go there to look for trouble. What is calling Leo now is a Bronze Dragon. Bronze Dragon? That's right. It's the Bronze Dragon that rarely appears in front of people, and is famous for its mystery. Human. I am a descendant of Nozdormu, the Lord of Time. You can call me Sanori. The Bronze Dragon Sanori flew from a distance, when Leo was preparing to go to the Abyss of Pain. After taking a few glances at the collapsed nest of corruption, she introduced herself to Leo. Has the Bronze Dragon finally gotten to me? Leo looked at the Bronze Dragon named Sanori in front of him with a smile on his face. He didn't know what tricks this Bronze Dragon wanted to play. From the fact that Sanori only took a few glances at the collapse of the nest of corruption and ignored it, Leo understood that this Bronze Dragon didn't care about what happened below. This situation illustrates two things. First, the Bronze Dragon's target is him, Leo. Secondly, the Bronze Dragon knows very well what happened in the Yush insect nest. Bronze Dragons play with time. And the Titan's task for Nozdormu is to guard the correct timeline, so that the development of the world will not escape their control. Since it was a task given by a Titan, Nozdormu put it first. And so did the Bronze Dragon, who was his descendant. So the question arises, in the eternal torrent of time, who can guarantee that everything he sees in the chaotic information is correct? In other words, you have seen a picture of the future. But can you guarantee that your understanding will not be wrong? And being able to see the future may not be a good thing, because what happens in the future may not always be beneficial to the Bronze Dragon. In order to carry out the mission given by the Titans, Nozdormu must maintain the legitimacy of history. However, knowing that the disaster will happen, but not stopping it, instead destroying those beings who can prevent the disaster from happening, requires a lot of pressure. Now, when this kind of disaster threatens the entire Bronze Dragon clan, and even Nozdormu itself, how should we choose? What should I do if the task given by my own Titan conflicts with my own survival? In Leo's memory, isn't this the root cause of why Nozdormu, the Lord of Time, will go crazy in the future? Well, the Lord of Time is still too far away from Leo. What he needs to figure out now is the purpose of Sanori calling him out. Is it to clean up him? A human being who has destroyed the so-called history? Descendant of the great Lord of Time, Nozdormu. What do you want from me? Sanori smiled kindly, and she expressed her request to Leo. Human, since you helped Tan-Eris get rid of the nest of corruption, you probably don't mind getting rid of one more insect nest. Karaji Beetle, there is another giant insect nest established by the insects in the Dongyu ruins. It is very difficult for me to deal with those insects that cannot be killed by myself. I hope I can get your help. Leo raised his eyebrows. Although solving a giant insect nest is troublesome, it is not impossible for a real Bronze Dragon. Sanori's reason is very lame. Seeing the suspicious look on Leo's face, Sanori hurriedly explained. It would be easy to deal with it if it was just the Silithid bugs. But I found traces of the Endless Dragon in the Great Rift. So I need a helper. Endless Dragon? Leo's eyes flashed, and he no longer hesitated. It is an honor for me to fight alongside a noble Bronze Dragon. How about we set off now? Chapter 751. You have a big secret. The Endless Dragon is a mysterious existence. No one knows their origin and purpose. Or to be precise, a very small number of people know it. But they have not made it public. And even those who know about the Endless Dragon race are very few. After all, the Bronze Dragons are too mysterious. Outsiders know very little about them, and know nothing about their enemies. From the appearance point of view, dragons such as the Endless Dragon, which do not belong to the 5 dragon races, are no different from other dragons. They also have young dragons, adult dragons, and draconians. It's just that their bodies are green and black, and black particles are scattered from their bodies into the surrounding space from time to time. The endless dragon appeared very suddenly. This strange dragon seemed to pop out of the stone and appeared in the world all of a sudden. While the bronze dragons were stunned, they quickly captured the 4 keys to the development of the world. At this point in time, Thrall escaped from Durnhold Castle. Medivh opened the dark portal. The Burning Legion fought the elves in the bloody battle of Mount Hyjal and the destruction of Stratholme. With these 4 key time points occupied, the bronze dragon's maintenance of time was immediately disrupted, and the endless dragon took the initiative. What is surprising is that the endless dragons that occupied these 4 key time points did not hinder the actions of the Alliance. Horde and Night Elves. They seemed to occupy for the sake of occupying, and their purpose was so simple that they just wanted to add some obstruction to the bronze dragon. Similar appearance. The same ability to control time. This is what the bronze dragon and the endless dragon have in common. In addition, the endless dragon is as familiar with the bronze dragon as the bronze dragons are with themselves. Which makes many bronze dragons, I can't help but wonder, maybe the endless dragon is the fallen bronze dragon. If this conjecture is true, then the bronze dragon is fighting itself. It is precisely for this reason that the bronze dragon kept all the news about the endless dragon secret. The bronze dragons of the endless dragon are just guesses. But Leo is sure. The leader of the endless dragons. The bronze dragons don't know it, but Leo does. His name is Mdosno. If you pronounce his name backwards, you will discover a secret Nozdormu, the king of the bronze dragon clan. The lord of time. Nozdormu's name is reversed to the name of the eternal king, Mdosno, the creator of the endless dragon. I'm curious, where did you know about the endless dragon? Sonoli smiled slyly at Leo. Don't tell me that you actually don't understand it at all. You understood me as soon as you heard about the endless dragon. I can tell what you mean. You know these big guys. The big black one? Leo shrugged, with a funny expression on his face. Well, in terms of appearance, the endless dragon is more suitable to be called the black iron dragon. Sonoli snorted dissatisfied. Don't try to change the subject. I've seen too many of your little tricks. They don't work for me. Answer me quickly. Up and down. Back and forth. He looked at Sanori carefully. It wasn't until he saw the bronze dragon that he became angry. Then Leo leisurely spoke. You seem to know me very well. Dear Sanori. Miss. Sonoli choked, unable to express her anger. Let me guess. This is definitely not the first time you have seen me. Maybe the bronze dragon that has been snooping around me is you. Pasonia had warned Leo a long time ago that an unknown voyeur was watching him, and she almost caught the voyeur out. Leo had already been suspicious of the bronze dragon, but Sonori's active approach did not help. Mentioning the endless dragon turned his suspicion into certainty. Out of suspicion that the endless dragon was his fallen self. The bronze dragon had always been secretive about this giant dragon that had the same abilities as them. But Sanori told herself without any concealment that such a strange thing would not let Lei know. I can't even doubt it. Sure enough, you still noticed it. Sanori didn't hide anything. She admitted it openly, but her expression and tone made Leo feel arrogant. I'll spy on you. I'll monitor your actions. How about that? After the peeping was discovered, he treated the victim in such an attitude. Did this bronze dragon not take me seriously? Or did he not take me seriously? Leo blinked. For the first time, he felt that someone was more unreasonable than him. What are you looking at? If it weren't for me, aliens like you would have been killed long ago. Sonoli didn't feel that she had done anything bad. She raised her head and snorted, as if she was waiting for Leo to thank her. Without you, I would have been killed long ago. Sonori's tone made Leo frown. But after thinking calmly for a while, he had to admit that what the other party said made sense. The existence of the bronze dragon is to maintain the so-called correct timeline of this world, and not allow anyone to change the so-called history. And what did Leo do? As a time traveler, he himself is an existence that does not belong to this world, and his arrival is a disruption to the timeline of this world. Then, starting from the wetlands, he destroyed the Dragon Maw clan, broke into grim battle, regained Stromgarde, and a series of other actions. Which one of them did not change the trajectory of the world? These behaviors are all adding to the obstacles for the bronze dragon. It can be said that since he came to this world, he will inevitably stand on the opposite side of the bronze dragon. Even if he does nothing, the result will be the same. When a living person enters this world that does not belong to him, no matter what he does, he is disturbing the trajectory of the world. Because these things should not happen in the first place. Leo heard one thing from Sonori's words. That is, the bronze dragon noticed him very early, and even sent people over. What is the purpose of sending people here? Need I say more? Isn't it to get rid of him as an outlier or something else? Sanori was ordered to come here to get rid of her. But for some reason, the bronze dragon didn't attack her, and instead allowed herself to grow. After thinking about this, Leo felt that Sanori was much more pleasing to the eye, and her arrogant look was not too annoying. Spreading his hands, Leo looked curious. Why do you do that? Sanori flew towards Leo, and after getting close to a certain distance, she changed from the dragon form into a female elf and jumped on Nefarian's back. A brass silk robe wrapped her shapely figure. The black dragon prince yelled at Sanori in displeasure, telling her to stop being so arrogant. But after Leo waved his hand to signal him to be quiet, he could only accept this fact. At first, I just wanted to play outside for a longer time. You have to know that staying in one place will make people bored, especially when most of the people around them have stereotypes, which makes it even more boring, Sonoli said to Leo. He waved his claws and said, Anyway, you were very weak at that time. I could just stretch out my hand and kill you. Well, Leo rolled his eyes. But what Sonoli said was true, and he couldn't deny it. If he had met a giant dragon, and it was a bronze dragon, he would probably have died even if he had a golden finger. Later I found out that you are not a simple human being. You have a big secret. I can't afford to offend the people standing behind you. If I kill you, I will be in trouble. I may die somewhere in a corner, I don't know when. So I decided not to make fun of myself and just watch things unfold. Anyway, with her standing behind you, you can't blame me even if the great King Nozdorma comes back. There is indeed a big secret in me, and the existence of Golden Finger is a big secret. But, is there someone behind me? I do not know how. Sonoli's words confused Leo. What was this bronze dragon talking about? What you said is just your conjecture. Are you sure that your judgment is correct? I'm not speculating. I'm stating facts. Sonori's tone was very certain. Leo knew that this bronze dragon must have seen something special. Maybe she could tell him some secrets. Secrets about him? Can you tell me about it? If Leo doesn't care about what happens to him, why does he care? What he desperately wants to know now is what Sanori saw. And these are things he doesn't know. You are horribly shrewd about many things, but you are so confused about what happened to yourself. Sanori glanced at Leo, then looked up at the sky, with a look like I don't want to tell you. You can guess it yourself. Damn it. After whetting my appetite, you actually lied about it. What's so beautiful about the sky in Tanaris? Isn't it afraid that the scorching sun will blind your eyes, huh? Etc. Leo suddenly looked up at the sky, and then turned to look at Sanori. An idea flashed in his mind, and he seemed to have grasped some important clue. It seems you are not too stupid. Sanori nodded, her action confirming Leo's guess. You've given me hints. If I still can't think of it, wouldn't I be what you call a fool? Leo held his chin and began to think. Is it the sun god Ansha, who has never appeared before? Not like it. Sonoli pointed downwards, and looked in the direction she pointed. Leo's eyes fell on an adventurer traveling in the desert. A Tauren. Poor Tauren. Who believe in Ansha? How had they ever received the slightest protection? Sanori meant something. And Leo suddenly realized that the suspicion he had had was confirmed today. From Sargeras, we can know that even titans can fall. And anything is possible. Leo shrugged. Even gods can fall. The bronze dragon is the descendant of Nozdorma. And Nozdorma was created by the titans. Leo is not afraid of angering Sanori when he mentions the fallen dark titan Sargeras in front of a bronze dragon. Can you take my feelings into consideration when you speak? Sanori gave Leo a hard look and signaled to him that the person standing in front of him was a bronze dragon. So don't force her to maintain the majesty of the titan. In your words, I was simply stating the facts. Chapter 752, give you a whole corpse. Unlike most of his kind, Leo doesn't have much respect for dragons. Sanori knows this very well. Since he wants to walk from the dark corner to the sunshine, he must be prepared to deal with this kind of dragon. Mental preparation for the situation. Maintaining the majesty of the titans might be something other bronze dragons would do. But Sanori would never do it. Realizing that killing Leo would bring danger to his own life, he gave up the mission given to him by the clan and allowed Leo to grow and become stronger quickly. A bronze dragon like Sanori can even abandon the mission given by the titan. How could she turn against Leo just to save face for the titan who had gone to who knows where in the universe? There is a big gap ahead. Once you get there, you can deal with the alien bugs however you want. But you have to wait for me to deal with the endless dragon first. Nefarian was extremely fast. Not long after Leo and Sanori were talking, he had already flown to the ruins of Dongyu. And the big rift was already in sight. Without Sonori's reminder, Leo really forgot that there was a giant insect nest in the Great Rift in Tanaris. To him, the existence of this insect nest was an unplanned windfall. After destroying the corruption nest, the number of corpses in Leo's golden finger has exceeded 40 million and is heading towards the terrifying mark of 50 million. A complete giant insect nest can bring Leo more than 20 million. The number of corpses in Leo's plan. After cleaning up the abyss of pain in Feralis and the remaining 2 giant insect nests in Silithus, Rigo's hive and Zora's hive, the number of corpses in Goldfinger should be over 90 million. After all, many of the insects in the last 2 giant insect nests have been wiped out by the tribe's army. Leo does not have extravagant expectations if he wants to destroy the giant insect nests and reduce the number of corpses to more than 100 million. But now that there is an unplanned large slit insect nest, breaking 100 million is no longer a problem. If you really want to count, Leo has to thank Sonori. Even though the other party came to him with the intention of asking him to be a helper and work with her to deal with the endless dragon near the big rift, Sonori wants the life of the bronze dragon's mortal enemy, the endless dragon, and Leo wants the lives of the bugs in the Great Rift nest. The 2 sides have joined forces for mutual benefit. How can we refuse such a win-win situation? The large crack gradually entered Leo's sight, and the sea of insects that made people feel numb also appeared along with the unique purple-black land of the insect nest. After observing for a while, Leo discovered a special place. This insect nest is actually filled with land-based alien insects. There is not even a single alien flying insect. It's so strange. A giant insect nest does not even have a flying alien insect. This is a bit too weird. Does the leader of the insect swarm here have something special to rely on, and is not afraid of enemies from the air? It's not that Leo is suspicious, but that the insect nest in the Great Rift is too weird. Without the alien flying insects, how can they deal with the enemy's aerial attack? You won't use the tactic of shrinking back to your nest when you see something flying in the sky, right? It's not that there are no alien flying insects, but all of them died when I fought the guy. Sonori cleared up Leo's doubts. The guy in the bronze dragon's mouth was naturally the endless dragon. Silkian and the endless dragon unite to attack you. If this is true, the situation is serious. Fortunately, things were not as bad as Leo thought. Sonori shook her head and signaled Leo not to be nervous. It's not that those bugs and that guy united to deal with me, but they insisted on joining me to die when I was fighting the guy. They couldn't even bear the aftermath of the battle, and they even tried to attack us. A group of people who don't know their own capabilities. Insect. So that's what happened. The alien swarm has a strong sense of territory and is extremely exclusive. They will kill any other species that appears in their territory. When they see the 2 giant dragons entering their sphere of influence, they will of course attack. But this time these bugs tragically. He was kicked onto the iron plate, and the team was destroyed by Sonori and the endless dragon. It's really a fight between dragons, and the insects suffer. Be careful yourself. After giving Leo a symbolic instruction, Sonori jumped out from Nefarian's back before she finished speaking. After escaping from the illusion that the Black Dragon Prince used to hide his whereabouts, she restored her true form as a dragon. The provocative roar came from Sonori's mouth. The bronze dragon announced his arrival with this, and at the same time told the endless dragon that the one who was looking for trouble was here. Come out to pick up the guests. No. He came out to challenge. The bronze dragon's provocation was quickly responded to, as a black and blue dragon flew from a distance. This was the endless dragon that Sonori was looking for. Leo, who was seeing the endless dragon for the first time, looked at him carefully, but found that the figure of the endless dragon looked a little blurry. Am I delusional or am I dazzled? Leo resisted the urge to rub his eyes. He was sure and certain that the problem was not with him. At this moment, Sonori's figure began to blur. No, it was not blurry, but layers of double images appeared. Leo was thinking about a piece of information about the bronze dragon, because it has the ability to control time. When an adult bronze dragon fights, he can summon himself at different points in time to deal with the enemy. In other words, when you are against an adult bronze dragon, don't think that you have only one opponent. The enemies you have to face are a group of enemies, and you can even put together a legion. The adult bronze dragon is not fighting alone. He is not alone. This sentence must be kept in mind. An adult bronze dragon is equivalent to a temporary dragon army. The ability to control time is so powerful. It is no wonder that Dragonakos is obsessed with the bronze dragon. This twilight dragon, which is said to be able to devour all things, wants to devour it in his dreams. A bronze dragon so that he can also have the ability to control time. Without waiting for Leo's instructions, Nefarian climbed up the height consciously. As the Black Dragon Prince, he knew the Bronze Dragon thoroughly. In order to prevent his illusion from being shattered by the aftermath of the battle between the two sides, he stayed away immediately. Battlefield. It turns out that when a Bronze Dragon encounters an Endless Dragon, a brief dragon fight is bound to happen. Sonoli and her opponent summoned themselves from different periods of time to come to this point in time to help. The strength of the two sides was very close, and the number of helpers in the affected area was also very different. This group fight seemed to be lively, but in fact no one was able to fight. Nothing can be done about anyone. It is impossible to determine the winner in a short time. It is not easy to control time. It is easy to maintain the abilities of Isenori and the Endless Dragon for a long time. Therefore, group fighting cannot solve the problem at all, and one has to fight alone. The group fight between the Bronze Dragon and the Endless Dragon lasted less than a minute. Leo felt that he had not had enough of it, and the battle stopped with the return of the dragons summoned from other time points. When the group fight turned into a one-on-one fight again, Leo keenly discovered that Sonori's strength was not as strong as that of the Endless Dragon, because when the helpers called by Sonori disappeared completely, there was still one helper left on the Endless Dragon side. Fortunately, this helper only existed for less than half a second and had no impact on the subsequent battle. But even if the extra existence lasts for less than half a second, it is still too much. The fact that the Endless Dragon is stronger than Sonori is undeniable. No wonder Sonori came to me. It turned out that she had known that this Endless Dragon was stronger than her, and she couldn't defeat him on her own. But how did she know the strength of this Endless Dragon? Sonoli said before that she had been spying on me in the dark. But she also said that she had fought the Endless Dragon in this gap. Isn't this inconsistent? But did she need to lie to me? Assuming that Sonoli didn't lie, it meant that he escaped from her surveillance for a while. Could this be the time when I went to the world of Draenor? Leo thought of a reasonable explanation. Passonia once told him that the feeling of being spied on in the world of Draenor disappeared. In this way, to avoid the prying eyes of the Bronze Dragon and hide one's secrets, all one has to do is leave this world. After finding a way to avoid the sight of the Bronze Dragon, Leo breathed a sigh of relief. No one likes their secrets to be peeked into by others. How long are you going to watch from the sidelines? Knowing that she was no match for the Endless Dragon with her own strength, Sonori never thought of fighting him with just her own strength. Wasn't the purpose of dragging Leo here just to get Leo to help her regain her position? Sonoli asked him for help. Leo would not stand by and befriend Sonoli, and let her speak good words for him in the Bronze Dragon clan. Leo would not have to face the pressure from the Bronze Dragon too early. If he could make this person, it would be better if this situation lasts until Deathwing launches the plan of annihilation. A giant dragon covered with purple scales appeared from above the heads of the Bronze Dragon and the Endless Dragon. The purple dragon stared at the Endless Dragon, who was fighting Sonori with burning eyes, as if a hungry man had discovered a sumptuous meal. Knuckles, go help Miss Sonori and kill that black guy. As you command. Great Master. The purple dragon is Dragonakos, the devourer of all things. The Twilight Dragon, which has been coveting the Bronze Dragon Eye for a long time, immediately rushed down after receiving Leo's order. His target was the Infinite Dragon. If Dragonakos wants to obtain the secret method of controlling time, he must devour the Bronze Dragon. However, eating the Bronze Dragon will definitely bring huge trouble to Leo. Leo is unwilling to do so if there is a way to think of it. After provoking the Bronze Dragon clan, the Endless Dragon came into his sight. The fallen Bronze Dragon is also a Bronze Dragon. What Dragonakos wants is the secret method of time. As long as he can obtain this ability, he doesn't care whether the unlucky guy he eats is corrupted or not. In terms of results, there is no difference between devouring the Endless Dragon and devouring the Bronze Dragon. In that case, why should we cling to the Bronze Dragon? The appearance of Dragonakos has put great pressure on the Infinite Dragon. If his secret method of time can still be used, he will still have the confidence to fight. He can escape even if he cannot defeat him. But now the secret method of time has just been defeated by Sano. Lee is gone. What can he do? Boy, be obedient and let me kill you, and I can give you a whole corpse. The so-called giving a whole corpse. In Dragonicus's understanding, is there any other explanation besides swallowing the Infinite Dragon whole? Chapter 753. It's really interesting. Survival is the instinct of all living things, and the Endless Dragon is no exception. The current situation is obvious. Dragonakos is the helper that Sonori has found. His strength cannot stop the siege of these two dragons. Not only that, even escaping is very difficult. The opponent does not leave himself a way to survive, which is forcing the Endless Dragon to fight hard. It is said that if one person fights hard, 10 people are difficult to defeat. And an Endless Dragon fights hard. Can Sanori and Dragonakos stop it? Sonoli felt unsure. Seeing the Endless Dragon attacking her frantically regardless, it meant that both sides would suffer losses. So she flinched. Sonoli, a bronze dragon, cherishes her life very much. She is not willing to risk her life to fight against the Endless Dragon. But Dragonakos is different. The bronze dragon is very mysterious. And the Endless Dragon is even harder to find. It is so easy to find such a target that allows him to possess the secret method of time. Can he let go of the Endless Dragon? With a surge of bravery, the Endless Dragon forced Sanori away. Just as he was about to take this opportunity to escape, a powerful pulling force caught up with him. Leo made a false grab with his right hand, and the death grip was immediately closed. The pulling force only appeared for less than a tenth of a second. But it was just this pull that made the Endless Dragon's plan to take the opportunity to escape fail. Just as it was about to exert force, it was blocked. By the time the sudden force disappeared, the Infinite Dragon had already missed the best opportunity to escape, and Dragonakos came to kill it. The Twilight Dragon rudely spat out a stream of purple Twilight Dragon breath, and at the same time whipped its tail fiercely, blocking the Endless Dragon's escape route, forcing him to stay and fight. The deception went so far that it didn't even leave me a way to survive. The Endless Dragon is angry. Don't think that you can bully others if you are strong. This dragon is not easy to offend. The Twilight Dragon has appeared in public. Is the Twilight trial coming soon? The Endless Dragon sneered at Sanori while resisting Dragonakos' attack. When will the Bronze Dragon you also cooperated with Twilight Dragon? You really make the Lord of Time look good. Sanori ignored the Endless Dragon, and she stepped forward to join the battle group again, cooperating with Dragonakos to besiege the Endless Dragon. She also knew that Dragonakos was a Twilight Dragon. But so what? As long as Dragonakos is under Leo's control, and as long as Leo doesn't go crazy and want to destroy the world, this powerful Twilight Dragon is not an enemy, but a help in protecting the world. Sanori asked herself that she was different from the stereotyped people in her tribe. Those people had the urge to kill the Twilight Dragon when they saw him without asking questions. However, Sanori felt that as long as he could help her, it didn't matter what he did. What race? Sonoli didn't mind. But that didn't mean Dragonakos didn't mind. The Twilight Dragon attacked and retorted at the same time. Don't compare me to those idiots. Twilight Trial. Stupid and ridiculous idea. A powerful Twilight Dragon did not talk about destroying the world, but even mocked the Twilight Judgment. Dragonakos' words were beyond the comprehension of the Endless Dragon. No wonder you joined forces with Sanori. You two are both aliens. The Endless Dragon suddenly realized that it was no wonder that the two guys who besieged him would join forces. Compared to their tribesmen, these two guys were aliens. It is easy to find a common language between heterogeneous and heterogeneous people. You talk a lot of nonsense. Sonoli is very dissatisfied with being classified as an alien. If it weren't for her limited strength, she would tear apart the Infinite Dragon now. Nefarian. Fight quickly. Leo's action just now has broken Nefarian's illusion. Now that his whereabouts are exposed, Leo is not going to sit idly by. If he kills the Infinite Dragon earlier, he can attack the insect nest in the big gap earlier. Nefarian swooped down and saw a dragon-shaped mechanical puppet joining the battle group aggressively. The Endless Dragon felt that this was his opportunity. When he thought about it, how could a puppet made of metal compare with a real dragon? The human on the puppet's back joined the war between the dragons beyond their means. Wasn't this a disservice to Sanori and the Twilight Dragon? Nefarian joins in, and Sonoli and Dragonakos inevitably have to move out of the way to put him in charge. Just when the Black Dragon Prince just joined the battle group and Dragonakos and Sanori made room for him, the Endless Dragon rushed towards Nefarian with all its strength, trying to open a gap from him. Under the attack of the Bronze Dragon and the Twilight Dragon, the Endless Dragon had difficulty parrying. If he didn't find a way out, he wouldn't have to leave. Even if he knew that Nefarian might not be as weak as he thought, he had no other choice. If you want to use me as a breakthrough point, you don't know whether to live or die. Nefarian's eyes flashed red, and Draculica's paralyzing gaze was unleashed just before the Infinite Dragon launched with all its strength. The Infinite Dragon's body froze when it was about to exert its force. His movement was interrupted, and the force of his collision was 100%. Only less than 30% of the weight can be lifted. That metal puppet has the ability to immobilize itself. The Infinite Dragon that suffered a loss was driven back by Nefarian's tail due to insufficient collision force. Although it is hard Nefarian, who looked like a dragon-shaped mechanical puppet, was the weakest link among the enemies besieging him. But he was very afraid of the metal puppet with the head. Out of fear of Nefarian, the Endless Dragon was also afraid of Leo standing on Nefarian's head. The fact was obvious that this metal puppet was made by a human. And the person who could make this metal puppet was. It can't be simple. As if to confirm the idea of the Endless Dragon, Leo flicked his fingers repeatedly. But in the blink of an eye, several curses were placed on the Endless Dragon, weakening him by at least 30% of his strength. Warlock. Cursed in his body. The Endless Dragon understood Leo's profession. Who else could cast so many curse spells besides the sorcerer known as the Dark Mage? His strength was greatly weakened. And the Endless Dragon, who was surrounded by 3 giant dragons, was quickly unable to withstand it. While he was resisting Nefarian, Dragonakos saw the opportunity and swung the dragon's tail with a bang, hitting the forehead of the Endless Dragon, beating the latter until stars appeared in his eyes. Seeing this, Sanori was not to be outdone. The bronze dragon's claws grabbed the Endless Dragon's back and tore off one of his wings with a click. One of its wings was forcibly torn off, and the Endless Dragon couldn't help but cry out. But before his cry could end, Nefarian's fierce bite arrived. The sharp teeth reflecting the sunlight looked so cold and terrifying in the eyes of the Endless Dragon. His brain told him to avoid it quickly, but his body's reaction made it impossible for him to avoid it. Click! Nefarian's ferocious bites easily broke through the scales on the Endless Dragon's body and bit down hard on the opponent's neck. Then the Black Dragon Prince shook his head and tore off a large piece of meat from the Endless Dragon's neck. The severe pain made the Endless Dragon almost faint, and the loss of a large amount of blood made his body weak. In a weak state, no matter the strength of the attack, his defensive reactions would be affected. This injury kicked off the defeat of the Endless Dragon. Under the siege of Dragonakos, Sanori, and Nefarian, the bleeding Endless Dragon became weaker and weaker, with more and more wounds on his body, and he died in less than 2 minutes. After more than 20 heavy blows, the Endless Dragon could no longer hold on. He fell straight to the ground without even the ability to maintain flight. Chase! Dragonakos and Sanori shouted in unison. And a bronze dragon and a twilight dragon chased after them. But Nefarian did not bother to take action against a dying enemy, and did not join. You 2 aliens. I curse you. Knowing that his death was imminent, the Endless Dragon's face was full of resentment, and he cursed at Sanori and Dragonakos. Unfortunately, this curse has no practical effect at all. It can only make the failure of the Endless Dragon even more serious. To Dragonakos and Sanori, it was not so much that the Endless Dragon was cursing them, but rather that it was the desperate barking of the defeated, who were unwilling to accept reality. If verbal curses worked, everyone would be a master of curses. So why would a warlock be needed? Leo curled his lips, as if disdainful. Before the Endless Dragon finished speaking, Dragonakos rushed over and ate his head in one bite, making the Endless Dragon completely silent. Dragonakos is known as the Devourer of all things, and this title is not given for nothing. The Twilight Dragon Prince has an unusually good appetite. A vortex with terrifying devouring power appeared in his big mouth. The huge body of the Endless Dragon continued to decompose and shrink in the vortex, and was finally swallowed whole by him. Sonali swallowed hard. The scene of the Twilight Dragon devouring the Endless Dragon had a great impact on her, and it also made her understand the horror of the Devourer of all things. It is indeed a terrifying existence created by the Black Dragon to deal with other Four-Series dragons, if he is given enough time to grow. I am afraid that even the Four-Series Dragon King will stop it. You can't think like this. Beings like the great Lord of Time Nozdorma are outside the rules of the world. This Twilight Dragon cannot be the opponent of the Dragon King. Stopping the rebellious thoughts that appeared in her mind, Sanori flew towards Leo. Nefarian glared at her with warning eyes. Unfortunately, Sanori was convinced that the Black Dragon Prince did not dare to disobey Leo's will, and Leo not refusing to communicate with her. The gorgeous Black Dragon Prince turned into an elf and jumped on Nefarian's back. Damn bronze dragon girl. If I ever get the chance, I will definitely teach you a lesson. Sanori's behavior made Nefarian very angry. As the Black Dragon Prince, she had stepped on his back twice in a row. Sanori had already become his subordinate before he became a Dracolic. Wrong soul. The host kills the fallen Oculus. Leo got nothing but upgraded energy. It was a pity that Leo was not the only one who was greedy for the secret method of manipulating time. After taking Dragonakos back, the Twilight Dragon had just swallowed an Endless Dragon. And what it needed most now was to digest and absorb the fallen Oculus. Time is turbulent. What happened? A bronze dragon came to the big rift at some point. He appeared very suddenly. But bronze dragons can hide themselves in the gaps in time and space. If they hadn't taken the initiative to show up, it would be harder for others to find them than to climb to the sky. I thought that if I hadn't seen Sanori, this bronze dragon wouldn't have come out. I had a fight with an endless dragon, and I have killed that guy. Thank you for your concern, Oculus. Sanori had an indifferent tone, as if what she solved was just a small problem. Leo couldn't help but secretly despise her. This bronze dragon seemed to be very proud and said, "Wait, the new bronze dragon that appeared called what?" Oculus. Leo's eyes became weird. It was a coincidence. It was really interesting. Chapter 754. You are simply. Dragonakos had just finished devouring an endless dragon named Oculus. Less than a minute later, a bronze dragon named Oculus appeared. This situation really happened. In a word, no coincidence can make a book. Looking at Oculus with strange eyes, Leo thought with some malice in his heart, if this bronze dragon knew that he had just been eaten in this place in the future, I don't know what kind of reaction he would have. Come to think of it, it must be very exciting. Oculus ignored Leo. This was not only the bronze dragon's habitual disregard for weak races such as humans, but also because Sanori's words attracted his attention. What? Oculus' voice rose a lot, and he asked in an unbelievable tone. You said you killed the endless dragon? It wasn't Oculus who made a fuss. But what Sanori said surprised him. It's not like Oculus. The endless dragon lingering in the Great Rift has never fought against him. In fact, the two sides have fought more than 10 times. Large and small. Even this time Oculus came here to continuing to fight with this endless dragon. Oculus figured out the opponent's strength in these more than 10 fights. The endless dragon was no worse than him. There is a gap between Sanori's strength and his own. And Oculus is very aware of this. The opponent he couldn't even kill died at the hands of Sanori, which of course made Oculus very surprised. Could it be that the endless dragon was careless and thought that Sanori was not as strong as him? So he made the big mistake of underestimating the enemy. And Sanori finally seized the opportunity to kill him. This is not impossible. It is not uncommon for the strong to die at the hands of the weak because of the carelessness of the enemy. It is not surprising. Are you doubting my words? Sanori behaved like a cat whose tail was stepped on. She suddenly jumped up. Oculus' questioning tone made her furious. Looking at her menacing momentum, it seemed that she would immediately will get angry and hurt people. Leo smiled secretly when he saw this. Doesn't Sanori's reaction mean that she feels guilty? What's the difference between this and the embarrassment and anger after being criticized? The seemingly sharp style is exactly what one word means. The reason why Leo was able to see through Sanori was because he participated in the entire process of killing the endless dragon and knew the truth of the matter very clearly. But Oculus was different. This bronze dragon knew nothing. Sanori took up the position of fighting with him. And he flinched. I don't have any doubts about you. It's just, Oculus said while thinking about how to resolve the current predicament. And soon, he discovered a doubt. Sanori. The body of the endless dragon woolen cloth? It's empty talk. You Sanori said you killed the endless dragon. So you have to provide evidence. Without evidence, who can guarantee that what you said is true? You want to see people when you are alive. And you want to see corpses when you die. Without evidence, no matter how fierce you yell, you won't be able to convince others. Leo became worried when he heard Oculus' question. The infinite dragon had been swallowed whole by Dragonakos. How could he still get the body out? Sanori was not worried about this at all. She snorted at Oculus and said with undiminished momentum, Don't you see for yourself whether what I said is true? The bronze dragon has a secret method of controlling time. It can use this secret method to check what happened in a certain place and restore the truth of the incident. If it is used to solve crimes, it will definitely be a good hand. Oculus was helpless. Sanori was clearly trying to embarrass him. The time and space here are in turmoil. It is obviously caused by the battle between Sanori and the endless dragon. Both sides use the secret method of controlling time. Unless they are much stronger than Sanori and the endless dragon, it is impossible to be turbulent in time and space. Find out what happened during that time before calming down. It seems that I really pissed off Sanori. Oculus felt that he was very innocent. Didn't he just ask a question in return? Didn't he just speak a little louder? Why did he get so angry? Just as he was thinking about it, Sanori suddenly threw an object at him. Oculus took a closer look and saw that it was a black and blue dragon wing unique to the endless dragon. Don't you want evidence? Take a good look at this. Sonori's angry words made Oculus very embarrassed. If he could remove all the wings of the endless dragon, Sonori's words would probably not be false. Originally, Sonori wanted to collect the wings of the endless dragon as a trophy. But now she had to take them out in order to enhance her persuasion. Sonori, you have made great achievements this time. I will help you ask Prince Anaclaus for the credit. After Oculus finished speaking, he hurriedly left. The bronze dragon never even gave Leo a look from the time he appeared until he left, showing his complete disregard for his attitude toward humans. I said, would you die if you weren't so arrogant? Pouting at Oculus's back. Leo blinked, as if this guy was really going to die. Wouldn't he be eaten by Dragonax in the future? Seeing Leo's unhappy face, Sonoli comforted him. Okay, don't take it too seriously. There are many guys like Oculus. This is why I don't like staying in the caverns of time. Reason. I have to say that the attitude that I don't mind your tribe is definitely a lie. Leo shrugged. He was a little surprised by Sonoli's move to comfort him. But the advantage of me is that I will not be in meaningless things. It's a waste of time and energy. The dragon is very arrogant in front of humans. That is because the dragon has the ability to be arrogant. With the power of the dragon, besides the elves, among the mortal races, who else do they really pay attention to? The dragon is powerful, and he can stand up for himself. As a human, you can't change this fact even if you are not angry. Instead of sulking because of this, it is better to do something meaningful. The most meaningful thing for Leo to do now is to deal with the bugs in the big gap and destroy the giant bug nest here. The Dracolic army once again appeared in the sky of Tanaris. The scorching dragon flames and the scorching dragon breath caused the center of the insect sea below to bloom, leaving a large gap. This time, the tactics were exactly the same as those of the Nest of Corruption. After clearing enough space in the Sea of Worms, Polician Ektas and other strong Dracolic men took the lead and plunged in, commanding his men to fight against the swarm of insects. A fierce fight. We have to spend another day or two here. I don't know if it's because she stayed in the caverns of time for too long, but Sonoli is very repulsive to staying in one place. Looking at the listless bronze dragon, Leo felt deep sympathy. If there were no accidents in this battle, he would not need to take action. But he had to stay here so that Goldfinger could convert the insect corpses killed by the Dracolic into corpses and store them. However, unlike the bronze dragon, Leo can read magic notes, and can even let Sindragosa and Zinasarea explain magic to him to pass the boring time. It's really boring. Why don't you go down and help me kill a few bugs so that we can get out of here quickly? Someone seemed to be kind-hearted and came up with an idea to relieve Sonoli's boredom. However, the bronze dragon was not stupid, so it was not easy for her to be fooled. You want me to be your free thug? What a beautiful idea. If you want to get out of here quickly, wouldn't it be okay if you sent a few more men to fight? Do you think I don't know your strength? Really? Sonori gouged out Leo's eyes, and the latter's little calculation could not be hidden from her. It was because you were bored that I gave you the idea. How can you blame me? Leo's expression was very innocent, but Sonori would not be confused by him. She knew Leo very well. Okay, let's change the topic. Just now I heard that your tribesman named Oculus said that he wanted to find Prince Anaclaus. Is he the one who participated in the Battle of Quicksand? Sonori was lying on Nefarian's back in a very inconspicuous manner, looking at the dragonworm battle going on the ground with a bored look on her face, and answered Leo's question without looking back. I know what you want to ask. Ah. Prince Knuckles' body turned into a beetle gong, and his arm turned into a quicksand scepter. He shouldn't exist now. Right? Yes. That's what I want to ask. The Battle of the Quicksands began as a war between the Karaji beetles and the Night Elves. However, with the death of Archdruid Fandral Staglum's son, the Night Elves' defenses collapsed, and the beetles began to attack the caverns of time. The bronze dragon was angered, and the dragons participated in the war. In addition to the Black Dragon Prince, the Bronze Dragon Prince, the Red Dragon Prince, the Blue-Red Prince, and the Green Dragon Prince all made great efforts to fight against the beetle men. In the end, the Blue Dragon Prince Aragos was trapped in the beetle wall, and the other three series among the Dragon Princes. The body of the Bronze Dragon Prince Anachronos turned into a beetle gong, and his arm turned into a quicksand scepter that can ring the beetle gong. Sonori looked back at Leo with a look that looked like a fool, then turned her head and continued to watch the battle on the ground to relieve her boredom. Your Highness, the prince only sacrificed his body, not his soul. Both the beetle gong and the quicksand scepter were only transformed by Anachronos' body and did not involve his soul. So, Anachronos now exists in a soul state. Before Leo finished speaking, Sonoli turned her head with a vigilant expression and looked at him as if she were guarding against thieves. I'm warning you. Don't mess around. Why do you think so? Leo looked like he had been wronged. Am I like that kind of person? You don't look like that. Sonoli shook her head and replied seriously. You really are. Well, Sonoli has the truth. Leo felt that he was wronged. He really had no intention of attacking Anachronos. But he was not prepared to dwell on this issue. Explanation was a cover-up. And cover-up meant that it was true. The more eager he was to distinguish Sanori, the more he became convinced that he had no good intentions towards Anaclos. Whatever you think. What I care about now is the Quicksand Scepter. Without that thing, you can't ring the beetle gong. But I heard that it has long been broken. Chapter 755. What the heck? The Battle of the Shifting Sands. The second war between the Karaji beetles and other races. After the defeat of the Isekai civilization at the hands of the Troll Empire, the twin emperors Vekler and Veknalas, who established the Isekai Empire, made a comeback after recuperating. This time, their expansion was met with strong opposition from the beginning. Resistance. There were still many night elves living in Silithus at that time. After the Beetlemen appeared, they immediately sent troops to stop them. Archdruid Fandral Staghelm is the commander of this war. The Beetlemen were attacked by another race before they met their old enemies, the Trolls. Of course they would not show weakness. And a great battle broke out between the two sides in Silithus. Although there are a lot of bugs, the Night Elves have powerful warriors, sharp archers, and druids who can communicate with nature and borrow the power of nature. The Beetle people who originally wanted to kill the Trolls to settle accounts with the Trolls found that they actually rushed out. Silithus is very difficult. In order to defeat the Night Elves, the general of the Yakkar Empire, Rajax, devised a small plan. The Beetlemen used their ability to dig burrows to hide from Fandral's army, and quietly attacked the Night Elves' village, Nafong village, and destroyed the Night Elf troops who came to support. And the general leading the support army was also captured by Rajax. After destroying the Southwind village, the Beetlemen continued to fight the Night Elf army led by Fandral. Before the battle, a scene that broke Fandral's heart occurred. Rajax killed the captured Night Elf general in front of the two armies. Killed without mercy. And this Night Elf general was Fandral's son, Boston Staghelm. Seeing his son brutally killed by the beetles with his own eyes, Fandral was greatly shocked. The Night Elves were defeated by the beetle army and had no choice but to withdraw from Silithus. At this time, Fandral asked the Bronze Dragons for help. But the answer he received made him angry that the Bronze Dragons rejected his request. If things continue like this, the Karaji beetles may really be able to realize the revival of Oziaki civilization. But they actually launched an attack on the Cave of Time, which angered the Bronze Dragon. So the Bronze Dragon attacked their prince Anak under the leadership of Los. He participated in the war against the Karaji beetle men. Only by fighting the beetle men in person can you understand the power of the Insect Sea tactics. In the face of the endless Insect Sea, even the proud Bronze Dragons have to admit that they need help. Next is the moment when the Bronze Dragon invites its friends. The Blue Dragon Prince Arygos, Isra's son Melinthra, Alexta's son Karastres responded to Anaclos and led the people forward. Come support the Bronze Dragon. Facing the 4 series of dragons and the Night Elf army, the Akur beetles ultimately lost the war. The beetles are sealed behind the beetle wall. In order for the seal of the beetle wall to completely disappear, the beetle gong must be struck with the Quicksand Scepter. But when the beetle gong was born, Fandral broke the Quicksand Scepter due to his unbalanced mentality due to the tragic death of his son. Fortunately, items like the Quicksand Scepter can be reassembled even if they are broken. The premise is that you have to break it. Debris is recollected. After all, passive defense is not a long-term solution. Since the Beetleman can break through once, there will be a second, third time, or even more. You can't wait for the opponent's attack every time. Right? If you want to counterattack the Beetlemen, enter their lair, and completely eliminate the threat of the Beetlemen, you must open the beetle wall. At this time, you must use the Quicksand Scepter. If you want to collect the Quicksand Shards, you must go to Azhara in the north of Orgrimmar. Azhara was part of the original elven capital Gene Azri, but now it is just an abandoned place. It is not difficult to see the former majesty and glory of this place from the dilapidated buildings. The rocky islands, cliffs and coral clusters not only make this place a new paradise for certain groups to survive and reproduce, but also conceal many unknown secrets. In the eyes of the Night Elves, Azhara is a cursed place, and normal elves should stay away from this place. So they have never thought of reoccupying Azhara. But what the truth is, Only the night elves themselves know. Just because the elves don't want to come to Ayla's doesn't mean that others don't want to either. After all, this place was once the capital of the Elven Empire. And even if there are only ruins left, it still has an estimable value. If you can find something valuable somewhere in Azhara, you won't have to worry about it for the rest of your life. It may be difficult to find valuable objects, but this does not stop people from trying their luck. So Azhara has never been short of adventurers. Today, Azhara welcomes a new outsider. Are you sure you can find him by wandering around like this? Leo regretted it very much. He felt that he should not have followed Sonori's suggestion and let Nefarian drive them around Azhara aimlessly. He even suspected that Sonori, who was lying on Nefarian's back, suggested when I made this suggestion. I wasn't thinking about finding their gold this time at all, but to enjoy Azhara's scenery. Didn't you see her looking around excitedly? Don't worry. That guy Azorigus is here. You can definitely find him by flying all over Azhara. Sonoli didn't look back. Her tone was like a child facing a nagging mother. She was impatient. Leo was speechless. Even if he wanted to fly Azhara at Nefarian's speed for 10 days and a half, he wouldn't have to think about it. Even if you want to perfunctory me, don't do it so obviously. This bronze dragon is unreliable. Searching for Azorigus to obtain quicksand fragments to recast the quicksand scepter was a request made by Sonori herself. Before setting off, she kept reminding Leo to pay attention to this matter. But after arriving in Azhara, she seemed to have forgot about this matter. If possible, Leo really wanted to grab Sonoli's neck and ask loudly, "Where is your moral integrity?" Forget it. Sonoli can't be counted on at all. So I'll find it myself. The 2,000 Dracolyx were summoned by Leo and dispersed. Fortunately, the Dracolyx had the illusion to hide their bodies. Otherwise, so many Dracolyx suddenly appeared in Azhara, which would have caused quite a commotion. Even the orcs will be nervous because of this. After all, it is very close to Orgrimmar. There were 2,000 Dracolyx searching the sky, and Leo couldn't believe that he couldn't find Azuragos. With so many metal puppets looking for him, we should be able to find the Azuragos guy soon. If you had done this earlier, we would probably have returned to Silithus by now. Sonori gave Leo a blame you expression, and the latter was completely speechless towards this bronze dragon. Can you blame me? I was following your advice. So why is it now my responsibility to not find Azuragos? Sure enough, it's better to throw it away if you have moral integrity. Leo decided not to answer Sonori's words. He closed his eyes and began to rest, waiting for the news from the Dracolyx. It was easy to get things done when there were a lot of people. So Leo only had to wait less than 3 hours before the Dracolyx came with the news that they had discovered a blue dragon warrior. Before Neltharian's rebellion, there were many warriors in the Blue Dragon clan. However, after being beaten to near annihilation by Deathwing with the Demon Soul, the Blue Dragon clan became sparsely populated. Apart from the Blue Dragon warriors who appeared in Azhara, who else could it be besides Azorigus? Azorigus has been very distressed recently. As a member of the Blue Dragon clan, being chosen by the Quicksand Scale as the protector of the Quicksand Shards was something worth boasting about. But now this honor has become a burden for him. An extremely heavy burden. Azorigus, who became the protector of the Quicksand Fragments, originally lived a relatively peaceful life. But this tranquility has been broken in the past year or two. More and more adventurer teams are looking for Azhara and trying to find it. That stupid thing about slaying a dragon. Of course Azorigus would not let go of anyone who wanted to make trouble for himself. In addition, those adventurers were really incompetent, and all those who came to find trouble died under his magic. But this did not scare those adventurers. After realizing the power of Azorigus, more and more adventurers joined together. In addition, strong people continued to participate. Even with Azorigus, Gus's strength was also somewhat unbearable. Sensing that the adventurers were not looking for something from their actions, Azorigus immediately made some efforts and quietly transformed into one of them. After asking around, he learned the whole story. It turns out that the reason why the adventurers gathered to deal with him was not because they were hot-headed, but because of the news that the Blue Dragon Azorigus and Azhara had collected a large number of artifacts from the Elf Empire that were lost in Gene Azhara. The treasure. As long as you kill him, you can get the wealth of an unparalleled country. The 4 words wealthy and powerful have a fatal attraction for adventurers who run around all day long for gold coins. The so-called wealth is obtained through risk. There are many people who take risks for money. Not only a few, but a lot. After learning the whole story, Azuragos concluded that this was a conspiracy. A conspiracy against him. He knows his own affairs. whether he has collected the treasures left by the elves. Azorigus himself knows it very well. The purpose of his stay in Azhara is not for those imaginary elven treasures. But now, people are spreading rumors and attracting many people who are looking for wealth to come against him. If this isn't a conspiracy against him, what else is it? Azorigus knew the other party's purpose without much thought. Most of the people spreading rumors behind the scenes came for the quicksand fragments he was guarding. The quicksand shard was too involved, and Azorigus didn't dare to let it be taken away. In order to come up with a safe solution, he had to wander around Azhara to find a good place to hide the quicksand shard. But more than half a year later, Azorigus still couldn't find a place that satisfied him after traveling to almost every inch of Azhara's land. This made him more and more worried, because the number of adventurers trying to deal with him had increased several times in the past 6 months. And more powerful people were involved in this matter, which had reached a point where his ability could not resist him. Azorigus had a premonition that it would not be long before these adventurers would attack him. He might not be able to escape unharmed under the siege of these adventurers. Not to mention the rumor spreaders, who were watching in the dark. In this situation, Leo and Sonoli appeared in front of him. Chapter 756 Azorigus. Azorigus looked at the combination in front of him with a strange expression. A bronze dragon. A human and a dragon-shaped mechanical puppet. As an adult blue dragon, Azorigus had never seen such a situation in his long life, where a bronze dragon was so close to a human. Since Nozdormu, the Lord of Time, bronze dragons have been very mysterious even in the eyes of other dragons of the 4 series. Unless something big happens, they rarely have any contact with the outside world. This is true for the other 4 series of dragons that are also dragons, not to mention the mortal races, because they have mastered the secret method of time. The bronze dragons are extremely arrogant. Their contact with the mortal races is not so much contact as using the mortal races to do things for them. But now a bronze dragon showed extraordinary intimacy to a human. Azorigus almost suspected that there was something wrong with his eyes. The quicksand fragments are indeed here with me. But why should I give them to you? Faced with Sonori's request for the quicksand fragment, Azorigus, he did not shirk. This is the bronze dragon's thing. Isn't it normal for others to send people to ask for it now? But the stakes were so high that he couldn't hand over the things to just anyone. Even if Sonori was a bronze dragon, she had to prove that she was indeed the messenger sent by the Bronze Dragon clan to retrieve the quicksand fragments. You want me to prove my identity? Sonoli was a little annoyed. This time she came to Azhara just on a whim. There was no way she could have anything to prove her identity. Besides, she herself is the best proof. I can't lie to you. Azorigus turned a blind eye to Sonori's reaction. He insisted on his point of view. I know you are a bronze dragon, but the quicksand scale trusted me in the first place and made me the guardian of the quicksand shard. I leave the things to you. If you want to get the quicksand fragments back, you must provide me with convincing evidence. Just as Sonori was about to say more, Leo reached out and held her. When the bronze dragon turned to look, he made a hand gesture to me. Seeing that Leo was interested in solving the problem, Sonori hesitated for a moment and then took a small step back. This scene in Azorigus's eyes made the blue dragon extremely curious. When did the proud bronze dragon give in to humans? Azorigus. Right. Leo raised his eyebrows. There was no sense of awe in his tone when humans faced giant dragons. This made Azorigus very uncomfortable. But it was just because of his relationship with the bronze dragon named Sonori. Xian. The blue dragon did not have an attack. The quicksand scale chose you as the guardian of the quicksand fragments, which is indeed very discerning. But didn't they tell you that this thing would bring you a fatal disaster? There was a strong look of wariness in Azorigus's eyes. It was not because he reacted violently, but because Leo's words were very ambiguous, and it seemed like he was going to rob him if he didn't get what he wanted. Don't be nervous. I'm a pacifist. Seeing Azorigus's reaction, Leo raised his index finger and shook it, signaling the blue dragon not to react so violently. However, his words had no effect at all. There was a hint of caution in Azorigus's eyes. On the contrary, it is even stronger. In the eyes of the blue dragon, the current Leo does not look like a good person. Well, Leo admitted that the warlock who studied the power of darkness and the necromancer who controlled the power of death did not feel good to people. He held 2 major professions and always had an evil aura exposed intentionally or unintentionally, which made some people feel uncomfortable. The self-proclaimed righteous guy had a very bad first impression of him. Apparently, Azorigus is one of them. Knowing that Azorigus was wary of him, no matter what he said in the blue dragon's heart, The first thing he had to do was not believe it but doubt it. Leo was too lazy to talk to him, and the knuckles of his index and middle fingers during the friction. There was a popping sound, and a woman with waist-length blue hair appeared behind him. It was inevitable for the blue dragon Azorigus to hand over the quicksand fragments. Leo didn't want to do it in vain. Besides, he was also very curious about the quicksand fragments. But this does not mean that force will be used. Others may not have a good way to deal with the blue dragon, but Leo is different. The moment the blue-haired woman appeared, Azorigus, who was originally on guard, opened his eyes wide as if he had seen something incredible. What did I see? Am I not hallucinating? Azorigus had the urge to slap himself. Sanori looked at the blue-haired woman who appeared behind Leo, then turned to look at Azorigus. A teasing smile appeared on the bronze dragon's face. There's something good to watch. It has to be said that a certain bronze dragon has the same bad taste as Leo. Are you Queen Syndra? After being in a daze for a while, Azorigus finally came to his senses. He asked the blue-haired woman behind Leo in an unbelievable tone. Yes, the blue-haired woman behind Leo is the blue dragon Queen Syndragosa, the consort of the king of magic Malygos. It can be said that blue dragons such as Azorigus are all her descendants. Azorigus was shocked when he suddenly saw Syndragosa, and the blue dragon felt a bit unreal. Yes, it's me, Syndragosa replied, and then ordered Azorigus, give me the quicksand shard. Azorigus hesitated. Syndragosa's appearance here was too surprising for him. He had to figure out what was going on. This was too important to the fallen blue dragon clan. The quicksand fragment had already become something secondary. Queen, I don't mean to offend you at all, but you are not. I'm not supposed to be dead and enslaved by a lich. Right? Before Azorigus could finish speaking, Syndragosa interrupted him. The former looked frightened under the gaze of the blue dragon queen. But thinking of the seriousness of the matter, he had to bite the bullet and wait for Syndragosa's answer. With a cold snort, Syndragosa said with a frosty expression on his face that made Azorigus's soul tremble, a little mortal wants to enslave me? In order to take revenge. I just use the power of death. Just the strength to crawl out of HL. Azorigus's body trembled, and Syndragosa's words awakened the painful memories in his mind again. Deathwing deceived his 4 brothers and asked the 4 dragon kings to cooperate with him to use the power essence of the 5 guardian dragons to create the artifact Demon Soul, which was cursed countless times by the dragons. On the battlefield against demons, Deathwing simply aimed the Demon Soul at the demon army and swept it. After confirming the effectiveness of the artifact, he aimed it at his companions, betrayed by their brothers. Malygos, Isra, Alexdar and Nozdormu were all very angry, especially the blue dragon king Malygos. However, the greatly weakened 4 series dragons were unable to stop Deathwing. The blue dragon, who was the first to attack Deathwing, was beaten to near annihilation by the Demon Soul. This incident is an eternal pain in the hearts of the blue dragons, and it is also a nightmare for all living blue dragons. After the blue dragon king Malygos became a little crazy because he could not bear the blow. The blue dragon's strength plummeted after being hit hard. Coupled with the disappearance of the blue dragon Prince Arygos in the Battle of Quicksand, the already difficult blue dragon Long situation is getting worse. It is precisely because of the decline of the blue dragon clan that Arthas can unscrupulously turn the dead blue dragon Queen Syndragosa into a frost dragon. If the blue dragon king Malygos is awake, even just a little bit, Arthas dare not dare to do that. But there are 2 reasons. After all, the Dragon Kings have accepted the tyrannical existence of the Titans, whose power is beyond the rules. Even the gods dare not underestimate them, let alone Alsos. It sounds like that, Sanori was muttering secretly. Syndragosa's words could scare the blue dragon Azorigus, but not her. In the eyes of the bronze dragon, the blue dragon queen was just a subordinate who was resurrected by Leo. Just like black dragon queen Zenitharea. Of course, Sanoli only thought about this in her heart. She would not say it out loud. After all, Syndragosa and Zenitharea are both dragon queens, and they are higher than her in terms of strength and status. If they really offend them, they will definitely suffer. This is different from offending Leo. The mounted black dragon Prince Nefarian is a completely different concept. To be honest, in Sanoli's heart, she really despised Nefarian. Compared with the bronze dragon Prince Anaklos, the black dragon Prince was far behind. Sanoli measured it by the standards of the bronze dragon Prince. Nefarian got only 2 bad words. After hearing Syndragosana's heart-chilling answer, Azorigus asked, Queen, what are you going to do next? The great king of magic has been missing for a long time, and His Highness the Prince has also disappeared. I was trapped in the beetle wall during the Battle of Quicksand. Now my Blue Dragon clan is in a very difficult situation. For example, I am wandering around Azhara all the time because of the constant persecution of those mortal races. In order to keep the quicksand fragments from being lost, I had to leave my nest. A powerful blue dragon was forced by mortals to have a home and not dare to return. He had to live in hiding. It was really miserable to be a giant dragon and reach the level of Azharago's. No wonder he was full of grievances. Isn't it just to bully our blue dragon clan into decline? Isn't it just to rely on the strength of numbers? If you have the ability, come on one by one and see if I don't tear you all into pieces. Sindragosa sighed, her face a little sad. After all, she was the queen of the Blue Dragon clan, and she felt uncomfortable seeing Azharago's in such a state of desolation. Don't worry. I will find Malygos. But not now. I have been to Silithus, and there have been holes in the seal of the beetle wall. I sensed Arygos' breath. He has not yet died. Your Highness, are you okay? Azharago's eyes shone with light. It would be great if this was the case. Although the Dragon King was missing, with the Queen and His Highness the Prince, the situation of the Blue Dragon clan would definitely be greatly improved. I can only sense that his aura has not disappeared. I don't know the specific situation yet. Isua, give me the fragment. As you command. Queen Syndra. Chapter 757. The poisonous plan to draw out the firewood from under the cauldron. The quicksand shard in Azorigus' hand is an indispensable item to assemble the quicksand scepter. This blue dragon can be selected by the quicksand scale to become the guardian of the quicksand shard. And its ability goes without saying. If someone were to ask Azharago's for the quicksand fragments, it would probably take a lot of effort. But for a combination like Leo and Sanori, it would not be difficult. No. With the genuine bronze dragon Sanori, and the blue dragon Queen Sindragosa coming to the rescue, wouldn't he just obediently hand over the quicksand fragments with both hands? After getting the thing, Leo did not leave. He noticed what Azharago's just said. It seemed that the blue dragon was in trouble. From an angle that Azharago's couldn't see, Leo made a gesture to Sindragosa. The blue dragon queen immediately asked Azharago's knowingly, Iso, what happened between you and those mortals? What? Being able to force blue dragon warriors like Azorigus to run around with the dragon's arrogance. How could such a thing happen if the other party wasn't too strong? Now the Horde is going all out to deal with the Kiraji beetles, and the Alliance is delaying the dispatch of troops for various reasons. It is impossible for the two camps to gather strength to deal with a blue dragon at this time, since it is not the Alliance and the Horde. Then who else has such a big force? Ability? It's those adventurers. Although the power of these mortals is weak, there are too many of them. And I noticed that there are people behind this matter. They should be for the quicksand fragments in my hand. To avoid problems with the quicksand fragments, I had to come out of the lair and find a safe enough place in Azhara so that even if something happened to me, the quicksand fragments would not fall into the hands of the conspirators. Azharago's had an embarrassed expression on his face. A giant dragon was driven around by a group of mortals. Even if there was a reason, it was very embarrassing. As a powerful blue dragon warrior, Azharago's let such a thing happen. What happened to him was a shame that he would never be able to wash away in his life. What made Azharago's even more depressed was that he had to tell this in front of two outsiders. Because Sindragosa asked a question, and he had to answer. It is a good saying that family scandals should not be publicized. Who would want to spread the news about his own embarrassment? Seeing the gossipy look on Sonori's face when she heard what happened to him, the hatred in Azorigus' heart could not be washed away even by all the water in the endless sea. The blue dragon warrior dares to guarantee that the bronze dragon girl will not keep secrets for herself. It will not be long before he, Azharago's, will become the laughing stock of the dragon clan. Someone spread rumors that you own the treasures left in Azhara from the Elf Empire, causing adventurers to unite to find trouble for you. All because of the quicksand fragment in your hand. Unlike Sonori's gloating expression after hearing what happened to Azorigus, Leo and Sindragosa had serious expressions on their faces. Bronze dragons can be unreliable and do whatever they want. But Leo and the Blue Dragon Queen don't. They have more and deeper things to consider. From Azorigus' words, the two learned that someone was eyeing the quicksand fragment in the Blue Dragon's hand. Or to be precise, they were eyeing the quicksand scepter. To ring the beetle gong and open the seal of the beetle wall, the only tool is the quicksand scepter. It is the key to counterattack the Yakkar Empire established by the Karaji Beetle people. Without it, how can we completely eliminate the threat of the Beetle people? Now the war against the Karaji Beetle men is about to enter a critical period. At this time, if something goes wrong with the Quicksand shards, and the Quicksand scepter cannot be synthesized, it will have a non-negligible impact on the Horde, the Cenarian Circle, and even the Alliance that has not yet sent troops. The Karaji Beetle men can only attack, but they are unable to counterattack the enemy due to the existence of the Beetle Wall. They can only defend themselves, and they are beaten but unable to fight back. No matter who happens to this kind of thing, it will not be easy for anyone. And since the seal of the Beetle Wall was made by the Bronze Dragon, and the Quicksand fragments were lost from the Blue Dragon's hands, who knows if some thoughtful people will direct their complaints about the unsatisfactory war against the Guardian Dragon. If this causes any big discord between the mortal race and the Guardian Dragon, this is a series of links. The guy who came up with this idea is so insidious. At such a moment, someone actually had the idea of taking the Quicksand shard. It is clear that the Alliance and the tribe are not given the opportunity to counterattack the Yakkar Empire. So someone is colluding with the Beetle people. Who could it be? Sindragosa was thinking. And suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something, and her eyes shone with hatred. Have you thought about it too? Leo first thought of the real owner before the Blue Dragon Queen. If I'm not wrong, there is no one else but the Twilight's Hammer who is behind this. Silithus is where the Twilight Hammer is most active. The master of this organization is Deathwing, who was seduced by the ancient god Nezas. The master behind the Beetle men of the Yakkar Empire is Thun, who is also the ancient god. If there is no connection between them, who would believe it? Perhaps the Twilight's Hammer's activities in Silithus have other agendas unknown to outsiders. No wonder the Twilight's Hammer has been so low-key in recent times, and has no objections to the war between the Horde and the Beetle men that is spread to the entire Silithus. It turns out that their real focus is on this place. These guys are trying to destroy the world. The real killer move of the madman who comes in Twilight Judgment is to destroy the reorganization of the Quicksand Scepter. Without the Scepter of Quicksand to ring the Beetle Gong, the seal of the Beetle Wall would not be completely opened. Even if the Alliance and Horde armies defeated the Karaji Beetle men, it would not be a big deal. The bugs would only need to burrow into the Beetle Wall. Unless you can invite Nozdormu, the Lord of Time, to take action. You won't be able to do anything against him even if you have all the means in the sky. But Nozdormu doesn't even know where his tribe's bronze dragons are. So how can the others find them? It's better to draw fuel from the bottom of the cauldron than to stifle it. The Twilight's Hammer plays this skill very well. Leo was very lucky. Fortunately, Sonoriz's one prompted him to come to Azhara out of boredom after he saw the giant insect nests in the Great Rift and the Abyss of Pain. If not, it would have taken a lot of effort to reorganize the Quicksand Scepter. It took a lot of effort, according to the original trajectory of the world. That is, the so-called correct history seen by the Bronze Dragons. In order to protect the Quicksand fragments, Azorigus eventually died. But before he died, he thought of a way to protect the Quicksand fragments well. To get up, he found a beach with Quicksand fragments and threw them into the belly of a fish. The vast sea is vast, and there are countless fish in the sea. It is safest to hide the Quicksand fragments in the belly of a fish without any special markings. There is a word called finding a needle in a haystack, which describes how difficult something is. What is even more difficult than finding a needle in a haystack is finding a fish in a haystack. After all, the needle is a dead thing, and it won't move on its own. It's not difficult to find it as long as you determine the range. But fish is different. It is a living creature. A living creature that can move. It will not stay in one place forever. It is very difficult to find it in this vast sea. What's more, this fish was randomly selected by Azorigus. It had no characteristics at all. The Blue Dragon didn't remember what kind of fish it was. If he really wanted to find it, he would have to find it in the year of the monkey. If at the most critical moment of the war with the Beetle people, they had to go to the sea to fish for Quicksand fragments, it would be strange not to kill a lot of people. Human, are you saying this is the Twilight's Hammer's fault? Azorigus was very angry. And now he had caught the real master. The Blue Dragon was worried that he had been tricked, and he didn't even know who was behind it. So Leo found the answer for him. Except for the Twilight's Hammer. I can't think of any other force that has this motive. Leo knew that it wouldn't take long for Deathwing to appear and launch an act of destruction, subjecting the world to the so-called Twilight Judgment. If the Yakkar Empire had not been solved at that time, the Karaji Beetles controlled by Thun would have been a big help to him. If the seal of the Beetle Wall was broken by Deathwing again, the world would be really in danger. You must know that when the demon soul was originally created, Nozdormu, the Lord of Time, also injected the essence of his power into this artifact. Deathwing controlled the demon soul even if he did not receive all the power injected by Nozdormu. He will also understand to some extent that it is not impossible for him to break the seal of the beetle wall. Thinking of this, Leo was horrified. The Twilight Hammer's actions were probably inspired by Deathwing. The Black Dragon who wanted to destroy the world was already making arrangements for the coming of the Twilight Trial. Deathwing's strength is already terrifying. If he gets the upper hand again, how can he still fight? The Twilight's Hammer bastards actually dared to plot against me. I must destroy them. Knowing who was spreading the rumors and plotting to kill him, Azuragos wanted to go to Silithus immediately and kill all the members of the Twilight Hammer. Iso, stay calm. Sindragosa scolded the excited blue dragon, who had no choice but to suppress his inner anger and wait for the former's instructions. In front of the blue dragon queen, Azuragos had no right to act without authorization. What are you going to do? For some reasons, Sindragosa did not call Leo the title of master in front of Azuragos. But even so, her honorifics to Leo made Azuragos widen his eyes. His eyes were filled with disbelief. I hate the little mice hiding in the dark the most. These guys who only play tricks all day long pray not to be seen by me. Otherwise, I will kill them one by one, Leo said and stretched out his hand to hold it. Just like now. Boom! A ball of blood exploded from the direction Leo's palm was pointing. And a figure appeared from the void 100 meters away from where everyone was talking. Boom! Ice grave. This figure was frozen as soon as it appeared. He was able to hide nearby from Azorigus and Nefarian, and heard Leo and their conversation clearly. This man's stealth ability was really impressive. But it was a pity that he could not hide it from Cinder in the end. Ragosa and Leo were forcibly snatched out of stealth and frozen into big popsicles. There's a stalker spying. Nefarian and Azorigos were shocked. The two dragons were surprised and embarrassed at the same time. However, now was not the time to care about this issue. After such an interruption, they discovered that a large group of adventurers were coming from where they were, surrounded from all sides. Here comes the relief. Sonoli didn't know when she sat on the recliner that Leo put on Nefarian's back. At this moment, she was dancing and waiting for the show to happen, making Leo laugh and cry. I said, "Eldest sister, can you please stop being so familiar? We have only known each other for a few days." Chapter 758 published the task. As the saying goes, if there are 10,000 people, there is no limit, as long as the number of people reaches 10,000. It seems that there are too many people. But is 10,000 people really a lot? As a person who has participated in many wars, and the number of people in each war far exceeded 100,000, Leo said that 10,000 people are really not many. When adventurers from all directions were surrounding him and Azuragos, Leo discovered a situation that left him extremely speechless. Pointing at the adventurer who was coming over, Leo looked at Azuragos with a confused look on his face. He really didn't know what to say. Is this what you call the extremely large number of adventurers that can force you to wander around as Hara? Isn't that a lot? There must be 20 to 30,000 people here. Azuragos looked nervous. Sindragosa had the urge to cover her face. And Leo blinked and looked up at the sky. Aren't you? After all, you are also a warrior-level blue dragon. How come you are one of the few remaining worthy dragons among the blue dragon clan and are being chased around by a mere 20,000 to 30,000 adventurers? Azorigus, what exactly are you trying to do? Ha ha ha. It's so interesting. Sonoli slapped the armrest of the lounge chair and laughed wildly, covering her stomach. The fingerprints on the armrest made Leo's heart tremble. I said, "Eldest sister, please be gentle. Don't you know how to feel sorry for something that is not yours?" Isu, it's not a problem at all for you to kill such a small number of mortals with your ability. Sindragosa said these words through gritted teeth. If it weren't for the blue dragon tribes with their talent, she would have strangled Azuragos to death. Azorigus shrank his neck. The blue dragon queen's expression made him very scared. With so many mortals, wouldn't it be a problem if we killed them all? A giant dragon is still afraid of killing people? This is the first time Leo has met such a guy. Which dragon he has come into contact with takes human life seriously. In the dragon's perception, the mortal race is a tool to be used. This was Leo's understanding after coming into contact with those giant dragons. But now that an alien like Azuragos appeared, he couldn't help but be surprised that there were dragons that took human lives seriously. The world was indeed full of wonders. Why can't you kill those mortals who provoke you first? Didn't the great king of magic teach us to protect this world? These mortals are also a part of the world. If you encounter provocation, kill a few to let them know how powerful it is. If you kill indiscriminately, shut up. You idiot. Shinlargosa's anger towards Azorigus has almost reached its peak. She really didn't expect that there was such a pedantic guy in the clan. Is this guy stupid? When it comes to killing people, you still decide whether to kill or not based on the number of people? Now that you are being chased around by mortals, you still feel that you are doing the right thing, right? Looking at the furious Shinlargosa, Azorigus shrank his head. He didn't know what he had done wrong. Did he misunderstand the teachings of the great king of magic? Senori was laughing so much that she almost fell down. She didn't expect that Azorigus was such an interesting guy. Is this one of the few talents in the Blue Dragon clan who can take the lead? That's right. Is it true that God is going to destroy the Blue Dragon clan? The laughter gradually stopped, and Senoli climbed back onto Leo's recliner that was about to fall apart. She still had a thick smile on her face, but her slightly narrowed eyes showed a thoughtful look. After all, the Blue Dragon clan is one of the aspect dragons. Should we just watch him decline like this? Bronze dragons can see the future by manipulating time. How could Sanori not know what will happen to the Blue Dragons? If only Kalegos relies on one. Will the Blue Dragons really have a future? After all, the Blue Dragon clan is also a part of the Giant Dragon clan. Are we just going to watch it decline? What's the point of knowing what's going to happen, but not doing anything to stop it? And just standing by and watching things get worse? What is the purpose of the Titan leading us with such a mission as the Bronze Dragon? Senori is an outlier among the Bronze Dragons. If it were other Bronze Dragons, even if they knew that the Blue Dragon would decline, they would not be able to intervene, let alone think about whether the mission given to them by the Titan was right or wrong. But Sanori is different. In order to prevent herself from falling into danger, she can even ignore the aliens like Leo who are wreaking havoc on the course of history, let alone a little doubt about the Titan when no one knows. Isu, listen to me. From now on, you will follow me and do whatever I ask you to do. As for the reason, you can think of it yourself. Sindragosa said these words with a cold face, which decided the future life of Azorigus. The Blue Dragon Queen seemed to be very cruel to her people, but she actually cared about her very much. If Azorigus was allowed to survive on his own, he would definitely be killed based on his current way of thinking. So it would be better to keep him by her side first. Sindra, don't be so cold-faced. I think Azorigus is not bad. Having a tolerant heart is not a bad thing. This is probably why Quicksand Scale decided to make him the guardian of Quicksand Shards. Otherwise, why isn't Kalegos stronger than him? Leo said, as he glanced at Sanori intentionally or unintentionally. The latter was shocked when she saw this. She really didn't know the reason why Quicksand Scale chose Azorigus, but she knew who would be the final member of the Blue Dragon clan. Lead. Could it be to clear the way for Kalegos to take over the Blue Dragon clan? Senori responded to Leo's gaze and went away. Bronze had a feeling that Leo knew more about the world than she did about certain information, whether it was the past or the future. Otherwise, why would he go out of his way to do so? Mention Kalegos? Raising his index finger and shaking it towards Sanori, Leo said with a mysterious face, "Don't look at me like that. As you think, I know a lot of things. If the Lord of Time reappears, you can help me tell him something. I have a habit of pronouncing my name backwards." Senoli was confused and read her name backwards. What kind of quirk is this? Besides, why didn't I notice you had that habit? Just as she was about to ask a few more questions, Senoli found that Leo had turned his head and looked at the team of adventurers coming from a distance. He held his chin and didn't know what he was thinking. Stop, adventurer. 2,000 dragon liches suddenly appeared in the sky. The metal bodies that covered the sky formed a huge metal dark cloud above the heads of the adventurers. As the dragon's power spread, many adventurers' bodies began to tremble. They were originally full of slaughter. The dragon's enthusiasm for seizing the treasure also vanished. Seeing that the Dracolic army had successfully given the adventurers a disincentive and made most of them want to quit, Leo nodded with satisfaction. For these adventurers who are known as money hyenas, desperados who are willing to sacrifice their lives for money, if you cannot make them fear you, then the next thing will be very difficult to handle. Wave to the adventurer team. Leo used the power of magic to spread his voice throughout the audience. I am Leo from Rother. All of you who can make the decision, come forward. I have a business to discuss with you. Leo of Rother. There was a commotion in the adventurer team. Isn't this the human warlock who has been making a lot of noise recently? I heard that he single-handedly destroyed the Ash Hive. one of the 3 giant bug hives in Silithus. Then he went to Tanaris and bulldozed the nest of corruption, creating 2 terrifying craters in Silithus and Tanaris that were thousands of meters deep and hundreds of miles wide. Good guy. He is the Marshal Leo of the Kingdom of Arather. He looks like this. It's not good looking. An orc mercenary looked at Leo, compared it with the appearance he had sketched in his mind, and sighed with regret. He is a human being. If you call him handsome, how many people will be scared to death? A human mercenary couldn't help but sarcastically said that the aesthetics of orcs and humans are extremely different. If a human's appearance is very attractive in the eyes of orcs, it can only be said that this human being itself is a tragedy. Some of the leaders of the adventurer team came out hesitantly, while others were just waiting and watching. They teamed up to take advantage of Azuragos. Now seeing that the relationship between Leo and the Blue Dragon seems to be somewhat close, most of the adventurers feel guilty. Not only did they not come forward before they figured out Leo's intentions, means that the companion is ready to evacuate. In this world, a marshal like Leo is a member of the upper class of the human race. In addition, he himself is a strong man with outstanding achievements, and he is also an upper-class person in the upper class. The adventurers are just a group of people trying to survive. The status gap between the low-level people running around made them instinctively wary of Leo. In a nutshell, adventurers are a vulnerable group in front of Leo. They have to carefully observe Leo's face. If anything goes wrong, they will immediately flee for their lives. Who makes Leo not be like them regardless of his status or strength? What can be compared? With so many people, you are the only ones leading the charge? Looking at the dozen adventurers who came out hesitantly, Leo's tone was full of dissatisfaction. Just as the adventurers were tremblingly preparing to deal with the situation, the next scene surprised them. Forget it. How you manage it is your business. Leo waved his hand and said something that the adventurers could hardly believe. Take down the castle built by the original Alterac kingdom in Broken Ridge, and hold on to all Asua's army comes to take over. And the 300,000 gold coins are yours. The adventurer's eyes widened. Did you hear that right? Leo was actually issuing a mission to them. What? Not satisfied? Leo stretched out a hand and shook it gently. The maximum is 500,000 gold coins. But with this much extra money, you will have to work more. You must capture the ogre leader there alive. We just hesitated for a moment. And in less than 10 seconds, the price was increased by 200,000 gold coins. It was indeed a generous move. The marshal of a country has a different courage in taking action. In front of the huge amount of money, the adventurers were tempted. As for the idea of killing dragons and grabbing treasures, they had long forgotten it. Adventurers, who have been wandering around all year round, are more or less aware of the situation in Broken Ridge Castle. It was the territory of the original Ogrunk kingdom, but it has now become the territory of the ogres. Although the Broken Ridge ogres are not weak in strength, and there are many in number, adventurers usually would not go there to die. But they cannot resist the temptation of money. If there is a huge sum of 500,000 gold coins gathered here, tens of thousands, the strength of the adventurers is not without the strength to take down Broken Ridge. Adventurers are not regular troops. They do not pay attention to being above board when dealing with enemies. They can use sneak attacks, assassinations, poisoning, and other methods as long as they are effective. Marshal Leo, if we take down Broken Ridge, how long will it take for Arathar's army to arrive? When an adventurer leader asked this question, and the other adventurers looked at Leo eagerly, waiting for his answer, and no one had any objection. Leo smiled. And the fish had already taken the bait. Chapter 759. The more you look at it, the more familiar it becomes. When it comes to playing with people's hearts and figuring out other people's thoughts, Leo is not good at it. Any politician in Stormwind City is better than him. But when it comes to understanding the people at the bottom, these politicians can't match him even if they flatter him. In any case, Leo was once a member of the lower class. Compared to the aristocrats, who were born with golden keys in this world, the things he experienced were closer to the truth of this world. The truth known to the lower class people. There are 2 paths before the adventurers. The first is to continue their great cause of killing dragons and seizing treasures, and see if they can kill the blue dragon warrior Azorigal under the siege of Leo's 2,000 dragon liches. Sebin successfully retreated, and the second step was to take over Leo's mission and rush to Broken Ridge Castle, the ruins of the kingdom of Alterac, to get rid of the ogres entrenched there. The former option, regardless of the probability of success, is a big problem in terms of whether you can get the blue dragon's treasure after success. And even if you can get the treasure, the beneficiaries will definitely be a very small number of adventurers. For the leader of the adventurer team, This path is worth choosing. After all, wealth can only be found in danger. But for the vast majority of adventurers, they prefer the latter. The adventurers lived and slept in the open air, running around. For what reason? Isn't it just for money? In order to survive. Any adventurer has suffered a lot. Now there is a big deal that is sure to make money in front of him. Who will refuse? Especially in order to show the effect. Leo smashed tens of thousands of gold coins with a clang. The clanking sound of gold coins and the dazzling golden light made the adventurers choose the second path without hesitation. Seeing the eyes of his subordinates shining brightly, even the leader of the adventurer team, no matter how unwilling he was, had to stop thinking. The saying is that blocking people's financial path is like killing their parents. When everyone is willing to accept Leo's employment, they choose the second path. You insist on killing Azorigas. Isn't this blocking other people's way of making money? For adventurers, everyone who blocks their way to make money is an enemy, and they must be killed if they are enemies. Leo is very satisfied with the effect of gold coins hitting people. Tens of thousands of gold coins are just a small amount of money to him now. But to adventurers at the bottom of society, it is a large amount enough for them to sell their lives to you. His eyes swept through the group of adventurers, who were in a commotion due to the appearance of the gold coins. The spiritual pressure belonging to the great warlock swept over the adventurers present one by one. After making them feel his own power, Leo spoke, I don't have much money. Just use the 80,000 gold coins here as a deposit, and I will pay you the rest after the mission is completed. Now, the leaders of the adventurer team come up to get the money. As he spoke, Leo pointed at the adventurers who had stood up before. At this moment, the adventurers who had taken the risk before were excited. Seeing Leo's intention, the 80,000 gold coins would be handed over directly to them and then distributed by them. What's the line? Money. Wang Laowu, have never seen so much money. The same applies to these adventurers. A total of 80,000 gold coins were handed over to them. For these adventurers who had only dealt with 200 to 300 gold coins at most. Such a lot of money was enough to knock them unconscious. Happiness comes so fast and suddenly, and they are not mentally prepared at all. At this time, those adventurers who did not come forward regretted it. They never expected that such a thing would happen. Those adventurers who came forward had nothing to do with them. If all the money was taken away by them, what would they do? For the sake of profit, people can take desperate risks. For the sake of money, adventurers can risk life and death. At this moment, there was a disturbance in the originally peaceful adventurer team. The leaders of each adventurer team stood up and shouted loudly. The Dracolic hovering in the sky roared in unison, and the adventurers became quiet again. Snakes have their own ways, and rats have their own ways. How you want to distribute this money is your business. I will only take over the castle in Broken Ridge. If someone takes the money but doesn't want to do anything, you can try to see if you can escape. Survive my pursuit. Leo chuckled, and the murderous intent in his words made the adventurers shudder. The warlock in front of them was a warlock known for his evil, and he was also a powerful warlock. Warlocks known for their strange spells had more or less strange methods. Maybe he had already done something wrong the moment he took a look at himself. Some adventurers who just took the money without doing anything were worried. The warlocks had many spells that directly affected the soul. With their strength, even if Leo had done something to them, there was nothing they could do. Everyone, I'm waiting for your good news. Leo didn't bother to care about how the interests were distributed among the adventurers. He was the publisher of the task. After giving the money, he just waited for the adventurers to complete the task. Even if the 80,000 gold coins were divided, there would still be 420,000. As for gold coins, this is the big deal. I don't believe that no one wants to make this money. The castle in Broken Ridge? It's not enough for you to have this. You even have the idea of the Crown of Will. Senori saw through Leo's purpose at a glance. Before obtaining the Crown of the Abyss, Leo collected a lot of information about the Crown of Will in order to solve the problem of excessive mental burden. It's not like you don't know my situation. If I want to control Lamarck and Lacmara, I have no confidence in myself and the spiritual blessing of the Abyss Crown. Besides, these two chime rocks are not the only ones under my command. This is Leo's answer, and what he said is true. As a great warlock, his mental power is indeed strong enough. But suddenly there are two more demigod-level subordinates. The burden on him is not light. If possible, Leo doesn't mind getting the Crown of Will and letting it share some of the pressure for him. Although people cannot always rely on equipment, there are still times when they cannot do without it. From the name of the Crown of Will, we can see that you must have a strong enough will to control it. If your willpower is not enough, and you try to borrow its power, the current ogre is the best example of being controlled by the Crown of Will. Become its slave. Leo asked himself that his mental power was strong enough, and his will was tenacious enough. It was impossible for the Crown of Will to control him. So he came up with the idea of this item. But guessing is just a guess after all. Who can guarantee that it will not happen without actually trying it? What could go wrong? Where are we going? Sanori discovered that Nefarian was flying in the wrong direction. And the direction the Black Dragon Prince was traveling was inseparable from Ishara. Flying in the sky, Azorigas followed Nefarian closely. It was not that the Blue Dragon could not transform into a human being, but he did not dare to get too close to the Blue Dragon Queen out of reverence for Sindragosa. It would be better to keep a distance from him. So Azorigos finally chose to be a follower in the form of a dragon. Ahead is the Timbermaw Furbolg's fortress. And flying over there is Winterspring Valley. Queen, are we going to Winterspring Valley? When it comes to familiarity with Ishara, no one here can match Azorigas. The Blue Dragon Warrior is a local snake after all. It's just that this time Azorigas' guess was wrong. Leo had no plans to go to Winterspring Valley yet. No. Our destination is Timbermaw Fortress, not Winterspring Valley. After glancing at Leo, Azorigas remained silent, a little curious about this human Blue Dragon Warrior who even used honorifics to Sindragosa. A human being who even the Queen has to respect. He has the qualifications to be respected by me. What fun do those Furbolgs in Timbermaw Fortress have? Sanori was confused. Timbermaw Fortress was the territory of Furbolgs. The images of those bear men who walked upright were a bit different, and their brains were a little slower. But not all Furbolgs were like that. Among the Furbolgs, the wise men are no worse than other races. If Leo wants to take advantage of these Furbolgs, the possibility of success is very low. Rolling his eyes at Sanori, Leo curled his lips and said, "Don't think of me so dirty. Okay? When we come to Ishara, how can we, as guests, not say hello to the owner here? The masters here are not those Furbolgs. If you really want to say hello to the master of Ishara, why don't you go find those Naga? After all, Ishara was originally their territory. Even if you find an excuse to deal with me, you have to find one that is decent and not easily exposed. Do you know that your answer is very insincere?" Sonoli patted the recliner hard. And with a bang, the poor recliner finally collapsed. This recliner has been used by Leo since he took it from Greg's collection. Things have feelings after being used for a long time. Now that Sanori has smashed them, Leo feels it more or less. Feeling distressed. Bronze Dragon, watch your behavior. Nefarian turned his head and roared at Sanori. As a subordinate, you must be aware of your subordinates. Feeling that Sonori's behavior had caused Leo's displeasure, the Black Dragon Prince issued a warning to the Bronze Dragon. Knowing that she had gone too far, Sonoli stuck out her tongue and said to Leo apologetically, "I didn't mean to do it." As for Nefarian's warning, Sanori simply ignored him. Even a mount dared to be arrogant. Just stay wherever it's cool. Nefarian was very angry. Sanori had been ignoring him from the beginning. This Bronze Dragon was too arrogant. If it weren't for the restraint of the master, I would have torn you apart. After glaring at Sonoli hatefully, Nefarian turned his head away unwillingly. He decided that if he had the chance in the future, he would definitely give Sonoli some color. Leo waved his hand and put away the broken recliner. This thing can still be used after repairing it. There is no need to go into it too deeply. You just have to be careful in the future. With the unreliable character of the Bronze Dragon, he will take action again and again. It doesn't matter. It's better to keep a close eye on your own things. It's okay. I'll just teach you a lesson this time. When Leo said that Sanori was quitting, it was a lesson. Don't you just think that you have suffered a loss? I will not take advantage of you. Take it. Consider it my loss to accompany you. Sonoli snorted, threw something to Leo, and added at the end, "Stingy." Leo ignored her. He was looking at the object thrown by Sanori with a strange expression on his face. His expression was wonderful. Why do these pants look more familiar the more I look at them? Chapter 760 Timbermaw Fortress. Timbermaw Fortress, the city built by the Timbermaw Furbolgs, is called a fortress because such a city is built in a difficult terrain. Coupled with the defensive measures built by the Furbolgs, it looks more like a fortress than a city. There are two fortresses built by the Furbolgs. One is located at the junction of Moonglade, Felwood and Winterspring Valley, and the other connects Ishara and Winterspring Valley. The former is at the westernmost end of Winterspring Valley, and the latter is at the western end of Winterspring Valley. The southernmost point controls the access to Winter Spring Valley from a distance. Regarding Timbermaw Fortress and the Furbolg that built the fortress, Leo only knew about Shanku Mountain before crossing over. He only knew that once your reputation reaches exalted, you can buy an epic piece of jewelry from the Timbermaw Fortress, in addition to a magic wand that can turn into a Furbolg. The rest is unimpressive. But after time travel, especially after possessing the ability of the shaman, Leo became interested in the Timbermaw Furbolgs. Unlike the orcs led by Thrall, the Furbolgs are originally creatures of this world, but they can use the shaman's spells. It is this that makes Leo pay attention to them. Thrall was able to become a shaman from a warrior because he inherited the shamanic teachings of the orcs and retrieved the shamanic culture belonging to the orcs from his knowledge of his ancestors. Therefore, the orcs had a shaman again. This profession. However, Timbermaw Furbolgs had been able to use the unique totem spells of shamans before this, which shows that they should have their own unique shamanic culture that is different from the orcs. If Leo hadn't become a shaman, he wouldn't have had any thoughts about the shamanic culture of the Timbermaw Furbolg. But after activating the shaman's ability, Leo's mind changed. Maybe you can get some shamanic abilities from the Timbermaw Furbolg that are different from the orcs. Learning from the strengths of others, absorbing nutrients from all aspects, and absorbing and transforming them into your own, is an extremely important way to become stronger. Ragnarol paced back and forth in Timbermaw Fortress impatiently. Azhara has been very uneasy recently. A large number of adventurers have gathered, and a warrior-level blue dragon is also wandering around. Ragnarol didn't know what was going on, and because he didn't know, he was very worried. Timbermaw Furbolgs control the road to Winterspring, so they have had many conflicts with outside adventurers. Could the recent events in Azhara be aimed at them? Ragnarol scratched his head in annoyance. If the Timbermaw Furbolgs were in their heyday, they wouldn't be afraid of adventurers finding trouble. But the problem is that many Furbolgs are now corrupted by the power of darkness. The strength of the Furbolgs have sunk to the lowest point since their inception. Under such circumstances, if we clash with a large group of adventurers again, the consequences will be disastrous. Damn the devil. Damn the satyr. I curse you. Whenever he thinks of the demon that seduced his people into corruption, Ragnarol always vents his anger with a roar. After venting, Ragnarol calmed down again. The current situation was very serious, and he had to consider asking for help. Should he ask for help from Bottle or Taniel? Just as Ragnarol continued the question that had troubled him for quite some time, a tribesman staggered in. Due to physiological reasons, the Timbermaw Furbolg inevitably swings its body from side to side when running, which looks very funny. But if anyone looks down on them because of their antics, be prepared to take a beating. What happened? Being disturbed while thinking, Ragnarol's mood became extremely bad. However, considering that it was impossible for the clansmen to come to him at this time if there was nothing special, he endured the problem and asked about the reason. Lord Ragnarol, there are dragons flying over, and humans as well. Dragons and humans. Ragnarol felt nothing could be worse than this. Could it be that his premonition came true and the worst happened? That those adventurers united with the dragons to attack Timbermaw Fortress? This is our home, and we cannot give it to those greedy adventurers. Even if they can find the dragon to help me, I will lead my tribe to defend this place. Ragnarol made up his mind. And while he hurried out, he asked the tribesman who brought him the message to send a battle message, reminding the entire Timbermaw Fortress that the Ursine enemy was coming, and they should prepare to fight. The Timbermaw Furbolgs are very excited about our arrival. Standing on Nefarion's head, Leo pointed at the formidable Timbermaw Furbolg in front of him, as if he was completely unaware of the opponent's hostility. But why do I think they treat us as enemies? Azorigas took over the words, and the blue dragon did not lower his voice. The Furbolgs in Timbermaw Fortress heard clearly. Sanmori looked down, taking in all the nervous looks of the Furbolgs. She felt very amused by the big bronze bear dragons walking upright, and she couldn't help but like the naive look. Those Furbolgs are so interesting. Do you want to catch a few and use them as toys? The bronze dragon thought seriously. Her thought made Leo sweat. Compared with Azorigas, Sanmori was a normal dragon, treating mortal races with indifference. Isn't this the true face of the dragons hidden under the righteousness of protecting the world? Sanmori, your idea is wrong. We cannot disturb the lives of mortals at will because of our own preferences. Azorigas had a strong and awe-inspiring look on his face. But unfortunately Sanmori didn't pay attention to him at all. An adorable pedantic blue dragon. Does he really think that the life of the dragons is still like the ancient times that Maligos taught them? We are protecting this world, and the mortal race can survive and reproduce only under our protection. Isn't it right to ask for a small price from them? Leo held his chin. Contrary to Sonori's disapproval, he loved dragons like Azorigus very much. As a member of the human race among mortals, after discovering a giant dragon that respects mortals, he will naturally lean towards the dragon. Letting Azorigos have this idea and helping him grow up is what Leo plans to do, and has already put it into action. Among the 5-colored dragons left behind by the Titans, let's not mention the black dragon, who clamored for the destruction of the world under the leadership of Deathwing. The red dragon and the green dragon preferred elves when they transformed into humanoid creatures, while the bronze dragon preferred dwarfs. Except for the blue dragon, appears in human form. At first glance, there seems to be no problem. What form the dragons like to transform into is up to the dragons. And since it is a magical transformation, it means that this image is not fixed. They can transform into other racial forms at any time. But if you look deeper, it doesn't look like that at all. Why green dragons and red dragons like to become elves is because they have a deep relationship with the elves. The 2 guardian dragons naturally prefer elves. Bronze dragons like dwarfs because dwarfs are smart enough. The dwarfs have smart brains and are wise enough. Bronze dragons, who can control time and see the future, always think of themselves as wise beings in this world. Of course they will choose dwarfs. As for the goblins, their greedy nature makes bronze dragons dismissive of them. Blue dragons love to show themselves in human form, which shows that blue dragons are inclined towards the human race in their hearts. If humans want to choose one of the 5 series of giant dragons as a backer, the Blue Dragon Clan is undoubtedly the most reliable choice. It is a pity that the Blue Dragon Clan has long been in decline. Even if they are willing to help humans, they cannot play a big role due to their limited strength. This is why the human race has always been the most injured and suffered the greatest losses in many wars. Because the Blue Dragon, which stands in the world's top power system and is leaning towards the human race, is too weak and without a strong backer. When a catastrophe occurs, the guardians of other races will intentionally or unintentionally cause the disaster to the human race. It is not unfounded to say that blue dragons like humans. Just look at Calegos and Vivian and you will understand. Unfortunately, this cross-race love was created by the red dragon Krasis. Calegos' love it can only end in tragedy. Lageral looked at the scene outside the fortress and felt deeply powerless about the expressionability of his tribe. He had thought that adventurers and dragons had joined forces to invade Timbermaw Fortress. But what happened was that there were 2 women, 1 man, 3 humans, and a blue dragon. This combination does not look like they are here to attack the city. As for the Dracolic Nefarian, who looked like a metal puppet, Ragrol had ignored him magnificently. Although there were few people on the other side, there was a warrior-level blue dragon by his side. Lagrol still did not dare to relax at all. He raised his voice and asked Leo, "Humans, what are you doing here? Our Timbermaw tribe, we will not allow foreigners to enter our city." In order to prevent the Timbermaw Furball from misunderstanding, Leo did not let Nefarian fly over, but spoke to Lagrol at a distance. "Please don't get me wrong. We have no other intentions. If we want to go to Winterspring Valley, we should not use Timbermaw Fortress at all." With that said, Leo pointed at Nefarian and the blue dragon Azorigus, who he regarded as his mounts. "With these 2 big flying guys, if you want to go to Winterspring Valley, just fly over in the air. Why does it need to go through so much trouble?" In fact, Lagrol also knew that Leo, who had a flying tool, did not need to borrow roads from him. The reason why he said that was just to test the other party's attitude. From the tone of Leo's answer, it seemed that this human being did not come to cause trouble. Realizing this, Lagrol felt a lot relieved. The Timbermaw tribe was now sparsely populated. It was best not to start a war with a strong enemy, because fighting would kill people, and the Furbolgs could no longer stand it. There were serious casualties. This is also the reason why Lagrol behaved very restrainedly. Otherwise, with the temper of the Furbolgs, they would have started fighting against the ones they identified as their enemies without even saying a word. How could they have bothered to talk? Then why did you come to us? To be honest, I am very interested in the spiritual practice that the Timbermaw tribe has always adhered to. As a shaman, I think we have a common language. Lagerlol laughed as if he had heard a joke. "You? Shaman? Human. Your joke is not at all." When Lagerlol laughed, Leo didn't talk nonsense. He proved his words with practical actions. Several totem poles constructed with mana appeared around him, and the shaman's unique power waves spread. "Come on!" Lagror's laughter faltered. "You really are a shaman. A human shaman." Chapter 761 Timbermaw Furbolg. If an orc shaman comes to Timbermaw Fortress to share his experience with the shaman, then he will definitely be greeted by the fangs and claws of Timbermaw Furbolg. Lagrol will lead his tribe to this orc shaman beat him until he couldn't even recognize his mother. But now a human came, and the treatment Leo received was completely opposite. After a moment's consideration, Lagrol warmly welcomed him into Timbermaw Fortress. The reason why Leo came to Timbermaw Fortress was because of his understanding of Timbermaw Furbolg. Furbolgs are native creatures born in this world. Before the emergence of orcs, they already had the most primitive shamanic culture. Timbermaw Furbolgs have their own unique way of spiritual cultivation. If the world does not undergo drastic changes, I believe that in thousands or tens of thousands of years, a new race will emerge in this world that will rise like humans. But the reality is that there is no if. With the invasion of the Scourge and the Burning Legion, the orcs entered the world. At the beginning, because the orcs abandoned their shamanic civilization, their appearance did not have much impact on the Furbolgs. However, Thrall recovered the orcs' lost shamanic culture and began to cultivate shamans among the orcs. After the priest and achieved certain results, something happened that made the Furbolgs angry. There are elemental gods in this world, but it's just because the 4 elemental lords are subordinates of the ancient gods and are hostile to the mainstream races in this world. Affected by those 4, no matter the night elves, humans, or dwarves, they are all hostile to the elemental gods. There is no favor. Only Furbolgs with primary shamanic culture contribute their own faith to these elemental gods. However, the Furbolgs have a disadvantage. That is, their evolution time is too short. The intelligence of most of the tribe is in an uncivilized and ignorant state. Except for some wise men who have lived for a long time. They are all stupid. The development of civilization, the degree is very low. In such a race, the elemental gods pay a lot but gain very little. When the shamanic culture of the orcs emerged, the elemental gods seem to have found a new world. For now, the orc race is by no means comparable to the Furbolgs that have yet to evolve. For the sake of faith, the elemental gods have contact with the orcs. These elemental spirits divert their energy from the Furbolg to the orcs. The orcs separated their own gods, and the Furbolgs were extremely angry. But no matter how angry they were, there was nothing they could do in their current situation, let alone questioning the elemental gods. Even if they turned against the orcs, they could not afford it. Besides knocking out teeth and swallowing blood, what else can they do? Although the Furbolgs are hostile to the orcs who are close at hand, they will not pay attention to them as long as they do not come to their territory to provoke them. In other words, they do not have the ability to pay attention to them. Fortunately, the elemental gods didn't do too much. Furbolgs can still use shamanic spells, and a small number of people in the tribe still successfully communicate with the elements every year and become shamans. It's just that after all, most of the gods' followers were taken away by the orcs, and the young Furbolg's success in being promoted to shaman is less than 1/10 of what it used to be. At this time, the devil appeared. Under the temptation of demons, many Furbolg fell into the trap of evil. In order to gain strength, they fell into the arms of demons, which made the already difficult situation of Furbolgs even more embarrassing. To this day, the only Furbolgs that still adhere to the shamanic culture are the Timbermaw tribe. They rely on their unique spiritual cultivation methods to resist the temptation of demons and pass on their own culture. After welcoming Leo and his party into Timbermaw Fortress, Lagrul asked the question in his heart, "Please forgive me for being rude, but humans who have never believed in elemental gods actually gave birth to a shaman. And they did let me eat shocked. The power of the shaman comes from the belief born from cultural inheritance. Because of the belief, he obtains the favor of the elemental gods, and thus obtains the unique ability of the shaman. There is no doubt that it is impossible for shamanic culture to be born among humans. Since there is not even shamanic culture, how can there be shaman priests?" Lagerol was very curious and very scared about the birth of Leo, a human shaman. If humans have the soil to give birth to shamans, and the elemental gods have a far stronger choice besides the orcs than the Furbolgs, then the Furbolgs will not have many divine followers left, and I am afraid they will never have any anymore. Without the blessing of the elemental gods, the current situation of the Furbolgs, let alone development and evolution, even survival and reproduction is a big problem. Are we really going to be forced into the arms of the devil? Ragrol felt bitter in his heart. If the Furbolgs were given thousands of years to evolve, they would not be in this state even without the blessing of the elemental gods. Seeing the grimace on Lagerol's face, Leo certainly knew what the old bear man was thinking. In fact, It was precisely because he knew the Furbolg's current situation that he had the idea of contacting the Timbermaw tribe after coming to his Hara. It is easier to add icing on the cake than to give embers in the snow. This is the most difficult period for the Timbermaw tribe. The Furbolgs of the Timbermaw tribe are faced with an extremely painful choice: suppress their hatred of the orcs, open the land passage to Winterspring Valley, and use the power of the tribe destroy those demons that seduce their people into corruption. Or they clung to Timbermaw Fortress until their own destruction. Either force a smile, hold back the anger in your heart, open up the resources of Winterspring Valley, and preserve your race, or hold on to hatred until the race is exterminated. But in this case, the resources of Winterspring Valley will not be preserved. Although there are few wise men among the Furbolgs, they are not confused. They finally chose the latter. This is the so-called historical trajectory without Leo's appearance. Of course, while the Furbolgs opened Timbermaw Fortress to the Horde, they also relaxed restrictions on the Alliance to act as a check and balance. But the tribe would undoubtedly benefit the most from this. Speaking of which, my becoming a shaman has a lot to do with Thrall, the great chief of the orcs. Leo did not hide anything from Lagrol. He was able to obtain the ability of the shaman. Sal played a great role in it, and also gave him the identity of a prophet. However, although Sal was the inducement, it was not the main reason. Before time travel, Leo was a Chinese. And it goes without saying that Chinese people respect their ancestors. Although major events such as worshipping ancestors were not as grand and valued as before due to the lack of culture in Leo's time, the respect for their ancestors was still rooted in the hearts of every Chinese person. In this world, Leo has a kind of ancestor worship in his heart, which is very similar to the worship of ancestor souls in shaman culture. There is already soil in his heart for shaman culture to take root and sprout. After Sal infused with the power of the prophet, it is not surprising that Leo gained some of the abilities of the shaman. Therefore, Thrall is only the inducement, and Leo himself is the main cause. All of the above were inferred by Leo himself after he obtained the ability of shaman sacrifice, and were unknown to outsiders by reading and understanding the experience notes Thrall gave him. Leo didn't mention this to Lagrol. He just said that he became a shaman because Sal used the power of the prophet on him. But this can be used to deceive others in front of Lagrol. But it doesn't work. Using the power of the prophet to give people the ability of a shaman, wouldn't it be that simple? Lagrol is a wise man of the Timbermaw tribe. When it comes to understanding shamans, few people in this world can surpass him. He doesn't believe Leo's words at all. This human being can become a shaman, but the situation inside is never that simple. Lies can only deceive a layman, but they cannot be deceived by an expert like Lagror. From Lagrol's eyes, Leo could see the Furbolg wise man's distrust of him due to suspicion. This was not a good sign, and had a very bad impact on Leo's purpose of coming here. After pondering for a while, Leo spoke again. Actually, the prophetic power of Shaman Thrall is a big reason why I can become one. But some of the thoughts in my heart are even more important. Leo's eyes flashed secretly twice when he spoke. Sonoli, who was familiar with him, knew that this kid was going to start deceiving people again. The Bronze Dragon did not try to derail Leo, but watched it with the mentality of watching a show. How could he fool Lagrol? Your Excellency, wise man, do you know about 3 sacrifices to 3 animals? Lagrol was stunned by Leo's question. This was the first time he had heard the words 3 sacrifices and 3 sacrifices. The so-called 3 sacrifices are rituals for worshipping the gods of heaven and earth. There will be a small sacrifice every year, a big sacrifice once every 10 years, and a large sacrifice once every 60 years. To worship the gods, you have to offer tributes. However, because the scale of the sacrifices is different, of course, the quality of the tributes is also different, which is how these 3 animals came into being. Leo was talking nonsense smoothly, and Lagrol's eyes lit up after listening for a while. The so-called sacrifice is a way to please the gods. This is the understanding of the Furbolg wise men. If the time for sacrifices can be fixed, and the corresponding tribesmen are gathered according to the scale, then every year, every 10 years, every 60 years the gods, who are sacrificed, will receive a centralized collection of beliefs. Opportunity, compared with the usual scattered collection of beliefs. This method of sacrifice is undoubtedly both convenient and practical. If the Timbermaw tribe could use this method and perform the sacrifice as well, they would be able to get more favors from the gods. Being able to regain some of the gods' favor is good news for the Furbolgs. Lagrol's eyes gradually became kinder when he looked at Leo, and most of the doubts in his eyes disappeared. In any case, this human being has benefited his own race, hasn't he? Leo, your advice is very useful to the Timbermaw tribe. On behalf of my tribe, I thank you. As Lagrel said, he bowed to Leo. Leo just explained his nonsense about 3 sacrifices. But when it came to Lagrel's mouth, it was Leo who suggested to him that if the Furbolgs use this in the future method, Leo had no reason to blame them. This old Furbolg was quite cunning. Leo didn't care about Lagrel's pettiness. He was very generous. The Timbermaw tribe, the entire Furbolg race, and us humans are all native races born in this world. Compared with those outsiders, we are a family. There is no need for you to be so polite. Lagrel, there is something in this human word. Lagrel's thoughts raced in his mind, and he felt that he already understood Leo's purpose in finding the Timbermaw tribe. As you said, we should have more topics to talk about since the birth of this world. The Furbolg sage made a test, and his words made Leo laugh from the bottom of his heart. Yes, in addition to shaman culture, we can talk about other things. I would like to see deeper exchanges and cooperation between the 2 native races of humans and Furbolgs, and even an alliance. Chapter 762 Habit becomes natural. Multiple friends. Multiple paths. This is the principle that Leo has always believed in doing things. Even though the Timbermaw Furbolgs are now in such a state of desolation that they are about to be exterminated, if they are allowed to survive this most difficult time, what will happen to this race? His strength can make everyone look at him. Compared with the orcs, who also inherited the shaman culture, the only difference between the Furbolgs is that most of the tribesmen are not very smart. If you give them enough time to evolve, they will not be worse than the orcs. And in terms of physical fitness, the Furbolgs are not as good as the orcs. The orcs are no stronger than they are. Helping the Furbolgs during their most difficult time is not only a good relationship, but also helping humans themselves. Looking at the location of the Furbolgs, you can understand why Leo wanted to show his kindness to them. The southernmost point of Winterspring Valley is the Timbermaw Fortress that connects Azhara and Winterspring Valley. The distance between the city and Orgrimmar makes it difficult to Leo couldn't ignore it. Although the relationship between the Kingdom of Arathar and the orcs is relatively friendly now, who can say for sure what will happen in the future? Once the militant faction among the orcs rises, the inconspicuous Timbermaw Furbolg can become a sharp blade hanging over the orcs' heads. With the grudges between the Furbolg and the orcs, can the 2 sides reach a real reconciliation? As long as the alliance reveals a little bit about it, the Timbermaw Furbolgs will help secretly even if they don't stand up frontally. It's not a problem to use the Timbermaw Fortress to teleport the alliance's troops. Are you going to deal with the orcs? Lying on Nefarian's back and looking at the land that was rapidly retreating, Samori guessed the purpose of Leo's visit to Timbermaw Fortress. The alliance with the Furbolgs went very smoothly. At this time, the Furbolgs of the Timbermaw tribe were eager for someone to help them. Leo's initiative to make this request was in line with their wishes. According to Lagrul's idea, with the help of the human army, Winterspring Valley, which is regarded as private land by the Furbolgs, does not need to be open to the orcs. Although humans will ask for a certain amount of compensation, it is better to give the resources of Winterspring Valley to humans than to those the orcs wanted to make him feel comfortable, who allowed the orcs to take away the favor of the elemental gods from the Furbolgs. After roughly reaching an alliance with Ragrul, they left Timbermaw Fortress and arrived in Fairless. Nefarian was flying them towards Elrathalas. No one can worry about the long term. No one knows what changes will happen once Thrall steps down as war chief. There are many orcs who advocate launching a war. It is better to prepare early than to panic when the time comes. Leo doesn't think there's anything wrong with planning ahead, although he doesn't have high expectations for Furbolgs. Furbolgs are a force that can be used after all. There's nothing wrong with having one more force on the same side as him. This guy sure knows a lot. For sure. Samori, who was lying on Nefarian's back, waved her fist fiercely. The bronze dragon did not believe that Leo accidentally mentioned Thrall's resignation. With Thrall's current prestige among the orcs, who would? To think about this problem? There are some things you know and I know. And what you don't know, I still know. So you don't need to worry so much. Leo's words seemed to make Sonoli relax. But the actual effect was to make the latter very angry. Bronze dragons have the ability to see the future from the endless torrent of time. Peeping into the future and controlling the development trajectory of the world are originally what bronze dragons are best at. But now, as a bronze dragon, Sonori's understanding of the future has been completely changed by a man. Human beings are compared. How do you make her feel? Are you so comforting? Tell you, I'm in a bad mood right now. Don't talk to me. Sonori decided to ignore Leo and concentrate on looking at her scenery. Nefarian showed a gloating expression. Being able to see this hateful bronze dragon deflated really made him feel good. Azorigas, who didn't know the truth, blinked, and looked at Leo with a bit of worry. In his memory, bronze dragons were not easy to mess with. This human had provoked Sanori, and he didn't know yet what bad things could happen. Leo ignored the mood of the 3 giant dragons around him, because Elrethalas arrived. Xiao Handan, do you still know to come back? What greeted Leo was Fusel's anger. The female elf gritted her teeth with hatred for this guy, who went to the Island of Terror, and caused a huge disaster before disappearing. After causing trouble, he ran away, and left all the trouble to her. Fusel had the urge to push Leo to the ground and beat him up. I just wondered why the world-hating Naga would be interested in the Island of Terror. I never thought I would meet 2 beasts with the power of demigods there. You know, demigods are very powerful. And I couldn't escape. Leo blinked, with an I'm innocent expression. Seeing his look, Faisal immediately kicked him with his toes, causing Leo to grin in pain. Because there was no way to escape. You just killed the 2 Chimerock demigods. Right? You also captured all the Chimerocks on the Terror Island. So that there would be no more Chimerocks in this world. The above it's all an accident. Right? Faisal grabbed Leo's collar and pulled him in front of her. The female elf's face looked very ugly. Do you know that the Red Dragon put pressure on Silvermoon City for this matter? Because I informed Chandris that you went to the Forgotten Coast. The Night Elves put all the blame on us. And you little soul is indifferent. You actually disappeared after the accident. And now you have the guts to appear in front of me. The Chimerocks are a race that has the ability to threaten the status of the dragons. If they had not been trapped on the Island of Terror, the name of the Chimerocks must have been among the powerful races in this world. Originally, the dragon planned to trap them on the Island of Terror and let them destroy themselves. The number of Chimerocks also changed from 2,000 when they first came to the island to 400 to 500 now. It won't take many years for this race to die naturally. Who would have thought that Leo, a stupid young man, would come out and be so bold as to capture all the Chimerocks? How could the dragon ignore it? The dragon trapped the Chimerocks on the Terror Island and made them an isolated race. It took a lot of effort at the beginning. Seeing that the threat could be eliminated after waiting for a while, Leo came out and did bad things. It would be strange not to make them bear grudges. After capturing all the Chimerocks, Leo went to the world of Draenor. The red dragons who came out to ask about the matter could not find him. Scarlet was very cold to them, because she had seen the true face of the red dragon in Blackrock Mountain. The red dragons were unwilling to have conflicts with humans at this time. So they had no choice but to transfer the pressure to Silvermoon City. As Fuxel, who informed Leo of the news, was under a lot of pressure. Crassus even came to question her. Fusel was very angry because of what Leo did. How could she not want to vent her anger now that she saw Leo? After scratching his face, Leo realized that he had really forgotten about this. Please help me bring a message to Wormer's temple. I know what they are worried about. Chimerock will not breed in this world. What the dragon is worried about is that Chimerock will obtain enough resources. With its vast land, this race that can threaten the status of the dragon will multiply at an alarming rate and have an impact on them. I don't know how Xiao Jiujiu Leo could be in the dragon's heart to let Chimerock develop. The solution to this problem is very simple. Just take Chimerock away from this world. You put Chimerock in Draenor? Thizzle knew what was going on as soon as Leo finished speaking. The female elf nodded in agreement after pondering for a while. This is also a way. If the world of Draenor had a powerful race, the Burning Legion's invasion of our world would face greater resistance. The world of Draenor is the springboard for the Burning Legion to invade this world. If Draenor has a powerful race to obstruct the actions of the Burning Legion, the world of elves and humans will bear much less pressure. This is even if the aspect dragon. I am also happy to see the result. And I believe that Longnian Temple will not be entangled in this matter anymore after receiving the answer. The only problem is that Leo released the Chimerocks in Draenor. But he himself is in another world. Can he have enough control over the Chimerocks? No matter how powerful a power cannot be controlled, its effect will be very limited. Lamarck is the only royal member of the Chimerock clan. Lamarck is much weaker than him, but is still a demigod. These 2 strongest men of the Chimerock clan have become my subordinates. Do you think you control the entire Chimerock clan? Leo smiled mysteriously and whispered into Fusel's ear. Since I captured them, will I let them out so easily? Xiao Handan, your hands and feet are never clean. Fuxel made a pun. And it turned out that Leo's hand had wrapped around her waist unknowingly. Well, it's just a habit that has become natural. Leo laughed, with a very embarrassed expression on his face. But the movements of his hands were exactly the opposite. Instead of letting go, he hugged him tighter and tighter, making Fusel's whole body close to him. On my body? Are you becoming more and more lawless and dare to take advantage of me? Aren't you afraid of making Arathar's little queen angry? Faisal frowned coldly, but Leo would not let go of the opportunity to take advantage before she took actual action. The feeling of the warm and soft jade embrace made someone reluctant to let go. We are not afraid of slanted shadows when we are upright. You and I are innocent. But are we still afraid of others spreading rumors and slandering us? When it comes to playing rogue, that's what Leo is best at. It's the bastard's fault not to take advantage of it. How could he let it go before Fucusel took actual action? Innocent? A cold snort came. And Eldra's voice reached Leo's ears. How can you be innocent? Leo followed the sound and saw Liadrin and Eldra walking from a distance. Morning Walker's face was very ugly, which was in sharp contrast to Liadrin's smiling face. But in Leo's mind, the latter, the danger index is far from comparable to Eldila. Liadrin came to Arethala's instead of staying in Silvermoon City, and brought her most capable assistant Eldra with her. What was her intention? Chapter 763. Hongwood was teasing. Liadrin brought Leo a piece of news that he didn't know whether it was good or bad. Kael'dats had officially begun to attack the demigods. This was a critical period, and he couldn't get away for a while. The Blood Elf Prince would not leave Silvermoon City until Kael'dats successfully advanced to become a demigod. Attacking a demigod is not an easy task, especially Kael'dats' special status. Combined with the current situation of the Blood Elves, the significance of this Sunstrider's only direct blood pulse to attack a demigod is even more significant. This is no longer a matter of Kael'dats alone, but is related to the fate of the entire Blood Elves. If Kael'dats attacks the demigods, if he succeeds, the Blood Elves are expected to be revived. If he fails, the morale of the Blood Elves will be severely frustrated, and most of the efforts of Liadrin, Lor'themar, and others will be in vain. Although Leo knew that Kael'dats' current situation would be no problem in being promoted to demigod, but he couldn't bear the burden of too many things on his shoulders. Even if Kael'dats was willing, Liadrin, Lor'themar, and others would too. He was opposed to leaving Silvermoon City at this time. Kael'dats is now the last hope for the Blood Elves' resurrection, and no Blood Elf will let him risk it. It's such a shame. Leo made such a statement on this matter, but there was no expression of regret on his face. This boy obviously meant something different. After comprehending the power of law in the Tide Stone, Kael'dats had already had the ability to attack the demigods. But when did he choose not to choose? He chose now. This approach is intriguing. At this time, the war in Silithus is gradually entering its most intense moment. As more and more bugs rush out of the beetle wall, the tribal army composed of orcs, trolls, and Tauren is obviously insufficient in strength. Even if there are, the same goes for the druids of the Cenarian Circle. Sylvanas' Forsaken army is currently engaged in a fierce battle with the Scourge army led by Mograine in the Western Plague Lands. Unable to support Silithus, the Alliance once again acts like it can delay as long as it can. Now the only reinforcements the tribe can count on are Silvermoon City. In any case, the Blood Elves have joined the tribe, and it makes sense for Thrall to ask them to send troops to Silithus as the war chief. However, the Blood Elves originally joined the tribe because of the pressure of survival. Now the crisis in the kingdom of Quel'Thalas after being lifted, the ruler of Silvermoon City changed from Lor'themar to Kael'dats. It is really difficult for the Blood Elves to send out a large army for a cross-sea expedition. Don't think that the Blood Elves will obey Thrall after joining the tribe. This is the real world, not a game. So it is not the same thing at all, Leo thought. Kael'dats chose to attack the demigods at this time in order to reject Thrall's request to send troops. But after all, the Blood Elves are now part of the Horde camp, and it will not work if they don't send people. So Liaduling came to El'Rathalas. Liadrin rolled her eyes at Leo. This kid clearly guessed what Kael'dats was thinking but still spoke like this, which sounded a bit strange to her ears. Don't think that we won't participate in this war unless Prince Kael'dats leaves Silvermoon City. The Blood Elves are now a member of the tribe anyway, and we will not be indifferent to Thrall's request to send troops. So you are going to mobilize El'Rathalas' army? Shrugging, Leo said he was not stressed. The Blood Elves sent troops to Silithus to fight the Beetlemen, but they didn't let the kingdom of Arathar contribute any part of it. So what did it have to do with him? Liadrin shook her head and denied Leo's statement. The army of Arethalas is only enough to maintain the security of this city. The reconstruction here cannot be delayed. I will not weaken the defense force here. But there is one thing you can think of. That's right. I came to Arethalas to form an army and go to the battlefield of Silithus. Leo was stunned for a moment, then raised his eyebrows. He knew who the Blood Elf reinforcements were. In addition to the Blood Elves, there is another force in El'Rathalas, which is the Upper Elf that originally occupied this place. The Blood Elves are originally members of the Highborn Elves, and they send these Highborn Elves to places where others can't see any difference. The strength of the Upper Elves here is not that great. Are you sure they are capable of fighting against the Beetlemen? As long as they go to the battlefield, they will always be competent. Liadrin had a cold face. After entering the battlefield, she was not qualified to fight against the Kiraji Beetlemen, and only one of them died. If they don't want to die, the Upper Elves will have to fight the Beetle people. If they can survive the war, the Upper Elves are capable. If they die, they can only blame their own incompetence. From this, it can be seen that Liadrin clearly did not take advantage of the Upper Elves. The lives of elves are important. The connection between the Upper Elves of Elrathalas and the Blood Elves has been severed for too long, and there is always a gap between them and Silvermoon City. In addition, when Liadrin led the army to attack Elrathalas, she could not kill them. If there are few resistors, it will always be a disaster to keep these upper-class elves. If they are sent to the battlefield at this time, most of them will not come back alive. By doing this, Liadrin not only responded to Thrall's request for Silvermoon City to send troops to fight against the Kiraji Beetlemen, but also eliminated a major hidden danger in the clan. It was like killing two birds with one stone. This woman was truly worthy of being the #1 member of the Blood Elf Royal Party in Silvermoon City after Kael'thas left. Her decisiveness in killing and ruthlessness in her methods were unparalleled. Leo was secretly shocked, and at the same time he mourned for the unlucky Upper Elves in Arethalas. How unlucky they were to meet a member of Liadrin's race. Don't look at me with that look. With Sindoriai's current situation, if you want to realize the revival of the kingdom, your power must be directed in one place, and all those who are not loyal to His Highness must be eradicated. Liadrin's words were full of murderous intent. Anyone who would hinder the revival of the kingdom of Quel'Thalas would be ruthlessly suppressed by her and the royal party behind her. It sounds so nice. What's the difference between working with the party and rejecting dissidents? Leo curled his lips and told the essence of the matter without mercy. He was the only one who dared to say this in front of Liadrin. Anyone else would have been dismissed as dissidents by the Countess of Blood Elf. Before Liadrin could say anything, Eldera stood up with an annoyed look on her face. Shut up. The noble Sindorii are not as dirty as your human politicians. If you're not dirty, you wouldn't be called a politician. You're a politician. Leo rubbed his chin. Eldera said that he had no objection to politicians, but he was very unhappy because his words were so offensive that he would knock all humans over. You Sindorii are noble, but we humans are dirty. When you despise my race so much in front of me, a real human being, do you not take me seriously, or do you not take me seriously? I say, Eldera, don't keep such a sullen face. How can such a beautiful woman not smile? Leo looked at Eldera with side eyes. Come on, give me a smile. If you make me happy, I might let Solorian go. Teasing? Hongwood was teasing. Leo was clearly teasing her, and Eldera's face turned red with anger. She glared at Leo bitterly, speechless. The relationship between Solorian and Eldera is not simple. Even if the former has become an undead now, that relationship cannot be let go. Now that Solorian is in Leo's hands, Eldela doesn't care on the surface, but she is very concerned about it in her heart. Do you like it? Are you happy? Leo approached Eldera with a joking look on his face, ignoring the murderous gaze of Morning Walker, and shook his head with emotion. You know, one day is like 3 autumns. You know? How long has it been since you and Solorian have seen each other? It's been such a hard time for you. After saying that, Leo pretended to pat Eldera on the back, as if you were suffering. If the water is extremely clear, there will be no fish. If the people are extremely humble, they will be invincible. Once this person loses his face and loses his skin, he is not far away from being invincible. At this time, Fusel's evaluation of Leo only had 2 words: cheap people. Liadrin was greatly troubled. Logically speaking, she should help Eldera to rescue her. But the problem was that Leo was not a fuel-efficient lamp. He was now determined to make Eldera look bad. If he spoke rashly, he might compensate for yourself as well. Thinking of this, she quickly winked at Fusel and asked Fusel, who had a closer relationship with Leo, to speak first. Fizzle shook his head slightly, signaling Liadrin to wait and see. Based on her understanding of Leo, this kid is very measured in doing things. Eldera's words aroused his disgust. He will make Eldera look bad, but he will never make things get out of hand. Things developed just as Fizzle expected. Just before Eldera was about to burst into anger, Leo threw the dying Solorian out. Seeing this familiar figure, Eldora's anger disappeared in an instant, and her attention shifted to Solorian. Give them some privacy. Liedrin made a pleading gesture to Leo, gesturing for him to leave with her. The latter spread his hands and took the lead to walk away. I am a very knowledgeable person. I would never eavesdrop on the conversation of a long-separated couple. Leo blinked and added in his mind. It's none of my business if my pet goes and eavesdrops. You hand Solorian over to Eldora, and I'll thank you on her behalf. Liedrin's expression was very serious, and Leo found that he was a little uncomfortable. Personally, it's the same for you. I am very grateful. After all, Solorian was once the hero of my kingdom of Quel'Thalas, and it is a good thing to end the Lich King's enslavement as soon as possible. Waving his hand, Leo signaled that Liedrin didn't have to do this. The reason why I left Solorian alive in Tyr's hands was not to gain the gratitude of you and Eldora. I got very important information from him, which will help us fight against the witches. In my opinion, Nazul is just a farce, but Arthas is a tragedy. What we have to do now is to end this tragedy that has brought harm to humans and blood elves. Northern expedition to Northrend? Liedrin's eyes were like sharp swords. The blood elf countess stared closely into Leo's eyes, as if to judge whether his determination was firm enough. Are you serious? Chapter 764, A Battle Without Warning. A series of countless things is called life. No one knows what he will eventually experience, and no one knows what achievements he will achieve in his limited life. All we can do is to do our best one thing at a time. After all, life is like work. Either you handle it or it handles you. Obviously, no one wants to be the one who gets screwed, but the reality is always so cruel. Solorian's death was a complete and true death, and the person who did it was none other than Eldela, the former hero of the Blood Elves, the holder of the holy sword Quel'Dela, died in the arms of his lover. Apart from the regrets of Liedrin and Fisser, the only people who accompanied him at the last moment were Eldora's cry. As Leo said, Arthas is a tragedy. Countless tragedies were born at the hands of this tragic prince of Lordaeron. In order to prevent more tragedies from happening, all people have to do is to end this tragedy. The plan to counterattack Northrend in the Northrend has been put on the agenda. But before that, Leo and the others still need to deal with some Karaji beetles who are causing trouble in Silithus. The third time he came to Silithus. The third time he walked out of the Cenarian Council's teleportation array. He was greeted by his old acquaintance Nerlex. This time, the Night Elf Druid's attitude towards Leo was somewhat different. An obvious change. Although the Night Elves are arrogant, their respect for the strong is the consensus of the world. Leo single-handedly wiped out the Ash Hive, so that the Cenarian Council's stronghold in Silithus would no longer be harassed by insects. Leo's strength in this battle was eye-catching, and he also won the respect of Nerlex. Even putting aside Leo's super-personal strength, the benefits that the Cenarian Circle gained after the destruction of Hive Ash were enough to make Nerlex smile. What's more, Leo didn't come alone this time. Along with him were Liedrin and Fisser, as well as reinforcements composed of Upper Elves and Blood Elves to fight against the Karaji Beetle men. The High Elves of Orethalas were naturally not happy to learn that they had been sent to the battlefield of Silithus to fight against the Karaji Beetles. But they had to come under Liedrin's high pressure. Those who had some backbone among these highborn elves were killed for resisting when the Blood Elves attacked Orethalas. Those who were left behind were all weaklings, who were greedy for life and fearful of death. Liedrin only showed some signs of coloring, and was not ready to be reborn. Eldela, who took over Orethalas, asked the Blood Elf soldiers to take action, and the Upper Elves all surrendered. The highborn elves who are greedy for life and fear of death cannot expect them to be of much use, and Liedrin does not have much expectations for them. She is just here to gather the number of people. As for the highborn elves, they usually have Blood Elves accompanying them. No matter what, go to the battlefield and throw them in front of the swarm of insects. If these guys want to survive, they will not be able to survive without fighting against the insects. The Blood Elf Countess's way of treating these highborn elves was simple and rough, but effective. People who are greedy for life and afraid of death can often exert stronger fighting power in the face of death. Leo, your behavior is so unpredictable. Nerlex said this about Leo. After wiping out the Ash Hive, some people thought that Leo would continue to attack the Regal Hive and the Zora Hive. Others thought that Leo would use the excuse of being tired from the war to recuperate until the Alliance officially sent troops. But there was no people thought that Leo would run to Tanaris thousands of miles away. Continuing the Ash Hive, the Hive of Corruption, and the Giant Hive in the Great Rift. The two giant hives in Tanaris were destroyed by Leo's attack. Just when people were surprised by this, Ferala's the Abyss of Pain became the fourth giant insect nest destroyed by Leo. Leo specially selected a giant insect nest to fight, and the Cenarian Council was happy to see it. To the Night Elves, an insect nest anywhere is a scourge, especially a giant insect nest that is grown enough to threaten the security of an area. Sooner or later they will take action against the giant insect nests in Ferala's and Tanaris. Now who wouldn't be happy to have Leo help solve the trouble? As for the fact that the three giant insect nests, including the Abyss of Corruption and the Abyss of Corruption that Leo destroyed, did not help the current war situation in Silithus. The Cenarian Council pretended to be deaf and silent. Their goal is to destroy the Karaji beetle men. As long as it helps this goal, the Night Elves will not blame them. What's more, Leo's help is not a small help, but a very big help. After several times, there were only 3 giant insect nests in Silithus, and there were only 7 giant insect nests in the entire Kalendor. Leo solved 4 of them by himself. This kind of help is not big enough. How would it be of great help? Shrugging his shoulders, Leo said sincerely, I just did what I was capable of. I can't bear your praise. When it comes to playing dumb, humans are better than us. Not wanting to waste time, Neralex felt that it was better to get straight to the point. So he changed the topic to the recent major events in Silithus. At the last moment of the Battle of Quicksand, the 4-series Dragon Alliance consisting of Bronze Dragon, Red Dragon, Green Dragon, and Blue Dragon joined forces with the Night Elves army to attack the center of the Yakar Empire. And the Silithid army was forced to retreat to Enchi, Law Castle, since the number of Karaji aliens was so large that even the Night Elves and Dragons could not eliminate it. The Bronze Dragon Prince Anachronos finally had no choice but to seal them in the Temple of Ankaraj behind the Scarab Wall. The battlefield of this battle is not just the Temple of Ankaraj, but other places in Ankaraj Castle are also part of the battlefield. The fierce battle destroyed the Ankaraj Castle. The dragons, Night Elves, and Silithid worms competed for the ownership of every inch of land here, eventually turning the huge Ankaraj Castle into ruins. At the beginning of the battle with the beetle men, there were only scattered bugs in this ruins, and the scope of the battle did not spread here. The tribe and the Cenarian Circle also seemed not to pay much attention to the ruins. This turned out to be a wrong decision. The reason why the Karaji Scarabs avoid the ruins of Ankaraj Castle is to let their enemies relax their vigilance here. Just recently, the druids of the Cenarian Circle accidentally discovered it during an inspection. The anomaly of the ruins. While everyone was attracted to the insect nests all over Silithus, and while the Horde and Cenarian Circle were troubled by the swarms of insects nesting everywhere, the Karaji Scarabs were already in Ankaraj Castle without anyone noticing. A suffocating army was gathered in the ruins. The ruins of Ankaraj. After learning the news, Leo knew that there must be a battle here, for no other reason than the presence of the Scarab General Lajax in the ruins of Ankaraj. And the person presiding over the Cenarian Circle is Fandral Staghelm. It is impossible not to fight this battle. And it will definitely be an unusual fight. Hot. The man who led the Beetleman army to set up an ambush in Nanthong village, captured Vast Ann, who came to support him with his army, and tore the Night Elf general in half in front of Fandral before the battle was either Lajax or who. In the war against the Burning Legion, Malorn died at the hands of Archimond, and his son Cenarius died at the hands of Grom, who was controlled by the blood of demons. Fandral Staghelm was Cenarius, the son of Reyes. After losing these 2 relatives, Fandral's only remaining relative was his son Volston. However, Volston died in the Battle of Quicksand. His death left Fandral alone. When a man has lost all his loved ones, what can stop him from igniting the flames of revenge? In the past, due to the seal of Anachronos, Fandral had no way to seek revenge from Lajax in the Temple of Ankaraj. But now Lajax has escaped, and it has been discovered that he is in Ankaraj ruins. Would Fandral still let this great enemy live? Liadrin and Fisser exchanged glances. The Scarab General Lajax, who had a blood feud with the Archdruid Fandral, appeared in the ruins of Ankaraj. Even the Cenarian Circle knew about it. Only a few people, all outsiders, knew was that an alarming number of beetle men appeared there. If Neralex hadn't told them this secret, the 2 blood elves would never have thought that this ruin would actually involve Archdruid Fandral Deer. The helmet and its grudges against the beetle men come. The hatred for the murder of his son is sworn, and Fandral is now presiding over the Cenarian Circle. The Night Elves can't even think of not participating in the war this time. Not only did they have to join the war, but they also had to send a large army. Before the seal of the Beetle Wall was officially lifted, an unexpected war broke out without warning, like a sudden eruption of a volcano. I didn't expect such an accident. It seems that we have to make big changes to the plans we made before. and we have to show our true strength. Liadrin, who had secretly exchanged views with Visser, took a step forward and said to Nerlex, "The scale of the war is much greater than we understand. I will send additional troops to Prince Kael'dat's request, even if other armies are too late to mobilize. The Magister army led by Archmagistero will come to join the battle." The Blood Elves spent a lot of money this time. The Magister Legion and the Spellbreakers were the strongest forces guarding Silvermoon City. At the critical moment when Kael'dat was attacking the demigods, the Magister Legion was sent to Silithus. There is no fault in the sincerity shown by the elf. Nerlex had a strange look on his face when he mentioned the Blood Elves' Magister army. When the High Elves and Night Elves separated, they had differences over whether to use magic. Now they heard that the Blood Elves sent Magisters. The Legion came to help in the battle, and Nerlex felt complicated. However, when thinking about the role of the Magisters' extremely lethal and wide-range magic in fighting against the Sea of Insects, Nerlex could only pinch his nose and admit it. Chapter 765. It's better to go it alone. Leo's face hurt. Liadrin expressed his stance to Nerlex on behalf of the Blood Elves and guaranteed that Silvermoon City would at least send the Magister army to help. This was clearly a trick on him. At the important moment when Kael'dat attacked the demigods, the Blood Elves even sent out one of the strongest forces guarding Silvermoon City. Can the Kingdom of Arathor still be stingy? This little bitch is trying to drag me down in every possible way. Leo grinded his teeth with hatred. The ambiguous relationship between the Blood Elves and the Night Elves was because they were both elves. As a human kingdom, could the Kingdom of Arathor also be ambiguous with the Night Elves? Even if Leo and Scarlet wanted to play, the Night Elves would probably ignore them. In that case, why would they touch their cold butts with their hot faces? However, the Night Elves are a member of the Alliance after all, and the Blood Elves in the tribe have all expressed their stance. It would be unreasonable for the Kingdom of Arathor to remain indifferent. Although the Magister Legion is strong, there are too many beetle men. If we don't mobilize enough troops, our chances of winning this battle are not good. Leo showed a smile that frightened Liadrin. It's not as good as us. Concentrate our forces to attack the big one. Arathor, Silvermoon City, and the Night Elves. The three of us will wipe out the ruins of Encourage. Liadrin and Nerlex didn't expect that Leo would make this suggestion. This kid really couldn't stop talking without surprising anyone. Relying on Arathor alone, Silvermoon City and the Night Elves wanted to destroy the ruins of Pinkyra. But neither the Blood Elves nor the Night Elves had ever had such an idea. In their opinion, there is a tribal army composed of orcs and trolls. Wouldn't it be a fool not to recruit this group of coolies and to fight them alone? Have you ever thought about it? The tribe is in a very difficult situation now. The Tauren are entangled with the Centaurs. The Darkspear tribe had a rebellion by Zalazane. The population of the orcs is not large. They are facing a full-scale confrontation in Silithus. During the war in the Hive, they almost empty their fortunes. Even if we get them, how many people can Sorfang send to help us? Liadrin and Nerlex admitted that what Leo said made sense. In fact, they were not ignorant of the current situation of the tribe. But they knew that they really had never thought about going it alone. No matter how many orcs could be divided, the arrival of the army will always provide some assistance. I don't care how many difficulties you orcs and trolls have, as long as you can share the pressure for me. This is a typical mentality of a dead Taoist friend, but a poor Taoist. Seeing that the two elves did not agree with his views, Leo was not discouraged. He knew the mentality of Liadrin and Nerlex, and continued to express his views. Indeed, if we send a request, Sorfang will send an army to help us. And the pressure of attacking the ruins of Encourage will also be shared. But based on the current situation of the tribe, how many people can they send, and how much pressure they can share? For us it's almost nothing. Excessively squeezing the abilities of allies is not a good thing. Besides, the Silver Crusade intends to expedition to Northrend after this battle and launch a counterattack against the Raging Scourge. At that time, we still need the cooperation of the tribe. Counterattacking Northrend and avenging the Scourge's annihilation of the country is something that every Blood Elf considers all the time. Liadrin and Visser pondered, and the Blood Elves hesitated. Upon seeing this, Nerlex knew that the Blood Elves had been persuaded by Leo, and the Night Elf Druid remained silent. Among the few people here, no one knows the current state of the Horde better than Nerlex. Their troops are indeed stretched thin. Even if Sorfang wants to help, he won't be able to distinguish many people. Since the Horde's the army couldn't share much of the pressure. So why would he risk offending Leo and Object with all his strength? Didn't you see that Liadrin and other Blood Elves were persuaded by Leo? If the Blood Elves didn't object, the powerful Night Elves would naturally not care. Now give the tribe a chance to breathe a sigh of relief. They can help more when they counterattack Northrend. This is what Leo wants to express. In order for the tribe to be able to participate in the war in the North Rift after fighting against the Kiraji beetles, it is necessary for them to take a break now. No one knows when the war against the Scourge will end. If the Horde does not participate, can the Alliance safely fall into the quagmire of the war called Northrend? It's impossible to even think about it with your toes. With the troops Sorfang currently has, unless he lets Korkrone go to war in advance, he won't be able to help. Fusel said something aside, showing her attitude that she supported Leo. Korkrone is the elite force in Thrall's hands, and the trump card of the orcs. They were sent to the battlefield before the seal of the beetle wall was lifted, and the real decisive battle had not yet come. When the orcs attacked the temple of Ankh-Morpork, they were still there. What power! Liedron finally made up her mind after weighing it several times. Sorfang really can't help us much now. Keeping the war in Silithus at its current level has almost reached his limit. But isn't it too little for the three of us to send troops to the ruins of Ankh-Morpork? Stormwind City. Ironforge. No, Morrigan can't do it without joining. The tribe can't allocate many troops, but the Alliance can. Liedron wanted to use this excuse to draw the Alliance into the war in Silithus, so that they could no longer stay aside and watch as if it had nothing to do with them. No problem. Leo agreed simply, beyond Liedron and Nerylex's expectations. When Liedron thought about it, Leo would definitely shirk her condition once it came out. As Marshal Arother, he could not control Stormwind City and Ironforge. When the time came, Liedron would be able to make more demands. Unexpectedly, Leo agreed immediately. For agreeing so simply, this guy was either talking nonsense or had something else going on. It's impossible to talk nonsense. The possibility of Leo talking nonsense about such a big matter is extremely low. So there must be something behind the matter. With her understanding of Leo, Liedron quickly came to a conclusion. But she couldn't guess what the inside story was. However, she didn't waste many brain cells on this issue, because Leo quickly got the answer. Actually, the Alliance has always been very concerned about the war in Silithus. However, the Cross-Sea expedition is not a trivial matter. There are too many things to consider, which is why it has been unable to send troops to fight. Varian, Magni, Mekatork and the others communicated and learned that their biggest concern was the safety of the army coming to Kalimdor. Although the territory controlled by the Night Elves on the Kalimdor continent is quite large, with their style, the Alliance really needs to worry about its own safety. Leo's words are not unreasonable. You should believe in the ability of the Cenarian Circle. And the tribe has also made a guarantee that it will not be entangled in the conflicts between the two camps at this time. Nerylex is very angry. The Alliance has made it clear that it does not trust them. It's understandable that the Alliance doesn't trust Nerylex of the Horde, but they also doubt the words of the Cenarian Circle, which is really annoying. Facing the slightly angry Night Elf, Leo was very calm. He pressed his palm down and signaled Nerylex not to be angry. We are only considering things from a safety perspective. After all, you have also seen orcs. He has clearly expressed hostility to me. Of course we trust the Cenarian Council and the Horde, but there will always be people in this world who ignore the overall situation for their own liking and dislike. And we cannot risk the lives of our soldiers. What do you want? Nerylex and Liedron knew that what Leo was going to say next was the conditions for the Alliance to participate in the war. If the negotiation was successful, everyone would be happy. If the negotiation failed, they would continue to stand aside and watch the war in Silithus. Raising an index finger, Leo said to Nerylex with a serious look, the Alliance needs a camp. A camp that can ensure the safety of Alliance soldiers who come to the continent of Kalimdor. The Alliance is obviously not prepared to use the Cenarian Circle's stronghold. Their purpose is to establish a camp belonging to the Alliance in Kalimdor and then occupy it. In this way, their purpose is Ungoro Crater. The three elves Nerylex, Liedron, and Forrisel knew the Alliance's intentions. Silithus is now full of battlefields and tribal troops. Naturally, it is impossible to build a safe enough camp, as the Alliance said. So it can only be found outside Silithus. Since you want to participate in the war against the Kiraji Beetle people, this place cannot be too far away from Silithus. It is best to be close to Silithus. Examples that meet the requirements include Thousand Needles, Farilaz, and Ungoro Crater. However, the Thousand Needle Stone Forest is geographically the farthest away from the Temple of Ankh-Morpork. It is also a stone forest area where not even a blade of grass grows. How can the Alliance take it seriously? Besides, it was too close to the hinterland of the tribe. and Thrall would not agree due to safety concerns. Excluding Thousand Needles, the only ones that can be selected are Feralas and Ungoro Crater. However, the land of Feralas already has too many forces. Recently, even the Blood Elves have got involved. How can it be compared with Borderlands? Compared to Ungoro Crater? The Alliance wants to take advantage of the opportunity to obtain Ungoro Crater, and they are not afraid of breaking their teeth. Lydron snorted, while Neralex looked disdainful. The place in Ungoro Crater seems ordinary. It seems that anyone can enclose a piece of land. But who has succeeded? During the Battle of Quicksand, the Night Elves retreated to Ungoro Crater, and when the Beetle Men chased the Night Elves and prepared to enter that land, Thandril felt a powerful force there, and it was under the deterrence of that force. The Karaji Beetles bypassed the Night Elves' defenses and entered Tanaris, angering the Bronze Dragons. Even today, the Beetle Men do not dare to build a giant insect nest in Ungoro Crater. The resources there are not comparable to Tanaris. If a nest is built in Ungoro Crater, it will definitely develop faster. But the Beetle Men didn't dare to do that. Yes, it's Ungoro Crater. If this is the request, I think we have no objection. Lydron and Neralex agreed straightforwardly. And Leo had a bad feeling in his heart. There must be a conspiracy to agree so readily. Chapter 766. There must be a battle. If the Alliance is compared to a machine, then interests are the driving force that drives the machine to operate at high speed. When Leo sent the news back to the Eastern Continent, the entire Alliance took action with astonishing efficiency. They made all the preparations in less than 5 days. The speed and efficiency were so fast that it was amazing. Stunning. There are many forces participating in the construction of Ungoro Crater this time, including Varian's Kingdom of Stormwind, Magni's Dwarf Kingdom, Mekatork's Dwarf Tribe, Greymane's Kingdom of Gilneas, Leo and Scarlet the beautiful Kingdom of Arath, even the Wildhammer Dwarves of Eagle's Nest Mountain, Jaina's Theramore, and Dalaran, which claims to be neutral, have all intervened. The Kirin-Tor Council sent magicians in the name of helping deal with the Karaji Beetles, helping the Alliance to set up the prototype of the camp in the shortest possible time, and put up a magic barrier to cover the place and protect the new camp from the crater. Harassment by indigenous creatures. The Cenarian Circle even sent many druids to Ungoro Crater under the guise of protecting nature. These Night Elves are so mysterious that no one knows why they are here. At the same time, at Leo's insistence, the Alliance brought the goblins in, gave these money-loving guys a huge order, and used the profits to drag the goblins into the water. It can be said that the establishment of the camp in Ungoro Crater this time has affected the entire Alliance and related forces. Faced with the collective actions of so many forces, the tribe was dissatisfied but could not stop it. Moreover, Ungoro Crater was an unclaimed land, and the tribe had no right to interfere with the Alliance's actions here. This matter made Thrall very embarrassed. The Alliance reached out to the continent of Kalandor, especially the human forces that the orcs regarded as their mortal enemies. They participated in and led this expansion. This news immediately caused an uproar among the orcs. The orcs are based on the continent of Kalandor. They have long regarded this land as their own. Now someone has taken Ungoro Crater from their hands. This is one of the few resource-rich places in the entire continent. How could the orc militant faction, which was gradually gaining ground, let go of this opportunity? Under the instigation of interested people, the call for war with the Alliance became louder, among which the Wusong clan was the main force and vanguard. The orcs felt angry, but the Alliance felt even more angry. What are orcs? In the eyes of the Alliance, they are invaders from another world. The invasion of the orcs has brought great pain to this world, and a catastrophe to the races living in this world. As invaders, which piece of land in this world belongs to you orcs? The human guardian Medivh kindly guided Thrall to lead the orcs to Kalandor, so that they would not be exterminated. Now these orcs take the continent of Kalandor as their own land, as a matter of course. What kind of stupid logic is this? The ones who should be angry should be those of us who have been invaded by you and have been burned, killed, and looted by beasts like you, but who have to live in the same world with you for various reasons. We are the real masters of this world. You are just outsiders, robbers, criminals, nothing more. What right do you have to be angry? Varian was furious after learning about this situation. The king of the Stormwind Kingdom did not hide his hatred of the orcs, as well as his contempt and disdain for this matter. In addition to killing, robbing, and destroying other people's homes, will those brainless beasts do anything else? Are they clamoring to go to war with the Alliance? Okay, then come, as long as they dare to stir up trouble. I will grant them a painful memory that will last a lifetime, provided they have the ability to escape from me. Varian said this in front of the leaders of the alliance. His murderous look showed his determination. If something disharmonious happened, Varian would really do it to start a war with the tribe. Come out. With the help of the Dalaran mage, the camp in Ungoro Crater was built early, and the defenses were basically completed. Not to mention that the tribes who were fighting fiercely with the beetle men in Silithus at this time could not send many people. Even if they can send a large army, they may not be able to capture it. Please stay calm. King Varian. I believe Thrall will handle this matter properly. Seeing that Varian wanted to take this opportunity to attack the orcs, Jaina hurriedly came out to dissuade her. So we crossed the endless sea and came to Kalandor because we have a common enemy with the tribe. And solving the threat of the Karaji beetles is a big deal. At this time, we should put aside our grudges and fight together. Keep calm? Let go of grudges. It's because we are too calm that we allow those beasts that invaded our home to survive today. Jaina's words failed to extinguish Varian's anger, but instead angered the other person. Before Varian could answer, a human man with some white hair on his temples stood up with an angry groan. His statement shocked Jaina. Jaina was secretly annoyed that she had ignored his presence, and unintentionally the lieutenant general put the fire on fire. The human man is dressed in heavy armor, with a long sword tied to his waist, and the emblem of the Kingdom of Gilneas is printed on his shirt. Who is Jen Greymane, if not the king of the Kingdom of Gilneas? If Tarinas hadn't been so confused, we wouldn't be in so much trouble today, Jen complained. After the orcs were defeated, he was one of the human kings who advocated killing all the captured orcs. However, Tarinas did not agree at the time. Lord Darren and Varian of the Kingdom of Stormwind opposed it. The orcs were not killed, but imprisoned in Durnhold Castle. It was this incident that made Jen determined. He resolutely broke with the alliance, and used the Greymane Wall to block Kyrgyz's connection with the outside world. In Jean's view, instead of executing the orcs who were intruders, he had to provide them with enough food to survive. This harmed the interests of the Bara family, a great human aristocrat. In order to protect the enemy, his friends were injured. Tarinas, it was a big mistake. He couldn't be with someone who was so stupid. Shut up. Jean! Varian is angry. Tarinas is the person he respects the most. Varian cannot tolerate others criticizing him. Looking at Varian, who was glaring at him, Jin did not give in. He provoked Varian with a sarcastic tone. Boy, I almost forgot that you were a staunch supporter of Tarinas back then. How about, now you know how stupid you are. Regret? Varian sneered, his hands already touching the hilts of Salamini's swords. I will let you taste it soon. It seems I have to teach you how to respect your seniors, Jean said as he drew out his sword. The situation is tense. This word is the perfect word to describe the atmosphere at the scene. Two powerful human warriors would start fighting if they didn't agree with each other. The warriors were really hot-tempered. Jaina didn't expect that things would turn out like this. She just advised Varian to focus on the overall situation. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, it turned into a situation where the two human kings, Jen and Varian, staged an all-out martial arts show. Both of you, please calm down. Jaina tried to dissuade her, but Varian and Jean ignored her, both of them exuding strong fighting spirit. Realizing that she alone could not stop these two, Jaina turned her attention to the others present, hoping that they could join her in persuading Varian and Jen. But the response she received greatly disappointed her. Mekatork, the great dwarf craftsman, took out a handful of broken parts at some point, and was holding a wrench to assemble and disassemble them. He was having so much fun that he didn't even notice what was happening. Look like. Mekatork ignored Jaina's gaze. So that was all good. Look at the two people below. How passionate they are about fanning the flames, so that the world will not be in chaos. A warrior is different from a mage. A mage uses his wisdom to gain respect, and a warrior uses his sword to win honor. Wouldn't it be great for them to have a fight? Who is stronger, Jean or Varian? Don't you want to know? This is the answer of Magni Bronzebeard and Wildhammer Prince Kadros Wildhammer. After they said this, the tension between Varian and Jean did not slow down at all, but became stronger. Jaina regretted that she shouldn't have expected anything from the two dwarves. They were obviously afraid that Jean and Varian wouldn't be able to fight. I hope Leo and Scarlet can help me. Jaina could only place her hope on these two people in Arather now. If Leo hadn't secretly stopped Scarlet, she would definitely have stood up. But just as the female paladin was about to make a move, Leo grabbed her hand and stopped her with a wink. The battle between Jean and Varian is not accidental but inevitable. Even if they are stopped today, it will break out at some time in the future. Rather than leaving such an untimed bomb to harm you in the future, it is better to detonate it now, before the kingdom of Gilneas returned to the Alliance. The kingdom of Stormwind was the most powerful country among the humans, but with Gilneas, that may not be the case. Although Gilneas suffered from the scourge of the werewolf curse, the Greymane family was a blessing in disguise. Because of the werewolf curse, the people of the entire kingdom have the ability to transform into werewolves. It can be said that they have truly achieved the goal of all-in-one soldiers, and their military strength is better than the established ones. Gilneas in front of the Greymane wall is no less impressive. As a result, the status of Stormwind Kingdom has been greatly affected. Gilneas is strong and naturally wants to have more say. If a new force rises, it will inevitably conflict with the established forces. This leads to the conflict between the Kingdom of Stormwind and Gilneas. Varian is a powerful warrior, and Jen is also a powerful warrior. These two kings will definitely be compared. It is said that there is no first in civility, and no second in martial arts. The strong are arrogant, and no one is. He was willing to be compared, so that there would be a personal fight between the two kings. Publicly, there is a conflict between the Kingdom of Stormwind and Gilneas, and privately, Varian and Jin also have some thoughts on competing. So there must be a battle between the two. Although it is not a life and death fight, there must be a winner. It is precisely because of knowing this that Mekatork, Magni and Leo and others will stand by and watch. And Jaina has many things in the Alliance because of her ambiguous relationship with the orcs. No one will take the initiative to tell her. So I didn't think of this level. As for Scarlet, this stupid girl is purely blind and inexperienced. Chapter 767 The water is too deep. Just like the constant movement of all things between day and night, the prince will one day become a king. The reason why Jin can leave Gilneas, which is being rebuilt, with peace of mind is because his son, Prince Lim of the Kingdom of Gilneas, has grown up and is a member of the Crowley family and the kingdom that has assisted Jin for many years. With the help of his minister Vincent Godfrey, the young prince was able to manage the country. Although Jean still has a lot of doubts about joining the Alliance. Lim, Daryl's and others had already cooked the raw rice into cooked rice during the time when he was in a coma, and Jean experienced the serious injury to his mind. There have been certain changes, so he did not express any objection. Of course, he didn't agree, but just let Lim and Daryl's have their way with a tacit attitude. With Lim in charge of the governance of the kingdom, Jean can be free to fight for more things for his country in the Alliance. If you want to get something, you have to give it. Joining the Alliance's foreign expeditions is not only a fulfillment of Gilneas' obligations as a member of the Alliance, but also a means to rebuild Gilneas' reputation. It is also an opportunity for Jean to observe the Alliance. If the Alliance disappoints him, he will let Gilneas withdraw from it no matter how great the domestic pressure is. Just like he did when he decided to withdraw from the Alliance when he felt that Tyreena's was insane. Fortunately, Jean is quite satisfied with the current situation of the Alliance. Although the dwarves, gnomes, and night elves are still the same, the human race has changed from Tyreena's, whom Jean thought was dim, to the belligerent and radical Varian, with the addition of two young talents from the kingdom of Arather, Leo and Scarlet. The Alliance has shown great vitality. Only when a force has strong vitality can it have enough enterprising spirit, and only when it has enough enterprising spirit can it continue to develop forward. With initial recognition of the current Alliance, Jean felt that it would not be a bad thing for his kingdom to rejoin the Alliance. By truly accepting the fact of joining the Alliance, Jean would no longer regard himself as a bystander. The Night Elves were indifferent to everything. The dwarves shrank on their own territory, and the dwarfs even lost their own cities. In his opinion, the leader of the Alliance should be born in the human race. Only the human race can shoulder the important task of leading the Alliance. At present, the overall strength of the kingdom of Arather among the human race is insufficient, and the kingdom of Stormwind and Gilneas are only in the middle. In this case, why should Varian, the junior boy, be the leader instead of Jean leading the Alliance? Jen is an arrogant person. He always believed that he was not at fault for what happened back then. He only let the orcs go because Tyreena's was confused. If he had led the Alliance at that time, where would there be any tribes now? He killed all these invaders from another world early in the morning. It is better to place your hope of not making mistakes on others than to do it yourself, in order to prevent the Alliance from disappointing him again. Jen felt that it was better for him to lead the Alliance than to let Varian lead it. So the rivalry with Varian has existed since the two sides had contact. Leo, Magni and Mekatork all knew this, but they all remained silent. Jean was worried about leaving his fate in the hands of others. Although there was also the thought of his seniors not trusting his juniors. In general, he did not have any bad intentions. And it was also true for someone like him to keep an eye on Varian. An insurance against the latter going wrong. Boy, if you dare, come outside with me, Jean said, and walked out of the house first. They were now in the newly built meeting hall in Ungoro Crater Camp. It was spacious when used for discussing matters, but too narrow for fighting. Varian snorted and followed Jean out of the house. Upon seeing this, Jaina hurriedly followed. But the other people in the room still looked like the old god was there, and didn't even move. It looked like they were going out to fight. Not two human kings, but two insignificant passers-by. Don't you have to go take a look? Leo? Scarlet looked at the door with some worry. If Leo hadn't told her to ignore it, the female paladin would have gone out with Jaina, shaking his head with a bored look on his face. Leo explained, believe me, this battle is not interesting at all. Varian and Jean's martial arts are all learned on the battlefield. And they are what warriors like them know. They are all killing skills. If it is a life and death fight, they are familiar with it. But they can compete with each other. Leo stopped here. Although he didn't finish his words, his meaning was fully expressed. Varian and Jean's best martial arts are used to kill people. But the question is, can they kill each other now? If it was just a competition of skills, the two of them would definitely be at a loss. They would only use 50% of their true strength at most. If they only used 50% of their strength, they would not be able to win even if they fought for a year and a half. After all, watching such a battle is a waste of your time. They will stop after they find out each other's details. Look, Jaina is back, which shows that everything will be fine, Leo said, pointing to the door. And Jaina, who was chasing out, stepped in. Scarlet was really relieved when she saw this. Jaina looked at everyone in the room. These people should know something. But they just didn't tell her. This showed that the Alliance did not really regard her as one of their own. As for the Horde, Thrall would treat her as a friend. But the Horde would never maybe consider her one of your own. Everything I do is for humanity, the Alliance, and the world. Why is this? Jaina felt discouraged. And she felt very tired at this moment. It is indeed a bit sad to be a human, but be treated as an outsider by the Alliance. Okay, everyone. Instead of caring about the discussion between Varian and Jean, it's better to pay attention to the land under our feet. Leo's voice sounded in time, waking up Jaina from her self-pity. Seeing that everyone's eyes were on him, Leo continued, for thousands of years, no one has been able to successfully settle in Ungoro Crater. It is easy to establish a camp here with our strength, but we must maintain this camp for a long time. It is very difficult to go down. The land under our feet has a mysterious power. What is hidden in this crater is not the focus of our attention now. So I hope everyone will cooperate and do nothing here for the time being. Ungoro Crater has a secret, and everyone in this room knows it. If there were too little mystery here, how could Magni, Mekatork, and Kadros come in person? Kadros was the first to express his agreement with Leo's words. The Wildhammer Prince said in a loud voice, I agree with this. The top priority is to deal with the Kiraji beetle men. Those insects are what we should pay attention to now. We can slowly explore the secrets of Ungoro Crater in the future. But the threat of the Kiraji beetle men is imminent. So we should join forces with the tribe to deal with the threat of the beetle men first. Jaina also agreed. She originally wanted the Alliance to send troops to Silithus. So how could she object? Kaderos expressed his stance, and Magni did not undermine his own people. As for Mekatork, the dwarf wore the same pair of trousers. In the absence of Varian and Jen, the Alliance reached an agreement that until the threat of the Kiraji beetles was removed, Alliance people would not explore around here to avoid causing unexpected trouble. The reason why Leo took the initiative to make such a suggestion was that he didn't want to cause trouble. It would not be a wise move to mess with the guy in Ungoro Crater before the matter in Silithus was resolved. This world is really dangerous, and you will encounter powerful and human beings wherever you go. Leo expressed his helplessness. The water was deep. The water was too deep, and people would drown if they were not careful. However, no matter how deep the water is, Leo still wants to explore it. As long as he is in this world, he will come into contact with such existence sooner or later. Besides, that portal is a good thing, and the help of being able to use it is completely impossible to ignore. Ungoro Crater. If I hadn't noticed something strange from Lydron and Nerlex, I would have really forgotten what this place has. Rubbing the ring of forbidden evil words in his hand, Leo closed his eyes to cover up the flash of light in his eyes. Similar to Sakura Basin in Northrend, the world visited by Titans. Ngoro Crater is the biological testing ground for these powerful species that continue to transform various worlds in the universe according to their wishes. When the Titans stayed in this world, Ngoro Crater and Zoccola Basin were the sites for their biological evolution experiments. Although the Titans have long since left, and have also taken away important information and notes, the Titans' vision is not comparable to that of mortals. Things they discarded, things they feel are useless, and not worth taking away are profound to mortals. A treasure that is so unpredictable that it can bring about huge changes in the world today. If the things left behind by the Titans are found, it will undoubtedly bring unimaginable benefits to the discoverers. Maybe the situation of the entire world, and the status of the discoverers' race in the world will undergo earth-shaking changes. This is why the leaders of the various races in the Alliance gathered in Ngoro Crater. Do you really think that they were so idle that they came to a newly built camp to travel in the name of inspection? It's just that the Titans are still working even if they leave the instruments they left behind, including hidden devices. It is not easy to find Titan ruins in Ngoro Crater. In fact, if it hadn't been their turn to look for it now, the Night Elves and Trolls would have discovered it long ago. Of course, just because others don't know doesn't mean that Leo doesn't know. But no matter how conceited he is, he won't look for the Titan ruins in Ngoro Crater now. It's not that he doesn't have the ability, well, the real situation is that he discovered the Titan ruins now. The ability is there, but the ability to possess that relic is not. If nothing else, it's because there is an existence named Nabaya in the Titan ruins in Ngoro Crater. Grant the Black Dragon Neltharion some of his own abilities, allowing him to become the guardian of Khazgaroth, the Titan Forger of the Earth Guard, and Nabaya, the Titan Guardian. Chapter 768, Careful Thoughts. On Staglum Sentry Post, a human man with short blue hair stood there with a depressed expression. He didn't know what he was mumbling. At a glance, it was clear that he wanted to find someone to vent his anger on, but had no one to vent his anger on. 2. Those guys from Twilight's Hammer can run fast. I hope you can have such good luck next time. Esaligas, don't worry about this. At least I figured out one thing. Leo gestured for the blue-haired man to follow him. The Twilight Hammer abandoned several camps in a row. What we are plotting must be quite big. In addition to dealing with the Karaji beetle men in Silithus, we also have to be wary of these guys at all times. Azorigas followed, with a gloomy look on his face. Sindragosa told him to obey Leo's orders. The Blue Dragon did not dare to disobey the Queen, and had to act as a follower behind Leo. As a dragon, but being ordered by a human to do this and that. Azoragos was not happy from the bottom of his heart. Fortunately, Leo did not give orders randomly. Where should we go now? Or back to the Tomb of the Warriors? At the entrance to Silithus from Ngoro Crater, the Night Elves built the Tomb of the Warriors in memory of the warriors of their own race, who died in the Battle of Quicksand. This is where the Alliance troops from Ngoro Crater entered Silithus, in order to ensure the safety of the Tomb of Warriors. Varian and others sent troops there to strengthen the defense after obtaining the consent of the Night Elves. At this time, many leaders of the Alliance have gathered in the Tomb of the Warriors, and they are discussing how to attack the ruins of Ankh-Raj. As far as I know, the ruins we are about to attack are behind the Beetle Wall. Why is it not sealed? Or is it that the seal of the Beetle Wall has actually been broken by the Beetle Men? But no one told us the truth. We need an explanation, and we refuse to fight this fight until we know what is really going on. Leo, the Alliance resident at the Tomb of the Warriors, heard the voices of Jean and Varian as soon as he entered the Tomb of the Warriors. The two Alliance leaders were asking Neralex to clear up their doubts, and their tone was very tough. Facing the questions from the two human kings, Neralex could only respond with a wry smile. Explain? How could he explain it? When the Bronze Dragon Prince Anachronos laid the seal of the Beetle Wall, he did include the ruins of Ankh-Raj. Judging from the strength of the seal, the Beetle Men of the Yakar Empire were indeed unable to shake it. But the problem was that it was the Beetle Men are not the only ones sealed inside. The Temple of Ankh-Raj is where the Titans sealed Thun. And Thun, a tyrannical being who was an enemy of the Titans, was also within the seal. With the power of the ancient god, Thun has been corrupted for such a long time after controlling the Kiraji Beetle people. There are problems with the seal that Anachronos originally laid. No matter the strength, integrity, or area of the seal, there are problems. Significantly weakened. The ruins of Ankh-Raj, and the astonishing number of beetle men in the ruins appeared under such circumstances. We wouldn't be surprised if they were just beetles, and they could escape through the loopholes in the seal. But beetle generals, like Ragex, also appeared outside the seal. How do you explain it? Jean didn't give Neralex face. You said there was a loophole in the seal. Okay. I accept that. But all the strong men among the beetle men ran away. Can you still use the loophole to explain it? What kind of loophole can let a guy like Ragex escape? Are you sure the seal has not been broken by the beetle man? If a large number of powerful beetle men suddenly appeared when attacking the ruins of Ankaraj, would the Alliance be forced to face the main force of the Yakkar Empire? As a result, Jean worried that the ruins of Ankaraj were a trap set by the beetle men to lure them there and ambush them. Isn't this how Archdruid Fandrel's son Volston fell into the trap when he rushed to the aid of Southwind Village? A person learns from every mistake and cannot fall twice in the same place. With such worries, the Alliance army has not taken any action since entering Silithus. Everyone is repeatedly confirming the intelligence, which makes the stalkers, who went to reconnoiter the situation, very tired. I think I can answer everyone's questions. Leo rescued Nerlex, and upon hearing his voice, everyone turned their attention to him, who had just returned to camp. Could this kid have discovered something? What did you find out? Pasonia looked tired. She had put a lot of effort into investigating the ruins of Ankaraj recently. She had personally entered the ruins several times to investigate, although she had obtained a lot of information about the ruins of Ankaraj. But the real problem remains unresolved. Seeing the tiredness on Pasonia's face, Leo felt a little distressed. He didn't show off, but told the matter directly. Isiligas and I went to Silithus to check. And guess what I found? All the Twilight's hammer camps in Silithus were empty. And they were in everything as Hara did against Azuragos. We have reason to believe that everything that happened in Ankaraj was related to them, Leo said, as he took out a few crystal fragments, which together were no bigger than a fingernail. What's this? Jean Varian could not recognize the origin of these crystal fragments for a while. But Jaina and Pasonia had some guesses. These are fragments of elemental crystals. Generally speaking, only magicians can use them. What can these fragments mean? They recognized it. But Pasonia and Jaina had new questions. There must be magicians in Twilight's hammer. And isn't it normal for magicians to use elemental crystals to practice and make magic objects? These are not ordinary elemental fragments. The elemental crystals are no different from ordinary stones after the magic power is exhausted and turned into fragments. It is impossible to receive the injection of magic power again. But they are different, Leo said, as he injected a stream of magic power into the fragments. Something surprising happened. The fragment in Leo's hand actually swallowed up the magic flow completely. Did you see it? The ability to receive the injection of magic flow again is a characteristic of special elemental crystals condensed by elemental essences. The biggest use of this special elemental crystal is to provide enough energy to open up certain magic circles. A specific space plane. As far as I know, Twilight's hammer has been collecting such elemental crystals. Then, can we make this judgment? The Twilight hammer used some method unknown to us, using the elemental crystals they collected to expand the loopholes in the seal of the beetle wall, causing Rajuk to a strong beetle man like C appears outside the seal? After Leo said this, everyone thought it made sense. The Twilight hammer has been in Silithus for a long time. If they really have evil intentions, which is almost certain, then they will definitely study the seal of the beetle wall. Not many people paid attention to the desert of Silithus before. As long as the Twilight hammer made things more secretive, no one would be able to discover their secrets. Nerlex thought of a possibility. A possibility that made him angry. The Twilight hammer has been collecting special elemental crystals for a long time. Is it related to them that the beetle men of the Yakkar Empire can break the seal of the beetle wall? Since the War of Quicksand, nothing has happened to the seal of the beetle wall for thousands of years. Why is there a problem now? Moreover, according to Leo and Azuragos, the Twilight's hammer's conspiracy against the blue dragon guarding the quicksand shard also started during the time when the problem occurred at the beetle wall. There is no connection between the two. He wouldn't believe it even if Nerlex was killed. By connecting the messages in this way, the whole thing becomes clear. In order to help Thun out of trouble, and to help the Karaji beetles break the seal, the Twilight hammer has been uneasy since they arrived in Silithus. They have been planning this for a long time. After figuring out the seal set by Anachronos, they cooperated with Thun and used the collected elemental crystals to corrode the seal of the beetle wall, causing loopholes in the originally tight seal. This caused the destruction throughout Greece. Lysis also affected the plague of insects in Tanaris and Pharaohs. Not only that, after knowing the important role of the Quicksand Scepter, the Twilight Hammer began a conspiracy against the Blue Dragon Azuragos, who guarded the Quicksand Shards. This is a big conspiracy that has been planned for a long time. It is really difficult to understand that the Twilight Hammer deliberately wants to bring about the Twilight Trial to destroy the world. They don't think they can survive after the world is destroyed. Do they? In other words, the members of the Twilight Hammer are all lunatics, who tend to destroy themselves. It is not enough for them to seek death themselves, and they have to drag the entire world to bury them with them. Deathwing is a lunatic, and the members of the Twilight Hammer are not normal people. Is this the so-called practice of deeds? Or is it true that birds of a feather flock together? How strong is the Twilight Hammer? Jin didn't know much about the Twilight's hammer, but he knew that if this force was behind the scenes, his side would definitely conflict with it. And perhaps the Twilight's hammer would jump out during the attack on the ruins of Encourage. The Twilight Hammer is very powerful. You should also know that the leader of this organization, Jean, is the ogre magician Korgal. Those who are active in Silithus are only part of this organization. And we don't need to face it yet. The entire Twilight's hammer. Leo's words reminded Jean of his thoughts. When the orcs first invaded the world, Korgal and his orc clan called the Twilight Hammer were among the pioneers, fighting against humans and other people in the world who were invaded by the orcs. As a race, Cho'Gall and his Twilight Hammer are notorious and are out-and-out executioners. Originally, Jean thought that the Twilight's Hammer was just the same name as the orc clan, but he didn't expect that it was actually founded by the ogre magician he knew. However, the current Twilight Hammer is very different from the previous orc clan. In order to prepare for the arrival of the world-destroying Twilight Trial, they have absorbed people from other races such as human trolls to join. As the organization becomes larger, at the same time, the members have become more complicated, and spies from other forces are inevitably mixed in. Although these spies cannot penetrate into the upper echelons of the Twilight's Hammer, so their role is limited. But at certain critical moments, these people are powerful informants who can grasp the movements of the Twilight's Hammer. Among these organizations is MI7 established by Pasonia. Chapter 769 You Are So Violent. Savas is an insect hive queen. Originally, a being like Savas was supposed to set up her own business and choose a place to build a giant insect hive like the Nest of Corruption. But things changed, and she was ordered to stay in Silithus. In Savas' view, the same people who went to Feralis to build the Abyss of Pain and those who went to Tanaris to build the Lair of Corruption were cowards. They were afraid of the aura emanating from Ungoro Crater, so they chose to escape. If she were sent out, she would boldly build a hive in Ungoro Crater. What kind of titans? What kind of gods? In front of the great Ozayaki civilization, everything is food. Why should we be afraid of them? It's a pity that Sabasi can only think about it now. Who allowed them to break through the beetle wall and be discovered so quickly? After receiving the order from the great twin emperors, Savas had to quietly build her own lair outside the ruins of Encourage. And it was hidden underground so that no outsiders would know. Such an order made Savas very aggrieved. It didn't matter that her majestic hive queen couldn't build a giant hive, but now she had to build an ordinary hive secretly. Is this still what the hive queen should do? However, the orders of the twin emperors could not be disobeyed, and Savas had no choice but to obey them even if she was unwilling to do so. However, being sneaky also has its advantages. At least the insect nest established by Savas was well hidden, and no one has discovered it, so its development has not been disturbed at all. In terms of the number of insect swarms, it is no less than any large insect nest. The giant insect nest is just a hair away. Originally, Savas thought that life would go on like this until the seal of the beetle wall was broken, and the great twin emperors set foot on this land again. But an accidental event broke the peace of the ruins of Encourage. The druids of the Cenarian Circle discovered anomalies in the ruins and escaped, pursued by the swarm of insects. The Akur Empire's arrangements in the ruins of Encourage were exposed. The clouds of war hung over the ruins of Encourage without any warning. Savasi has never been afraid of the coming war, and the violent gene in her body makes her hope that the war will come soon. Savasi, who is looking forward to the war, forgot one thing. War is ruthless. Any life is fragile in front of the ferocious monster of war. When facing the death caused by war, no matter how noble your status is, no matter how much you respect them, they are no different from ordinary people. Boom! Boom! The sound of rolling thunder suddenly sounded in the sky. Savas looked at the sky. Feeling bored, it suddenly trembled. Without thinking, it opened its big mouth and let out a piercing scream. Although her reaction was fast, it was nowhere near the speed of Raiden. The dazzling lightning illuminated the ruins of Encourage brightly, and a thunderstorm sounded the war horn in the ruins of Encourage. The booming thunder exploded in the insect swarm, and the roaring electric current turned the alien insects into swarms. It is not known whether it was intentional or unintentional. The thunder exploded a channel in the dense insect swarm. A passage leading directly from the periphery of the insect swarm to the center of the insect swarm. The location where the queen of the insect nest, Savas, settles is the center of the insect swarm. Roar! A stalwart figure crashed into the insect swarm along the tunnel blasted by the thunder. His roar even drowning out the thunderstorm. Savas had just screamed to alert her men that the enemy was coming. Before she could close her mouth, she saw a giant bear running towards her with murderous intent. The strong body was more than 5 meters tall. The terrifying collision force, while running, smashed everything that blocked him along the way. The speed of the giant bear was astonishingly fast. When Savas discovered him, the distance between the two sides was still 200 to 300 meters. Before Savas could make any reaction, he had already rushed in front of him. Boom! The giant bear made Savas truly feel what a violent collision was. The queen of the insect nest felt a loud bang in her head, and her whole body felt like she was flying through the clouds. The goal of the giant bear was not to knock Savasi away, but to kill her. The giant bear kicked his legs, and sharp-edged muscle lines appeared on his legs. This was a sign of exerting force. The body weighing 2,000 to 3,000 kilograms jumped forward, pressing towards Savas like a hill. Savasi, who was not dizzy, was still enjoying the feeling of flying insects in the air. But the wind pressure that pressed her body to the point of almost falling apart was already upon her. Intuition told Savas that her situation was very dangerous now. But her body could not react at all. The collision of the giant bear just now almost cracked her body completely. Now she could not let her body make a decent move. Defense comes. Boom! The giant bear pressed Savas into the ground, letting the hive queen serve as his flesh pad. Savasi is worthy of being the queen of the insect hive. Her vitality is so strong that her whole body was almost crushed, and she still managed to survive. However, this angered the giant bear. Bang bang bang. The thick bear paws danced in the air, creating afterimages so fast that it was impossible to tell which ones were shadows and which ones were real bear paws. The bear's paw landed on Savas. The giant bear's attack was both fast and powerful, and the poor hive queen was turned into a puddle of flesh. Nalarak, you are so violent. A kobold holding a scepter joked to the giant bear that beat Savas into a puddle of flesh. These bugs are too careless. I can kill a bunch of them with one slap. But you, Flintag, I doubt if your thin body can really stop them. The giant bear who killed Savas was Nararak, and the one who used Thunderstorm to clear the way for Nararak was the kobold geomancer Flintag. Flintag was very unconvinced when Nararak said he was thin. An average kobold would be considered good if he was about 1.5 meters tall. But he was already 2 meters tall, and he was not as tall as an ordinary kobold. He's so skinny, and his muscular body makes him look like a macho man. It's not that I'm skinny. It's that you, a stupid bear, are too strong, Flintog replied. In a displeased mood, he used a static spray, electrocuting the thousands of alien bugs that were trying to attack him, causing them to fall to the ground and twitching. A smell of burning objects spread out, not to mention that Queen Thavas, who was killed by Narlarak and Flintog in a near-surprise attack. Now the two murderers were still having a leisurely conversation when facing the swarm of insects. And the alien bugs went crazy. You two murderers, after killing our queen, you didn't immediately run away, but you still stood arrogantly talking on our territory. It's so hateful. If you don't tear you two into pieces, do you think we are just decorations? The swarm of insects attacked frantically, and Flintag's methods were revealed at this time. The kobold geomancer raised his scepter high, and the thunder and silent static electricity in the sky killed all the insects that dared to enter his attack range. It's just that there are too many bugs. Flintag kills one group, and before he can catch his breath, the ones behind him rush up again. It feels like he can't kill them all. Anyone who faces the insect-sea tactics will encounter this situation. That is, there are too many insects, and they are not afraid of death. There is no other way except to fight with them to consume them. Either the insects will consume you to death, or you will kill the insects. Light. Obviously, Flintag alone is not capable of wiping out an insect nest whose number is comparable to that of a giant insect nest. Even if Nararak is added, the result will not change. The latter is good at single killing and not good at dealing with it. Gang fight. The two of them could still hold on when Flintog had enough mana, but they would be in danger once the kobold geomancer ran out of mana. The storm crow flew from afar with a strange croak, and 5 small tornadoes with a diameter of 10 meters and a height of 100 meters raged among the insects. Once the insects were caught in the tornado, they would be torn into pieces within a few seconds. With the reinforcements composed of 5 storm crows, Flintog and Narak's pressure was greatly reduced. But this is not enough. Facing the endless sea of insects, they can only protect themselves for a while. The rumble of artillery sounded, and the artillery SHLs exploded flowers of death among the insects. A black line appeared at the end of the horizon. It was a cluster of 100,000 skeleton tanks. Groups of Alliance soldiers stood on the skeleton tanks. As these metal chariots marched towards the battlefield, the appearance of the skeleton chariot did not have the slightest impact on the insect swarm. These insects identified Narak and Flintag and launched a desperate attack on the two, insisting on killing them. Malarak, who looked like a minotaur, roared and rushed out of the skeleton tank cluster. After he rushed into the insect swarm, purple and white lights lit up. The arcane storm swept through the insect swarm with a radius of 100 meters with him as the center. All the bugs within this range were turned into corpses under the power of arcane magic. Kill those bugs. Varian pointed his long sword forward, and a ball of magic light rose from the Alliance army. This was the attack by the magician group accompanying the army. The battle had just begun and Arothar, where Leo was located, had already made great efforts. His subordinates attacked and killed the Hive Queen Savas. The skeleton tank cluster allowed the Alliance's army to quickly enter the battlefield. As the weakest force in the Alliance, human kingdoms have already made such achievements. How can Varian let his kingdom of Storm be compared? When it comes to using magic, Jaina and the mages of Dalaran are better at it. Before the attack of the magicians from the kingdom of Stormwind arrived, a blizzard with deadly cold had already enveloped the insect swarm, and the crystal snowflakes were accompanied by sharp ice. The arrow fell, and ice flowers bloomed among the insects, spreading death. Under such an attack, the insect swarm could not withstand even a large number, especially the magician's range attack spells that drastically reduced the number of insect swarms. The insect sea was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. If there is no strong support, the sea of insects will be wiped out in a very short period of time. After these insects are eliminated, the Alliance army will directly attack the ruins of Entourage. Will the beetle warriors hiding in the ruins sit back and watch the surrounding insect swarms perish? Chapter 770. You are falling behind. Just as the Alliance army was about to come into contact with the sea of insects, a soft rustling sound came from the right, and a piece of Tanaris' desert surface was lifted up, revealing the predators hiding inside. Damn it! Why are there so many sand-skimming spiders and stone-whipped scorpions? Many Alliance officers were startled by the desert creatures that suddenly appeared from the right, but they reacted quickly. In just 10 seconds, several troops came forward and fought with sand-skimming spiders and stone-whipped scorpions, got up and protected the right wing of the team. Leo stood on a skeleton tank. Sand-skimming spiders and stone-whipped scorpions were both beasts in the desert of Silithus. They were not the same as the bugs of Entourage, but now these beasts have gathered to attack the Alliance. The army launched an attack, and it seemed that the situation had been planned for a long time. The culprit in this situation did not even think about it. It was definitely the Twilight Hammer. Those lunatics who worship the theory of annihilation gave me a surprise. Pouting his lips, Leo ordered the 10,000 skeleton tanks to turn their guns. The total number of sand-skimming spiders and stone-whipped scorpions was not as much as a fraction of the insect sea, but the total number was tens of thousands. These beasts can survive in the desert. Naturally, they are not weak. With Goldfinger's current conversion rate, they have almost reached a 2-to-1 ratio. Leo doesn't mind turning them into part of his skeleton army. Boom boom! The dwarf artillerymen declared their presence with a blast of artillery. These artillerymen mounted the guns on the skeleton tanks and moved with the movement of the skeleton tanks. Now they only need to reload and aim to attack the enemy. In the past, I still had to work hard with my hands, and my life was so comfortable. The march of the army was not affected by the beasts. The skeleton tanks quickly reached the best shooting position. The human soldiers jumped down from them before they stopped. Under the command of the officers, these soldiers lined up in the shortest time. He regained his position and marched toward the sea of insects. The alien bugs were very anxious. They found that they could not kill Narak and Flintog before the human army joined the battle. In order to ensure the secrecy of the insect nest, all the bugs created by Savas were landwalkers. Even if they wanted to use them, the flying Silithid sluggishly slowed down the human army, leaving no soldiers available. Some of the alien bugs burrowed into the ground. The advancing human army immediately became vigilant upon seeing this. After all, this is the home ground of bugs. Who knows what is in the land under their feet? If the ground is hollowed out by bugs, they will step on it. You will definitely fall into a pit if you go up there. Rubbing his chin, Leo gave Varian and Jean a look that left the matter to me. If you want to play underground warfare, are you sure you can beat me? In the dark and lightless underground, the alien insects were preparing to sneak under the feet of the human army through the tunnel they had dug long ago, and use attacks from underground to delay the progress of mankind. However, a group of spider monsters suddenly came out and attacked while the alien insects were surprised. By the time the alien bugs reacted, they were already heavily injured. The appearance of the spider monster shocked and angered the aliens. They were shocked that these creatures from the Ozyaki civilization came to Silithus. They were angry that the spider monsters of the same species as them actually helped humanity launch an attack on their fellow humans. The anger of the alien insects burned their little reason. They gave up their intentions when they drilled underground and started fighting with the spider monster army. The human army just approached the Sea of Worms without receiving any attacks from the underground. Seeing the human army approaching, the insects on the outer edge of the insect sea immediately turned around and rushed towards the humans. The Alliance army fought with the insect sea. Look! What a perfect masterpiece! A group of dwarf engineers shouted excitedly. When the sea of insects was attracted by the advancing human army, these dwarfs, who are world famous for engineering, built 50 shooting platforms 10 meters high with the wrenches and other tools in their hands. There are 10 cannons on each platform. The barrel is as thick as an ordinary person's thigh, and one can tell at a glance that its lethality is extraordinary. Boom! 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 The dwarfs controlled the cannon and conducted a test fire at the Sea of Worms. No living bugs could be found within 30 meters of the impact point of the cannon. The shock wave generated by the explosion spread to 50 meters away. Many bugs were not killed by the bombardment, but were killed by the aftermath of the explosion. The dwarf fired like this, and an obvious gap appeared in the sea of insects. Although the insects discovered the threat of the shooting platform, the human army blocked their way. With the cooperation of dwarf artillerymen and skeleton tank groups, they were unable to even move forward. The battlefront was firmly controlled by the Alliance. Adjust accuracy and prepare for the second round of bombardment. The dwarf engineer's hands and feet were very fast, but he had already adjusted the data in just half a minute, and the cannon on the platform once again unleashed its power. The alien bugs were bombarded, feeling aggrieved in their hearts. As for you, we are just a bunch of bugs. You have tanks and cannons. You are too bullying. Only tanks and cannons? Of course not. Just when the bugs were being bombarded by cannons, another group of dwarf engineers set up hundreds of new platforms. There are no cannons on these platforms. Just helicopters. Helicopter, that's all. Was there any mistake? The alien bugs are about to cry. Do you really think this is a high-tech war, where planes, tanks, and cannons are all indispensable? A swarm of known combat helicopters took off, and a dark cloud of death hung over the Silithids' heads. Amidst the sound of machine gun fire, countless light points formed a large net symbolizing death and fell into the sea of insects. And each alien insect was beaten to pieces. The times are developing. The world is progressing. But the bugs still follow the fighting methods of tens of thousands of years ago. Leo held his head high, and his disdainful chuckle spread throughout the battlefield. You are behind the times. Thousands of years ago, the alien insects relied on their own bodies when fighting. Tens of thousands of years later, they still relied on their own bodies to fight, without any change. However, humans, gnomes, dwarves and other new races have already produced swords, crossbows, armors, battlefields, artillery, and other war tools. The Karaji beetle people want to sweep the world like they did in ancient times, which is nothing more than a dream. Human, you will pay for this. A roar came from the ruins of Entourage, as if to warn Leo not to be so arrogant. Are you angry? Leo shook his head and made a tut-tisk sound. Through the amplification magic, his voice was transmitted to the ruins of Entourage. You can't change anything in the face of overwhelming strength, relying on the advantage of weapons. Facing the joint attack of the insect sea and the beast herd, the Alliance not only did not fall at a disadvantage, but also took an absolute advantage. Tanks, artillery, and aircraft all went into battle, killing the alien insects and the beast herd. From the beginning of the war until now, less than 100 human soldiers have been killed or injured, while tens of thousands of aliens and beasts have died. Judging from the current situation, this is no longer a battle, but a massacre. The sea of insects and beasts have been beaten by the Alliance and have little power to fight back. This is what Leo meant by overwhelming strength. I value facts more than words. Jean added a sentence at this time. with a wave of his long sword. The soldiers of the kingdom of Gilneas, who were fighting the beasts, collectively looked up to the sky and howled. The werewolf army made its first appearance in Silithus, transforming from a human body into a werewolf. The kingdom of Gilneas' military strength has reached a new level. In the werewolf form, both strength and agility are more powerful than before the transformation. The strength of the Alliance army suddenly became stronger, and the herd composed of sand-skimming spiders and stone-whipped scorpions immediately suffered a rout, and the threat from the right wing was lifted. What is a slap in the face? This is called a slap in the face. As soon as the unknown being in the ruins of Ankaraj said that humans would pay the price, Jean let his troops transform into werewolves and defeated the herd of beasts. He told the opponent with practical actions that he would hurt the opponent, not just a slap in the face. What is it? Didn't you say you would make us pay the price? Now that I have defeated the herd you found, what can you do? That's Jean's message. Provocative. Yes, it is a provocation. The unknown being in the ruins of Ankaraj was angry, and the Alliance's actions completely angered him. Kill the Death Hook. Kill Krillik. Kill Gresser. The beast herd was defeated, and the werewolf army of the kingdom of Gilneas pursued them one after another. The three beast leaders who led the beast herd still wanted to resist. Although they were strong, they could not stop the swarming werewolves, and they were quickly surrounded and killed by the werewolves. Without the leader, the beasts immediately fled in all directions. The Twilight's Hammer cultists, who secretly controlled the beasts, were angry and helpless. Without the assistance of the beast herd, the Alliance's army could concentrate its efforts on attacking the alien insect swarm. In order to prevent the insect swarm from experiencing a huge rout like the beast herd, the Twilight cultists had no choice but to stand up. Leo and Varian both laughed after seeing a team composed of undead humans, orcs and other races coming towards their own army from a corner of the battlefield. The Twilight Hammer was forced out by them. These madmen who attempted to destroy the world and destroyed the seal of the Beetle Wall will be punished as they deserve. Kill the Twilight's Hammer bastards. The dwarves under Magni and Cardros came forward. There were not many people from the Twilight Hammer. Although the number of dwarf warriors was only 1/3 of the human army, they were still considered human compared to the Twilight cultists. There is strength in numbers, so there is no problem in dealing with them. Master, be careful behind you. At the same time that the Twilight Hammer appeared, Anaxuta sent a warning to Leo. An army of Silithids had quietly taken the retreat of the Alliance army. If it weren't for the army of spider monsters surrounding the battlefield, there are spies hiding underground. But they really can't find the other party's whereabouts. Are we surrounded by bugs? The leaders of the Alliance were shocked after hearing the news. They had carefully inspected the ruins of Ankaraj and its surroundings before sending troops, in order to prevent the secrets of the ruins from being discovered. No Silithid insect nests were established around the ruins. Yes, the closest one is the Regal Hive, one of the 3 giant bug hives in Silithus. Where is the Horde? Where are their troops in Hive Regal? Varian and the others had dark faces. There were Horde troops stationed outside the Regal Hive. Before they took action, they had specifically informed the Horde through the Cenarian Circle to prepare for the movement of the swarm. But what happened now? The alien army has already killed itself behind the Alliance army. But there was not even a warning from the Horde. Zark, Varian and Jin were furious. Those green-skinned beasts have tricked us. Chapter 771 for victory. In the Horde military camp outside the Regal Hive, a farce rebellion is taking place. There is a war going on between the black-skinned orcs and the green-skinned orcs. Sorfang looked in the direction of the ruins of Ankaraj with unconcealable anxiety on his face. As the commander of the tribe in Silithus, he never thought that his army would have a major rebellion involving tens of thousands of people. We took back the magic communication stone. But Com ran over in a hurry. Captain Corcrone's body was stained with a lot of blood. Some of the blood was his own, and more of it was from the rebels he killed. Sorfang looked at the magic communication stone in Com's hand. There was a shocking crack on it. He knew what Com had not finished saying. The magic communication stone had been taken away by the rebels before it was recaptured. Destroy? This is bad? The destruction of a precious magic communication stone did not make Sorfang feel anything special. What made him heartbroken was the casualties among the Horde army and the subsequent friction with the Alliance. The magic communication stone relies on stored magic power to communicate. To store magic power, it is natural to inject magic power into it. But Sorfang is a warrior. How can he do this? In the past, when the magic power in the communication stone was exhausted, a dedicated orc mage would be responsible for replenishing it. This has become a routine. But it was this practice that gave the rebels an opportunity. after receiving the Alliance's notification of the attack on the ruins of Encourage through the Cenarian Council, Sorfang began to mobilize the army to prepare for the changes in the Regal Hive. In order to allow the magic communication stone to have enough magic power, he specifically ordered the orc mage responsible for replenishing the magic communication stone to replenish it with magic power. What Sorfang didn't expect was that someone seized this opportunity and attacked the orc mage when he was inspecting the military camp, snatching away the only communication stone in the military camp that could communicate with the Alliance, causing Sorfang to ruffle was unable to pass on the news about Rigo's hive. Damn the Blackrock clan. You will pay the price for this. The wrath of King Sorfang will burn you to ashes. The furious Sorfang made a kill gesture towards Calm, indicating that the latter did not need to keep prisoners. Since you dared to betray the tribe, you must be mentally prepared to bear all the consequences. After receiving the order, the troops loyal to the tribe carried out a deadly attack on the rebellious Blackstone Orcs. The Blackstone Orcs, whose numbers were far smaller than the opponents, were beaten back steadily. However, these guys were stubborn and knew that the war situation was already unfavorable to them, still fighting to the death despite the circumstances. It was precisely because of their tenacious resistance that Sorfang was unable to quell the civil strife in a short time. A battle between the rebels and the exterminators was going on in the tribal camp, in a tent occupied by the rebellious Blackstone Orcs. Two orcs were talking calmly. Sorfang must be eager to kill me now. Ha ha ha. An orc laughed. He was the leader who led the Blackstone Orc rebellion, facing the approach of the tribal army that was suppressing the rebellion. The Blackstone leader showed no signs of nervousness. Instead, he was smiling all over his face. Does he really not care about his own life or death? Or is he relying on something else? Tudge stood aside silently. The reason why the Blackstone Orcs rebelled at this time was because he played a big role in it. The attack on the orc mage who replenished the magic communication stone with magic power was the intelligence provided by his people to the Blackstone Orcs. Otherwise, Isaac Ruffle was wary of these new Blackstone Orcs who entered the tribe. How could they have a chance to get close to the orc mage? Actually, you can come with me. After a long silence, Tudge finally spoke, but his words attracted ridicule from the other party. I'm not like you, who wants to keep my own life. From the moment the Blackstone clan was destroyed, my end has been doomed. I will neither give in to that weak thrall nor forget my love for the Alliance. Hatred. So, either they kill me or I kill them. With the strength of the Blackstone Orcs, if he wants to overthrow Thrall and destroy the Alliance, no matter how arrogant or crazy he is, he knows that this is not something he can do. If you cannot destroy your enemy, then destroy yourself. People who live in hatred have nothing but hatred. However, the heart-gnawing pain of living in hatred will eventually ignite the raging flames of revenge and burn them to ashes. As an avenger, you must have the consciousness of death. The leader of Blackstone said this and looked directly at Tudge. Do you have such a consciousness? Tudge? Do you have that kind of awareness? Tug began to ask himself. And at this moment, he hesitated. Ha ha ha. The Blackstone leader laughed wildly and strode outside the camp. Is this the future hope of the Dragonmaw clan? Tudge, you are just a joke. You only know how to hide in the dark and play clumsy conspiracies. The brave blood flowing in the orc body has been exhausted. What big things can you achieve like this? The leader of Blackstone glanced at Tug with contempt, and called on the tribesmen guarding the camp to kill Sorfang's counter-rebellion army, just like the moths flying towards the flame, knowing that they would die without hesitation. Hun Dan. You, a reckless man who was taken advantage of by me. How dare you look down on me? Tudge was filled with hatred, and the look the Blackstone leader gave when he left deeply hurt him. However, the other party had already entered the battlefield, and he did not dare to run out and settle accounts with the Blackstone leader at the risk of exposing his identity. For the sake of helping me accomplish this, I won't argue with you so much. After finding a reason for himself, Tudge activated the directional teleportation scroll in his hand. A magical light flashed, and his figure disappeared from the tent. Except for the leader of Blackstone, no one knew that he had ever been here. The tribal counter-rebellion war in Regal's Hive was fierce, and the war between the Alliance and the Scarabs in the ruins of Encourage was also in full swing. The swarm of insects was traveling extremely fast. When Anaxuta sent the warning to Leo, they could not be seen. However, when Leo told Varian and the others, the insects had already appeared behind the Alliance army. Figure, with the speed of the insects, they can definitely kill them before the Alliance army is ready. By then, the overwhelming swarm of insects will inflict heavy damage to the Alliance from behind. Damn it. Stop chasing me. Come up to me. Jean issued an order to the Gilnean army that was chasing the herd. The werewolves were much faster than humans. If they could arrive in time, the Alliance's losses would be greatly reduced. There's no need to be so nervous, Leo said as he released the war fortress. A buzzing roar sounded. Skeleton fighter planes flew out in groups, and a huge cluster of 20,000 people rushed towards the alien insects. Seeing a group of interceptor bugs, the flying alien bugs immediately flew out to deal with it. But Leo's skeleton fighter plane was no longer what it used to be. The weapons on board could be described in one word. The shotgun was replaced by a light repeating gun, which became a 6-gun, tube revolver gun. The thud of machine cannon fire resounded through the sky, and the fire net composed of countless light points sent the alien insects flying into the sky. Under the ferocious firepower of the skeleton fighter group, the flying alien insects that were 10 times the number of the opponent could not even get close to them. Do you really think you can win a war with your current numbers? Leo was dissatisfied with the way the aliens relied on their bodies to fight. Times have changed. Can the ancient warfare methods still be effective in the face of advanced murder weapons? The Silithids did not take any advantage in the battle in the sky, and the same was true in the battle on the ground. In the roar of the beast that shook the sky, Mosh, the land-dominated creature Devilsaur King, appeared. Behind him were the 3-headed Devilsaur men and tens of thousands of Velociraptor bone dragons. Under the leadership of Mosh, the scene of thousands of dragons running wildly appeared on the battlefield. The earth trembled under the feet of the swift bone dragon. The momentum carried by these huge monsters when running was extremely terrifying. Not to mention that they could still run while running. Attacks with sharp claws and long tail. Leo's skeletal dragon army not only shocked the mutants, but also Varian, Jean and others who were allies. Varian and Jaina had seen Marshal Arathar's Velociraptor bone dragon army, but at that time there were only 50 Velociraptor bone dragons, which could not be compared with the tens of thousands now. Many things become two different things when the number is large. Varian and others don't think it's a big deal when it comes to an army of 50 swift bone dragons. But 10,000 make them no longer take it lightly. The tens of thousands of land-moving mechanical puppets here alone are already equivalent to the combat effectiveness of a legion. The strength shown by Leo is so amazing that even if he knows that he is his ally, he will be worried about him, because such power is too powerful. This kid managed to possess such a terrifying army of mechanical puppets without making any noise. It was really unbelievable. Don't look at me like that. Leo adjusted his collar, patted the non-existent dust on his shoulders, and said with a calm expression, as a member of the Alliance, I can't watch the Alliance, and what you have to do now is not to watch me, but to prepare for war. Yes, now is not the time to be surprised by Leo's strength. Varian and others calmed down, and under their orders, the Alliance soldiers at the rear of the army all turned around and pointed their guns at the newly emerged swarm of alien bugs. Warriors of the Alliance. Those bastards from the tribe sent these bugs here to plot against us. But bugs are bugs. Look at how stupid they are. Varian pointed his sword at the alien insect swarm. At this time, the insect swarm was retreating under the impact of tens of thousands of swift bone dragons led by Mosh. Seeing this situation, the panic of the Alliance soldiers, because they were attacked from both sides, quickly subsided. Warriors, kill all those bugs and tell the beasts who want to plot against us that victory belongs to the Alliance. Before he finished speaking, Varian rushed out, with him as the king taking the lead. Coupled with the record of the swift bone dragon army, the morale of the Alliance army suddenly skyrocketed. For victory, Jin was not to be outdone at this time. He roared and led the werewolf army of the kingdom of Gilneas to charge out. For the honor of the king, the two kings took the lead in the charge, and the entire Alliance army was mobilized. The soldiers raised their weapons and shouted and rushed forward. Scarlet holds the hilt of the sword, and the Ashkandi's sword can be unsheathed at any time. It is not her character to sit back and watch her allies fight. Leo caught her in time. Scarlet, what we have to do now is not fighting, but waiting. Chapter 772 Hunter. Looking around the battlefield, Kadros and Magni led the dwarf warriors of the Bronze Beard and Wild Hammer tribes to fight against the Twilight Hammer. The two dwarf chiefs were currently fighting against 5 strong men of the Twilight Hammer. Inseparable. 2 human warriors, Twilight Guardian Exeter and Twilight Reaver Mona, rushed forward. With the support of the spells of their companions Mina and Havers, they cooperated with the Twilight King Evoran to attack Kadros. They blocked it with Magni, preventing them from commanding the army. In terms of personal strength, both Kadros and Magni are better than any one of the 5. However, with the 5 of them joining forces. Especially the Iron Triangle team composed of war magicians and priests. The gods can't do anything without using their special skills. After descending to Earth, Kadros and Magni were really unable to defeat them for a moment. The 2 patriarchs were in trouble. And the other strong men in the dwarf army were not having an easy time either. Andalmar is currently entangled with a Twilight Overlord. The dwarf general's opponent is extremely cunning. He can always use his subordinates to block Andalmar's attacks at critical moments. Although his subordinates suffered heavy casualties, the Twilight Overlord did not suffer at all. Andalmar was made furious by him, but could do nothing. Similar to what happened in Andalmar. Any capable officer in the dwarf army would be targeted by the Twilight Land King or Twilight Overlord. Although they killed the Twilight Hammer's cultists, they were dragged down by the other party. Living, Varian and Jin are leading the army behind the Velociraptor skeleton dragon. The Sea of Worms in Rigo's nest is indeed a sea of worms. Even after the impact of Mosh, the number is still terrifying. Some cunning bugs have penetrated into the ground and are hiding in the sea. The swift bone dragon army reappeared after rushing past, causing great trouble to the human army. The 2 battlefields behind and on the flanks held back Varian, Jin, Magni and Kadros on the frontal battlefield, in order to maintain the overwhelming advantage over the swarm that went crazy after Sava's death. Jaina and the mages of Dalaran cooperated with the mage group in the Alliance army to continuously cast large-scale destructive spells to control the activity range of the insect swarm within the optimal striking distance of the skeleton tanks and dwarf cannons. Mechatork was also very busy at this time. The swarm from the Regal Hive was not a small number. After learning that the ruins of Ankaraj were attacked, the bugs in this giant hive came out in full force, wanting to how can we defeat the sea of insects composed of tens of millions of insects without large-scale weapons of destruction. Under the personal deployment of this great craftsman, the dwarf engineers are setting up a new shooting platform. From the experiences of their companions, they can see that this shooting platform poses a fatal threat to them. How can the Rigo swarm allow them to succeed? Swarms of alien insects they drilled into the ground and tried to approach from the ground. But what was waiting for them was Anaxuta's army of spider monsters. From the sky to the ground. From the ground to the underground. The battlefield outside the ruins of Ankiraj is no longer a conventional 2-dimensional war, but a 3-dimensional war. The Akur Empire is under the control of the ancient god Thun. And Thun's purpose is to destroy the current world and reshape the chaotic era composed of raging elements before the arrival of the Titans. This is something the Alliance will never allow. In order to survive and reproduce the race, they would have to fight even if Thun was a powerful ancient god. One wants to destroy the world, and the other wants to protect his homeland. There is no room for compromise between the two, and there is no reason to hold back. The battle has entered the most intense fight from the beginning. Either you die or I live. The sound of cannons rumbled. The sound of killing shook the sky, and blood and flesh flew everywhere on the battlefield. Alliance soldiers kept killing the incoming bugs, and the bugs also kept attacking. As long as the opponent was slightly negligent, he would be torn apart by the swarm of bugs. Fate in pieces. The number of bugs is decreasing rapidly, and the corpses of Alliance soldiers are also increasing. The monster named War opens his ferocious mouth, devouring every life that passes on the battlefield with a ferocious smile on his face. There are gorgeous magic, fierce close combat, and deafening salvos of thousands of cannons. If you are an outsider, you will be excited to watch this war. But as a personal participant, the experience will be completely different. The Alliance soldiers who were fighting fiercely with the swarm of insects had already forgotten their own existence. They had only one thought in their minds: to survive. In order to survive, kill all the enemies who want to kill you. To survive, don't stop swinging your sword. In order to survive, no matter how seriously injured you are, you cannot fall down. To survive, fight. War. 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 Keep fighting until the battlefield war is over. Kill. 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 Kill all living enemies. Only in this way can you live to enjoy the glory of victory. Only in this way can you enjoy the sweetness of victory. Just like the slogan shouted in your mouth. The only goal you fight for on the battlefield is victory. For victory. And only victory. Nothing else matters except victory. Without the glory of victory, all the efforts made now are pale and powerless. War is like a wildly operating harvester. Countless lives will fall every time it rolls. The more intense the battle, and the more brutal the killing, the faster this life harvester operates. Scarlet's hand holding the sword hilt loosened and tightened. Tightened and loosened again. The Alliance soldiers were fighting. Varian, Jean and others had already gone to the battlefield. But she still stayed in the center of the army. The female saint, the desire for battle in the knight's heart, made her unable to stay calm. If Leo hadn't held her back, she would have rushed to the front with the Ashkandi sword and fought with the soldiers. How long do we have to wait? Scarlet, be patient enough. Those guys in the ruins of Encourage won't watch us kill all their men. Scarlet is not without patience. But the battle has been so fierce that she really can't sit back and watch the soldiers fighting in front. The female paladin can give soldiers the courage to fight and lead them to defeat powerful enemies head-on. But it is difficult for them to have the composure to command a big battle. She is a general rather than a handsome man. This is Scarlet now. In the final analysis, Scarlet is not mature enough. In the eyes of sophisticated people, this is a common problem among young people. The female paladin is much easier to deal with than the warlock named Leo next to her. Leo was right. The strong beetle men in the ruins of Encourage would not watch their insect swarms being killed by the Alliance's army. Groups of dark clouds rose from the ruins of Encourage. These dark clouds were composed of flying alien insects that looked like giant wasps. If these flying alien insects were allowed to enter the battlefield, the dwarf combat helicopters alone would not be able to cope with it, because there are too many of them. The Karaji beetles who were in the ruins now did not care about exposing their strength after the battle. What they wanted to consider was killing all the invading Alliance troops. Groups of dwarf technicians flew helicopters into the sky, regardless of whether the platform's load capacity could handle the takeoff and landing of so many helicopters. Oh! Damn bugs. Mechatork looked at the dark clouds coming from the ruins and cursed gloomily. Now, he had to overload the combat helicopter platform. He only hoped that the shooting platform could be set up as soon as possible so that he could build a new helicopter platform. Known combat helicopters are driven by humans, and humans will get tired. Moreover, after a period of combat, the gnome helicopter must go to the platform for recharging and repairs. Who would allow the recoil of the helicopter's cannon to continuously fire would have such a negative impact on the helicopter? What about the impact of helicopters? Leo's skeleton fighters are different. To be precise, these fighters that are integrated with undead skeletons can no longer be regarded as pure mechanical creations, but as semi-dead and semi-mechanical existences. They have some characteristics of mechanical creations, and they have a certain ability of undead creatures. They will not feel tired, and will have a certain ability to self-repair after the fuselage is damaged. In terms of endurance in combat, it is unmatched by the dwarf helicopter. It seems that Leo's skeleton fighter is a combat helicopter that can completely defeat the dwarfs. But this is not the case because the skeleton fighter is afraid of attacks at the soul level. This weakness is not only shared by skeleton fighters, but also by skeleton tanks. Victor, come on! There were not enough dwarf combat helicopters. So Scarlet summoned the Flame Dragon Eagle. Leo knew that the female paladin was not willing to wait any longer. Even if he said something to stop Scarlet, he would go to the battlefield. No one could stop this silly girl if she was stubborn. Can't live. Since he couldn't stop it, Leo could only choose to help. Nefarian led 2,000 Dracolic and joined the battlefield with great momentum behind Scarlet. The intensity of the swarm's attack was suppressed by the power of the Necromancy Dragon of the Dracolic. A lot weakened. Not to be outdone, the Blue Dragon Warrior transformed into his true form and mingled with the Dracolic army into the battlefield. A giant bee with red wings and a purple belly in the swarm of alien insects screamed loudly. And the flying alien insects became as excited as a chicken after hearing his cry. A giant dragon? The red-winged and purple-bellied giant wasp stared at Azorigus. Its insect eyes flashed with the excitement of a predator after discovering its prey. The prey that comes to your door is really lucky. Thinking of the dragon as prey, this giant wasp is Ayamis, who considers himself a hunter. Being regarded as prey by Ayamis, Azorigus became angry. A bug dares to pretend to be a hunter in front of a giant dragon. It is really impatient to live. I'm going to grind you to pieces. Ayamis's answer to Azorigus was to raise his tail and shoot out a spike of venom. The venom was so fast that Azorigus was almost hit when he couldn't temper it quickly. After narrowly escaping Ayami's venom, Azorigus was not polite to him. He instantly pulled Ayamis in front of him with an arcane vacuum and covered his face with breath mixed with frost. Just sprayed it, ignoring the blue dragon's breath. Ayami shook his body, and a stream of paralyzing poison hit the blue dragon and quickly eroded Azorigus's body. When the blue dragon's breath of ice caused his body to freeze, Ayami's eyes flashed red, and he launched into frenzy. The frenzy offset the slowing effect of the frost breath, and Ayami's thick tail needle took the opportunity to pierce Azorigus's abdomen. At this time, The paralyzing venom had already taken effect, and the blue dragon's reaction was much slower, so that he could not respond in time. Make dodge movements. Puff! Ayami's tail needle penetrated into Azorigus' body. The tail needle, 1 person thick and 2 people long, pierced the blue dragon's muscles and injured his internal organs. After a successful blow, Ayami's grinned ferociously, his abdomen squirming vigorously, and he was actually extracting the blood and internal organs from Azorigus' body. The blue dragon was in so much pain that he didn't even have the strength to roar. He raised his claws and tried to slap Ayami's away, but the paralysis toxin he had taken earlier made his movements extremely slow, and he couldn't speed up the claws at all when he slapped them out. He got up, and the quick slaps turned into gentle strokes. For Ayami's, this attack power was too weak to even tickle him. Azorigus is in danger. Chapter 773 Sneak Attack and Counter Sneak Attack. When masters compete with each other, a slight mistake can lead to 1,000 miles difference. Azorigus' mistake was that he underestimated Ayami's ability. The Blue Dragon Warrior's fighting experience was not very rich. He let the opponent get close to him before he knew the details of the opponent. Deficit. Ayami's was very proud. This stupid blue dragon was too careless. He thought he could freeze my movements with his frost breath. Now you know how powerful Ayami's is. Just when he was triumphant, a strong wind struck directly in the raging flames, and a big sword shining with golden light struck Ayami's head. Ayami's did not retreat. Although the flames made him uncomfortable, they could not hurt him. As for the big sword shining with golden light, Ayami's laughed at the ignorance of its owner in his heart. The head is the key point of the alien insect, and it is also the place where the alien insect has the strongest protection. What protects the head is the hardest and thickest insect SHL in the body, with Ayami's strength. If he wants to hurt him from this place, does the owner of that golden sword think he is a demigod? With a mockery of his opponent's ignorance, Ayami's didn't even bother to take unnecessary protective actions. His abdomen was still squirming, making Azorigus more painful and weaker. It turns out that it is suicidal to despise an opponent on the battlefield, and Ayami's makes a good villain. The incoming flames did not hurt him, but the big sword shining with golden light was different. The insect SHL that Ayami's was proud of was no harder than a piece of tofu in front of this big sword. The blade effortlessly broke through Ayami's head, and the sword drew a golden trajectory in the air. The blazing holy light burned in Ayami's body, killing the self-proclaimed hunter Karaji. The strong man was burned into a pile of ashes. Why was the insect SHL that could withstand the attack of the demigod easily broken open by the golden sword? Why did the defense that he was so proud of fail to play even the slightest role? Ayami's looked at his own destruction in shock. I still can't figure out what happened. The flame dragon eagle screamed at Scarlet as if claiming credit, as if to indicate to the female paladin that he had a lot of credit for being able to kill Ayami's with one blow. Patting the flame dragon eagle's head, Scarlet gave her mount an appreciative smile, and turned her head towards Azorigus as the flame dragon eagle roared happily. The blue dragon warrior suffered a big loss from Ayami's. The wound in his abdomen was spurting out blood, which was even mixed with broken internal organs. He looked so weak that he could not even maintain flight. The golden holy light sprinkled on Azorigus' wound. Under Scarlet's full use of holy light, the wound on Azorigus' abdomen was barely healed. However, his vitality was injured, and he hid behind to let go. It's okay to cast magic, but it's powerless in a fierce battle. Iso, go help Jaina and the others clean up the insect swarm. Leave this place to me. After speaking, Scarlet rushed towards the insect swarm in the flame dragon eagle, and fought with the alien flying insects together with the Dracolic. Azorigus flew back with a gloomy look on his face. The feeling of a bad start was not pleasant. Blue Dragon secretly cursed the cunning bug a few times in his heart, and was somewhat proud of his carelessness. If he hadn't underestimated Ayami's, how could he have seriously injured him? Leo narrowed his eyes, and a smile appeared on his face. Goldfinger gave him a good thing when Scarlet killed Ayami's. The killing of Hunter Ayami's was beyond the swarm's expectation. The swarm emerging from the ruins of Ankiraj paused for a moment, and then, like an enraged beast, they attacked their opponents with a more ferocious attitude. The swarm of insects surged in like an angry tide. Leo flicked his fingers repeatedly, and clouds of green poisonous mist exploded in the swarm of insects. Facing the obviously poisonous green mist, the insects didn't pay much attention. There are a lot of toxins in the bodies of the alien bugs. Their body fluids are venom. How can they be afraid of a small poisonous mist? Don't you care about my poison? Leo chuckled. Then you will suffer a lot. The moment the insect swarm rushed into the poisonous mist, the rustling sound of objects being corroded began to sound, and it became louder and louder as more and more insects entered it, quite disturbing other sounds in the battlefield. The tendency to suppress. The good swimmers drowned in the water, and the Silithians thought that they were experts at playing with poison, and had no need to be afraid when facing the poisonous mist. However, the reality taught them a harsh lesson. All the Silithians that rushed into the poisonous mist did not come out alive. The poisonous mist is so corrosive that even the alien bug's resistance to poison cannot withstand it. Even the strongest alien bugs cannot survive 10 seconds in the poisonous mist. Understanding the laws of poison has indeed greatly improved my ability to use poison. If the poison blast I used before could corrode part of the alien SHL, how could it have the current effect? Thinking in his mind, Leo's movements did not stop at all. The explosion of poisonous mist separated the swarm of insects emerging from the ruins of Entourage from the battlefield. If the swarm of insects could not cross the poisonous mist area, they would not be able to attack the battlefield ahead. Support? Are you just going to watch the swarm in front of you being killed by the Alliance? The swarm's answer is no. Desert. Raise your gravel and block the sun's light. A certain being in the ruins used extreme strength to create a small sandstorm. The strong wind carrying the gravel blew away the poisonous mist. The dust in the sky obscured the sight of the Alliance army. Taking this opportunity, the swarm of insects swarmed. Coming out, the insect sea, which had lost the insect nest Queen Savasi, received reinforcements. The operation to prevent the swarm reinforcements was disrupted. Leo did not react much. He just looked in the direction of the ruins of Entourage and whispered, Adrian the Scarless. Several shrill screams came from the battlefield, which were the last sounds made by humans before death, when they encountered extremely intense pain. The Alliance soldiers couldn't help but tremble when they heard the screams. They didn't know what kind of pain it was that could cause someone to scream like this. Leo frowned. Ordinary soldiers couldn't see what happened because of the wind and sand. But as a great warlock who used the Devil's Eye spell on himself, he could see clearly. A blue-purple bug with an extremely large belly used the sandstorm set off by Adrian to quietly kill in front of several Alliance soldiers. Its sharp arthropods ignored the armor worn by the soldiers and dismembered them. Yes, that's right. It's dismemberment. Dismemberment. Cruel and bloody methods. Those horrifying screams came from the mouths of the dismembered soldiers. Everyone who is an enemy of the Akur Empire must die. As the big blue-purple bug spoke, it pierced the chest of an Alliance soldier, stuffed his whole body into his mouth, and chewed it crunchily. Blood, mincemeat, internal organs, broken bones, flowed all over the ground along the corner of the insect's mouth. The sight made people want to vomit for a while. After swallowing an Alliance soldier, the big blue-purple bug stuck out its belly, and small bugs sprayed out from his tail like raindrops. It seemed that he turned the flesh and blood of the swallowed soldier into a supplement for his bug production. Even though those bugs are just born and only the size of a finger, their fighting power is quite impressive. These bugs took advantage of their size to easily get into the gaps in the armor of the Alliance soldiers and directly attack the bodies of these soldiers. The soldiers attacked by these bugs screamed and fell to the ground, and the swarm of alien bugs immediately overwhelmed them. Swallower Blue. Leo is a human after all, and he couldn't bear to see the Alliance soldiers, who were also humans, being slaughtered by Blue. Because of the appearance of Blue the Swallower, the human army in front lost hundreds of people in just 2 or 3 minutes. Leo had to take measures action. You enjoy eating people. Just when Blue ate the third human soldier and stuck his butt out for a third spurt, Jerez appeared behind him. Saber thrust. Poof! The open jet port of Blue's tail was torn apart by Jerez, and he was unprepared for the blow. The severe pain almost made Blue faint. Knowing that he had encountered a powerful enemy who was good at sneaking and attacking, Blue's first reaction was to get rid of the opponent. His melee ability was not weak, but his huge abdomen gave him a fatal weakness. Once the enemy got behind him, he just took advantage of the other party. Knowing your own weaknesses is one thing, but being able to address them is another. Blue has his own set of skills to become a strong one among the Kiraji, and he also has his own set of solutions to his own weaknesses. Jerez's attack speed was not bad, but before his second attack hit Blue, the big bug had already run out of his attack range. Full speed. This is the ability that Blue has worked hard to make up for his own weaknesses, which can increase his speed by 300% in an instant. This is a good skill that combines surprise and escape. Dude, no matter how fast you run, can you still be faster than an instant spell that acts directly on the body? Jerez, whose attack failed, was not slow to react. He raised his claws, and the flame shock and earthquake made Blue's body tremble several times. He received 2 more spells from the opponent, but Blue felt it was worth it. He now had enough distance to turn around and face the Jerez Swallower head-on, confident that he would make the guy who sneak attacked him pay the price. Jerez stared at Blue and licked his paws. Even in a head-on fight, his combat power was extremely strong, and he was not afraid of Blue at all. Despicable attacker. I will cut you into pieces. Blue made harsh words, and Jerez's reply was anger, which doubled the attack speed. After blessing himself with anger, Jerez quickly pounced on him without even saying a word of nonsense. Fortunately, he didn't say nonsense. As soon as his figure left the spot, a huge multi-jointed beetle rushed out from the ground. If Jerez had stayed in place, he would definitely be attacked by this insect. Kulinax? Another strong mutant from the ruins of Entourage. You're lucky. The sneak attack was unsuccessful, and Kulinax cursed angrily. He was about to drill into the ground again when a large insect made of lava suddenly rushed out of the ground and entangled Kulinax. At the same time, 2 giant burrowers lifted up the surface of the earth and rushed towards the struggling Kulinax with a grin. The 3 giant insects, Molten Throat, Dread Scale, and Acid Throat, found an opportunity and successfully attacked a strong alien insect. A sneak attack on Jerez failed and was attacked by his opponent. Can Kulinax resolve this crisis? Chapter 774 Anabises. Kulinax looks like a bloated centipede. Perhaps because its body is too fat. This fat centipede has very few jointed limbs. Only 6 short ones. But don't underestimate these 6 arthropods. They are far sharper than epic weapons. The reason why Molten Maw dared to use his body to entangle Kulinax was because of everything he had to rely on. This large insect covered with lava has a thick layer of rock on its surface. Even if it stands and is cut by others, it is not something that ordinary people can cut through, even if a person is using an epic quality weapon. But Molten Throat suffered a loss under Kulinax's jointed limbs, and it was a huge loss. His body was entangled in the Molten Throat. When he saw 2 giant earth-boring insects, Dread Scale and Sour Throat, rushing towards him, Kulinax did not panic. The 6 jointed limbs on his side moved towards the Molten Throat entangled with him. With one stab, the hard rock was pierced, and the main body of Molten Throat was injured. After a stab, Kulinax then exerted force again, pulling the limbs horizontally, and Molten Throat's body was pulled out of 6 long, large holes. If Kulinax's limbs had grown 2 more points to meet Molten Throat, he would have it was not a serious injury, but the fate of being quartered. Seriously injured. Molten Throat was also furious. He used all his strength to cling to Kulinax, not giving him a chance to break free. This time, Kulinax was in a hurry, because Dread Scale and Sour Maw had already arrived. Flames, acid, and toxins all hit Kulinax head-on. The 2 giant earth-boring insects did not waste the opportunity created by their companions. With a fierce attack, Kulinax's hard SH. I was beaten into countless holes. Road cracks. Just countless cracks? That's right. The joint attack of Dread Scale and Acid Maw only cracked the hard SH. L of Kulinax, but failed to really hurt his body. What a hard SH. L? Leo was a little annoyed. The connection between Molten Throat and him had been severed. Needless to say what this meant. Sacrifice of a Molten Throat only resulted in cracks in the opponent's SH. L, he didn't even succeed in breaking it, let alone causing damage to Kulinax. This deal was a huge loss. Withstanding the attacks of Dread Scale and Acid Maw, the seriously injured Molten Maw was killed before Kulinax had time to express his excitement. A prison made of bones burst out of the ground, locking his body tightly, allowing him to regain his strength. The free Kulinax was once again imprisoned. Leo's hand of bones came very timely. Kulinax, who was locked in the prison of bones, was pressed to the ground and unable to move. Even the 6 jointed limbs on his side could not move. After seeing the sharpness of his jointed limbs, Leo took special care of him. He can't fight back after being beaten, no matter how hard his SH. L is. Kulinax can't hold it back. The attack power of Dread Scale and Sour Maw is not weak. Once the hard SH. L on the body is broken, Kulinax can only use his fragile body to fight back. How long can C last? Fortunately, Kulinax was not alone after the war. He had other strong men from the Yaki Empire behind him. Hundreds of kobolds rushed out. In Flintag's astonished eyes, these kobolds rushed from the back of the swarm to Kulinax in a few steps. They raised their feet and headed towards the 2 giant earth-boring worms. Step on it. What kind of monster is this? Flintag swore that he had never thought that kobolds could grow so tall, so strong, so well, in the words of Leo's master, handsome. Anyabises. After the failure of the war with the Troll Empire, the twin emperors of the Akur Empire, Vecniras and Veclor, created an army from the eternal flames of Ahn'Qiraj that was powerful and loyal to the Empire. The army. This is Anyabises. Anyabises made his debut in the Battle of Quicksand. These terrifying monsters, with an average height of more than 20 meters, well-defined black muscles, and body hardness comparable to magic iron, shocked everyone including the dragon with their terrifying strength. Man. A single Anyabises sentry can annihilate a squad of night elves, and can even fight an adult dragon in close combat without losing. Fortunately, only a few of Anyabises could cast spells, and the dragons finally used their air superiority to defeat them with magical attacks. However, the good times did not last long. After an Anyabises named Adrian discovered a way to deal with the dragon, and killed a giant dragon named Gracarin on the spot, Anyabises once again became a headache, powerful enemy. Their presence reversed the situation in which the Akur Empire was suppressed due to its weak air combat capabilities when fighting against the dragons, making the Battle of Quicksand extremely brutal, with many of the 4 series of dragons participating in the battle losing their lives and injuries. Of course, the statement that Anyabises was created by the twin emperors is just a way for the Karaji beetles to flatter themselves. This powerful creature and the Obsidian Destroyer are both creations of the Tol'vir, but they are not the same as the Karaji beetles. Everyone is controlled by the ancient god Thun, so they fight side by side. Apart from Leo, the only people who knew the secret were the twin emperors and Thun. Is this the perfect form of my clan? Flintag looked stupidly at Anyabises as he entered the battlefield. He had forgotten where he was because of the shock. If Nerarak and Malalok hadn't been by his side, the day's Kobold Divination Division would have been there, knocked down by a swarm of insects. Nerarak swept his claws across, smashing the bodies of several alien bugs that came towards him. They flew out like rags. The bearman yelled at Flintag, "What are you doing? You don't want your life?" Flintag just woke up after being yelled by the bear. Millions of volts, electrostatic sprays, and thunderstorms were fired one after another, clearing away the insect swarms around the 3 of them, allowing Nerarak and Malalok to take a breather. But Flintag's eyes were still on pizzas. Flintag, it's time for you to advance to Geomancer. But these are the minions of Anyabises. There is a big blue-skinned guy in the ruins of Ahn'Qiraj. He is the most suitable for you. Because of his heartbeat. Flintag sent a message to Leo. Leo's reply was very quick. It was a waste to use the abilities of the Kobold Geomancer when he advanced to Geomancer on the minion-level Anyabises Sentinel. If you want to use it on the strong Anyabises. Hearing Leo's answer, Flintag calmed down. Since there is a big guy in the ruins of Ahn'Qiraj, he will naturally look down on these little minions coming out. Boom! Boom! The ground was trampled by the Anyabises sentries, and their heavy bodies could raise a cloud of dust every time they stepped on it. Although it was completely incomparable to the small sandstorm created by Adrian. Hundreds of Anyabises sentinels, the combined power of the beast's sentinels is not small. Dreadscale and Sourmaw felt uncomfortable at this moment. The appearance of the Anyabises sentinel stopped them. Seeing that Kurinax was trapped in the bone prison but could not attack, the 2 earth burrowers screamed in anger. The acid sprayed on the body of the Anyabises sentry, and the latter didn't even look at it. And the flame sprayed could not hurt the opponent. These powerful monsters turned into terrifying killing machines after being controlled by Thun. Even the giant dragon has a headache when he sees them. Not to mention the fear of scales and sore throats? What should I do? Are we just being forced back by the Anyabises sentry? Just when Dreadscale and Sourmaw burrowed into the ground and were about to escape, Leo pointed out, and the corpses exploded. Boom! Molten Maw's body exploded. The corpse explosion performed with Molten Maw's corpse as a sacrifice was quite destructive. And Kulinax was trapped in the bone prison after killing Molten Maw. Molten Maw's body is still hanging on his body. The corpse explosion pointed out by Leo would have killed Kulinax. The hard carapace was completely shattered by the explosion, and the fragile body under the carapace was riddled with scars. If the carapace hadn't blocked most of the destructive power of the corpse explosion, Kulinax would have been blown into pieces. Instead of being like this now, he just lost the ability to fight again. Kill him! Leo gave the order to Dreadscale and Sourmaw to kill Kulinax. As they say, killing him while he was sick. If he didn't kill him now, would he have to wait until the strong alien insect recovered from his injuries? After receiving the order, Dreadscale and Asimov sneaked over at full speed from the underground. They were not far from Kulinex. Under normal circumstances, they could reach Kulinex in a few seconds. But Anabisis couldn't. He will not sit back and watch something happen to his own strongmen. Boom! 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 And Anabisis, who was half a head taller than the others of his kind, raised his foot and stamped on the ground. The ground was filled with sand and dust, and cracks like spider webs opened. Each crack was as wide as a person. This Anabisis launched it was clearly trampled by war. You look so miserable. Kulinex. A part of Dreadscale's body was exposed under the cracked ground. And Anabisis, who launched a war and trampled it, smashed it down with his fist. Boom! This punch directly smashed Dreadlin's SHL and punched a hole in his body. Thetis, catch that bug and tear him apart. Kulinex said bitterly that the reason why he was so severely injured now was due to fierce scale and sour throat. If these two earth-boring insects hadn't cracked his hard SHL before the corpse exploded, causing his defense to be greatly reduced, he would have suffered so much. The injury could never have been this serious. I don't need you to teach me how to do things. You should take care of yourself. Certus' big hand that hit Fear Lin's body opened up, grabbed the latter's body, and pulled outward with all his strength, trying to pull Fear Lin out of the ground. Fearing Lin struggled hard, but was no match for Certus in terms of strength. He was about to be forcibly pulled out of the ground when a green vine jumped out from under Certus' feet and wrapped Certus into a rice dumpling. The entanglement and strangulation of poisonous flower vines. Ah! The entangled Certus roared. His muscles tensed, and the poisonous flower vines wrapping him made a crunching sound, and seemed to be broken by him. So powerful. The entanglement and strangulation of the poisonous flower vines failed to do anything to Certus, and there was still the danger of being killed by him. The strength of Anabisis was indeed extraordinary. But even if the poisonous flower vines were broken by Anabisis, the goal has been achieved, and Dreadscale has taken advantage of this opportunity to escape from Certus' grasp. Leo can resummon the poisonous flower vine after it dies, but not the Fear Scale. Just as Dreadscale was about to burrow into the ground again, a big hand grabbed him at this moment. The owner of the big hand was no different in appearance from an ordinary Anabisis sentinel, which resulted in Leo not being able to discover him in time. The presence? The big hand grabbed the Fear Scale that was about to dive, and then pulled hard. You want to die? Even after sacrificing the poisonous flower vine, he still failed to save Dreadscale. Leo cursed angrily and pointed his finger without hesitation. Boom! The Anabisis strongman who succeeded in the sneak attack was pulling the two pieces of Dreadscale to his chest, and was about to raise it above his head to show off his achievements. Unexpectedly, there was an explosion, and his chest was blown to pieces. Anabisis' lower body and head with a look of disbelief hit the ground with a bang and remained motionless. The host kills Loman Khan. Chapter 775 A Little Plan. The death of Loman Khan made Certus greatly saddened. Certus, also a strongman from Anabisis, was filled with anger when he saw his companion die so miserably. But he did not find out who was responsible. Only because Dreadscale is unwilling to die and launches self-destruction. And Loman Khan will die if he is too careless. The increase in strength not only makes the magic that Leo casts more lethal, but also makes the magic power fluctuations when he casts smaller and smaller. In this chaotic battlefield, separated by the fighting human army and insect swarms, Certus did not notice at all the existence of this evil god. Molten Maw and Dreadscale died one after another, and Leo lost two subordinates in succession. Although it did not have any impact on his strength, it was still unhappy. The grieving Certus did not know that he had become Leo's target. The reason why Dreadscale was captured was because of Certus. In Leo's eyes, this guy was the culprit. Killing a Loman Khan could not calm him down. Only by killing Certus could the hatred in his heart be relieved. He slammed the disintegration staff to the ground. The magic halo at the end of the staff flashed continuously, and 4 large stone pillars 2 people thick pierced out from the soles of Seti's feet. With Anabisis' physical strength, he was unable to block the stone pillars' attack. Certus looked at the stone pillars that pierced the soles of his feet and heels in shock. The heartbreaking pain came from the soles of his feet. The pain made him want to jump, but the stone pillars that pierced his body nailed him to the ground. Certus endured it. He lifted his feet in pain, but the stone pillars seemed to connect him to the earth. The distance between the soles of his feet and the earth did not change at all, let alone break free. Aren't you very capable? War Trample. Humph. Show me how you trample again. Leo had a cold look on his face. He raised his hand and lifted up the staff of disintegration. At the same time, the stone pillar that pinned Certus to the ground exploded with a bang like an ignited powder keg. Ah! Certus screamed and fell to the ground. The explosion of 4 stone pillars gave him fatal injuries, and his legs were completely destroyed from the ankle down. A big hand made of countless roots stretched out from the ground when Certus fell to the ground. This hand grabbed Certus' head and pulled it to the ground. Certus struggled hard, but his opponent was prepared. Come! Before he could break free from the ground, it collapsed with a roar, and a bottomless pit completely swallowed Thetis. You broke off the poisonous flower vines, and I still have Leseb. Can you afford to play with me? Leo was too lazy to pay attention to the war underground. Although Certus was strong, he was not an underground creature after all. How could he fight Lotheb when he could not even stretch his arms and legs underground? However, Leo was even more worried about Kuranex. Pay attention to. The alien warriors trapped in the bone prison were also lucky. Certus' actions gave the Anabisis sentinels a reminder. They kept trampling the earth, and the force coming from the surface made the sour throat instantly can't get close to the target. Kuranex felt that he was a tragedy now. Countless strong men among his majestic Karaji were locked in place, unable to even move, and had to rely on a group of men who were far less powerful than him to protect him. I can't live this day. But the more tragic thing is yet to come. A white swamp crocodile suddenly appeared on Kuranex. It was obvious that he was teleported here using a teleportation spell. This white swamp crocodile is Leo's pet terror. When it was teleported to Kuranex, the terror clamps were not polite to him. The big mouth full of fangs bit Kulanex's body, and the whole body spun like a top. As he turned, the sharp teeth biting into Kulanex's body were like high-speed rotating saw teeth, easily tearing apart the fragile body of the alien insect and forcibly separating part of Kulanex's body from him. Come out. Pain. Severe pain. The pain is so severe that it makes people unconscious. Kulanex screamed. He wished he would faint soon, but the strong nerves of the mutilant prevented him from achieving his wish. He could only scream to express his feelings at this time. The Anabisis sentry on the side raised his foot and stepped over without thinking, but did not notice a trace of pride in Terrorclamp's eyes. This is the elation after the plot succeeds. No. Kuranex screamed in horror. He didn't know whether he would be crushed to death by Anabisis sentry's big foot when he stepped on it, without the protection of his carapace and his body seriously injured. Kulanex could not withstand the heavy stampede of several Anabisis sentries at this time. Phew! Kulanex's cry stopped abruptly. You bunch of brainless idiots. The alien strongman cursed with his last strength and passed away with a look of grief and anger. How could Kulanex remain silent after being trampled to death by Anabisis' sentry? As a mighty Karaji mutant, he was trampled to death by a small soldier belonging to his own force. Kuranex died unjustly. Kill Kulanex. Using the terror pincer as bait caused Kulanex to die in the hands of his own people. Leo was very satisfied with the scene he directed. A small trick was used to let the opponent score an own goal. It was rumored that Anabisis' intelligence was appallingly low except for a few strong ones. Now it seems that it is indeed true. Seeing that you died so miserably, I will help you and let you take revenge on your own, Leo said as he pointed his finger again. And there was another corpse explosion. Boom! Like a high explosive bomb exploding in a swarm of alien bugs. The aftermath of the explosion spread to all directions. The first one to bear the brunt was the Anabisis sentry standing next to the body of Kuranex. Even though the Anabisis sentinels were strong, they could not withstand such an impact. More than 20 Anabisis sentinels were shattered into pieces, and those a little further away were slightly or seriously injured. Anabisis sentinels are like this. Not to mention those alien bugs. Centered on the body of Kulanex, a radius of about a kilometer became a dead land, and all the alien bugs in this area died. What Leo meant by letting Kuranex avenge himself was to let his body explode and kill all the Anabisis sentries who trampled him to death. I'm such a good person. Kulanex, don't be too grateful to me. Someone is holding his chin, and the expression on his face can only be described as narcissistic in 2 words. How can you be so shameless when you use corpse explosion to blow up the opponent's corpse and then find a high-sounding excuse for yourself? Poor Kulanex. He couldn't even die when he met Leo. People should make the best use of their talents, and things should be put to their best use. You are already dead anyway. So if I don't make good use of the corpses left behind, wouldn't I be sorry for your kindness? Kulanex died. And Thetis didn't last long. The strong Anyabises who was dragged underground fought Lothib underground, where he couldn't even stretch his arms and legs. The outcome was already doomed. When the prompt host kill certiz sounded, Leo was not the least bit surprised. The strong men of the Yaki Empire died one after another, leaving only Bulu the Swallower, who was still fighting Haraz. At this time, the situation on the battlefield seemed to be good for the Alliance. But Leo didn't think so in his heart. Don't think that killing a few strong mutants means you have defeated the Yakkar Empire. Karaji Beetle Men. Please note that they are bug men and not mutants. The core combat power of the Yakkar Empire is the Beetle people, not the mutants. The current battle is quite fierce. But look at the opponents of the Alliance. In addition to the Twilight Hammer's cultists, they are the mutant insects, plus at most the 60 or 70 Anyabises sentries. Until now, the Karaji Beetle men in the ruins of Ankh-Uraj have not even shown their faces. What does this mean? This situation only shows that the Alliance's current strength is not taken seriously by the other side at all. It shows that the Beetle men in the ruins of Ankh-Uraj are confident enough to defeat the Alliance army. It shows that the Karaji Beetle men are far stronger than expected. The number of alien insects is extremely large. Even if the Alliance army has many war machines to assist them, their combat strength will inevitably be damaged after fighting them. It is not a good thing to lose strength while a powerful enemy is watching. The Karaji Beetles only need to choose the appropriate position, entering the battlefield at the right time. The Alliance's chances of winning this battle are extremely slim. As far as Leo knew, there were a large number of Anyabises sentries in the ruins of Ankh-Uraj, plus the Obsidian Destroyer, who had not yet appeared, and the Karaji Beetle army led by the Beetle General Lajex. The overall strength of Ankh-Uraj pulled the ruins to completely defeat the current Alliance army. The strength is much stronger than that of the Alliance. It is no wonder that the powerful Beetle men in the ruins are so calm, and have so little investment in the battle that takes place outside the ruins. But they overlooked one thing. The Alliance was not just an alliance between humans, dwarves, and gnomes. The Beetle men in the ruins of Ankh-Uraj are conserving their strength, waiting for the best time to enter the battlefield. If they know the enemy's intentions, but still allow them to easily achieve them, wouldn't they be a fool? The Karaji Beetle men want to wait comfortably for the Alliance army to be overwhelmed by the alien swarm. How can it be so cheap? Adra means. Leo snapped his fingers, and the blind dragon's roar echoed throughout the battlefield. Azromandez's attack method is very special. He uses sound waves to attack, and any place where the sound spreads is within the range of his attack. Perhaps Azromandez's sonic attack may not be useful when dealing with powerful enemies of similar strength. When used against a swarm of low-strength alien insects, the ferocity of the sonic attack will be fully revealed. Amidst the roar of the blind dragon, large swathes of Karaji Silithiud fell to the ground. Azromandez's sound waves had unknowingly damaged their nervous systems. The Silithid worms could not control their bodies, and fell to the ground. On the ground they could only make unconscious twitches. The enemy fell to the ground. The Alliance soldiers did not care what was going on, let alone be polite to the aliens. They swung their swords and killed each alien insect without any resistance. Azromandez's roar is 10 times more lethal than Jaina and the Dalaran mage. If he continues to roar like this, how much strength can the Karaji aliens consume if they fall to the ground, twitching and waiting to be killed? If it consumes the opponent's physical strength and reduces the opponent's strength. Leo looked through the fierce battlefield to the ruins of Ankh-Uraj. Can you still stay there calmly now? Chapter 776. It's time to appear. There is no arrogance, nor does he regard himself as an insignificant role, because Leo understands that one should not belittle oneself as a human being. But some people just think that he is not worth mentioning. No. To be precise, the Alliance army composed of dwarves, gnomes, and humans should be regarded as a small role. The Karaji Scarabs were defeated in the Battle of Quicksand. From that moment on, they regarded the Night Elves and Dragons as their major enemies besides the Trolls. In their hearts, only the Night Elves and Dragons could be considered real threats. As for humans, what are they? As a new race, humans are not looked upon by the Karaji Beetles. Humans were not yet born when their Aziaki civilization flourished. There is a saying that a good man never mentions his bravery. And there is another saying that goes like this: the waves behind you in the Yangtze River push the waves ahead, and the waves in front die on the beach. It is true that the Karaji Beetle people did have a glorious history, but in the eyes of humans, it is all old history. What's wrong with the new race? They can still kill you. A newborn calf is not afraid of tigers, and a new race has the spirit of a new race. The human army that confronts the insect swarm head-on has no fear of the alien bugs it pulls. They want to achieve the honor of the human race with the blood of these bugs. For the humans, the Karaji Beetle people despise it, which can be seen from the fact that they did not take any action after Azramanders appeared. Leo asked the blind dragon to use sonic attacks to kill a large number of mutants, trying to lure out the Karaji beetles in the ruins. Unfortunately, the other party did not respond, or the Karaji beetles never thought of coming out of the ruins of Ankaraj. Since you don't come out, don't blame me for killing you too harshly. Amidst the dragon's roar, Filmare, Fledgel, and Aberlock, who appeared in the form of Dracolic, entered the battlefield. The three-headed Dracolic powerful man spit out columnar dragon flames from his mouth, and red pillars of fire followed. Following the flight path of the three Firmo dragons, they swept the ground, and wherever the dragon flame pillar swept, all the alien insects were turned into flying ashes. In order to increase the killing efficiency, Leo didn't care much at this time. Anyway, the number of corpses he had reached a terrifying number, and it was not far behind. He wanted to inflict heavy damage on the alien swarm as soon as possible. Forcing the Karaji beetles to take action is a top priority. The battle went on, much to the Union soldiers' delight, with the sonic attack of the blind dragon Azramandus. The threat of the Karaji sibling to the Alliance army has more than doubled, with Leo also starting to take action. The Alliance soldiers who have been fighting not only do not feel tired, their physical strength instead. He recovered due to the decrease in fighting intensity. To describe it in one word, he became more energetic the more he fought. This cannot go on. The strong beetle men in the ruins of Ankaraj saw that using the alien insect swarm to consume the opponent's strength was not effective, and they immediately changed their battle strategy. Doesn't the Alliance just want to force its own main force to take action? Then we will help you. Groups of Anyabises rushed out of the ruins. These kobolds, which were more than 20 meters tall, quickly entered the battlefield with long strides. Their heavy bodies shook the ground as they ran, and the dust in the sky also followed. It rises. There were quite a lot of Anyabises rushing out in this wave. Leo took a rough look and saw that their number was about 3,000 to 4,000. Facing the impact of thousands of Anyabises sentries, it was very difficult for human soldiers to resist. This huge, physically tough, and powerful monster came in a collective charge. The average height was less than 2 meters, and the size was different. How can we resist when there are 10 times more humans on the other side? Hua hua hua. Leo flicked his fingers, and walls of bones rose up, separating the human soldiers from the Anyabises sentries. The latter charged too fast, couldn't hold back and bumped into it, causing his head to bleed immediately. The spikes standing on the wall of bones were like a spear formation composed of spears, piercing the Anyabises sentinels into a sieve. In this round of impact alone, hundreds of people were lost in the Anyabises sentinel. Of course, their sacrifices were not without effect. Although the wall of bones laid by Leo killed them, it also collapsed under their collision. Without the strength of bones to stop the Anyabises sentries, they crashed directly into the Alliance formation. The human soldiers tried their best to resist, but they were still unable to stop them. As many as 1,000 soldiers were trampled to death or kicked away by the Anyabises sentries. Within just a few seconds of contact between the two sides, the human soldiers lost as many as 1,000 people. If the offensive of these kobolds was not contained quickly, the human soldiers' defense line would soon be defeated by them. The skeleton tank changed its target, and countless magic light bullets went straight towards the enemies raging in the human army formation. After the first round of volley, the dozen or so Anyabises sentries at the forefront disappeared. This round of volley seems to have caused a lot of losses to the Anyabises sentinels, but the actual effect is pitifully low. For the Karaji who have thousands of Anyabises sentinels, the loss is huge. A dozen or so is not a big deal at all. No matter how hard I let you fire 10 rounds of your skeleton tanks, you can kill at most 100 of my sentries. But I can definitely defeat your human army within 10 rounds of your volleys. Seeing that the situation was unfavorable to their own side, the 3 powerful dragon liches of Filmare, Fledgel and Eberlock did not bother to deal with the alien insects in order to stop the Anyabises sentry. However, the 3 dragon liches transformed by the black dragon warriors after all. The dragon lich is alone and powerful, and the 3 dragons can only block hundreds of Anyabises sentries, which does little to help the situation on the entire front. The battle line was unstable, and Leo had to increase his troops. Valestres led 1,000 dragon liches to join the battlefield. The addition of this group of powerful reinforcements relieved the pressure on the human soldiers. With the help of the Dracolic, the human soldiers stabilized their position, and the offensive of the Anyabises sentinel was contained. seeing that the battle line was stabilized again. The Alliance was about to breathe a sigh of relief when a new situation emerged. The magic bullets fired by the skeleton tanks at the Karaji swarm seemed to have hit the iron nails of a magnet. They turned towards the ruins of Ankaraji and drifted towards the ruins of Ankaraji in the astonished eyes of everyone. Without the interference of these magic bullets, the Anyabisa's sentries and the mutants, the group quickly gained the advantage. And before the human army could recover from the previous impact, they once again overran the defense line that the human army had managed to hold on to, almost to the point of collapse. A group of monsters with bird heads and animal bodies and wings on their backs slowly walked out of the ruins of Ankaraji. From the front, they seemed to be humanoid creatures. But that was only their front half. If you add the beast-like rear half, you won't think so. Judging from the general outline, these monsters resemble centaurs, but with a pair of wings on their backs. Obsidian Destroyer, a mechanical creature that feeds on magic power, can swallow magic power within a certain range and store it in the body. After reaching a critical value, the stored magic power will explode instantly, leaving countless spellcasters helpless. This is the Obsidian Destroyer. The Obsidian Destroyer is also a creature created by the Titans, and is part of the Tolvir tribe. However, after the Titans left this world, the Obsidian Destroyer, which was originally used to guard Oldham, was controlled by the ancient god Thun along with Anyabisa's. From Defender to Destroyer, skeleton tanks use magic cannons, which are naturally magic attacks. With the Obsidian Destroyer, a cluster of up to 100,000 tanks will not only fail to attack the enemy, but will instead provide magic power for the opponent's attacks. Not only skeleton tanks, but also skeleton fighters. Facing the Obsidian Destroyer, could Leo just watch his mechanical army become a pile of scrap metal? This is of course impossible, knowing that there is an Obsidian Destroyer in the ruins of Ankaraji. How can Leo not deal with it? Upon discovering the appearance of new enemies, the skeleton tanks and skeleton fighters immediately changed their attack methods. The bullets they fired changed from magic bullets to cannonballs filled with gunpowder. The entire battlefield was filled with smoke amid the rumbling cannons, and the Obsidian Destroyer could no longer absorb magic power from it. The crisis of the mechanical army has been resolved, but mages like Jaina are still embarrassed. The Obsidian Destroyer can absorb magic power, so the mages dare to cast spells. But then, they can only stare. A great magician who cannot cast magic is not as useful as an ordinary soldier on the battlefield, without the large-scale killing spells of their own mages. The soldiers of the Alliance had to face the grim reality. That is, the insect seed tactics of the alien swarm could not be contained, and the pressure they endured was more than doubled, with Anyabisa's due to the impact of the sentries. The entire human army's defense line was crumbling and could collapse at any time. The mage troops cannot contain the alien swarm without taking action. But if the mages take action, they will increase the strength of the Obsidian Destroyer, and the danger from the human army will still remain unresolved. This is an endless cycle. If there is no way to break this cycle, the defeat of the human army will be inevitable. It's time to show up, Leo muttered softly, and the purple-white arcane light enveloped the Obsidian Destroyer. A troop of blood elves. No, to be precise, an army of highborn elves appeared next to the skeleton tank cluster. They skillfully used mana diversion to extract the target's magic power, forcing the magic power from the Obsidian Destroyer into their own bodies. The upper elves of Elrethalas are extremely familiar with the method of extracting magic power. In fact, anyone who has been doing magic extraction for thousands of years will become extremely good at it. After all, practice makes perfect. The Obsidian Destroyer, which had absorbed a lot of magic power, was about to rush forward to explode the magic power and destroy the defense line of the human soldiers. Unexpectedly, as soon as it approached the front line of the most intense fighting, it was drained of magic power by the upper elf that had been ambushing it for a long time. It makes them useless. The Obsidian Destroyers were ambushed by the highborn elves and were in an embarrassing situation without magic power to use magic explosions. This was the best chance to kill them. The dragon roared, and Pelishan and Ektos quickly rushed out with more than 2,000 Dracolics, targeting the group of Obsidian Destroyers. At this time, Leo sent out the remaining Dracolic in his hand, hoping to destroy the Obsidian Destroyer, which was a great threat to himself. How should the Karaji beetle men in the ruins deal with it? Chapter 777 Acting. When the Dracolic led by Pelishan and Ektos came to the front of the Obsidian Destroyer troops, the magical elements rioted just before the two sides fought. An Obsidian Destroyer, who couldn't see the slightest difference from his companions, stood there. His body seemed to be a black hole generated out of thin air. madly sucking in the magic elements in the battlefield. Whether they were free in the air or in the caster's body. Even if powerful people like Leo and Jaina also felt the magic power passing through their bodies. The upper elves were shocked. The magic power they extracted from the Obsidian Destroyer through mana diversion was sucked away by the opponent. Not only that, they couldn't even keep their own magic power. But it was drained away in just 3 or 4 seconds. Jing. Without the support of magic power, the upper elves felt extremely uncomfortable. They all rolled their eyes like fish out of water, gasped for breath, and collapsed to the ground without any image. There was no trace of their appearance. The elf's nobility? No wonder Liedron and Visser looked down upon these highborn elves. They did embarrass the elves. Normally, the images of so many upper elves in such a mess would definitely attract attention. But now no one has the time to look at them. All eyes are on the Obsidian Destroyer, which is frantically extracting magic elements. This guy draws mana so fiercely. Could it be? Leo had a bad premonition in his heart. Before he could finish his thoughts, the Obsidian Destroyer had already drawn enough energy. Mohm's mane is full of energy! Sure enough, it was him. Hearing this roar, Leo's heart suddenly tightened. This was terrible. Magical energy surged out of Mohm like a flood breaking through a dam. And the huge magical energy destroyed everything that stood in its way. Destroy everything. Mohm's energy-charged blast tore apart the human army's defenses with devastating force. A large hole appeared in the defense line that was originally filled with human soldiers. A gap of nearly 2,000 meters. The Silithids, Anubis' sentinels, and Obsidian Destroyers took the opportunity to attack, and the human army was in a state of collapse. If there is nothing special about the appearance of a mechanical creature like the Obsidian Destroyer, it would be extremely difficult to identify an individual among it. Even people who are familiar with this kind of mechanical creature may not be able to do it, let alone seeing it for the first time. To real people, Leo and the others suffered this loss. Mohm hid among a group of ordinary Obsidian Destroyers. He was so inconspicuous that no one noticed his existence at all. After the Alliance used the means to restrain the Obsidian Destroyers, they took action to counterattack. And the Alliance suffered a big loss due to calculated calculations and unintentional actions. There was unconcealable panic on the faces of the human soldiers. Mohm had directly killed more than 4,000 people in that one blow. And the consequences were even more serious. The Anubis' sentinels took the lead, followed by the Obsidian Destroyers and the alien insect swarm, which blocked the gap in the Alliance's defense line and continued to cause new casualties to the Alliance soldiers. While the Alliance army was busy stabilizing the defense line, Mohm began to prepare a second attack, and the magic of the battlefield flowed to him again. Stop him quickly! Jaina shouted anxiously. If she was bombed by Mohm again, the Alliance's defense would definitely collapse, and the situation would be reversed in Mohm's hands. If she hadn't been a mage and couldn't deal with Mohm, he had already taken action. Facing an opponent like the Obsidian Destroyer with the ability to devour magic, a deep sense of powerlessness left Jaina breathless. At this moment, she could only place her hope of stopping Mohm on others. The first attack was successful because Mohm took advantage of the sneak attack. It was reasonable for him to succeed. Now this guy has shown his head. If he succeeds in the magic explosion again, Leo can directly wipe his neck. Originally, Leo was not prepared to show much strength in this battle. The Karaji Beal warriors in the ruins of Ankaraj were not considered high-end beings in the entire Yaqui Empire. In such a battle, all the Karaji Beal men would be destroyed. The display of strength will make the powerful men hiding in the temple of Ankaraj such as the Twin Emperors and Oro be wary. And the difficulty of the battle will increase a lot. This is extremely uneconomical for Leo. After all, the strength of beings like Oro and Emperor Vikrol is still unknown. It is impossible to fight against such an enemy without leaving enough trump cards, let alone the need to face him after this. Against the old god Thun. Even if what he has to face is not all of Thun's strength. No matter what, he is still an ancient god fighting against a titan. Even 1,000th of his power is extremely terrifying. Because of this thought, Leo had not used much force in the previous battles. Even when Molten Maw and Dreadscale were killed, he maintained enough restraint, and did not use enough force to make the Karaji Beals notice him. The power comes. But now it is no longer okay. If the Mohm Alliance army is not killed in the shortest time, it will be defeated. This is not what Leo wants to see. If you do evil by God, you can still forgive it. If you do evil by yourself, you will not live. You are forcing me to kill you. Leo stretched out his right hand murderously, pointed his palm at Mohm, and squeezed it weakly. The demigod's hand was wrapped in a burst of chilling black energy and grabbed Mohm. The grip of the Legion. The demigod's hand appeared suddenly, and at an extremely fast speed. Mom, who was charging up, had no time to dodge and was caught. Creak! Creak! Tover is worthy of being one of the Titan's creations. Not only is his body hard, he also has the ability to offset damage. Leo's demigod hand, which he used with all his strength, pinched Mom's body, as if it had caught a layer of slippery grease. Most of the power was released, unable to crush Mom as desired. So hard. Leo took a sip. But he didn't expect that the attack power of the demigod's hand could not defeat Mom. Is it really a product of Titan? Which must be a high-quality product. The opponent's attack failed to hit him. And Mom smiled proudly. At this time, he had accumulated enough energy to explode again. The surging magic waves surged out again. And Jaina's face turned green. How could the human army withstand this explosion in its current situation? Could it be that the Alliance's army that attacked the ruins of Ankaraj failed in vain? Don't even think about it, Leo roared. And a large blood-colored net spilled out against the incoming wave of magic power. And he maximized the energy extraction. The magic wave that was about to rage was like a flood from a dam. Unwilling to be restrained, it hit the dam, blocking its path with great force. And its crazy roar resounded through the sky. The big blood-colored net was constantly trembling under Leo's full force. Every energy line that made up this big net was squirming at a frequency of hundreds of times per second, absorbing and dissolving the magic power accumulated in the magic tide, and eventually passed into Leo's body. Thanks to the power of the golden finger, the magic power that could explode Leo was resolved before it caused any harm to him. Watching the upgrade energy slowly climb, Leo couldn't help but feel happy. After being able to block Mom's magic explosion, under the premise, he would not have too much of such a good thing. Beads of sweat appeared on Leo's forehead and slid down his cheeks, contrasting with his pale face, giving people a sick feeling of being unable to survive. Seeing Leo like this, Jaina was very anxious. Now Leo was the only one who could prevent Mom's magic explosion from defeating the human army. But he looked extremely strenuous, which made people anxious. Leo, how are you? Looking around the battlefield, the dwarves and the Twilight Hammer are still entangled. Varian and Jin are leading their troops to fight against the Regal Swarm. Mechatork and the dwarf engineers are setting up a new helicopter platform. Scarlet, where did Scarlet go? Jaina was surprised that she couldn't see Scarlet. Leo made a few gestures to her in the blind spot of Mom's sight. The female mage reacted very quickly. The moment she saw Leo's gestures, she understood the current situation. But she did not show any abnormalities. The fully charged magic blast was blocked by someone. This scene was beyond Mom's expectation. But he was relieved after thinking that the other party could launch an attack comparable to that of a demigod. Looking at Leo, who was sweating profusely and looking pale, as if he might collapse at any time, Mom once again extracted the magical energy from the battlefield. Let's see how many times you can block it. There were enough mages on the battlefield, and Mom's energy storage could be completed in just a few seconds. Seeing that the obsidian destroyer was about to strike again, Leo moved his body, as if he wanted to stop but was helpless. The magic wave exploded again. The bloody energy network was impacted again, and Leo's face became a little pale again. He was able to block 2 of my magic blasts. This human strength is not bad. But he is not my opponent yet, Mom thought. The 3rd magic explosion started, and then the 4th, the 5th, the 6th. A scene that shocked Mom happened. Each of his magic explosions made Leo's face turn a little whiter, and a few more drops of sweat fell from his forehead. Sometimes he even groaned, as if he was about to burst. Can't stand it. Originally, Mom thought that Leo could last until the 3rd time at most. But with the look Leo put on now, he could last until the 6th time, which surprised him greatly. The willpower of this human being is very tenacious. But the gap in strength cannot be made up by willpower. Today I will let you understand this truth. Mom didn't notice anything was wrong. Anyway, the human army was being suppressed and beaten by them on the battlefield, which allowed him to continue the cycle of energy storage and magic explosion with peace of mind. At the end of the 10th magic explosion, Leo was still in a shaky posture, as if he might fall down at any time. But he held on. But this time Mom was no longer fooled. You cunning fellow. How dare you fool me? Mom, who realized something was wrong, glared at Leo. And Leo responded with a mocking smile. He reached out and brushed his face. All the sweat disappeared, and his face returned to rosy. The rosy-faced Leo looked energetic, but he didn't look at all depressed. Aren't you too stupid? I acted so realistically, and you can actually see through it. If that's the case, then, Leo said. The smile on his face suddenly faded. Just go to HL. Chapter 778. The real trouble is yet to come. A red line fell straight from the sky, with a little golden in the red. Scarlet, who could not be found by Jaina, drove the flame dragon eagle and struck vertically with a sword. And the target was Mom's head. This premeditated blow made Mom aware of the danger. But being pinned down by Leo's demigod hand, he had no other way to deal with it except to resist with his body. Mom had also seen the scene where Scarlet slashed Ayami's to death with the sword of Ashkandi before. But Ayami's physical strength was far inferior to that of the strong obsidian destroyer. And Mom also he didn't care too much. In his mind, he even had the idea of using his own body to block Scarlet's sword. Even Leo's demigod hands can't crush him. Mom's body hardness is absolutely extraordinary. According to common sense, what can he do if he can even receive a demigod level attack and block the sword of an epic level paladin? Question? However, not everything in the world can be judged with common sense. Although extraordinary existences are rare, they do not exist. The sword of Ashkandi has the ability to ignore defenses. In Leo's eyes, there are only 3 words to describe this ability: unreasonable. No matter how thick the opponent's armor is, no matter how strong the opponent's magic shield is, or how hard the opponent's body is, the Ashkandi sword's ability to ignore defense is no different from a piece of paper. This ability, what is it if it's not unreasonable? Mom's body is tough enough, but it would be a tragedy to encounter the Ashkandi sword. In the eyes of the obsidian destroyer, who couldn't believe it, Scarlet split his head open with a sword. Then the female paladin flipped her wrist and swept Mom's head away from his body several times. The whole process from Scarlet's surprise attack to her dismemberment of Mom's body only took a few seconds. The incident happened so suddenly, and the situation changed so quickly, that the Beal men in the ruins of Ankaraj were completely too late. Rescue. A moment ago, the human army was in danger of being defeated under the threat of Mom. At this moment, Mom had been killed. The morale of the human army was so high that they actually stabilized their position. Although the battle was not going to be overturned by them, they immediately made a comeback, but were no longer in danger of defeat. The Alliance's crisis was declared over. Of course, this is only temporary. If the gap in the defense cannot be filled, failure is still waiting for them. The mages continued to stare. Mom was dead, and the obsidian destroyer troops still existed. Facing these monsters that could swallow magic power, they did not dare to cast spells to injure the enemy. Obsidian destroyers are used to restrain mages. On the battlefield, they can torture a legion of mages 10 times their size until they lose their temper. This alone makes them a trump card that no one can ignore. Let alone them. The strength in close combat is also good, and its physical attack ability is only slightly inferior to that of the Anubis' Sentinel. The creations of the Titans are indeed powerful, and the more powerful they are, the more interested Leo becomes in them. After losing his head, Mom's body suddenly stopped moving. Leo's demigod hand no longer wanted to crush it, but grabbed it and quickly evacuated backwards, making it clear that he was going to snatch Mom's body. Corpse. How could Leo not be greedy for a mechanical creation like the Obsidian Destroyer? Even if he can't make the original ones and get some knockoffs, it would be nice. Aren't his current skeleton tanks and skeleton fighters also modified with the dwarf technology obtained in Nomarigan? When the demigod's hand pulled Mom's body back, a big hand covered with roots appeared from the ground and pulled Mom's severed head into the ground. The Obsidian Destroyer saw that the other party had not only killed Mom, but wanted to snatch his body. They roared angrily and rushed toward the demigod's hand like predatory beasts, trying to cut off the leader's body. A moth flies into a flame and perishes itself. Leo's right hand suddenly loosened, and the demigod's hand unexpectedly let go of Mom's corpse, and his big hand filled with black energy slapped the Obsidian Destroyer in the face. Facts have proved that the quality of the Titan's creations will also be divided into good and bad. Not any Obsidian Destroyer can withstand the demigod level attack. The Obsidian Destroyer was killed under the big slap of the demigod's hand. They were smashed into pieces, and scattered gravel and various parts in their bodies were scattered on the ground. Acid Maw emerged from the ground, dragging Mom's body and escaping into the Alliance army under the cover of the demigod's hand, making the Obsidian Destroyers roar with rage but unable to do anything. Obtaining a complete Mom body is more than 10 times more valuable in Leo's eyes than obtaining other Obsidian Destroyers. For this reason, Leo can destroy a group of ordinary Obsidian Destroyers, and then let their parts scatter on the battlefield. But he would not throw away even a piece of gravel that fell from Mom's body. The Obsidian Destroyers were very injured. Not only the leader was killed, but also the body was robbed. However, they failed to stop the opponent after paying the death of more than 70% of their companions. If the mechanical creatures had not lost morale, they would be here now. They have long since lost their fighting spirit due to low morale. The Flame Dragon Eagle carried Scarlet to Leo's side. The female paladin kept shaking her arms. Her chest kept rising and falling, and her breath was a little confused. Don't think that it was easy for her to kill Mom with one sword. In fact, if it weren't for the help of Leo's demigod hand to suppress it, and the super speed of the Flame Dragon Eagle, even with the Sword of Ashkandi, it is completely impossible for Scarlet to successfully attack Mom. The strength of the female paladin is already outstanding among her age group. But after all, she only has epic level strength. Even with luxurious equipment, she is no match for a powerful titan creation like Mom. The sneak attack on Mom consumed Scarlet's too much energy. The female paladin returned to Leo just to recover. In Scarlet's mind, only Leo's side of the entire battlefield was considered safe. Leo raised his hand and first summoned Faltola, asking the Blood Elf Death Knight to guard Scarlet, and then collected the body of Mom brought back by Sour Throat and Loatheb. Stand up. His move made Scarlet feel sweet. This move proved that she was very important in Leo's heart. Mom died, and most of the Obsidian Destroyer troops suffered casualties at the hands of Leo's demigod. Now the mage group of the Alliance army got rid of its suppressed state. Under the leadership of Jaina, the mages who have the reputation of the king of attack showing off his power again, the light of magic once again shined on the battlefield, and the offensive of the alien insect swarms was suppressed. Although the remaining Obsidian Destroyers were working hard to absorb magic, their number was too small to prevent the mages from venting their anger. As the saying goes, this moment is the same as that moment. The Obsidian Destroyers also have a limit to absorbing magic power. Once the numerical gap between them and the mage group is too large, they will not be able to suppress the latter. On the contrary, their 10-meter-high bodies will become the target of some powerful mages. After commanding the mage group to suppress the alien insect swarm, Jaina set her sights on the Obsidian Destroyer. With her strength, it was not difficult to kill one or even a dozen Obsidian Destroyers alone. Amidst the whizzing sound of ice arrows breaking through the air, several Obsidian Destroyers' bodies were shattered and died. They were not shattered by the magic power contained in the ice arrows, but were shattered by the impact of the ice arrows. Leo glanced at Jaina. The woman known as the #1 mage in the human race was indeed terrifying when she launched an attack. Ice arrows as thick as a person were in her hands, like bullets fired from machine guns. The intensive attacks hardened the Obsidian Destroyer. His body was smashed into pieces. So, don't mess with women, especially strong women. Being cleaned up by Jaina and chased by Leo's demigods, the Obsidian Destroyer troops were all wiped out in less than 2 minutes. And the Anubis' sentinels also transformed under the focus of the skeleton tank, becoming corpses on the ground. A swarm of 100,000 skeleton tanks is no joke. Since the death of Mom, the situation on the battlefield has been like a pair of dominoes being toppled. The advantage that the Karaji beetles had finally gained collapsed in an instant, and the Alliance once again had the upper hand. After cleaning up the Obsidian Destroyer, Jaina pointed at the fallen highborn elves. After Mom's extraction, the last trace of magic power in these highborn elves had been drained out. Without the support of magic power, how could these elves survive? One by one either passed out or died directly. The current situation is different from Elrethila's. When Leo extracted the demonic power from their bodies, he was cautious and would not kill them. However, Mom did not worry about that, and it was not enough to kill people. Strange. More than 80% of these blood elves are dead. How are we going to explain to Silvermoon City? Jaina doesn't know the tricks in the Blood Elf army. There are tens of thousands of highborn elves here. More than 8,000 dead now are definitely not a small number for the Blood Elves. Whether Silvermoon City will use this to launch an attack is what she is most worried about. Question. His eyes swept somewhere in the Alliance army formation, and Leo replied in a low voice. The Blood Elves themselves didn't express any objections. What do we have to worry about? The top priority is to strengthen the defense line. If I am right, the Karaji Beetle peoples knew an attack will come soon. After losing Mom, the Obsidian Destroyer troops were completely wiped out by the opponent. Of course, the powerful Beetle men in the ruins could not just let it go. Even if they wanted to stop the war, the Alliance would not stop. However, for reasons unknown to the Alliance, the Beetle men did not increase their troops again, but chose to retreat. Retreat? That's right. Retreat. After the Anubis' sentinels and the Obsidian Destroyer troops were completely wiped out. The alien swarm that was confronting the human army turned around and ran towards the ruins regardless of their lives, ignoring the Alliance army that was attacking them. The alien swarm receded, and the Alliance won? Looking at the ugly faces of Leo and Scarlet, you can tell that this is not a victory at all. The real trouble is yet to come. Chapter 779 How to Attack. Retracting your fist and then punching it out will be more powerful, and it will hurt more when it hits someone. It is obvious that the Karaji beetles are retracting their fists now, intending to deal a heavy blow to their enemies. It is believed that the Karaji beetles calling the alien swarm back to the ruins of Encourage means the Alliance has won. In fact, if possible, the Alliance would rather fight them on this battlefield outside the ruins of Encourage. The battlefield outside the ruins of Encourage is vast as far as the eye can see. Although the terrain of the entire battlefield has slight fluctuations, it is generally flat land. In such terrain, Leo's skeleton tank clusters and skeleton fighter planes, as well as the dwarf's cannons and combat helicopters, can achieve maximum lethality, because the Karaji swarm has nothing to cover and no terrain to ambush. Since the Noxa Tower spider monster army blocked the underground attack for the Alliance, the swarm of alien insects could not win the underground war. They could not take advantage of the battlefield outside the ruins of Encourage. On the contrary, the Alliance could give full play to them, with the advantage in firepower. The Akur Empire's army suffered a huge disadvantage in such a battle. Why did Leo provoke the Karaji beetles in the ruins from the beginning? It was just to annoy his opponents. As long as they were angry, they would become uncool. If they were not calm, they would do stupid things. The result of doing stupid things is invest more troops in the battlefield outside the ruins. It is the hope of all commanders to let their enemies fight them at the time and place they want. Although Leo's idea was good, the Karaji beetle people in the ruins just weren't fooled. Although they sent many Anyabai's sentries out of contempt for the Alliance, and even put all the Obsidian Destroyer troops in the ruins into the battlefield outside the ruins. The Karaji beetles, the main force of the Akur Empire. But no one even showed up. Mome and his Obsidian Destroyer troops are indeed very strong. Their appearance almost caused the Alliance to lose the war. However, after Scarlet killed Mome, and Leo and Jaina teamed up to eliminate the Obsidian Destroyer troops, the battlefield situation has developed in a direction favorable to the Alliance. At this time, what Leo was looking forward to was that the Akur Empire army in the ruins would invest new power in this battlefield. However, life is often unsatisfactory. The strong men in the ruins of Encourage are not fools. They see that the battlefield outside the ruins is not good for them, so they begin to shrink their troops. After losing some alien insects, Karaji the Beetleman's power retreated back into the ruins of Encourage. Isn't the Alliance here to attack? Okay. Then you come. We are waiting for you in the ruins of Encourage. No pursuit. Leo and Scarlet issued such orders at the same time, stopping the human army that wanted to pursue them one after another. Looking at the ruins of Encourage, Leo had a sullen face. That was the home ground of the Beetle Men. No one knew what was waiting for them inside, what the Alliance army would encounter when they entered, and how many people would be injured. None of this was allowed. However, Leo can guarantee that the number of dead and injured soldiers after entering the ruins will definitely be more than twice as many as now. Stupid Alliance. Do you think that the Akur Empire knows nothing about you because it is trapped in the Beetle Wall? Let me tell you. The Twilight Hammer has informed the Twin Emperors of everything about you. Ivarin shouted with a crazy look on his face, after the swarm of alien insects in the direction of the ruins of Encourage retreated. The Twilight's Hammer believers not only did not retreat, but attacked harder and harder, sacrificing themselves to trap the Alliance army for the alien insects. Group posture to reduce casualties. These souls are dull, cursing secretly in their hearts. Kadros and Magni's bodies suddenly swelled, and the 3-inch dwarves suddenly turned into giants. If a human warrior stood with them at this time, people who didn't know would think they were human. It's that race called dwarves. Avatar. The stunts of the dwarf royal family can only be mastered by a very small number of geniuses with the blood of the dwarf royal family. They are also the most troublesome abilities of the dwarf royal family. The expansion of the body not only brings terrifying power, but the most powerful thing about the gods coming down to earth is their immunity to spells. Yes, you read that right. Immunity to spells. For dwarves who have cast the god of descendants, all magical attacks are meaningless to them. This is the magic immunity that makes the caster helpless. The Twilight Guardians such as Twilight King Iwalin and Exeter were able to hold back the 2 dwarf clan leaders because of the combined efforts of 5 people, 2 battles, 2 spells, and 1 animal husbandry. now that Magni and Kaderos have used the gods to descend to the earth. The two spellcasters Ivaran and Havers can only stare. Mina, the shadow priest, can only be reduced to a wet nurse, and can only rely on Exeter and Mona when to fend off the two dwarf chiefs. Facing Magni and Cardros who use the god's hair. Do Exeter and Mona have the strength? In less than 10 seconds, after the two dwarf patriarchs smashed to death the two Twilight warriors who tried to stop them, the answer came out. The two warriors at the front were dead, facing Magni and Kadros. Ivaran and the other three Twilight warriors, who were using God's descendants, were completely powerless to fight back. This is the tragedy of pure spellcasters. And also the reason why all spellcasters are afraid of the dwarf royal family is that the skill of descending from the gods is incomprehensible to them. Kill Mina. Kill Havers. Kill Ivaran. The three prompts that sounded in succession did not distract Leo from even a trace of his attention. He was discussing with Scarlet and Jaina how to enter the ruins of Ankh-Raj. The current situation is that the bugs are shrinking their defenses and trying to use the terrain of the ruins of Ankh-Raj to offset the Alliance's advantages. As the attackers, the Alliance knows that once they step into the ruins, they will hand over the geographical advantage to the enemy. Under these two factors that need to be considered, attacking the ruins of Ankh-Raj is undoubtedly extremely disadvantageous. However, the purpose of the Alliance was to sweep away the ruins of Pinkyra and annihilate all the beetle armies gathered in the ruins of the Yakir Empire. They had to attack even if they knew they would suffer a loss. After all, the ruins of Ankh-Raj are behind the beetle wall. Even though the bugs have opened the seal here, they are still affected by the seal of Anachronos. Once inside, the flying height can reach up to 100 meters. Jaina said, as she looked at Leo's Dracolic. For these huge metal puppets, a flying height of 100 meters was nothing. Leo frowned. Losing the advantage of high-altitude reconnaissance would be extremely detrimental to controlling the battlefield situation. How should the bugs prepare themselves if they want to ambush the Alliance army? The Kiraji beetles only lifted the seals on the ground and underground, leaving only the no-fly feature in the seal, which was really cunning. How big are the ruins of Ankh-Raj outside the seal? After holding his chin and looking at the ruins of Ankh-Raj for a long time, Leo asked Jaina this question. The latter replied without thinking, "It's worth a Stormwind city." Leo rubbed his chin depressedly. The ruins of Ankh-Raj were as big as Stormwind city. This area exceeded his expectation. Originally, he wanted to use the Dracolic and the Swift-Bone Dragon army to demolish the houses and walls. A violent push against the wall. Now it seems that this plan will not work. It's not that Leo doesn't have the ability, but that he doesn't have that much time. Leo's Dracolic and Velociraptor Bone Dragon were numerous. But if they wanted to bulldoze a ruin that was as big as Stormwind City, even if the Kiraji beetles didn't harass such a huge project, it wouldn't be completed in a few days. The Alliance army cannot be stationed here for too long. This is not only a matter of army consumption, but also related to security. During the day, Alliance soldiers can fight vigorously against the Silithids and even suppress them. But what about at night? In the Alliance, except for the Night Elves and the Gilneans who turned into werewolves, no other race has the ability to see at night. Even if they do, there are very few people. The combat effectiveness of the army will be reduced at night, once the alien insects attack in large numbers. Even if you can block the opponent's attack, the losses will be heavy. What to do? Kill Brew. The magic equipment was extracted successfully, and the host obtained the insect sting statue. Do you want to extract it? Just when Leo was thinking about how to attack the ruins of Ankh-Raj, Goldfinger gave him an unexpected surprise. Brew the Swallower was successfully killed by Haraz. Damn bugs. Got me covered in disgusting slime. Nerlac shook his body in displeasure, and shook off the mucus on his body. Originally Blue was going to evacuate with the alien swarm, but Nerlac, Flintog and Marlock stopped him. When entangled with these three, Blue had no time to take care of Haraz, and was eventually killed by this. The Catman's sneak attack was successful. But before he died, he shot out all the venom in his body. The huge Nerlac was showered all over his head and face. While the bear man was talking, his body suddenly started to shake. He staggered for 2 steps, and then fell to the ground with a thud. Damn poison. Nerlac cursed and gradually disappeared. Leo breathed out a depressed breath. Although he was able to summon Nerlac again, it would be 3 days later, which meant that there was one less general to attack the ruins of Ankh-Raj this time. Flintag and Marlock secretly rejoiced that Blue's final counterattack target was the big stupid bear of Nerlac. Otherwise one of them would have been lying down. Who would have thought that the poison of the mucus Blue shot out would be so violent that even Nerlac couldn't bear it? Leo, let's help Varian and the others clear out the bugs in Regal's nest before we talk about attacking the ruins of Encourage. Scarlet, who had regained most of her energy, then drove the flame dragon eagle towards the Alliance's rear formation, where the armies of the Kingdom of Stormwind and Gilneas were fighting against the Regal swarm. The swarm of insects borne by Savas successfully retreated into the ruins of Encourage. The Regal swarm was not so lucky, who separated them from the ruins by the Alliance army. The skeleton tanks all turned their muzzles, and amid the rumbling sound of the cannons, countless magic light bullets drowned the Regal insect swarm. Chapter 780. Can you still fight? Nerex, you don't have to say anything. This matter is by no means over. The word anger was clearly written on the faces of Varian and Jin. In front of them was the night elf druid Nerex, who tried to dissuade them. As the alien swarm spawned by Thavas pushed into the ruins of Encourage, the Twilight's hammer and the Regal swarm lost their powerful help, and both were quickly defeated after the Alliance freed their hands. The Alliance army won the battle outside the ruins of Encourage. It was a joy to defeat the enemy, but the cost of this victory was much higher than expected. Counting the losses of the dwarves, the number of dead members of the Alliance army had exceeded 40,000, and even more were temporarily incapacitated due to injuries. Even if they win at such a price, it will be a miserable victory. Not to mention that the Alliance is not yet a victory. Everyone knows that attacking the ruins of Encourage is the real fierce battle. King Varian, Your Majesty Jin, please calm down. Nerex made a last-ditch effort, but his words had no effect on Varian and Jean now. Calm down? How can you tell me to calm down? If it weren't for these insects from behind, would our casualties be so great? Do you know how many more people we lost because of the tribe? How many brave Alliance warriors fought because of the betrayal of those beasts? Die! Varian roared at Nerex like an angry lion. Jin did not speak, but his eyes radiating hatred showed his attitude. If the Regal swarm hadn't come out from behind, Leo's swift-boned dragon army wouldn't have to move to the battlefield behind, and Varian and Jin wouldn't have to lead their soldiers to fight in the back. In this way, even if there were Obsidian Destroyer and Anubis' Sentinel Shock Alliance didn't suffer many deaths on the frontal battlefield. According to the statistics compiled by the officers, if there were no threats from behind, the number of soldiers killed in this battle would be reduced by more than 10,000, and the number of injured soldiers would be even fewer. 10,000 soldiers may not seem like a lot, but if you put the death list in your hands, you will find that it is dozens of pages of names. And these names are not just symbols written on paper. They are each represents the loss of a living life. Every soldier who died here has his own family and his own relatives. They are the children of their parents, the husbands of their wives, and the fathers of their children. To their relatives, they are indispensable in life. A small part. But now, they have become lifeless corpses. Seeing that Nerex did not give up, Leo snorted coldly. He pointed at the corpse that was being purified by a group of paladins with holy light under the auspices of Scarlet. His face so gloomy that he was about to drip. Looking at the incomplete or complete corpses, the anger burning in Leo's chest made him feel short of breath. Many of these fallen soldiers did not have to die in the first place. He finally understood now why Varian's attitude towards the tribe was so bad after the Wrathgate incident. The Storm King, who tried his best to persuade himself to let go of his prejudices and hatred, was betrayed by the other party. No matter who was with Varian, even if Lien had the same experience, it would be impossible for him to look good to the tribe. Nor would he have any plans to join hands with the tribe. Hearing what Leo said, Nerex knew that this matter could no longer be settled by persuasion. Leo's words could represent the attitude of the Kingdom of Aratha. Counting Jean and Varian, the three major human kingdoms have already expressed their stance. They will never give up. Magni and Kaderos muttered something to each other. After Leo expressed his stance, the two dwarves glanced at each other. Magni and Kaderos began to greet their tribesmen. Whatever you are doing standing there, get out of here and gather together. I will definitely skin those beasts. Dwarves act much more directly than humans, and they have already taken action when the anger of the human kingdom is still verbal. Nerex was startled when he heard what Magni and Kaderos said. What kind of trouble are these two dwarfs going to make? Please don't add fuel to the fire. Okay. Varian and Jin looked a little confused. The dwarf army is responsible for fighting against the Twilight Hammer, regardless of whether the Regal Hive appears or not. Their losses will neither increase nor decrease. The people who are suffering now are the humans, the army. But it was the dwarves who really took action, which must have been too embarrassing for them. Leo narrowed his eyes, hiding the hint of smile that flashed in his eyes. The Cenarian Council was having a headache when Magni and Cardros were making such a fuss. The Night Elves asked the Alliance to send troops to help deal with the Kiraji beetles, not to start a war with the Horde. This time it is indeed the tribe's mistake. They were defending the insects in Rigo's hive. The Alliance had also told them in advance to be wary of the insects' abnormal movements. Even if the tribe's army failed to stop the insect swarm, they should have been informed. Let's talk. The swarm of insects has arrived behind the Alliance army. But your tribe hasn't sent a single message. What does this mean? If the Alliance insisted that the troops took this opportunity to deal with themselves, Sorfang would not be able to explain clearly even if he was full of words. Because facts speak louder than words. The Alliance is in control of this matter. So Magni and the others are eager to make the matter bigger, so as to put more pressure on the tribe, and the Alliance can benefit from it. Who said that dwarves are honest, and can allow their tribe to gain a foothold and dominate this chaotic world? As the clan leaders, Kadros and Magni are very thoughtful. We cannot withdraw our troops? Neralex is really anxious now. The Alliance has finally sent a large army into Silithus. This is the first battle they have participated in. There is a big problem. Who knows where they will send troops next time? When? Besides, if there is no Alliance army, who will deal with the beetle men in the ruins of Ankiraj? Do we just watch them grow bigger? Or let the Night Elves attack on their own? If it were the latter, we don't know how big the casualties would be. Even Archdruid Fandral, who is very dedicated to the battle, would not let such a thing happen. Don't withdraw? Leo had a sneer on his face. After something like this happened, can this battle still be fought? Leo didn't mean to embarrass Neralex. He was telling the truth. The Alliance had notified the Horde of the attack on the ruins of Ankiraj before. Although the latter did not need to send troops, the burden of defending the Regal Hive fell on their shoulders. It can be said that the Alliance was behind the attack on the ruins of Ankiraj. Giving it to the tribe, although it was limited, also showed trust in the tribe. However, what happened after the battle started was extremely disappointing. The Regal swarm killed the Alliance without receiving any warning. If it weren't for the Alliance's incredible strength, a big defeat would have happened. No one knows how many people would die in that situation. And the vitality of the entire Alliance expeditionary force would be severely damaged. After this incident, it has become a consensus among the commanders of the Alliance expeditionary force that the tribe is unreliable. With such thoughts in mind, how could the Alliance attack the ruins of Ankiraj? There are powerful enemies in front of him, and so-called teammates who are plotting against him behind him. No one will stay here for even a second longer. Neralex was about to say something, but Jaina stopped him with a look. The female mage of Theramore could see that the leaders of the Alliance were determined to withdraw their troops. The only thing they could do now was not to stop the Alliance. Withdraw the troops, but persuade them not to attack the tribe and provoke a war between the two camps. We have too many wounded soldiers in this battle, and the troops need to be reorganized. Let's withdraw to Ungoro Crater first. As for the tribe, leave it to me for the time being. I will be responsible for contacting them to find out what happened. People can do anything when they are impulsive. Jaina wanted to stabilize the angry Alliance leaders first. As long as they did not immediately turn their guns and attack the Horde, they would have time to mediate. When Varian and Jin's anger followed, after it gradually subsides with the passage of time, they will not be as impulsive as they are now. Okay. Then we'll wait for the tribe's explanation. If the explanation we get doesn't satisfy us, we don't mind killing them before dealing with the bugs. Leo expressed his position before Varian and Jean could speak. Although the first two had some objections to this, they could not disgrace Leo's face. Besides, there were indeed many wounded soldiers in the army. After a battle, the rear troops do need to be reorganized, and it is not unacceptable to retreat to Ungoro Crater first. Neralex and Jaina were relieved. As long as the Alliance and the Horde did not conflict immediately, they had plenty of ways to resolve the matter. It's not like you to offer to withdraw. Lydrin came to Leo's side at some point. The Blood Elf appeared suddenly, but no one present felt any strangeness at all. Looking at the lifeless ruins of Ankiraj, Leo replied without looking back. What can we do if we don't retreat? Do we really attack the ruins of Ankiraj? What is happening to the Horde now? And what is their attitude towards the Alliance? We don't know at all. The Alliance will suffer heavy losses in attacking the ruins of Ankiraj. And I don't want to find myself facing the Horde army after fighting with the Beetle men. We laid in wait for so long in vain. There was a look of pity on Lydrin's face. They had made many preparations and devised many tactics to attack the ruins of Ankiraj. But now they were all useless. The Blood Elves are covered by magic. and the night elves are hidden by shadow. They are both armies suitable for ambushes. They were originally the trump card for attacking the ruins of Entourage. Unexpectedly, the battle took a turn, and the army companies of these two races officially appeared. There is no chance. I don't believe you are willing to just back down. Lydron looked at Leo very seriously. She knew that Leo never returned empty-handed. Could this kid have some backup plan? The ruins of Entourage are here. If it doesn't work this time, there will be another time. Leo turned to look at Lydron, with a hint of joking on his face. He leaned into the ear of the Blood Elf Countess and whispered, "But what? Maybe this is the only time I can attack a demigod." Lydron opened her eyes wide. Demigod? Chapter 781, Crooked Ways. Standing at the top of Stromgarde, overlooking the entire city, Leo and Scarlet remained silent in tacit agreement. No one spoke. No one broke the current calm. Both of them were quietly enjoying this moment where silence was better than sound. There are only the two of them here, and uninterrupted time is precious to them. Especially now, with the news that Leo is about to attack the demigods. The time for the two of them is even less and more precious. It wasn't that Lydron couldn't keep her mouth shut, but Varian and the others who were present when Leo spoke were not weaklings. Even if Leo lowered his voice, he still heard clearly. Although humans are one of the most powerful races in the world, their overall combat power is accumulated with a large population and mid to low-end combat power. They are extremely lacking in real high-end combat power. It has experienced orc invasions, natural disasters, and battles with the Burning Legion. Lord Aaron, the strongest human kingdom, has been destroyed, and Dalaran, the mage capital, has been destroyed. The modern history of this world is a history of blood and tears for the troubled human race. After so many things have happened, you can imagine how difficult it is for human beings to still stand among the powerful races. In this world where the strong are respected, in this world where an individual's power is strong enough to subvert a country or even destroy a race, those who do not stand at the top of the world simply do not have a strong enough backer, no matter how many mid to low-end forces fight. At the same time, it is also the life of cannon fodder. In the mortal world, legends are not the pinnacle. The real decisive power is demigods. As long as there is a strong demigod, no one dares to look down upon the population of this race, no matter how small it is. Unfortunately, there is no demigod among humans. At least no demigod who can stand in the open and protect the human race from disasters. If a demigod appeared in the human race, the situation of the entire human race would be greatly improved. As we all know, humans have no shortage of mid to low-end power, and there are no fewer legendary warriors than other races except the Night Elves. However, they lose to the legendary warriors and above. The lineage of guardians is too mysterious, and even humans themselves there is no hope for them. Now that Leo is about to attack the demigods, no matter what their attitude is towards the rise of the kingdom of Arathor, strong human beings such as Varian and Jean will not sit idly by. When Leo returned to Stromgarde, whether it was King Varian of the kingdom of Stormwind, King Jen of the kingdom of Gilneas, Jaina of Theramore, or even Ronan of the Violet Castle, and the Silver Crusaders, who were leading the Silver Crusade in the Eastern Plague Lands, Fording rushed over immediately. They came with only one purpose, and that was to stay here during this period of time to block any enemies that might appear for Leo and prevent them from interfering with Leo. Are you sure? The appearance of Pasonia broke the peace here. Normally, she would not come unintentionally to disturb the two people's world, but it was different now. Leo's attack on the demigods is related to the entire human race. This is no longer a matter for him alone, but for the entire human race. The people who are paying attention to this matter are not only the human race itself, not only the Alliance and Tribe, but also the Guardian Dragons. Ask frequently. Once Leo succeeds in becoming a demigod, the situation in the entire world will change. Shaking his head in amusement, Leo put one arm around Scarlet's waist and waved to Pasonia with the other hand, gesturing for her to come closer, as if he had something private to say to her. What does this kid want to say? Pasonia didn't react for a moment. When she walked to Leo, the latter pulled her into his arms and hugged her. Sister Pasonia, your question really makes me sad. Do I look like someone who yells when I'm not sure? Pasonia, who was taken advantage of by Leo, did not struggle, but looked at him carefully before replying. It seems that my worries are unnecessary. Based on Pasonia's understanding of Leo, if Leo was not completely sure about attacking the demigods, he would definitely find a place to hide and wait until the incident happened, so that no one would know about it even if he failed. now that he has made his attack on the demigod known to everyone. There is only one explanation for this situation, and that is that he has no suspense about attacking the demigod. I have already been exposed to the power of law in the first War of Tears hand. Attacking demigods is not a problem for me at all. What I worry about now is not success, but how to improve efficiency and maximize benefits. Others are trembling when they attack demigods, for fear of failure. But what Leo thinks about is how to use the rules to maximize his improvement when attacking demigods. There is no comparability between the two in terms of realm. If Leo said this, if word spreads, I don't know how many powerful people will be so angry that they will hit the wall. Pasonia rolled her eyes at Leo. This kid was born to be unconventional. He only existed to attack others. What? You don't understand? Let me explain it to you carefully. In the name of holy light, I will not hide anything. Leo's hands began to behave erratically, and he hugged and hugged him. If he could still behave himself, he wouldn't be Leo. This time, not only Pasonia, but also Scarlet rolled her eyes at him. In the name of the holy light, if these words were spoken by a paladin, no one would doubt them. But it was Leo, a warlock, who said these words. So no matter how I heard them, I found them untrustworthy. Leo didn't care what the two women thought. He explained while enjoying the blessing of being together. When attacking a demigod, since the power of the impact will cause the rules to throb, the impact is the easiest to affect the power of the law. It is also an opportunity for those who attack the demigod to observe the law up close. But this period of time is extremely short. For beasts, their brains are not developed enough, which means their brains are not smart enough. Even if they are talented, they cannot comprehend much. Therefore, more than 99% of the beasts can rely on their natural advantages to become half-gods can only obtain the laws of a single system. And they are still very shallow. It's different for higher intelligent races like humans and elves. They can understand more laws at the same time. This is why demigod beasts only have a single set of laws, while humans can have multiple sets of laws, all in one situation. Of course, there are no absolutes in the world. There are also beast demigods who understand the laws of multiple systems. And human demigods may also use the laws of a single system. At this point, Leo paused. It wasn't that he didn't want to continue talking, but Pasonia gave him a hard elbow on the stomach very secretly. This kid actually wanted to slip his hand into her clothes. Yes, she wasn't Scarlet who would let Leo take advantage of her. And she wouldn't be able to do it if she didn't give this kid a chance to show off. What a heavy shot. Leo grinned. Of course it hurt. For other people, the biggest obstacle to impacting the demigods is the power of the law of touch. But for me, it is completely different, because I already have the power of law. And there is more than one series. The biggest obstacle to becoming a demigod does not exist for me at all. As long as I have enough magic power, I will definitely become a demigod. Pasonia and Scarlet's eyes lit up. And the two women thought of Leo's confrontation with Mom outside the ruins of Entourage. As the obsidian destroyers created by titans, isn't their most troublesome ability to absorb magic power and then burst it out? If we could control enough obsidian destroyers and gather enough mages, wouldn't the problem of enough magic that Leo mentioned be solved? Due to personal reasons, everyone's power will be different. This is why powerful people like Grand Duke Lothar did not directly give Scarlet power, but went to great lengths to seal the inherited secret law in her body. Unless it is a powerful demigod or god, there is no situation where the user can be directly given power and suddenly gain great strength. Moreover, even if it is a god, his own strength will be depleted when he gives the ability to the other party. In terms of numbers, the calculation is the ratio of losing 100 points of energy to giving the other party 1 point of energy. Even children know that this is a loss-making transaction. Granting strength has always been the power of the superior. But why should the superior expend 100 of his own strength to improve the strength of the inferior? You need to know that in this world where the strong are respected, strength is the foundation of success. Leo did have the idea of absorbing other people's magic power in exchange for upgrade energy. But he had to give up because the conversion rate was too low. With Obsidian Destroyer, it's a completely different story. Obsidian Destroyers are good. They are not picky eaters at all. They can devour any magic power. And the magic power will be automatically purified and converted into arcane magic power after entering their bodies. After passing through their hands. There is a problem that the power of different magic properties is different. It's no longer a problem. More importantly, when the Obsidian Destroyer absorbs magic power, it doesn't matter whether your power level is high enough. He doesn't mind as long as it's magic power. In this way, As long as there are enough mages, even low-level mages, they can provide Leo with the magic power to attack the demigods. Leo can't make the Obsidian Destroyer. To be precise, he can't and doesn't have the ability to make it now. However, after getting the complete body of Mom, he had no problem piecing together some of its parts, especially if he had enough original accessories. Why do you think I specifically ordered Arathar's soldiers to clean up the battlefield? The expression on Leo's face was very proud. At that time, the dwarfs were busy dismantling the platform. Most of the broken parts of the Obsidian Destroyer fell into the pockets of the kingdom of Arathar. These harvests allowed him to produce hundreds of them in just a few days. A component that converts and stores magic power to ensure the smooth implementation of the plan. Are you sure this won't be a problem? After learning about Leo's plan, Passonia and Scarlet were very worried. No one had done this to attack demigods in the past. Can Leo succeed? Why did Arthas become a demigod? He relied on the rune demon sword Frostmourne. Due to the evil of Frostmourne, he became a puppet of the demon sword and lost himself. In essence, my method is different from his. It's the same. They all rely on external objects. But their external objects are uncontrollable. And the external objects I rely on are just tools and are completely under my control. What are you worried about? Passonia punched Leo in the chest, with a smile on her face, and scolded him mercilessly, "You little soul. No one can match your ability to do evil things." Chapter 782 Helper. Orgrimmar is the city of the orcs, and the chieftain's hall is the heart of the city. Thrall straightened up, and a ashamed Sorfang was half kneeling in front of him. The latter came to apologize. It was his negligence that led to the crisis between the Horde and the Alliance. Reaching out to help Sorfang up, Sar consoled him, "I don't blame you for this. I was too careless. I didn't expect the Blackstone clan to dare to openly rebel. There is no point in finding out who is at fault now. Solving the current problems of the tribe, the dilemma, is what we have to consider now." What happened in Silithus caused the Alliance, which already distrusted the Horde, to choose to withdraw its troops. The most direct consequence of the lack of assistance from the Alliance was that the war against the Karaji beetles was in a stalemate. It is not easy to maintain the war in Silithus with the strength of the tribe. There is a huge gap in both the source of troops and supplies. It is difficult to wait until the Alliance sends troops. I thought I would be relieved to relieve the pressure, but unexpectedly it happened. After such a thing happened, the situation returned to the original point. Fortunately, among the 3 giant insect nests in Silithus, Ash's insect nest and Rigo's insect nest have been destroyed, leaving only one Zora insect nest, and the tribe's burden has been reduced to a certain extent. The Cenarian Circle has explained it clearly. They will inform the Alliance of the situation, and Jaina will mediate for us. In fact, the relationship between the Alliance and us is not as tense as imagined. The real embarrassment is that the Alliance uses this event refused to allow the army to enter Silithus again. There was some worry on Thrall's face when he said this. If the Alliance army does not enter Silithus, the war with the Beetle Men will not end so early, even if the Cenarian Council supports it. As long as the war continues, the development of the tribe will be affected for one more day. How long can the tribe in its current state sustain itself in the quagmire of war in Silithus? Even Sal had no idea about this question. It's not that Thrall has no ability, but that the land of the tribe is too barren, and it's hard for a clever woman to make a living without rice. Even if he has great abilities, he can't do it. I think we could try contacting air though. Sorfang suggested this. Varian and Jin were tough. Magni ignored the tribe, and only the kingdom of Arathar was easier to talk to. This was the only gap the tribe could open. When it comes to Arathar, Thrall's first thought is not of Arathar's Queen Scarlet but of Leo, the human with the prophetic ability. It's not a secret that Leo attacks demigods. Others try to keep it secret when attacking demigods for fear of accidents. But this kid is completely opposite. Not only did he let the news out, attracting the attention of countless forces, both overt and covert, to Stromard, he also made the momentum extremely huge. At his request, the Alliance sent all the spellcasters it could send to Stromgard. And then even the mages of Dalaran got involved. Thrall didn't know what Leo wanted to do, but he understood that after Leo's troubles, no matter whether he succeeded in attacking the demigods or not, the momentum of the kingdom of Arathar would definitely increase. And because of this incident, Dara, who was known as neutral, with Laren has also gotten closer to the Alliance. Although everyone knows that the two are closely connected, they have always been in private before. This time, they can bring this relationship to the public openly. The far-reaching impact of this relationship makes Thrall worried. Incessantly, Even though the Horde and the Alliance are the two major camps in the world, you might think that the strength of the two sides is very close. In fact, whether in terms of resources or population, the Horde is far inferior to the Alliance. The continent of Kalimdor is too barren. Or in other words, the land controlled by the tribe is too barren. The slightly richer lands are all territories that are contested. The race can thrive on the land that is so barren that it may not even be able to get enough food. This has taken too much of Thrall's energy. After all, reality is not a game. The various characters that appear in the game are just a bunch of data. They do not need to consider issues such as food, clothing, housing and transportation, as long as the game designer needs it. A city can appear in a place no matter how remote it is, and where no living thing can survive. However, reality is not the case. To build a city, whether the food here is self-sufficient, whether the water source is sufficient, whether the climate is suitable for survival, whether there are any hostile forces around, etc., etc., all of these need to be considered. Not to mention that building a city is not based on it can be done just by talking, but it requires sufficient resources and manpower. In the game, players will feel that the tribe has a larger territory than the Alliance. It is more convenient to go to various places than the Alliance, and the power is stronger than the Alliance. But once these are moved to the real world, it will be the opposite. Without food and minerals, what's the use of such a large land? Thrall knew very well that the Horde seemed to have a foothold in the continent of Kalimdor, and it was not without its strength to fight against the Alliance. But when it comes to real calculations, there are still dangers. How did the orcs come to Kalimdor? That was under Medivh's guidance. As a guardian, why would Medivh, a human, help the orcs? Thrall did not think that the other party was entirely out of good intentions. Medivh's purpose in doing this was ultimately for humanity. Maybe others will ignore Medivh's sentence that led the orcs to Kalimdor when watching the orcs. But Thrall, as the person involved, will not. It is not an exaggeration to describe the blood feud between humans and orcs. Countless humans died at the hands of orcs back then. If it were not for the secret promotion of humans and other forces, Medivh would not have come forward at all. As a new race, the potential displayed by humans shocked the established races. It has only been a short millennium since the High Elves taught magic to humans. Humanity's attainments in magic have already tended to surpass others. The original magic city of Dalaran even had the strength to challenge the kingdom of Quel'Thalas. This can be confirmed by the fact that even Kael'thas, the prince of Quel'Thalas, studied magic in Dalaran. However, what humans have shown is not just the talent of magical understanding. They learned from the dwarves to make better weapons and armor, and learned from the dwarf engineering how to make their cities more majestic and more defensive. Strong. I learned from the night elves how to make arrows shoot more accurately and farther, and how to stay invisible. This series of performances made the established races have to be wary of this new race called humans. If humans are allowed to develop, sooner or later they will threaten the status of established races. This is no joke. Thinking about the rise of the Night Elves and the collapse of the Troll Empire, we can learn from the past and see who is not wary of humans. The waves behind the Yangtze River push the waves ahead, and no one wants to be the wave in front that is pushed to death on the beach. After all, humans are a part of this world, and their strength cannot be underestimated. They are an indispensable force when fighting against the invasion of the Burning Legion. They are at least qualified cannon fodder. The old races will not fight against this race. Enemies. They have more or less maintained some contact with human beings. Everyone is doing good things. Who will be the bad guy? Who else could it be but the outsider orcs? The reason why the orcs were able to get help and come to Kalimdor was because certain races secretly contributed a lot. Thrall was very clear-eyed about these. It was precisely because he knew that he strongly advocated reconciliation with humans. Because he was unwilling to let yourself and your own race be other people's pawns. Unfortunately, the obstacles were much greater than he imagined. When Varian wanted to sign a peace treaty with him, the King of Stormwind mysteriously disappeared, and Thrall was horrified. Although there is information showing that this is the Black Dragon's conspiracy. With Varian's strength, even if he fails, it is impossible to leave no clues. Thrall smells a strong conspiracy in this matter, which makes him even more afraid to act rashly. For the development of the race, Thrall strongly opposed the war with the Alliance. However, in order to maintain the blood of the orcs and reassure certain forces, he had to allow the warring faction that opposed him to exist and gradually grow. Arathor is indeed a good choice for us to open a gap in the Alliance. I will let Eitrigg do this. Thrall nodded, accepting Sorfang's suggestion. In fact, he only had this choice now. Queen Scarlet of the Kingdom of Arather has a hostile attitude towards the orcs. But Leo has always maintained a neutral attitude. Compared with other alliance leaders, Leo is the most outspoken one. The matter came to an end before Eitrid contacted Leo and informed Thrall of his attitude. Sorfang, after such a big thing happened, we must take action. Only with enough achievements can the Night Elves be on our side. So I decided to capture the Zora Hive. Talking without practice is just a lie. Thrall knows how to win the support of the Night Elves. As long as they make achievements in the war with the Beetle Men, Thrall will naturally speak well of the tribe. Seeing that Thrall was determined, Sorfang could not object. With the tribe's current military strength, it was not impossible to destroy the Zora Hive. But what about the casualties? This time it was an internal problem among the orcs. The orcs had to exert their greatest strength when attacking the Zora Hive. It is conceivable that the number of orc soldiers would be reduced a lot after this battle. The number of orcs was not too large in the first place. But now they had to fight such a battle. And the number of tribesmen would be reduced again. Sorfang felt heartbroken thinking about this. They had no choice but to send Korkrone troops to join the battle. After weighing it up, Sorfang made a decision. Compared with the lives of the people, everything else is nothing. Don't worry. Thrall knew what Sorfang was worried about. And he gave Sorfang reassurance. I found someone to help you. With his help, this battle won't be too difficult. The helper Sal found for me. Sorfang looked up and saw Thrall pointing toward the door of the chief's hall. He looked in the direction, and a surprisingly tall figure came into view. A strong orc. No, rather than an orc. He is an ogre wearing an orc skin. I heard that you are in trouble. The visitor grinned at Sorfang and whistled. And a giant bear no smaller than Narorak appeared next to him. Come on, Misha. Come to our say H. Low to an old friend. Chapter 783 Sparring. Lexa? Leo muttered and put down the information in his hand. Thrall called Rexer back from wandering in the desolate land and asked him to assist Sorfang in commanding the army of Silithus. This time the tribe made a big decision. The Zora Hive is finished. Thrall is indeed very smart. And he knows how to win the support of the Cenarian Council. As long as the Horde makes achievements in the war with its beetle men, it will not be difficult to bring the Alliance back to the battlefield through the Night Elves. It's unclear whether the orcs deliberately released the Rigo swarm to attack the Alliance army despite our deliberate efforts. Only fools would focus on alienating themselves. Now that the tribe has made such a move, how should we respond? Scarlet has a hostile attitude towards orcs. But hatred is hatred. And this does not affect Scarlet's judgment of the matter. Thrall is indeed taking a good step. No matter how entangled your alliance is with the Regal Swarm, I will do things my way. As long as I destroy the Zora Hive, I'm afraid I won't get the support of the Cenarian Circle. Leo waited up and said to Scarlet, we just don't do anything. The Kingdom of Arather is neutral in its attitude towards the tribe. In this situation, it is best for Arather to do nothing and just wait and see how things develop. The main pressure on the Horde is from Varian's Kingdom of Stormwind and Jen's Gilneas. These two powerful human kingdoms are what Thrall needs to worry about most. If I'm not mistaken, the tribe's envoy is already on the way to Stromgard. Now that I have to attack the demigods, and it's inconvenient to meet with outsiders, it's up to you to come forward. Scarlet nodded in agreement. Although she was hostile to the orcs and even the entire tribe, she did not object to Leo letting Arather be neutral. Because only in this way can Arather develop the fastest. I will tell the Horde's envoy that Arather will not put pressure on the Horde. But don't expect us to speak good words for them. If they want the Alliance army to enter Silithus, they need to convince Varian and Jen that in the Kingdom of Stormwind, we won't do anything until we do something with Gilneas. Leo felt relieved when Scarlet said this. He was afraid that this silly girl would use this to put pressure on the tribe and change the neutral stance of the Kingdom of Arather because of her hatred of the orcs. Scarlet was a little confused when it came to small things, but she was extremely measured when it came to big things and didn't bother him. Putting his hands on Scarlet's waist, Leo whispered in her ear, I'm going to Silvermoon City. Don't let anyone else know. The outside world knew that Leo wanted to attack the demigods. For his own safety, he also asked various forces in the Alliance to send a large number of mages to charge a large protective magic circle, which exhausted the mages to death. Now less than 2 days after the magic circle was fully charged, he had to run to Silvermoon City. Is this kid not going to attack the demigods? People who don't know the inside story will definitely have doubts. But Scarlet, who knows what is going on, will not. The female paladin is not worried about Leo's safety. She is very relieved. Let me ask, How many existences in this world can hurt a demigod warlock? Especially a cunning and powerful demigod warlock like Leo. Demigod? Yes, it's a demigod. The biggest difficulty in breaking through the legendary realm and becoming a demigod is to touch the power of the law. For others, it is a hurdle that takes a lifetime to overcome. But Leo does not have this hurdle at all, because he not only touches the power of the law, but also possesses a complete the law of blood. Even excluding the blood law, the poison law obtained from Lakmala is enough to allow him to ignore the obstacles between legends and demigods. As early as the first battle between the Hand of Tyr and the Scourge, the obstacles to becoming a demigod no longer existed for Leo. All he lacked was the energy that pushed him to become a demigod. Titans, Tolvir, Mom, Obsidian Destroyer. Hee. Should I thank you? After possessing enough energy, Leo easily became a demigod. A demigod who represented the peak power of the mortal world. The so-called success will come when conditions are ripe. But that's all. Standing on the top of the Tower of Sun Fury in Silvermoon City, Leo carefully looked at a blood elf. A blood elf on the same level as him. TSK. It's different when you become a demigod. Your aura is really not that strong. There was a hint of ridicule in Leo's tone. He had felt something strange since he arrived in Silvermoon City. The magic flow in the entire city was extremely active. This was caused by someone triggering a strong magic storm. And the culprit was sitting in him. Before, Kaeldats ignored the ridicule in Leo's words. He just looked at Leo with his eyes wide open. As a new demigod, the Blood Elf Prince knew that his power was still unstable. The huge magic power was always attacking the surroundings unconsciously, making Lyadrin and Lorthemar and others afraid to stay around him for too long. This was also the reason why he came to the top of the Tower of Wrath of the Sun to meditate. There seems to be only one hurdle between legends and demigods, but there is a huge difference in strength. Unless there are some incredibly powerful legends, there is no comparison between the two. After achieving complete control, Kaeldats would not leave the Tower of Sun Fury easily before gaining his new powers. You became a demigod? After repeated confirmations, and even consciously releasing a wave of magic power to impact Leo, Kaeldats finally confirmed one thing. That is, the human warlock in front of him had quietly become a demigod. Leo shrugged, with an expression on his face that said it was still necessary. Kaeldats admitted that he was hit by Leo, also a new demigod. Leo had already mastered the power of the demigod when he was still familiar with the surge in power. This shows what? It can only show that Kaeldats is not as good as Leo. I know you have great talent, but can you not be so high profile? Even if you keep a high profile, why do you still come to me to show off? Looking at Leo with a proud look on his face, Kaeldats had the urge to slap a few pyroblasts on his face. Will you die if you keep a low profile? Don't be so surprised. Leo raised his index finger and shook it. You must know that I have already touched the power of the law. It is not difficult for me to become a demigod, if the new power is not too huge and difficult to control. It took me 2 days, and I have already arrived at Silvermoon City. Damn that guy. He did it on purpose. He must have done it on purpose. Kaeldats' current problem is to become familiar with and control his own power. He has spent nearly half a month on this. But the guy standing in front of him told him that 2 days was too much for him. And is it more infuriating than this? Show off. This is Hongwa was showing off. Kaeldats took a deep breath to calm down his ups and downs of emotions before he spoke. No wonder there was no news from Stromgarde. I thought you were busy attacking the demigods. But I didn't expect you to be silent. Success? I really didn't expect it. Kaeldats said 2 things that he didn't expect, which showed that he was really surprised. When he became a demigod, the magic flow in the entire Silvermoon City and even the entire kingdom of Quel'Thalas became chaotic. But Leo did not move at all. There was no trouble, and the many powerful humans staying in Stromgarde did not notice the birth of a human demigod. Wait! This kid became a demigod, and instead of announcing the news, he secretly came to Silvermoon City to find me. What does he want to do? Kaeldats was secretly frightened, and his face became serious. Leo was so sneaky that it would be hard to believe that he didn't make any big move to kill Kaeldats. Say your purpose. Come with me to Draenor. Kaeldats looked serious, and so did Leo. The battle against the ruins of Encourage reminded Leo that the insects of the Yaqui Empire were difficult to deal with. With his current strength, it might not be a problem to destroy the ruins, but it was far from enough to attack the Temple of Encourage. Mom, Ayamis, Brew, and even Ragex, who has not yet fought against each other in the ruins of Encourage. and Audrian are not considered the top combat forces in the Akur Empire. Beals are not the main force of the Yaki Empire. Fighting against such an enemy, Leo lost Molten Maw, Dreadscale, and dozens of Dracolics that were killed by Mom. If he attacks the Temple of Encourage, he doesn't know what will happen. How many men died? The Yaki Empire is the strongest opponent Leo has ever encountered. The Temple of Encourage is quite high-end. Not to mention the twin emperors, Oro, and the ancient god Thun hiding in it. Powerful creatures such as Visitus, Ahoran, and Scram were enough to destroy the coalition forces attacking the Temple of Encourage. Such powerful enemies gave Leo a sense of urgency to improve his strength. As a new demigod, Leo's strength has been unable to improve significantly for a long time. So he can only turn his ideas to his subordinates. Making your subordinates stronger is also one of the ways to improve your own strength. You want to deal with Illidan? Kael'thas understood the meaning of Leo's words. He was in favor of dealing with Illidan. But he had to consider the success rate. Their arrangement in the world of Draenor was not completed yet, and they acted hastily. What you will encounter is failure. No. You misunderstood. It's not about dealing with Illidan. Illidan is not easy to deal with. And Leo will not take action if he is not completely sure. Velan, who is now contacting the Broken One, has not yet sent any news. So how can he act rashly? Then I'm curious. Let me tell you. You and I are both new demigods. And we need to get familiar with our own powers again. Leo pointed at Kael'thas, who was waiting for him to speak. And then pointed at himself. In a situation like ours, we only rely on it. It is impossible to control the power to the maximum if you have been practicing for only a year and a half. But if you have a strong enemy as a sparring partner, the time spent in high-intensity battles will be shortened by more than half. Depending on your ability and mine, it will be successful in 30 days. There is motivation only when there is pressure. High-intensity battles can indeed allow people to become familiar with and control their own power in the shortest possible time. Kael'thas also knows this. But Shigue knew that he and Leo were demigods. Demigods who represented the strongest power in the mortal world. It was not easy to find a sparring partner. We couldn't let Leo and Kael'thas fight against each other. Let's not talk about the issue of battlefield selection. The relationship between Silvermoon City and Stromgarde alone prevents them from being cruel to each other. Since how can the combat intensity be increased without being ruthless? The effect of low combat intensity will be extremely limited. It's too difficult for you and need to choose a suitable sparring partner. Arthas? We are not his opponent in the Frozen Throne yet. Illidan? There is no absolute certainty that we can't let him know what's hiding in the dark. Leo rubbed the ring of forbidden evil words in his hand, with a bright smile on his face. I was in trouble at first. But fortunately Sal reminded me. Sal? He doesn't know about you becoming a demigod yet. Kael'thas waited for Leo to clear up his doubts. He summoned Rexer from Desolation. Do you know Rexer's identity? He is the heir of the Thunder King clan. And the Thunder King clan has ogre blood. I understand. Kael'thas guessed who Leo was looking for to trouble him. No. Who he was looking for as a sparring partner. The Blood Elf Prince asked. When will we set off for the Blade's Edge Mountains? Chapter 784. I'm not as bullying as you guys. This is a steep mountain. The biting cold wind howls through the canyons of the mountain range day after day, and year after year. The uncanny craftsmanship of nature has carved this mountain range. The cliffs on the mountain are covered with a pattern made by weathering. The sharp-edged stone pillars look like a forest of swords and swords from a distance. Hence the name Blade's Edge Mountain. The skeletons of dragons are nailed to the stone pillars of Blade's Edge Mountain. The tyrannical dragon clan has killed countless people here. This is a mountain range that the dragons fear and hate. Because the dragons that were nailed to the stone pillars did not die naturally, but were used by a powerful creature to show off their strength. He was Gruul, the dragon slayer Gruul. Gron, possessing unparalleled force, rules the ogre race said to be created by them with ruthless and barbaric methods. It is precisely because of their ruthlessness that they inspired the ogres to resist. As the saying goes, where there is oppression, there is resistance. With a huge body and a giant eye, Gron has many similarities with the Cyclops known to Leo. Gruul is the king of the Gorin clan. Kael'thas stood on O's back and looked down somewhere in the Blade's Edge Mountains. There was a village there. Oh! The name of Kael'thas Mount. She only belongs to the Sun Chaser. And she only surrenders to Kael'thas, who has the blood of the Sun Chaser. This creature named Ao has a dazzling light all over her body. The magnificent flames are the embellishment of her elegant figure. The ability to reborn from the ashes means that she will never die. Yes. She is a phoenix. Unique phoenix? Leo had the urge to rob Kael'thas. Although his mount was the Black Dragon Prince Nefarian, the Black Dragon was worthless, at least compared to the unique phoenix. Unless the Black Dragon Prince removed the last word. That's Moknasa village? What a Thunder God fortress. It's just a primitive village with a fence. Kael'thas had 2 words of disdain written on his face. It was too arrogant for a village with a wooden fence to dare to call it a fortress. The Thunder God Fortress was the former hometown of the Thunder God clan. When news of the tribe's defeat reached here during the Second War, Fenris, the chief of the Thunder God clan at the time, asked to lead his army across the dark portal to attack humanity. But Nazul refused and set a trap and kill him. After Nazul fled, the remaining members of the Thunder God clan guarded the Thunder God Fortress. Brother Garm Wolf became the last chief of the clan. Soon after, the Blade Tower Ogres conquered here and killed all the remaining members of the Thunder God clan, plundered the clan's artifacts, and destroyed the bloodline of the Thunder God clan. What Leo and Kael'thas see now is such a village occupied by the Blade Tower Ogres. And this village has long lost the shadow of the fortress. People who don't know about the shabby village think they live here. Have always been an uncivilized primitive race. This village is in ruins, which is unusual in Rexer's heart. This is an important clue for him to find the source of the half of the ogre blood in his body. If the dark portal is opened, the orc hero will definitely lead his soldiers to retake it. And then the Blade Tower Ogre will surely bear Rexer's wrath. Blade Tower Ogre. The word Knife Tower made Leo couldn't help but smile, because he thought of a certain competitive game that was popular on the earth. Let's go. There's nothing to see here. Our target is Gron. Before provoking Gruul, let's try his son first. The so-called beating the young will bring out the old. Perhaps this cannot be applied to Gron, but the ability of the Dragon Slayer can be seen more or less from Gruul's son. Leo and Kael'thas are not fools. They understand the principle of knowing oneself and knowing the enemy. To deal with a strong man like Gruul, the more they know, the better. Who knows what will happen if they rush into him rashly? With the help of the Draculika's illusion, Leo and Kael'thas flew swaggeringly through the Blade's Edge Mountains in search of traces of the sons of Gruul. Blade's Edge Mountain is too big, and it's up to the 2 of them to look for it. They don't know when they will find it. So Leo has no choice but to scatter 1,000 dragon liches. It is true that things get done easily when there are many people. Life is full of surprises. And this is true. No. After the Draculic army dispersed, they brought a surprise for Leo. During the flight, Nefarian suddenly said, "Master, the men who were looking for Gruul's son found a guy who was suspected of being an Abyss Lord. Traces of demons can be seen everywhere in the world of Draenor. In order to completely occupy this bridgehead for attacking the human world, the Burning Legion invested heavily in the broken world of Draenor. The demons Leo and Kael'thas saw along the way there are not a few, but those at the level of the Abyss Lord have really discovered it." Leo's heart was moved at this moment. Doesn't Manaroth need an Abyss Lord level sacrifice to restore it to its full glory? You seem to be very interested in that Abyss Lord. Why don't we go take a look first? The Abyss Lord level demon Kael'thas was also very moved. After being promoted to demigod, he had not yet encountered a decent opponent. So he just wanted to try this Abyss demon. Galvanos is an Abyss Lord and can be considered the #1 figure in the world of Anelin. Of course, there is no comparison with existences like Manaroth. Among the Abyss Lords, his strength can only be at the bottom. However, Dikavanos is also the Lord of the Abyss, and there is no doubt about his power. Ever since he entered the world of Draenor with a group of demon brothers, Galvanos has been staying in the Blade's Edge Mountains, and with the help of several powerful demons and his companions, he established a smelting ground in this mountain range. The Smelting of Fury in the Blade's Edge Mountains field. To be honest, Galvanos doesn't like Blade's Edge Mountain. He doesn't like it very much, because this place is too dangerous. And this danger comes from Goran wandering around Blade's Edge Mountain. The strength of the Lord of the Abyss of Galvanos makes him feel dangerous, which shows how powerful Gron is. This one-eyed creature, whose size is not inferior to that of the Abyss Lord, is so powerful that even Galvanos wants to retreat. Fortunately, there are not many Grons in the entire Draenor, except for Gruul, who loves to stay in his lair and take a nap. There are only 7 outside. Otherwise it will be a question whether Galvanos can settle in Blade's Edge Mountain. It would be boring to stay in one place all the time, especially for a lord like the Abyss Lord who loves destruction and killing. After randomly finding a reason to beat a few demon brothers, Galvanos yelled at the sky. He was bored now. He was depressed now. And he was eager to find some new fun. There is such a coincidence in the world. Galvanos, who was yelling boredly at the sky, found his new fun. A big flaming bird was above the angry smelting field. On the back of the big flaming bird stood a blood elf. Interesting. This idiot is not here to cause trouble. Right? Galvanos smiled ferociously, and waved the long-handled halberd in his hand towards the sky. A rain of fire fell from the sky and smashed countless fireballs. Its target was the blood elf. This idiot, Leo, who was hiding in the dark, curled his lips and used rain of fire on Kael'thas, who was standing on the phoenix. Is this guy kidding? Kael'thas didn't even move his eyelids in the face of the fireball. The phoenix beneath him flapped its wings slightly. The fireball that was supposed to hit Kael'thas immediately changed its direction and headed towards the wrath-smelting field. Smash it. Of course, these fireballs couldn't hurt Galvanos. But the ordinary demons in the angry smelting field didn't have that ability. And many demons were injured by the rain of fire. The rain of fire that was originally used to attack Kael'thas was actually used by the other party to kill his own men. Galvanos, who had made a mistake, couldn't bear it anymore. He thrust his halberd into the ground and struck a green pillars of fire rose from the ground. And a storm of fell energy rolled towards Kael'thas. Is that all you have? Kael'thas was disinterested. He thought he was a powerful Abyss Lord. But he didn't expect that this guy was not strong enough. Not to mention that he was a demigod now. Even if he was still a legendary mage, he could still defeat him, not even bothering to take out the Sindoria golden staff. Kael'thas cast a protective shield and easily blocked the evil flame storm. Seeing that his strongest long-range attack method could not even shake the opponent's protective shield, Galvanos' face darkened, and he knew that he was in trouble. The Blood Elves do have some skills in finding trouble here. While thinking about Galvanos, he carefully sensed the other person's aura, and he was stunned by this sense. Cold sweat ran down Galvanos' cheeks. Are you kidding me? Is there something wrong with my senses? Why does this Blood Elf exude a demigod? It's not that Galvanos is timid. It's that his strength is not enough to fight against a demigod. And it would be about the same if it were replaced by beings like Manaroth and Magtheridon. I am just the bottom among the Abyss Lords. Why would a demigod come to find trouble with me? Galvanos cursed in his heart. He was just depressed and wanted to have fun. Why did a demigod come? Are you having fun or being entertained? The opponent was too weak, and Kael'thas lost interest in fighting with him. Seeing Galvanos summoning his demons to cover his escape, Kael'thas raised his hand slightly, and the gravity failed. The gravity of the angry smelting field was chaotic, and the demons inside could not help but float up, as if the smelting field they were in had turned into an endless void, and all their control over their bodies had been taken away. Galvanos watched all this in fear. Kael'thas' gravity failure ruined his plan to escape with the help of his men. If he hadn't been stronger and could still maintain control of his body, he would have been like his men. Like a demon, he was at the mercy of the other party. The phoenix flapped its wings quickly, and the wrathful smelting field ignited with blazing flames. The flames were so hot that even Abyss Lords like Galvanos couldn't bear it. In the fearful eyes of the demons, Kelsasi pressed back with his hand, and the demon who could not control his body watched helplessly as he fell from the air to the ground and was buried in the sea of fire. Miscellaneous fish. Kael'thas snorted disdainfully and said to somewhere in the void, Leave it to you. I'm not interested. Leo's figure standing on Nefarion's back was revealed. Galvanos' eyes widened. Another demigod? Who did I find and provoked? I am not as bully as you. I'm not interested in this kind of trash fish. But since I saw it, I can't let it go. Leo snapped his fingers. Moffat. Kill him! A bloody double-headed war spear covered Galvanos' eyes. The last thought in the poor Abyss Lord's mind was, this weapon looks so familiar. Chapter 785 The Most Powerful Law. Kael'thas' gravitational failure is a big killer. It is used for group killing. If it is hit like this during a battle between two armies, a large area of them will be killed even without the sea of fire fanned out by the phoenix. Leo was very covetous of the gravity failure spell. Didn't he think that when he regained strong guard, he had beaten Fakras to death, who was stronger than him at the time? It seems that Xiaokaisi has gained a lot of abilities after becoming a demigod. But I am not bad either. Leo was full of confidence when he thought about the laws he touched when he became a demigod. Isn't this world just a cycle of life and death? What else can compare to the laws that can control life and death? When he was promoted to demigod in Strongard, Leo asked the Alliance and Dalaran to send mages in order to gather enough energy, and the latter agreed. The two major human kingdoms, Stormwind Kingdom and Gilneas, both sent their own mages to Strongard, and Dalaran even transferred all the mages it could send out at Ronan's request. This is a large gathering of human mages. The initiator of the gathering is Leo. The location of the gathering is Stromgarde. The purpose of the gathering is to allow the human race to give birth to a demigod. What puzzled the mages was that they were not assigned guard duties after arriving at Stromgarde. They were only told that they needed to replenish energy for a strange large magic circle. Although no one knew what kind of medicine was sold in the gourd of Arather Kingdom. Everyone did it because Leo's attack on the demigods was of great significance to the human race. The human race has a large population. Not to mention the low in power in the race. The mid-range is as epic as the epic. And there are many legendary level experts. Except for the night elves who can steadily suppress humans. Who among the mortal races is stronger than humans. However, humans who have strong mid to low in power do not have high in power. Since Lothar, Medivh, Egwene and other powerful people, humans have not had high in power enough to protect themselves. Without the high in power to protect the race, they will be used as cannon fodder when a major disaster occurs. Although Varian, Bolvar, Jean, and Jaina look at the entire world, they are not strong enough. If a demigod can be born among the human race, the embarrassing situation of mankind will be alleviated. Compared with the mysterious guardian, Leo, the marshal of the kingdom of Arather, is undoubtedly more reliable. This is why the human kingdom and Dalaran fully support Leo. If mankind had given birth to a demigod early, the losses of mankind in the war against the Scourge would not have been so great, and the Kirin Tor Council in charge of Dalaran would not have to embrace the Red Dragon's lap. They would be able to provide assistance to the human kingdom. More support will allow human beings to develop faster and become stronger. Alliance leaders such as Varian and Jean also asked Scarlet why the mage was required to continuously input magic power into the large magic circle that seemed to never be fully charged. But they did not get an answer. They didn't know that while they were constantly guessing the intentions of the Arather Kingdom and the role of the large magic circle, Leo was using the blood law to convert the huge flow of magic into his own upgrade energy. Seeing the progress bar representing the energy fullness rising slowly, but firmly, at a speed visible to the naked eye, someone felt happy. Being powerful and not being powerful are definitely two different things. If Leo was a Lone Ranger, even if he had the Obsidian Destroyer, a device for converting and storing magic power, it would not be easy to get enough energy to impact a demigod. Without power, how can you, a Lone Ranger, get the support of the entire alliance? Why should those revered mages listen to you? Why should they put down what they are doing and gather at Stromgarde? Why should they help you attack the demigods? If you say you want to attack demigods, then attack demigods? Why should others believe you? But having status and having enough power is different. As the marshal of the Arather Kingdom and the future prince of Arather, Leo holds all the power in the entire Arather Kingdom. If a person with such status and strength says that he wants to attack the demigods, others will naturally not doubt him. Even if he didn't speak, Varian and others would ask him if he needed help. The same person, doing the same thing. The treatment received by a Lone Ranger and the marshal of a country is very different. The energy is enough. Will the host be upgraded? When such a voice sounded in his mind, Leo, who was absorbing magic power, was overjoyed. This time, Goldfinger unexpectedly didn't embarrass him. So why not make him happy? You must know that he is well prepared to be made difficult by Golden Finger. It's just one word. I only say it once. It only takes a moment to answer a yes. But it takes a day to truly become a demigod. A whole day. After Leo confirmed it, he clearly saw the number representing his level jump from 84 to 85. As the number changed, a huge flow of information that almost made him collapse poured into his mind. And he didn't know where it came from. The force compressed his nerves, making him unable to even move his fingers. As far as Leo knows, every legendary strongman will have an opportunity to touch the law when he attacks the demigods. This opportunity lasts for a few seconds at most in the eyes of outsiders. But in the eyes of the person involved, it lasts like a year. Why is there such a big difference? The fundamental reason lies in the oppression of the power of rules. The force that suppressed Leo from moving was the power of rules. There's a saying that goes well. Cultivation is an act against nature. Since you are defying heaven, you must be prepared to be bombarded by heaven. What are demigods? They are prepared gods. They already have divinity, and can become gods once they condense their godhead. To attack a demigod with a mortal body, and become a god from a mortal body is to defy heaven. If you conflict with the rules of the world, you will naturally be oppressed by the power of the rules. Those who attack the demigods must bear the pressure of the rules to feel the laws. You can imagine the difficulty. In addition to ignorant beasts, higher intelligent creatures such as human elves will try every means to improve their success rate in attacking demigods. The safest among these methods is to come into contact with the law before the impact. That is from among the tide stones. There are those who understand the power of law and successfully attack the demigods. Leo originally thought that he, who had mastered the complete blood law and part of the poison law, would not have much resistance when attacking the demigods. However, he had the attitude that it didn't matter if he could touch the new law or not. But he forgot that he was special. As a time traveler, he is a special case. And special cases will naturally have special encounters. Just as the power of the rules was oppressing Leo and almost suffocating him, a voice kept ringing in his head. The voice, which he didn't know where it came from, was monotonous and dull. The gloomy aura made Leo's head grow bigger. The huge flow of information that nearly exploded in his brain threatened to collapse Leo's mind. If anyone stood next to Leo at this time, he would see a scene that would horrify him. Leo's face turned red and his brain looked like it was congested. The extremely protruding veins on his forehead made him worry that his blood might burst in the next moment. Fortunately, Leo managed to hold on. He pushed his brain function to its maximum, ignored the annoying voice, and tried his best to digest the flow of information pouring into his mind. As he understood the information in his mind, the impact of the incoming flow of information gradually became more powerful for him. The impact of these messages on him gradually became smaller as he deepened his understanding of it, until it finally disappeared. For example, if the flow of information pouring into the brain is water, then the method used by Leo at first is to block. And the method used by Leo after digesting the content of the message is to channel. As we all know, it is better to clear things up than to block them. The information obtained when attacking the demigod was digested by Leo, and the annoying voice gradually became quieter. Only then did Leo realize that the voice was not to harm him, but to remind him that what he touched was the law of death. All things have their own laws of operation. To master this law and touch its essence is to understand the law. The diversity of all things leads to the diversity of laws. So the laws of water, fire, poison, blood, power, etc. came into being. There are strong and weak laws. The strong ones are like the law of light, the law of darkness, and the weaker ones are like the law of water, the law of power, the poisonous law again, and so on. Some people think that the strongest law in this world is the law of light and darkness, because this world is a collection of light and darkness. However, Leo would say that it is a fallacy that the laws of light and darkness are the strongest, and that the two laws of life and death override them. It is true that light and darkness fill every corner of the world, but life and death are superior to the entire world. One is in the world, and the other is superior to the world. Isn't it obvious who is stronger and who is weaker? The world and even the entire universe are a collection of light and darkness. Light and darkness construct the universe, but life and death control the entire universe. The two laws of survival and death are not only reflected in creatures such as humans and elves, but also in the universe. Just like people are born, old, sick and die, the universe will also be born and destroyed. The birth of the universe is the power of the law of life, and the destruction of the universe is the work of the law of death. Therefore, light and darkness construct the universe, while survival and death control the universe. The law of light and darkness builds a universe, and the law of death destroys it. What can you do? What? The law of light and darkness gives up the choice? The law of life makes the universe come into being. And you, the law of light and darkness, can't do it even if you don't want to. The law of life and death can control the law of light and darkness, but the latter cannot control the former. Naturally, the law of life and death is stronger. The laws of life and death complement each other. The relationship between the two is like the law of light and darkness. No one can overpower the other. What Leo understood when he became a demigod was the law of death. Although it is a single system law, it is not comparable to the multi-system laws of other demigods, because he understands the most powerful law. Of course, since the law of death is the most powerful law, it is not easy to fully understand it. The information contained in it is too huge and complicated, and what Leo knows is not even a drop in the bucket. Leo is not depressed about this. The door to the law of death has been opened to him. He can complete it through his own efforts. Does he really need Goldfinger to send everything to him? Leo always believed that it was himself who determined a person's true achievement. Cheating devices such as Goldfinger only played a supporting role. Leo would not have been able to achieve such achievements in such a short period of time if he had relied solely on Goldfinger. Self-improvement and self-reliance are the way for a person to establish himself. Just when Leo was distracted because of Kael'dat's gravity failure, Nefarian's voice sounded again. Trace of Gron has been found. Master. Chapter 786 Vitality. This can't kill you. Leo and Kael'dat looked at each other in shock. They knew that One-Eye Gron's body was resistant to beating, but they didn't know that it was so durable. Looking at the still energetic Jabram, they felt helpless. One-Eye Goran's body is unexpectedly strong. No wonder those black dragons can't do anything to them. My volcanic explosion seemed to have beaten him to pieces, but in fact it only caused some superficial injuries. It was still far from actually hurting him. After all, how to deal with him? Leo's thoughts were racing in his mind, and he was quickly thinking of ways to deal with Gobram. Kael'dat frowned. No wonder some people call Gruul the strongest creature in the world of Draenor. Even Gobram is so strong. How terrifying must that dragon slayer be? Gobram, who was standing on the ground, started playing the mud-throwing game again. Leo and Kael'dat were dodging while thinking of countermeasures. This monster is really unusually energetic. Wait a minute. Nefarian's speed was not as fast as Phoenix's, and his size was large, making him an excellent target. The Black Dragon Prince hid in a panic and smiled bitterly. Leo, who was about to transfer to the Storm Crow, suddenly had a flash of light in his mind. Vitality. That's right. It's energy. Leo screamed strangely. He had found a way to deal with Gobram. The One-Eye Goran's body is huge, standing there like a hill of muscles. The huge body not only brings terrifying power to the One-Eye Goran, but also turns them into big eaters. The Blade's Edge Mountains, which is larger than the Arathor Highlands and Wetlands combined, is not enough to feed Gruul and his 7 sons. One can only imagine how much these 8 guys must eat in order to maintain the operation of their body functions. The One-Eye Goran's life besides sleeping is to look for things to fill their stomachs. Sleeping is to reduce the body's consumption, and filling their stomachs is because only when they are full can they have enough energy to maintain physical activities. Consumption gives the body enough vitality. It is indeed difficult to deal with the One-Eye Goran when he is full of energy. But can these guys endure a long battle? Not necessarily. If Gobram had just had a big meal, it would indeed take a lot of time to confront him. But the reality was not like this. When Leo and Kael'dat arrived, Gobram was fast asleep. In other words, it had been some time since the One-Eye Goran had eaten last time. Use ice? Leo greeted Kael'dat, and Ice Touch was the first to use it. A big ice hand jumped out from the ground, and the big cold hand slapped Gobram's body, making a snapping sound. Gobram, who was throwing mud, was slapped by the big ice hand and became angry. He gave up the attack on the 2 people in the sky without hesitation. He turned around and punched the big ice hand, causing ice chips to fly everywhere. The big ice hand was smashed into pieces. This action seemed ordinary, but in the eyes of Kael'dat and Leo, it gave them a bright feeling. Gobram's reaction to the ice-cold hand condensed by the cold touch was a bit too intense, in sharp contrast to his previous indifference to the sea of fire. Ice arrows as thick as an arm fell from the sky, and the arrows hit Gobram. Palm-sized snowflakes were floating in the rain of ice arrows, and a heavy snow fell. After finding a way to deal with Gobram, Kael'dat cast an enhanced version of Blizzard without Leodoga's reminder, creating a snowfall centered on Gobram and covering a radius of a kilometer. The surrounding temperature suddenly dropped, and Gobram seemed extremely uncomfortable. He had never encountered such cold weather before, and the One-Eye Goran was at a loss. That's it. Gobram's expression made Kael'dat and Leo very excited. They knew that their method was right. Using ice spells was effective against the One-Eye Goran by fire spell. Groups of poisonous clouds exploded, and the green poisonous mist covered Gobram's legs, and a mysterious smile appeared on Leo's face. He was not good at ice magic. The reason why he used cold touch was just to verify his conjecture. Ice magic was not the only way to consume Gobram's vitality. Poison and shadow spells could also be used. Gobram didn't care that his legs were eroded by toxins. With his body's strength, he didn't even notice the toxins. If you don't take my poison to heart, you will suffer a big loss. Leo chuckled. He got the law of poison from Lakmala. Even if Gobram is a demigod, he will inevitably be invaded by toxins. These toxins consume Gobram's body energy, while also it will bring other negative effects. Monster, today is the day you die. After the enhanced blizzard was smashed, Gobram was no longer as energetic as before. Kael'dat shouted. And while continuing to use Blizzard, he also used new skills. Frost spreads on the surface of Galbrum's body, causing a deep freeze. The temperature of the body was dropping rapidly, and Gorum's stomach growled. The one-eyed Goron was hungry. This foodie. Leo and Kael'dats cursed secretly. Being hungry meant that the one-eyed Goron needed to replenish energy, and his hands were not resting. Frost and shadow covered Jadrum. A flash of fear flashed through One Eye, and Galbrum was frightened. One-eyed Goron is a race that relies heavily on the body. If there is insufficient energy in the body, he will have no vitality. Without vitality, it will be difficult to move, let alone kill the enemy. After all, their bodies are too large and too heavy, even for normal activities. Requires huge amounts of energy to support. It's better to come back when you're full. After touching his growling belly, Galbrum began to think of retreating. The one-eyed Gron ignored the magic coming from the sky and turned around and ran away. Want to slip away? Nothing is that cheap. Leo and Kael'dats chased after him. A bone prison rose from the ground. Leo tried to trap Galbrum, but the body of one-eyed Gron was too strong. The bone prison that could trap the blue dragon Queen Sindragosa for a short period of time had no effect on him. The bone prison fell apart when Galbrum hit it. Of course, the bone prison was not useless, and breaking it caused Galbrum to pause. It was this pause that allowed Kael'dats to seize the opportunity. The wall of ice, which was 30 meters high and about 100 meters long, froze Galgrum's legs. Although the ice wall was smashed by Galgrum's fist in 2 or 3 seconds, it successfully allowed the one-eyed Goron's escape slowed down. A big hand slapped Gorum on the back, and the tyrannical force knocked the one-eyed Goron forward and almost fell to the ground. Leo, who became a demigod warlock, used the demigod hand that was more than 10 times stronger in strength and speed than before. Even a creature like Galbrum, who is famous for his physical strength, had several deep wounds on his back. Deep wounds. The blow from the demigod's hand hurt Galgrum, and the wound on his back was less painful. What really made him feel the pain was the power carried by the demigod's hand. The force was enough to shatter a mountain. Groom suffered internal injuries. Galbrum has never suffered such a big loss since he spoke out. The one-eyed Gron is the world tyrant of Draenor. They have always been the only ones to kill people, and have never been injured. Galbrum was angry, and turned his head, looking at Leo. His one eye was full of hatred. You idiot. You didn't even think about how to escape at this time. But you turned around and planned to take revenge on me. Leo looked disdainful, and his expression provoked Galbrum to become even more angry. The one-eyed Goron scratched the ground with his hands, and sand and gravel hit Leo with a sharp scream. There was too much sand and gravel that could not be stopped by the giant lava rocks alone. The blessing of the wind chaser on Leo's arm was activated, and a hurricane blew up. A small tornado, with a diameter of hundreds of meters, protected Leo. The gravel thrown by Grum failed to pass through the tornado, and was blown away by the wind. Leo stood in the center of the tornado and looked down at the ground, his face full of provocation. And the one-eyed Goron roared in anger. Nefarian was very injured. He now wished he could be a few sizes smaller. The blessing of the wind chaser protected Leo, but not him. The sand and stones thrown by Galbrum beat his body. It's full of potholes and pits. Being too big is not necessarily a good thing either. Leo attracted Galbrum's attention. Kael'dats took this opportunity to increase the magic output of Deep Freeze. The ice condensed on Galbrum's body, which was provoked by Leo, had reached the level of 1 finger thick. One-eyed Goron's body temperature was dropping, and the energy in his body was rapidly being consumed in order to maintain the operation of his body's functions. By the time he realized something was wrong, it was already too late. Galbrum, whose body was covered with frost, noticed the weakness of his body after venting his anger. The lack of energy in his body made him depressed. He could only lift 50% of his strength. He knew that his life would be in danger if he stayed any longer. Running like crazy, the creatures in Blade's Edge Mountain saw a scene they would never have imagined. A one-eyed Goron running for his life. As the overlord of the world of Draenor, only the one-eyed Gron has always been chasing his prey. When have you ever seen a one-eyed Gron being chased by others? No. Never. However, this unprecedented scene appeared today. Gruul's son, the Dragon Eater Galbrum, was running for his life. One-eyed Gron will also be beaten to the point of running away. Is this going to change? Is the end of the world coming? Is the broken Draenor about to be destroyed? A series of questions emerged in the minds of the native creatures in Blade's Edge Mountain. The 2 guys who were chasing Galbrum were going to defy the heavens. Those who are chasing are flying in the sky, while those who are escaping are running on the ground. It is obvious that the former has the advantage. Gobram regretted that he should not have stayed away from the hunting areas of the other 4 brothers in order to get enough food. Now, he could not ask for help even if he wanted to. What to do? Was he just being hunted to death? Grum was very unwilling. The 2 little boys could press him to death with just a tap of their fingers. But they refused to give him the chance. Standing on Nefarian's head, Leo used spells to bombard Gobram while waiting for him to be poisonous. The toxins that invaded Gobram's body when he was strong had no effect. But now that he was weak, these toxins became the straw that broke the camel's back. How long can you run before the toxins take effect? A layer of green poison began to spread from Gobram's legs, and One-Eyed Gron's body could no longer hold on. Chapter 787 Unscrupulous. The shadow of death hangs over Gobram. The One-Eyed Gron, who is used to being domineering in the world of Draenor, never thought that he would be hunted down one day, nor did he think that he would be killed. Gobram, who was used to chasing and killing, and had forgotten what danger really was unprepared for this situation. He was completely unprepared to deal with a dangerous trump card. Be prepared for danger in times of peace. These 4 words are valuable experiences gained through countless lessons of blood and tears. Can Gobram escape Leo and Kael'dat's pursuit without a trump card? Of course not. During the chase and escape, Gobram, who was just running away, didn't know that his legs had completely turned green. A miserable green after being eroded by toxins. The consumption of energy in the body and the weakness of the body were all weakening Gobram's strength, and also slowed down his running speed, preventing him from discovering the abnormality in his legs in time. Poison. This kind of thing makes people blush when talking about it. In many people's opinion, poison is used to kill people. Killing is just one of the abilities of poison. And things like paralyzing nerves and causing hallucinations are also abilities of poison. Kael'dat's, who was chasing Gobram, found that the speed of the One-Eyed Gron was getting slower and slower, which seemed to be nothing surprising. What surprised Kael'dat's was that Gobram looked like he was running in a hurry, but his legs were taking small steps, and his expression was seriously inconsistent with his actions. Is it the poison that Leo casts? Kael'dat's felt enlightened as he watched Gobram's legs turn into a miserable green color. Poor Gobram. He clearly wanted to escape quickly, but his legs didn't obey his orders. What's even more pitiful is that he didn't notice this situation. Leo shrugged in response to Kael'dat's gaze, with an expression that said, "Don't look at me like that. The law of the poison system must be the law of the poison system. And there is absolutely nothing wrong with it." Kael'dat's concluded that Leo must have understood the law of poison, which surprised him, because as far as he knew, Leo's poison spells were not outstanding. So how could he understand this law? Originally, Kael'dat's thought that Leo understood the laws of fire and dark elements. But now it seems that the reality is different from what he expected. Don't look at me like that. I have many sleepless nights and many dreams. Let's deal with this guy first, Leo said as he fired a chaos arrow. The chaos arrow he used after becoming a demigod was different. It was no longer the green mist that was intertwined, but the liquid magic flow condensed into it. Like a pool of green spring water, the lush green color seems to contain endless vitality. Judging from the surface, this chaos arrow is not only not scary, but also makes people feel close to each other. However, the pain of the One-Eyed Goron can be heard in the screams of the hit Gobram, and it can be inferred that the chaos arrow is of lethality. The more beautiful it is, the more dangerous it is. Gobram was in pain now. Leo's chaos arrow broke his eyelid and almost hurt his eye. His one eye felt very uncomfortable. One-Eyed Goron thought that chaos arrow was very powerful, but he didn't know that Leo was also surprised. When it comes to spell penetration, chaos arrow is the undisputed #1 among warlock spells. Leo originally thought that he could shoot through Gobram's eyeballs with one blow now that he was weak, but unexpectedly it only penetrated his eyelids. They are strong, thick-skinned, and durable. If they have enough energy, the One-Eyed Goron race will be an invincible killing machine. Fortunately, God is fair, and such tyrannical species are destined to be extremely rare. The big red horn fluttered, and the huge magic power washed away everything like a roaring tide. Kael'dat's concentrated all his magic power. Judging from the momentum, the power of this attack must be extremely amazing. Feeling the changes in the magic elements, Gobram became more and more frightened. He tried hard to drive his legs to get rid of the pursuer in the sky. However, Leo's toxin had already paralyzed the nerves in his legs. No matter how hard he tried to move forward, the steps he takes are also small steps, let alone running. Even walking is faster than now. Leo could see that Gobram had completely lost his fighting spirit. And some spells that were usually difficult to work on him were now able to work on him. Blood-red eyes appeared from behind Leo. And the blood-colored pupils made people feel fear in their hearts. Blood fear. Obviously. The power of law is added to this spell. The law of blood is the only complete law that Leo masters. When the law of blood is incorporated into the fear technique, not to mention that Galbram's fighting spirit has completely disappeared. Even if he is in peak condition, he may not be able to withstand it. When the fear of blood took effect and the blood-colored pupils opened to their maximum, the fleeing Galbram screamed in horror and spun around like a headless fly. Leo saw this and struck out the demigod's hand and slapped him to the ground. Galbram set a record. The record of the one-eyed Gron being knocked down by someone. This was the first time that the one-eyed Gron was knocked down by someone since its birth. Of course, Leo didn't know that he had become the first person to knock down the one-eyed Goron. At this time, he was throwing elemental curses, aging, debilitating curses, and other weakening spells on Galgrum. Galgrum was frightened. Under the influence of these spells, Grum's strength dropped by about 20%. After throwing out the weakening curse, Leo flicked his fingers slightly and cast a new spell. The pain is impermanent. The pain and impermanence of the curse system among the warlock's 3 talents. The energy of the shadow covered Galgrum's whole body, corroding his body silently. Galgrum's tough skin became corroded and pitted, as if a rag was hanging on his body. Embarrassing. The embarrassment I have never felt since I was born. Galgrum knew that his protective ability under the opponent's spell had dropped to a terrible level. He struggled to stand up, but Leo didn't give him a chance. The demigod's hand held him down tightly, surrounded by black mist. His big hand cast the Legion's grip, intensifying the dark element's erosion of Galgrum. The desire to survive can make people scary, and it can also make the already scary one-eyed Gron scary. In order to survive, Galgrum unleashed his potential. Leo's demigod hand was actually pushed aside by him. The one-eyed Goron straightened his waist and was about to stand up. With a bang, the staff of disintegration was inserted into Nefarian. Leo quickly stretched out his left hand, and the purple halo hit Galgram's head, hitting the one-eyed Goron, who was about to get up until he was dizzy and wanted to stand up. The action was interrupted. Twilight restrained Galgram's body, and combined with the demigod's hand pressing up again. He couldn't move. Grip of disaster. It belongs to the ability of the Curse Master. The ability that Leo obtained from the Warlock Curse talent after becoming a demigod is a spell that uses the energy of Twilight to bind the opponent. Twilight energy. Kael'thas looked at Leo in surprise. The Blood Elf Prince was not sure what laws Leo understood when he became a demigod warlock. If Leo's identity hadn't been known, this move alone would have allowed people to label him as a Twilight Hammer cultist. Surprised? Now is not the time to be in a daze. When Leo made Galgrum miserable, Kael'thas had already gathered his magic power to the top. In the fearful eyes of the one-eyed Goron, Kael'thas' spell was activated. A pillar of light cracked in the void, covering Galgrum inside. Kael'thas used terrifying magic power to tear apart the space, creating a pillar of light that connected to the endless void. The terrifying power of space cut into Galgrum's body. The one-eyed Gron's body is incredibly strong, reaching a terrifying level that even the giant dragon cannot compare to. However, it is fragile in front of the space-cutting power of the endless void. Especially Galgrum's current state is extremely bad. Tear. The flesh splits. Blood splatters. Cut. Broken bones. Howl of misery. Galgrum died tragically. His body was cut into several sections by the power of space. Not a single piece of skin and flesh in his body was intact, and his bones were shattered inch by inch. The blood stained the ground a bloody land. I believe that with such a high-grade fertilizers will replenish the soil, and the plants here will be extremely lush next year. Kill Galgrum. The host obtains Divinity. Soul Stone. Blue Spiritual Skeleton is being activated. Insufficient Divinity. Activation failed. Leo didn't get any special reward for killing a Galgrum. Leo. Goldfinger showed its stingy nature, which disappointed Leo, who wanted to get the law. However, before the disappointment could emerge from his heart, anew the prompt sounded again. The host obtains upgrade energy. Does it consume energy to perfect its own laws? There was no way out, and there was a bright future. Leo did not expect that after becoming a demigod, Golden Finger would quietly open up new functions, allowing him to use upgraded energy to perfect the rules, which really made him overjoyed. After becoming a demigod, going up 1 or 2 levels would not increase Leo's strength much, far less than the help of perfecting the power of the law. If the law of death can be completed, Leo, who possesses the most powerful law, will have the ability to make gods tremble, even if he is still a demigod. Determined to consume upgrade energy to perfect the rules, Leo, full of joy, chose to confirm. But what awaited him was news that made him laugh or cry. The host consumes upgrading energy. The poison law is being perfected. Leo wanted to swear. What he wanted to perfect was the law of death, not the law of poison. Goldfinger was clearly playing tricks on him. But thinking about it carefully, Leo had to admit that he was careless. Because the law of poison is related to death. The situation of the laws is the same. They are all incomplete laws controlled by him. Treacherous. So treacherous. This incident once again proved Goldfinger's unscrupulousness. If possible, Leo really wanted to pull out the golden finger and beat him up. But unfortunately, he couldn't do it. And he couldn't stop the consumption of upgrade energy. He could only comfort himself. After all, the poison law was also a law. And he could kill him this time. Galbram's poison laws also play a big role. That's it for so-called self-comfort. Find a quiet place to meditate. I learned a lot from this battle. Kaledatz's voice brought Leo back from his thoughts. And the latter nodded in agreement. He had learned a lot from the battle with Galbram. And he really needed to find a place to retreat. But before that, Leo had to do one more thing. Galbram had the strength of a demigod after all. And his body couldn't be wasted. After all, he is a demigod. It would be unreasonable to expose his body in the wilderness like this. I will do a good deed and collect his body for him. Someone looked compassionate. But Kaledatz rolled his eyes at him with contempt. After killing someone, you don't even spare the body. And you still claim to be a good person. Do you dare to be more shameless? Chapter 788. Due to personality. A lot of strange things have happened in Blade's Edge Mountain in the past month or so. The creatures living here discovered that the powerful one-eyed Goron was sometimes chased away by others. At the beginning, it was Galbram, the Dragon Eater, who was entrenched in the Crow Forest. Then Geolkulok of the Circle of Blood. And then Maguk, who was wandering at the door of death. Among Gruul's 7 sons, there were 3 deaths. Die! Yes, you read that right. Death. Some creatures in the Blade's Edge Mountains saw with their own eyes that the powerful and arrogant one-eyed Goron was hunted down and died at the hands of his pursuers. In addition to Gruul, who stayed in the lair, 3 of the other 5 one-eyed Gorons in the Blade's Edge Mountains have died, which made the indigenous creatures living in this area applaud. Without these 3 big ones, foodies are having a much better time. Somewhere in the sky, Leo and Kaledatz were discussing their next actions, covered by the illusion of the Dracolic. Gruul's sons Galbram, Kulok, and Maguk were all killed by the 2 of them together, excluding Duin and Slag, who left Blade's Edge Mountain. Only Guk remained among Gruul's 7 sons. And Skullik. There are only 2 one-eyed Goron left in Blade's Edge Mountain except Gruul. With our current strength, it is not a problem to kill them. But to kill them, we must be prepared to face Gruul. Guk and Skullik are different from the 3 Galbrams killed by Leo. The activity ranges of the latter 3 are far away from each other. When hunting them, Leo and Kaledatz have there is enough time to spend with them. And there is no need to worry about other one-eyed Gorons interfering during the hunting process. But the first 2 are very close. Once the battle begins, they will definitely attract the attention of another one-eyed Goron. Kaledatz and Leo have completed the familiarity and control of their own power after fighting in recent times. Even if go with the cooperation of Ku and Skullik, they were confident of killing him. Skullik and Gok are not the source of headaches for Leo and Kaledatz. Although the 2 one-eyed Gorons are the targets of their hunting, the headache for Leo and Kaledatz is Gruul. Who is known as Gruul is the strongest creature in the world of Draenor, because the remaining 2 one-eyed Gorons are guarding the gate for him. I would like to ask, would Gruul react if someone beat him at the door of his house? Leo and Kaledatz didn't dare to take such a gamble. No one would be careless when it came to their wealth and life. Do you think we have the strength to face Gruul head-on? Kaledatz showed a rare hesitation on his face. For more than a month, he and Leo spent the battle with Gruul's son and the Enlightenment after the battle. And their understanding of demigods was deeper than before. The more you know, the less sure you are about fighting Gruul. The strength of Galbram and other Gruul's sons is not the weakest in the entire demigod realm. But compared with Gruul, the gap between them is like an adult and a baby. This is not random speculation by Kaledatz and Leo, but what the 3 one-eyed Gorons, Galbram, Maguk, and Kulok, said personally. Leo shook his head. He didn't agree with fighting Gruul. The message from Gorgram and the others is not wrong. Gruul's strength is far beyond what we can fight now. If we face Gruul now, not only will we lose, But even escaping will be a problem. That guy too strong. Kael'thas paced on Phoenix's back rather irritably. He thought he was powerful enough after breaking through the legendary realm and promoted to demigod mage. Unexpectedly, his first target after becoming demigod turned out to be unmatched by him. Signaling Nefarian to come closer, Leo reached out and patted Kael'thas on the shoulder, indicating that there was no need for him to be so troubled. Although the goal we set for ourselves before coming to Draenor was to defeat Gruul. A plan is a plan after all. The strength of the one-eyed Gron is too different from what we imagined. So the plan has to catch up with the changes. In fact, having a goal like Gruul, doesn't it just give us the motivation to become stronger? With our qualifications, it's only a matter of time before we catch up with Gruul. All we have to do is compress this period of time to the shortest possible time. Leo discovered that one of Kael'thas' characteristics, or rather his weakness, was that the Blood Elf Prince was too strong. As long as he set a goal, he would definitely complete it. Even if there were difficulties, he would force himself to complete it. Which sounds good. It means being unyielding. But if it sounds bad, it means being stubborn. No wonder Kael'thas was deceived by Kil'jaeden in his original destiny. From then on, he went further and further down the wrong path and refused to look back. This was all due to his character. However, with my intervention, Kael'thas' fate has been changed, and he probably won't go back to his old ways. Leo secretly sighed for the original fate of Kael'thas. This Blood Elf Prince thought about his kingdom until his death. This is why he never lacked followers. Unfortunately, he was deceived by Kil'jaeden. Went astray. Kael'thas struggled hesitantly and then sighed, finally agreeing with Leo's statement. With our strength, we are indeed no match for Gruul now. As long as we are given time, we will definitely be stronger than him. This time we don't have to face Gruul. But Gook and Skullock cannot let go. After all, Kael'thas was still unwilling to retreat. So he wanted to kill the remaining two sons of Gruul in Blade's Edge Mountain. We have to think carefully about this operation. I don't object to killing Gook and Skrocleo. Why refuse if I can kill two more demigods and absorb a little more divinity? The blue spirit skeleton is waiting to be activated. Gook was now irritated because his brother Skullock had run away again, leaving him alone at the door of the lair. Whenever a person is guarding the entrance of the lair, Goku is thinking, he is also the one-eyed Goron and the son of Gruul. Why do I have to be allowed to guard the door here? The complaints in his heart made Gook full of resentment towards Gruul. He was not worried about the shortage, but the inequality. This was the situation. If distribution cannot be fair, resentment will naturally arise. One-eyed Grons are cold creatures. Although Gook is Gruul's son, he has no feelings for Gruul at all. Just like Gruul regards them as tools to help him hunt and guard. He feels that after receiving unfair treatment, Goku, who was full of grievances, wished that Gruul would die soon so that he would not have to be bound to this lish place. Unfortunately, thoughts are just thoughts after all. And Goku only dared to think about them, but did not dare to express them at all. The powerful Gruul was not something he could resist. After waiting listlessly at the door of the lair for a while, Goku dozed off. It's not that he doesn't fulfill his responsibilities. It's that no outsider dares to come to this place. This is Gruul's lair. The stone pillars on the mountain wall are covered with dragon corpses. Those were all crucified by Gruul. The densely packed dragon corpses that can't be seen at a glance show the power of the dragon slayer. Who dares to come here and cause trouble at the risk of their lives? Besides, even if there are ogre tribes near the lair that are not afraid of death, they will get rid of them. So Goku is not worried at all. He can rest assured and sleep soundly. Goku, who fell asleep, did not know that negligence was the most fatal. He fell into a deep sleep without warning. And the whole process had fallen into the eyes of two snoops. Leo and Kael'thas saw the separation of Gok and Skurlock as a perfect opportunity. Especially Gok, who was still sleeping soundly. As long as they acted quickly enough, they could definitely kill Skurlock before Gok arrived. Skullock, nicknamed the Soul Grinder, is a special one among the sons of the Dragon Slayer Gruul. As a one-eyed Gron, he actually understands the laws of the soul. Yes, you read that right. A one-eyed Goron actually understood the law of the soul. All prey targeted by Skullock will not only suffer physical damage, but will also not be able to escape after death. Grinding the soul. Grinding the soul. The key lies in the word grinding. Grinding of torture. Skullock was not in a good mood. He had walked this road for who knows how many years. Ever since he could remember, he had been traveling back and forth on this road, searching for food for Gruul, who stayed in the lair. To be honest, Skullock envied Gook very much. when he was busy looking for food. That guy could sleep soundly. Why should I do the tiring work of looking for food? And the easy work of guarding the entrance of the lair? But Goku was in charge. Skullock felt that this was very unfair. If it weren't for the powerful Gruul who arranged the task for the two of them, Skullock would have raised objections long ago. Skullock had been out for more than half an hour, and still hadn't found enough food. He didn't have much patience and decided to kill some ogres and take them back as food. Skullock had done this countless times by killing the ogres that were attached to him to satisfy his hunger. In One-Eyed Goron's mind, the ogres were their backup food. On the one hand, he rules himself and drives himself to do things. And on the other hand, he constantly hunts his own people to satisfy his hunger. How can such ruthless rule of One-Eyed Goron not chill the ogres? The free organization of ogres that resists the tyranny of One-Eyed Goron, that's how it was born. The One-Eyed Goron's method of governance is really stupid. These guys are clearly digging their own roots. Sooner or later, they will be killed by the ogres. Take action? Kael'thas and Leo looked at each other. And then they both shook their heads. This place seems to be far away from Gruul's lair. It can be reached at the speed of One-Eyed Goron in a few minutes. This time is not enough for them to kill Skullock. We need to lure this guy further away. The two people hiding in the dark reached a consensus. Leo snapped his fingers. And Filmer, Abrak and Flegel appeared. You three go up and lure that guy as far away as possible. Leo gave orders to his three powerful Dracolic men who appeared in the form of black dragons. They were the bait spread by Leo. Skullock, who discovered them due to the grudge between the One-Eyed Goron and the giant dragon, would definitely chase them. Facts have proved that Leo did nothing wrong. When he saw three black dragons provoking him in front of him, Skullock gave up the idea of catching ogres for food. He took steps to chase the three dragons of Filmer. This brainless guy is dead. Leo and Kael'thas followed quietly. Skullock didn't know that two dangerous guys were already targeting him. Chapter 789 Bait and Lure. Skullock has been chasing the three black dragons in front of him for half an hour. The One-Eyed Goron is full of energy and does not show any signs of fatigue. However, the three black dragons are no longer good. Their speed is much faster than at the beginning. There has been a significant decline. The prey is almost no longer good. With this understanding, Skullock chased even more vigorously. But he did not think carefully about how it was possible for the dragon's physical strength to fly for such a short time and not be able to sustain it. Almost. This distance is just right. Leo, who followed quietly, made a gesture to Kael'thas, indicating that he could take action. It is not difficult to lure Skullock with bait. Filmer and the others have done a good job. With the abilities of the three strong Dracolic men, there is no problem in luring Skullock further. If Leo and Kael'thas's purpose was just to kill Skurlock, and they could indeed continue to wait. But one Skurlock couldn't satisfy their appetites. Killing Gook and Skullock, and killing all the 5 sons of Gruul in Blade's Edge Mountains, is the goal of Leo and Kael'thas. What if they only kill one Skurlock and the remaining Gook? You must know that Gok is guarding the gate of Gruul's lair. Leo and Kael'thas can't possibly go there to kill Gok. Do you really think that the Dragon Slayer is blind and deaf? To kill Gook, you have to lure him away from Gruul's lair. If Filmer and the other 3 Dracolics are the bait to lure Skullock, then Skullock is the bait to lure Gook. Fighting at this distance can not only alert Gok, but also allow Leo and Kael'thas to kill Skurlock before Gok arrives. It is indeed a good place to take action. A blizzard hit him head-on. And Skullock, who was intent on chasing his prey, was caught off guard. At the same time, a layer of frost spread over his body, and a 2-finger-thick layer of ice attached to Skullock's legs. His pace slowed. Snowstorm. Deep freeze. Kael'thas' attack was like a bucket of cold water poured on his head, extinguishing Skurlock's enthusiasm for hunting dragons. Am I being attacked? Skullock was stunned. Only the One-Eyed Goron has ever attacked others. There has never been any other creature that dared to attack the One-Eyed Goron. Even the giant dragon did not dare, because the dragons who dared to attack the One-Eyed Goron were now nailed to the blade. On the mountain wall, people tend to be stunned when encountering unexpected things, and One-Eyed Goron is no exception. Skullock's reaction was no different from when Maguk and others, who were killed by Leo, and the others were attacked. He was stunned by Leo and Kelsa. See won't. Kael'thas, who had already anticipated Skullock's reaction, took advantage of his opponent's daze to cast Ice Wall. An ice wall that was 100 meters long and about 30 or 40 meters wide fell straight from the sky. The ice wall below him stood a dazed Skullock. Boom! Skullock, who was in a daze, received a hard blow. The wall of ice hit him so hard that his eyes were dazzled. His wide-open one eye showed a look of confusion. He was stunned by Kael'dat's attack. A green magic arrow struck with a roar, hitting Skullock's eye pupil. It was exploded by the magic power compressed to a liquid state, leaving wounds on the one-eyed Goron's eye mask, which was as tough as dragon skin. Ouch! Skullock howled in pain. The one-eyed Goron's eyes were the most developed pain-sensing nerves on their bodies, and they were also the only places where they could feel pain through external forces. Gook, who was guarding the gate of Gruul's lair, muttered twice, turned over, and continued to have a sweet dream. Leo curled his lips. If his chaos arrow had a stronger penetration, it would shatter Skullock's eye mask and turn the one-eyed Goron into a blind Goron. Don't look at it just to increase the penetration power of chaos arrow. This is not simple. At least Leo feels that he can't do it if he doesn't think about it for 3 to 5 months to deepen his understanding of magic. Fortunately, the purpose of this attack has been achieved. Skurlock's eyesight will be greatly affected due to his injured eyes. In addition, Leo also added the power of the poison law to the chaos arrow. The erosion of the poison will make Skurlock unable to recover for a period of time. How could the one-eyed Goron, who couldn't see with his inner eyes and became blind, fight with him and Kael'dat's? Leo did not stop even after Skurlock's eyes were crippled. The Legion grip and Disaster grip combined with the demigod's hand knocked the blind Skurlock to the ground and firmly bound him in place. Skullock howled, and with his vision impaired and the darkness in front of him, he felt an unprecedented sense of fear in his heart, because he noticed that the magical elements around him were converging towards a certain point, and that power made his heart beat with fear. There is a saying that the unknown is the scariest thing. Skullock, who couldn't see what was going on, was scared. He smelled the breath of death. Monster, suffer death. The huge magic power tore apart the space, and Kael'dat's void beam covered Skullock. The tearing force of space from the endless void cut Skullock's body, causing him to scream in agony. Seeing that the void light pillar had completely covered Skullock's body, Leo and Kael'dat looked at each other and smiled. Now it was so simple for them to deal with a one-eyed Goron. Of course, the reason for the sneak attack must be taken into account. Why should we prepare the enemy when we can sneak attack against them? Gook, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly opened his eyes, and Skullock's scream woke him up. What happened? Goku was a little confused, and it took him more than 10 seconds to react. Problem occurs. Something happened to Skullock. Standing up in a hurry, Goku was about to take steps, but the thoughts that flashed through his mind made him hesitate. Skullock must have encountered a powerful enemy. This kid was no match for the opponent, so he was beaten badly. If he was killed by the unknown enemy, wouldn't I be able to get rid of the fate of looking at the door? The resentment in his heart stopped Goku from taking action at this time, and he took back the steps he was about to take. The cruelty and coldness in the one-eyed Goron's nature were fully reflected in Goku at this time. He did not care about the brotherly relationship between Skullock and himself, and only thought about the benefits that he could gain after Skullock died. Just when Goku imagined that he could leave this place and go outside for a walk after Skullock died, a low roar came from the lair behind him. Goku immediately broke out in a cold sweat. He could hear that the being in the lair was not satisfied with his hesitation. He even felt a murderous intention coming towards him in the dark lair, coming from the powerful Gruul's murderous intent. Damn it. Why did you wake him up? Cursing the movement of his feet in his heart but without hesitation, Goku stepped forward as fast as he could and rushed towards the direction where Skullock's scream came from. In terms of range, the void light pillar is more than twice as large as when it killed Galgrim. The larger the range, the larger the tearing space, and the stronger the space-tearing force from the endless void is exerted on Skullock. The space-cutting power is also greater. It can be seen from this that Kael'dat's strength has improved greatly during the period when Leo and Blade's Edge Mountains arrived to hunt the one-eyed Goron. At least the current Blood Elf Prince has fully mastered his own power. Take control. Dealing with powerful enemies and engaging in high-intensity battles is very helpful for improving strength. This is especially true for people like Kael'dat and Leo, who have just been promoted to a new realm and have new powers. Kael'dat's void light pillar has become stronger, but Skullock's condition when covered by the void light pillar is much better than that of Galgrim. The one-eyed Goron has not suffered any loss of strength except for his eye injury, allowing him to last longer in the void light pillar. Correspondingly, Skullock suffered more and more pain, out of their understanding of their own strength and the strength of the one-eyed Goron. There were no flaws in Leo and Kael'dat's plan. Skullock was torn into pieces by the power of space cutting before Gook arrived. It was another scene of blood splattering, and the strong smell of blood spread far and wide. Goku, who was coming at full speed, was shocked. Skullock's scream stopped. Could it be that he was dead? If One-Eyed Gron had a keen sense of smell, Gook would definitely be able to smell the blood. But he didn't. So he didn't know that Skullock would die so miserably. Gook was completely stunned when he saw Skullock's broken body. He couldn't believe what he saw. A member of the One-Eyed Gron. One of Gruul's 7 sons with himself. The soul grinder Skullock, who was on par with him in strength, actually died. And he died so miserably. Who killed him? Goku didn't know this question. But he knew one thing. The unknown enemy could kill Skullock and Goku. Run! Running back to Gruul. He could only be considered safe next to the powerful Dragon Slayer. No matter how strong the unknown enemy was, he could not be Gruul's opponent. Goku had the idea of escape in his heart. He now missed the gate of Gruul's lair, which he had complained about countless times, and also missed his father, the Dragon Slayer Gruul, whom he had resented countless times. Now, in Gook's eyes, the cold and ruthless Gruul is so cute, and the bare entrance to the lair is so worth remembering. You don't cherish it when you have it, and you regret it when you lose it. Intelligent creatures are so mean sometimes. With a sudden turn of his body, Goku was about to escape when a sneer came, and the sneak attackers, who had been ambushing him, cast the spell they had prepared. It's so easy to lure you out of Gruul's lair. How can I let you escape? That sneer came from Leo's mouth. A blood-red eye appeared behind Leo. The blood-red pupils completely wiped out Goku's fighting spirit. The One-Eyed Goron's body was trembling and disobedient. Thick bone spurs popped out of the ground, and the sharp spikes pierced Goku's calf, nailing his legs to the ground. Now, he couldn't run even if he wanted to. The bone prison cannot seal your whole body, but it can still lock your legs. Leo straightened his sleeves and slowly put away Skullock's body. But poor Gook had been hit by Kael'dat's void beam at this time, and the screams of the One-Eyed Goron once again echoed through the blade. Sean! This time the screamer became Goku. The proud Leo and Kael'dats did not know that at the moment Gook's screams were heard. A low roar came from Gruul's lair. Chapter 790 The Big Golden Light Bulb. Kill Skullock. The host gains an untransferable ability, the incomplete soul law. Do you want to absorb it? At the moment Skullock was killed, Leo's mind rang with this reminder. Goldfinger was not as stingy as killing the 3 One-Eyed Gorons such as Magok and Magok. After giving up great energy, at the same time, Leo was also given an extra reward. Goldfinger showed a rare act of generosity, but Leo didn't appreciate it. The law of the soul seems to be quite good, but the taste changes when the word incomplete is added in front of it. Leo rolled his eyes speechlessly, feeling contempt for Goldfinger in his heart. The soul law he obtained was incomplete, and of course, it was complete. Goldfinger thought it was easy for him to obtain upgraded energy or something. So he actually did this. Now Leo has not even perfected the laws of the poison system. And the law of death, among the most powerful laws, has yet to be supplemented. The energy required has been exhausted. And now the law of the soul is thrown into the mix. What is it? If the Golden Finger gave out the law of power, or the law of earth, Leo could grit his teeth and give it up. But the law of soul was completely different. Warlocks are masters of playing with souls. Many of their spells involve soul abilities. Necromancers are similar. Having the soul law, even if it is only incomplete, will be of great help to Leo, making his strength even higher. Lu is not a problem. Not to mention that the incomplete soul law can still be completed. Can Leo be so determined to give up? Of course not. Goldfinger is an unscrupulous businessman and a greedy vampire. If you don't let me work more for you and earn more benefits for you, will you feel uncomfortable? Leo knew Goldfinger's cunningness very well. This guy could always find Leo's weaknesses, so that Leo had to jump with his eyes open even though he knew there was a pit ahead. Is there any movement? Kael'dats didn't know what happened to Leo. He looked in the direction of Gruul's lair and asked softly. Gook was struggling in the void light pillar. With his strength, he could not escape the tearing force of the void light pillar. His struggle was destined to be in vain. Kael'dats and Leo had already sentenced him to death. Of course, a One-Eyed Gron who is destined to die will not be taken seriously by the two of them. What Leo and Kael'dats are now concerned about is Gruul's movements. When the two decided to attack Skullock and Gook, Leo had already sent spies to keep an eye on Gruul's lair. They would know immediately once Gruul came out of the lair. Nothing seems to be happening. Leo shook his head, but his expression told his uncertainty. Maybe he was too concerned. But Leo always had a strange feeling in his heart. After Gook was trapped in Kael'dats' void beam, there was a dangerous thing approaching them. What surprised him was that he couldn't find it at all. What's the danger? Except Gruul? The Dracolic who was sent to keep an eye on Gruul's lair stayed very far away in order not to be discovered, and could only barely see the entrance of the lair. But even with the size of the one-eyed Gron, it was impossible for Gruul to appear without being spotted. It was discovered that when Leo felt a sense of danger in his heart, the Dracolic did not see anything unusual. Gruul's lair was still as peaceful as before. But why do you feel uneasy? Leo was secretly wondering. The feeling of uneasiness came without any reason or reason. Could there be anyone in Blade's Edge Mountain who could threaten him and Kael'dats besides Gruul? Not as far as Leo knows. But why does it feel inappropriate? As a demigod, he always has a sense of danger that is similar to predicting danger. Especially Leo, who also has the power of prophecy, can always give warning signs in advance for dangers that can harm him. What's going on? Leo frowned. There was nothing else in this quiet Blade's Edge Mountain except Goku's screams. There shouldn't be any danger. Just as he was thinking about it, Leo's pupils suddenly shrank. Quiet. Yes, it's quiet. He finally knew what that uneasy feeling was about. When Goku's scream sounded, Blade's Edge Mountain suddenly became quiet. This was not the normal quiet, but a kind of dead silence. The creatures living here seemed to have collectively lost their voices. It's okay if everything is silent. But now there is total silence. Dead silence. This is a problem. And it's a big problem. Leo and Kael'dats looked at each other, and their bodies were shocked. They read such a message in each other's eyes that it was dangerous. And they should leave quickly. Walk. The two shouted at the same time, ignoring Goku who was still struggling in the void-like pillar, and urged Nefarian and Phoenix to take off at full speed. It turns out that following your gut, especially following your gut instinct about danger, can often save someone's life. Nefarian and Phoenix, who were fully lifted into the air, quickly broke away from the Blade's Edge Mountain. In just 2 or 3 seconds, they were more than a kilometer away from the top of the mountain. At this moment, a big hand suddenly struck from the mountain. Out! Kankan passed under the feet of Nefarian and Phoenix, and the strong wind caused ripples on the protective shields of Leo and Kael'dats, with cracks all over them. Just the wind from the palm that was brought out brushed the protective shield, and it almost became unbearable. What if it was hit directly? Leo and Kael'dats couldn't help but have a look of horror on their faces. The big hand failed to catch Leo and Kael'dats. The owner of the hand slapped the void-like pillar with an angry palm. The void-like pillar that trapped Goku was like a pillar made of brittle glass. It encountered a huge impact. After it was broken, it was just that the broken fragments of the glass pillar were glass. But the void-like pillar was space fragments. The power of one blow can actually break the space cracks connecting the endless void. How terrifying its power is. Seeing this scene, Leo and Kael'dats secretly rejoiced. Before, they only had to notice that they were a little slow or hesitant, and took one step slower. At this moment, they were already dead. Needless to say, the owner of the big hand must be Gruul, the overlord of the Blade's Edge Mountains, the strongest creature in the world of Draenor. Gruul the Dragon Slayer. No wonder so many giant dragons died in Gruul's hands. This guy clearly controls the complete laws of the earth and can travel freely in the earth. It is impossible to guard against such a being if he wants to kill people. Leo wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Fortunately, he and Kael'dats ran fast. Otherwise it would be a waste to hope that they would become mincemeat now. It's not just the laws of earth that can shatter my void beam of light so easily. His understanding of the laws of power is definitely not low. Even if he doesn't master the complete laws of power, it's not much different. Kael'dats has given up the idea of challenging Gruul at this time. Gruul, who fully grasps the 2 laws of power in earth, is not something he can match now. No matter how proud Kael'dats is, he has to admit this. As a newly promoted demigod, Kael'dats' mastery of laws is powerful, but it is still far from the complete state. He still has a long way to go before he can reach Gruul's level. Taking Gruul as a target is also a good choice. Having such a big mountain in front of me will definitely encourage me to improve myself faster. Some people will collapse under pressure, while others can move forward at a faster speed under pressure. Kael'dats obviously belongs to the latter. After discovering Gruul's power, he will progress with higher pursuits. Faster. There's a saying that goes well. Action is worse than heartbeat. Leo has always believed that running through 10,000 thoughts about what I want to do is not as good as practicing it in person. Just when Kael'dats was comforting himself and regarding Gruul as his goal to catch up, Leo took action. A big golden light bulb appeared next to Leo, and the light bulb coated the sky with a layer of gold. Who else could it be if it wasn't Yuzur? Benefiting from Leo's promotion to demigod, Yuzur is very different from before. This difference is not only in appearance, but also in temperament. The golden armor protected Yuzur's head and feet, even the joints. Except for his eyes, and the wings with countless light whiskers hanging down like willow branches. No trace of Yuzhuor's body was exposed. Leo didn't know, and didn't care where this set of armor Yuzhuor got it from. Compared with the changes in the armor Yuzhuor of unknown origin, it attracted Leo's attention more. In the past, Yuzhuor loved to pretend to be cool and to act cool, which gave Leo the feeling of a playful boy. But now it is different. After that trace of childishness faded, he just stood there. He didn't need to act cool, and no one said he wasn't. His cool and calm general demeanor is what he is now. What exactly happened to Yuzhuor after I was promoted to demigod? He has changed so much. Why do I feel that this kid has benefited more than me? Leo was very surprised. If it weren't for the fact that the core of Yuzhuor's soul was split from Leo's soul, and completely controlled by Leo. In essence, he and Leo were the same person. He would never be able to trust Yuzhuor. You are finally willing to let me come out. But I would rather not come out. Looking down at the blade at his feet, Yuzhuor said. The current blade's edge mountain seems peaceful. But in fact it hides murderous intent. Although Leo and Kaeldats have risen to an altitude of 10,000 meters, they still dare not be careless. Neither of them let their mount stop rising because Gruul gave them the feeling of being too dangerous. Don't talk nonsense. Now is a good opportunity to measure Gruul's strength and blast the half-dead one-eyed Goron on the ground, Leo said, pointing to Gook on the ground. Gook, who was rescued by Gruul from the Void Light Pillar, was covered in injuries. He lay on the ground panting, and tried to stand up with his hands on the ground. Unfortunately, his injuries were too serious. For a moment, I didn't even have the strength to stand up. Isn't this a living target? Feel this blue rage. Yuzhuor nodded. And the arm holding the power of Menethil raised and waved down. A blue light condensed into substance pierced the sky. And its target was Gook, who was lying on the ground unable to move. In view of Gruul's power, Yuzhuor did not actually throw the power of Menethil. But even so, the attack he made was more than 10 times stronger than before. Leo was not idle when Yuzhuor started. In addition to the Grasp of Catastrophe and the Grasp of Legion, he also summoned the Soul of Bones, added the Soul Law to it, and then dissolved it into the Shadow element, creating a wave of shadows surrounded by countless ghosts. The spell covered Goku's head, and the Warlock spell was haunted. This guy does amazing things. Kaeldats didn't react slowly, although Leo's moves surprised him. His spells were no slower than Leo's. A purple-white halo composed of countless arcane apertures fell to the ground, and the mysterious arcane position shrouded Goku. Beauty contains infinite murderous intent. Gruul, let us weigh you, and see if you can save the life of this one-eyed Gron under our spell. Chapter 791, Throwing Dirty Water. Leo and Kaeldats are not easy to deal with. How can Gook, who is seriously injured by their spells, bear it? Especially the force field created by Kaeldats using secret methods. Once the beautiful arcane aperture is applied to Gook, he will not be able to survive for a few breaths. In comparison, the lethality of Leo's spells seems to be much smaller. However, is this really the case? Gruul's vision is not low. He knows what kind of attacks are truly fatal to Gook. A big hand stretched out from the mountain wall and protected Goku before the two spells arrived. At the same time, another big hand appeared and swatted away the falling spell. The target of its first attack was not Kaeldats. Instead of the mysterious force field, it was Leo's ghostly ghost. Quite knowledgeable, Leo curled his lips and used the Law of Soul to dissolve the soul of the bones into the Warlock's haunting, combining the skills of the Necromancer and the Warlock into one. The haunting he played against Gook seemed to be inferior to Kaelsasi's mysterious force field is actually more lethal. Gook may be able to survive Kaeldats' mysterious force field with his strong body, but he will definitely not be able to withstand the invasion from the soul level by the ghostly ghost. Kaeldats' expression moved slightly. Gruul's choice showed that Leo's spell was more threatening than his arcane force field, which surprised him. During this time, he had deliberately competed with Leo in the battle to hunt down the one-eyed Gron. The last blow to kill the one-eyed Gron was always from his hand. On the surface, Leo's combat power seemed to be inferior to his, even though he knew that Leo was hiding his strength. Kaeldats still felt that he was better than Leo. But now this good feeling of self has been broken by Gruul. Leo's spell is not that it is not lethal enough, but that it cannot be seen by those who have not experienced it personally, or by those who are much stronger than them. As if he knew what Kaeldats was thinking, Leo spoke at this moment. Mages are good at frontal attacks, and their spells are dazzling and gorgeous. But warlocks are not. We are better at restraint. This is because of the different strength attributes. Forcing no. Warlocks control the power of darkness. Since the power of darkness is of course not very flashy, they focus on practical results. Kaeldats knew the difference between a mage and a warlock very well. What surprised him was that he was outdone by Leo. Don't comfort me. I know you are stronger than me now, but it won't be long before I surpass you. You have to be careful. Kaeldats is not someone who can't bear blows. Nor is he the kind of person who doesn't like others being stronger than him. He is not unable to accept the fact that Leo is better than him. But the Blood Elf Prince is arrogant after all. Kaeldats, who realized that Leo was stronger than him, would not allow himself to remain weaker than him. And he would work hard to catch up. Shrugging, Leo looked innocent. It's not my fault that I'm stronger than you. Besides, I'm only a little stronger than you. Without Skullik's soul law, my ghostly presence wouldn't be able to surpass your arcane force field. Of course, these words only circulated in Leo's mind, and were not said out loud. It's good to know some things by yourself. What to do next? Yuzhur pouted downwards. Gruul had already dragged Goku into the mountain wall. The Dragon Slayer never showed his figure, but his power was already displayed. Kaeldats' secret stance. Leo's haunting. Yuzhur's blue fury. Although the three spells were powerful, they all turned into paper tigers under the extremely tyrannical power, and were smashed to pieces by Gruul. Using pure power to scatter demigod-level magic was a scene that both Leo and Kaeldats had seen for the first time. The power reached to the extreme is truly terrifying. Not to mention being injured. Gruul's skin was not even scratched by the magic that dispersed the three Leos. Not to mention other things. Leo and Kaeldats had such a strong body that Leo and Kaeldats couldn't do anything to him. What else can we do? Let's go. This guy is not something we can deal with now. If you can't even break through the opponent's defense, what else can you do if you don't leave? Leo and Kaeldats shook their heads helplessly. The latter raised his hand and was about to use the portal when Leo's voice came over. Go back to Voidstorm. Although this guy named Goku hasn't been killed, he should be satisfied with having 4 one-eyed Gorons to cross with Adar. What odd all? Kaeldats was stunned. Fortunately, his reaction was not slow. Although he couldn't figure out Leo's intention, he still nodded cooperatively and opened up a miniature portal. Yuzhur glanced at Leo sideways and thought to himself, no wonder this kid wanted to summon me and attack Gruul even though he knew it was impossible to hurt him. It turned out to be just for this. But, could it be that I have nothing to do with those golden people? Does the big light bulb look like it? Looking down at himself, Yuzhur felt a little helpless. From a distance, there seemed to be no difference. Walking into the portal side by side with Kaeldats, Leo seemed to be chatting casually with the Blood Elf Prince. They should be very satisfied with killing the 4 one-eyed Golans in Blade's Edge Mountain this time. I don't know what they want to do by collecting the bodies of the one-eyed Golans. Is it to deal with this big guy below? But we can't control those things. After accepting their benefits, we have to do things for them. While talking and entering the portal, Leo and Kaeldats left did not seem to notice that there was a huge eye staring at them from the wall of Blade's Edge Mountain below until they disappeared in the portal. Adal, Neru. A low roar echoed in the Blade's Edge Mountains, and a giant eye twice as big as Goku's head turned towards Goku. The murderous intent in the giant eye made Goku tremble all over. Go to Voidstorm. The owner of the giant eye gave Goku an order, and then gradually disappeared. Knowing that Gruul had left, Goku lay on the ground and panted heavily. He reluctantly dragged his seriously injured body out. The Dragon Slayer's will cannot be violated, and Goku dare not neglect it. He can only eat and recuperate on the way to the Voidstorm. Fortunately, the one-eyed Goron's body is not an ordinary abnormality. The damage caused by the void light beam can be healed in half a day at most as long as he has enough food. You really? Kaeldats thought for a moment. And for a moment, he couldn't find any good words to describe Leo. Who is Adal? The leader of the Naru. A creature of holy light that the Draenei believe in. See what Leo did? What he said in Blade's Edge Mountain was to deliberately throw dirty water on Adal. It is conceivable that Gruul will definitely go to Voidstorm to cause trouble for Naru. We don't know what it will be like then. Leo smiled and waved his hand. Knowing what Kaeldats wanted to say, Gruul is too strong. And the Naru headed by Adal are not weak either. I just want to see who among them is stronger. I have no other intention at all. I'm a fool to believe you and I. Kaeldats despised Leo's inconsistency. In his view, Leo was preparing for what would happen after Illidan was eliminated. If the Broken and the Draenei united, their strength would expand. Without Illidan as their common enemy, the Blood Elves and humans' plans to join forces to obtain the resources of Draenor to support themselves will be thwarted. Not to mention that the human blood elves and the Draenei are now allies. In the face of racial interests, this alliance that has been concluded for less than a year has no effect at all. Humans and the Draenei know very little about the blood elves. How can they trust them? The latter? Knowing Leo's purpose, Kael'thas would naturally not object. The blood elves had a war with the Draenei. The energy ship he and Leo were on was snatched from the Draenei. The two races had already. There is no guarantee that the Draenei will not fall out when they become stronger in the future. Now someone wants to figure out why these octopus-faced Kael'thas wants to stop them. Are you sure that Nara named Adal can stop Gruul? Kael'thas, who had already taken root in the world of Draenor, had a certain understanding of Nara's strength, but not too much. On the contrary, Leo looked confident. I have seen Gruul's powerful Kael'thas with my own eyes. Even his arcane force field cannot damage him in the slightest. Can the Nara stop him? If the Nara were so powerful, why didn't they help when the Blood Elves and Draenei went to war? Why did they sit back and watch the Draenei's energy ship be robbed? If that creature called the Nara could really rival Gruul, how could the Draenei be so miserable that they could only survive in the Storm Fortress? With the above questions, Kael'thas did not believe how strong the Nara was. As the saying goes, hearing is false and seeing is believing. The Blood Elf Prince even suspected that the Nara's strength was due to the Draenei's touting. Contrary to Kael'thas's disapproval, Leo's face was very solemn, and he never dared to underestimate Naru. Don't underestimate the Naru. Let me ask you, how did the ancient gods appear? Aren't they parasites of light and darkness? As for the Naru, they themselves are parasites of the power of light. It seems that nothing. But don't forget that light and darkness complement each other. Where there is light, there must be darkness. Nara can gather as much dark power as he has strong light power, but they don't use it yet. A flash of horror flashed in Kael'thas's eyes. He calmed down and asked Leo with some uncertainty, "You mean that once they know how to use the power of darkness, they can become existences like the ancient gods? Is Nara that strong?" Kael'thas was a little skeptical at first, but then he thought about it and realized that Leo was right. Light and darkness complement each other. No matter how strong the light power the Nara gathered, there must be an equal amount of dark power hidden in it, within their bodies. Once they know how to use these powers, aren't they the ancient gods of the Draenor world? The base of the Sindoria golden staff poked loudly on the ground. Kael'thas took a few steps back and forth. He now understood why Leo would pour dirty water on the Nara headed by Adal, rather than the Draenei whose targets are bigger and easier to find. If humans and blood elves want to live a stable life in the world of Draenor, and use the resources of this world to support our kingdom in the home world, some obstacles must be removed, even if they do not show any danger now. This is me. I believe in taking precautions before things happen. Chapter 792. Meet me. I leave lightly, just as I came lightly. I wave my sleeves and don't take away a single cloud. These words are perfect to describe Leo and Kael'thas's trip to the world of Draenor. The two of them came to the world of Draenor without alerting anyone, and they did not let others notice when they left. This was the case even when they went to the energy ship. The two of them only stayed in the room reserved for Kael'thas for less than 2 days. Left in minutes. In the castle of Stromgarde, a portal suddenly appeared in Leo's room, and Kael'thas and Leo walked out of the door. Aren't you going back to Silver Moon City? Leo tilted his head, a little surprised that Kael'thas followed him to Stromgarde instead of returning to Silver Moon City. Does he have that much free time? Ignoring Leo, Kael'thas found a seat and sat down. After getting along for a while, the two became quite familiar with each other. At this time, the Dragon Blood Guards, who were guarding outside, noticed the movement inside the house and rushed in. Leo waved his hand to signal them to retreat. You are familiar with it. No matter what, you have to wait for me, the master, to take a seat first, Leo said and sat down next to Kael'thas. The Blood Elf Prince was not embarrassed at all. He looked at the entire room, and the way he shook his head clearly meant that he didn't like the decoration here at all. When it comes to decoration and art, there is indeed a gap between humans and blood elves. Unless they are a few masters, they cannot arrange the kind of artistic beauty that elves show in decoration. Leo ignored the contempt shown on Kael'thas's face. The former obviously wanted to show off the blood elves' artistic achievements, and Leo would not let him get his wish. Tell me, what is your purpose? With his legs crossed and sitting crookedly on the chair, Leo still had no image at all at this moment. If someone dared to do this in front of him, Kael'thas would either give him a lesson and let him know how to talk to him, or he would walk away and ignore this guy who didn't know etiquette. However, the one who put on that dishonest look was Leo, who was also a demigod with him. Kaeldats, who was used to Leo's appearance in the world of Draenor, could only hold his nose and recognize it. It's not that the Blood Elf Prince didn't express his opinions on this, but that Leo didn't listen to his opinions at all, and he did whatever he wanted to do. In Leo's words, everyone's personality and habits are different. You can't force me to change my habits just because you don't like it. Because everyone is equal unless you are stronger than me. Is Kaeldats better than Leo? The Blood Elf Prince already knew the answer, so he could not object. Maybe he will bring it up again when he is stronger than Leo. But I don't know if by that time he will continue to ignore it because he is used to Leo's behavior. My purpose? Kaeldats smiled. He pointed at Leo before speaking. I heard that you have the ability to resurrect. I want to see it. Leo suddenly realized that this was Kaeldats' purpose. What did I think it was about? You want to see it? Yes. But you can't publicize it. I don't have the leisure to satisfy the curiosity of outsiders. Kaeldats smiled. Even if Leo didn't say it, he wouldn't be loudmouthed. Resurrection is an ability that only belongs to gods. Although Leo's resurrection technique is flawed and cannot be compared with the real resurrection technique of gods, but being able to observe it would be of great benefit even to him as a demigod mage. Is Leo's resurrection spell flawed? This is indeed the case in Kaeldats' eyes. The resurrection technique of the gods is to completely resurrect the dead object. The object resurrected by this resurrection technique is completely independent. Even the god who resurrected him cannot deprive him of his thoughts. However, the individuals resurrected by Leo are different. Although they retained, he lost the memory before him, but couldn't get rid of Leo's control. And he has become Leo's subordinate. In Kaeldats' view, resurrection under human control is not a real resurrection. At most, it is a fighting tool with memory. Therefore, their feeling about Leo's resurrection ability is that it is flawed and not as good as a god. Of course, there have long been rumors from the outside world that Leo has the support of a god behind him. So his resurrection ability was given by the god. Since it was given by the gods, it naturally cannot be compared with the resurrection spell performed by the gods themselves. It is normal to have flaws. In fact, they didn't know that Leo didn't know the resurrection spell. What he used was the rebirth of the Necromancer. Although both of them brought the subject back to life, they were different from the resurrection spell. It's just that these outsiders don't know. And Leo won't tell them that he is using a spell, not the ability they think comes from the gods. This place is not suitable now. Let's find a place that is spacious enough later. To cast rebirth? You naturally need someone to cast rebirth on. The corpses of Galgrim and other one-eyed Grons that Leo and Kaeldats hunted in the Draenor world are still in Leo's private space. With the one-eyed Grons, of course. Leo's small room couldn't fit such a large body. Why do you say you have to wait and find it again? Scarlet, who ran in with a face full of joy, gave the answer. He didn't let the Dragon Blood Guard keep the news of Leo's return to Stromgarde a secret. Scarlet, who exited the room, would naturally get the news. It was obviously impossible for Leo to let Scarlet miss it. Leo, you? Scarlet entered the room and was about to say something to Leo when she suddenly discovered that Leo was not the only one in the room. The Blood Elf Prince Kaeldats was also present. The female paladin had to put away her excitement. Qingqing performed a noble salute to Kaeldats. Strength Castle welcomes you, His Highness Kaeldats. It's an honor to meet you, Queen Scarlet. Kaeldats gave Leo a sideways glance when he was greeted, clearly saying to Leo, look, this is a formal ceremony. Who would be as dishonest as you? You should learn etiquette, kid. Secretly giving the Blood Elf Prince a look of contempt. Leo shrugged. He had always disdained those tedious, boring and time-wasting court etiquette. Of course, Leo also has enough strength to be disdainful. He is now a demigod warlock, synonymous with the strongest power in the mortal world. No one else can control what he wants to do. Scarlet looked at Leo. She knew that Leo went to Silvermoon City, but she didn't know what exactly Leo did when he went to Silvermoon City. At this moment, he abandoned so many strong human beings in Stromgarde and ran away. It's been a month since I went to the territory of the Blood Elves. What exactly is Leo planning? Since Kaeldats was present, Leo, who knew that the female paladin was thin-skinned, could not make too intimate moves. He smiled at Scarlet and stood up. Kaeldats and I have been hunting for more than a month and have found 4 very satisfying prey. Let's go look for a place. Scarlet knew that Leo was a demigod sorcerer, and according to the information she received from Kaeldats, the Blood Elf Prince had already become a demigod mage before Leo went to Silvermoon City. That makes him 2.5. God, what kind of prey is worth 2 demigods spending a month hunting? Scarlet was curious and eager to know the answer. You're telling me that you two spent a month hunting 4 creatures, and you are already demigods, and you still need to join forces. Don't tell me that you are hunting creatures with demigod strength? Scarlet said this casually, but she didn't believe it herself. How could there be so many demigod creatures in this world for people to hunt? Even if there is, it is the mysterious deep sea. Not to mention whether Kaeldats and Leo have any way to hunt in the deep sea. Even if they can do it in the deep sea, there is no way they will encounter 4 demigods. But things in the world are often so unexpected. When Scarlet finished speaking, she found that Leo and Kaeldats actually had smiles on their faces because they were right. She was stunned. Are you really? The female paladin looked in disbelief. She pointed at Leo and then looked at Kaeldats. She no longer knew what to say. Holy light. The paladin's holy light is like the monk's Amitabha, and can be used in many situations. Finding a place that is spacious and remote enough is not easy in the entire Arthi Highlands. Leo was just thinking about where such a place could be. Scarlet suddenly pulled him. If you want to resurrect those 4 demigods, why not just stay in the castle and let the guards clear out the irrelevant people? Scarlet's words reminded Leo that after all, he still had the reputation of being a demigod, and all the powerful humans gathered in Stromgard for this purpose. He couldn't say that he had accomplished it quietly. Many strong men gathered here not only to protect him, but also to feel the magic power when they hit the demigod. That's fine. Leo nodded in agreement. We can't let others do things for us without getting any benefits. How many people will help us if there is a real trouble in the future? Kaeldats, do you have any objection? Certainly. Kaeldats' purpose is to see Leo's resurrection technique and see if he can learn anything from it to improve his strength. As long as it does not affect his ultimate goal, he will have no objection. Scarlet has absolute control over the palace. No one dares to disobey Her Majesty's orders. But her orders alarmed one person, and that person was Passonia. Xiao Handan. When you become a demigod, you think I'm not important anymore? Right. No. Absolutely not. After being kicked in the calf by the female thief, Leo regretted his negligence. Why did he forget to notify her? The so-called tofu with brine. One thing will be reduced. Another thing will be reduced. This kid Leo also has a bad time, which makes people feel very happy. A gloating smile appeared on Kaeldats' face. After the trouble, it was time to do business. When Leo condensed the purple soul flame in his hands, when the rules were reversed in his hands, and when rebirth was cast on the 4 dead one-eyed Gron including Galvram, Stromgard, a great chaos inevitably occurred in the magic flow. The strong wind that makes people unable to breathe and stand unsteady is raging in Stromgard. The clouds over the entire city suddenly form a huge whirlpool. The magic elements in the air rise and fall regularly like the sea, causing rapids. The bodies of the pedestrians in the fort also rose and fell. Alert! Stromgard has entered a state of war. Everyone should stay where they are. Anyone who acts rashly will be killed. Groups of Arathor soldiers shouted loudly. Their swords were unsheathed, and their bows were strung. Their murderous looks quickly stopped the chaos in Stromgard. The strong men gathered in Stromgard rushed outside the house at the moment the abnormality occurred. They looked nervously at the center of the whirlpool in the direction of the palace of Stromgard. Elemental Tide? Leo has officially attacked the demigods. Chapter 793, taking the initiative to contact. Whenever a spellcaster attacks a demigod, it will cause a certain range of elemental fluctuations. This kind of fluctuation is very different from the fluctuations produced when casting magic. The most obvious manifestation is the size. For example, in the current Stromgard, if the elemental tide covering the entire city is to appear, unless the gods personally take action, or several tyrannical demigods join forces, it will not be able to reach such a scale. Are there gods in Stromgard? No. Are there several powerful demigods in Stromgard? Nor. Therefore, there is no other explanation for the occurrence of such a large-scale elemental tide except that Leo officially attacked the demigods. Can he succeed? Varian and other strong human beings have such questions in their minds. If a demigod appeared in the human race, the situation of the entire human race would be greatly improved. Of course, they hope that Leo can succeed. However, the success rate of attacking demigods has always been very low. Otherwise, there would not be so many strongmen trapped in the legendary realm. Although everyone knows that as a natural awakener, Leo's talent can only be described as monster. But who can guarantee that he will be able to overcome this failure? There has never been a shortage of geniuses in this world. There are so many geniuses who have failed to break through the legends and become demigods. Who can say that Leo will not become one of them? Before the results were announced, Varian and other human experts were extremely nervous. They didn't know whether what was waiting for them was the joy of success or the depression of failure. Unlike the powerful people who didn't know the truth and could only watch the Stromgard Palace from a distance. Kaldats, Scarlet and Passonia were in a very relaxed mood. Outsiders don't know that Leo is a demigod. Don't they still know? The so-called impact on the demigods was just an excuse for Stromgard to cover up the fluctuations when Leo resurrected the 4 one-eyed Grons. The 3 people around him didn't know the specific situation. They just thought that when Leo used his resurrection ability, it was no different from what he had done before. However, Leo, as the person involved, felt completely different. It's not like he has never resurrected the demigod Leo. He resurrected the 2 Chimolo demigods, Lakmala and Lamarck. When resurrecting these 2, Leo felt no different from before. So he took it for granted. I think there will be no surprise in using rebirth on the one-eyed Gorin, who is also a demigod. Leo, who used rebirth on the 4 one-eyed Grons including Gorgrim, forgot that there were differences even if they were both demigods. The strength of Lakmara and Lamarck is far inferior to the 4 sons of Gruul. More importantly, the Chimrock demigod is an indigenous creature of this world, while the one-eyed Gron is a creature from the world of Draenor. Resurrecting creatures in one world in another world is a challenge to the rules of the world where Leo is now, because there is no such creature as the one-eyed Gorin in the rules of the human world. If you want to successfully resurrect them, you must first what needs to be done is to allow one-eyed Gorin to be recognized by the rules. It is not an easy task to insert other things into a complete world. Rebirth is a challenge to the rules of the world. And in order for the one-eyed Gorin to be recognized by the rules of the world, he must obey the rules. One is violating the rules. The other is obeying the rules. Leo's behavior conflicts with his purpose. The purple soul flame in the palm is constantly twisting. And the power of rules is constantly changing in Leo's palm. An invisible but huge force is gradually putting pressure on Leo. This pressure is not physical but comes from the spirit. Up. Now Leo feels that he is playing with fire. And playing with fire is an extremely dangerous behavior. If he is not careful, the fire will burn him. It is said that those who play with fire will burn themselves. Leo now regrets that he did not think that much before resurrecting the one-eyed Gron. When a situation arises, it is already too late when he thinks of these problems. It's not that Leo doesn't want to give up. Isn't it because he failed to use rebirth? Isn't it just the 4 one-eyed Gorons? Leo can still afford to lose. But the power of the rules does not allow him to let go. The invisible and qualityless power keeps oppressing Leo, leaving him with only 2 options: either successfully resurrect the son of Gruul, or be crushed to death by the power of the rules. This is backlash. Leo knew in his heart that this was definitely a backlash from the power of the rules. The rebirth of the Necromancer is a violation of the rules of the world, and a provocation to the power of the rules. Leo has used the rebirth skill many times. When it comes to violating the rules and provoking the power of the rules, no one in this world can surpass him. People like him have long been concerned about the power of rules. Now that there is a chance to deal with him, how can the power of rules be missed? Don't think that the power of rules is a dead thing, and you can provoke it at will. This thing may not have autonomous consciousness like a human being, but it does have the most primitive ignorant consciousness. Leo's repeated rules reversal made him die. If a person is reborn, how can the power of rules fail to remember him? Now how to do? While Leo was trying his best to resist the backlash of the power of rules, he was thinking of countermeasures. He was now at a position where he could not get off the tiger, and all he could do was to tame the tiger before he was thrown off its back and eaten. However, taming a tiger was not something that could be done just by talking. With the power of one person, he can withstand the crushing rules of the entire world. Let alone Leo, who is only a demigod now. Even if Leo has become a god, he cannot do it unless he perfects the law of death to a certain extent. Those who couldn't resist the power of the rules could only be crushed by him. A large amount of sweat appeared on Leo's body, and his forehead, cheeks, neck, back, chest were completely soaked. This scene was nothing in the eyes of Kaldats, who knew nothing. After all, it is not easy to resurrect the dead. However, Scarlet and Passonia, who had seen Leo resurrecting Manaroth, felt that something was wrong. But the 2 women were relieved when they thought that Leo would resurrect 4 demigods at once. The irresistible power of rules has invaded Leo's body. No one is aware of Leo's current danger. And even if they are aware, there is nothing they can do to help. Will I return to my position today? Leo is very anxious. He cannot resist the power of rules. Now he cannot avoid being crushed by this invisible and immaterial force. What do you want him to do? The long-lost shadow of death hung over Leo's head, giving him a strange feeling. As a demigod who understands the law of death, Leo doesn't have much fear of the power of death. The shadow of death that scares others actually feels kind to him. However, when he thinks that he is the one enveloped by the shadow of death, Leo, there is some resistance to it. Of course, resistance leads to resistance. And experiencing the taste of death personally makes Leo gradually deepen his understanding of the law of death. If it were not the time to understand the law, Leo would really sit down and think carefully. When you discover an unknown power, do you want to absorb it? Just when Leo couldn't resist the invasion of the power of rules, Goldfinger's voice suddenly exploded in his mind. Explode? Yes, it just exploded. I don't know if Goldfinger ate something wrong this time. The sound that is usually equivalent to ordinary people talking now turned into shouting with a loudspeaker. What's terrible is that this sound was directly generated in Leo's head. Leo, who was completely focused on fighting against the power of the rules, was dizzy by the sudden explosion. Remembering that there was such a powerful and mysterious being in his body, Leo was overjoyed. In Goldfinger's eyes, the power of rules that he crushed was mysterious energy, something that could be eaten by him. It was essentially food. Draw. How could it not be absorbed? If you don't suck me, I'll be doomed. The host confirms the absorption, and the unknown power is being absorbed. Almost at the moment Leo was determined, Goldenfinger took over all the pressure from Leo. After the power of the rules entered Leo's body, it was like entering a bottomless pit that could never be filled. Disappeared without a trace. Half an hour. A full half hour. Even Leo didn't expect the Goldenfinger to be so powerful. And the power of the rules was strong enough. Half an hour is an hour. During this time, the power of the rules never stopped crushing Leo's body. If you really rely on your own strength to resist it, you will definitely be dead now. Even gods cannot fight against the rules of a world for so long, let alone a demigod. However, there is a mysterious existence like Goldfinger in Leo's body. The power of rules continued to crush for an hour, and was completely filled into Goldfinger's belly, without affecting Leo at all. Taking advantage of this period of time, Leo closed his eyes and began to understand the law of death. He wanted to use the power of the rules to give his shadow of death a deeper understanding of the laws. Speaking of which, the backlash of the power of the rules not only failed to kill Leo. On the contrary, it strengthened his strength. Is this considered stealing the chicken, but losing the rice? Well, to put it mildly, this means losing your wife and losing your troops. As if knowing that what he was doing now was in vain. The power of the rules retreated. Just like when it came. It retreated without outsiders being able to detect it, and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Except for Leo, who was involved. No one else knew what happened when the one-eyed Goron was resurrected. Call. Letting out a long breath, Leo knew that this time he finally passed without any danger. I didn't expect that Goldenfinger was so powerful that it could swallow up even the power of rules. Is it too high level, or is the power of rules in this world too useless? Well done. Just when Leo lamented that Goldenfinger was so powerful that it could even eat the power of the rules of this world as food, an extremely familiar voice sounded in his mind. There was a bang in Leo's mind. Isn't this the voice of the mysterious existence he calls Goldfinger? It actually contacted me. Leo was at a loss. Goldfinger, who had only made a sound only when absorbing energy and bestowing abilities, actually took the initiative to talk to him, which both surprised him and made him feel normal. There is no love without reason in the world. There is no hatred without reason. And there is no Goldenfinger without reason. Leo doesn't think that his time travel is without reason. And he never thinks that Goldfinger was born out of thin air. There must be some connection between his time travel and Goldfinger's existence. But he had no way to communicate with Goldfinger before. Naturally, there is no chance to answer the questions in his heart. Now that Goldfinger has taken the initiative to contact him, doesn't it mean that he has the opportunity to reveal the truth about his time travel? I have put a lot of effort into you. And now it finally pays off. As he spoke, Goldfinger's voice gradually became quieter, until finally it was inaudible, as if he was falling into a deep sleep again. Leo was anxious. I still have many things to ask you. How could you be so silent? But he couldn't control Goldfinger's actions, and could only be anxious. Before he fell into a deep sleep, a word came from the depths of Leo's mind. If there is any danger within these 60 days, just pray to the moon. Chapter 794, A Party. 60 days is 2 months. This period of time is neither too short nor too long. 2 months might still make Leo feel a little bit better when nothing happens. But it won't be the same when he's busy. Once a person is entangled in things, time will pass by unconsciously, and he will only notice it in the dead of night. Another day has passed since the news of Leo's success in attacking the demigods came out. Stromgarde has become completely lively. Various forces within the human race, races that are friendly with humans, regardless of whether they have cooperated with the kingdom of Aratha or not, have sent envoys to express their congratulations. The birth of a human demigod is not only related to Leo himself, nor is it just a matter of the kingdom of Aratha. It is a major event for the entire human race, and has a vital impact on the status of human beings in the world. After learning that Leo had successfully been promoted to demigod, even those who hated humans had to admit the fact that the status of the human race had risen. With a demigod, humans are no longer a cannon fodder race at the mercy of others. Although they still do not have the strength to say no loudly in front of some powerful races, they still have bargaining capital. If they want humans to contribute in the future, they will have to not paying the price. Of course, this is under the premise that the human race itself can have a unified understanding. There is a famous saying that goes well: to fight against foreign forces, you must first make peace at home. If your human race itself is torn apart, how can you be qualified to negotiate with those powerful beings? The Palace of Stromgarde has replaced the Stormwind Fortress of Stormwind City as the place where the leaders of the major forces of the human race discuss important matters. This situation occurs not because the kingdom of Aratha is stronger than the kingdom of Stormwind, but because the only positive human being lives here, the demigod Leo, who is involved in human affairs. Under the guidance of Willie, Ronan walked into Leo's room. The human archmage found that he was the last one to arrive among everyone. Jaina of Theramore, Jen of Gilneas, Varian of the Kingdom of Stormwind, and Fording, who is actually in charge of the Silver Crusade supplies, plus the 2 masters of Stromgarde, Queen Scarlet of the Kingdom of Aratha, and Leo himself. The leaders of the largest forces in the human race have gathered here. If someone can kill all the people in this room, the entire human race will be in chaos. Seeing that everyone was here, Leo nodded to Scarlet, indicating that the female paladin could start the gathering. Everyone should understand that today Aratha sent people to lead everyone here to discuss important matters. There are many people in the meeting hall, and it is too easy to attract attention. So Leo and I chose this place. Scarlet made it clear at the beginning that the nature of this gathering was very private, and it was not suitable for outsiders to know about an important meeting. Everyone present knew it well, and it could be inferred from the fact that the people sent from the Aratha kingdom secretly informed them. Ronan and Jaina had no reaction, while Varian and Jin had relaxed expressions on their faces. Originally they thought that the kingdom of Aratha wanted to use Dongfeng, who became a demigod with Leo, to ask for more voice in the alliance and seek greater interests. Now it seems that things are not what they thought. If Scarlet wanted to do that, the matters discussed at this meeting would not be private. In fact, both Varian and Jean have made certain preparations for this. But Scarlet did not mention that these preparations will not be used for the time being. Master Ronan, I want to know the current attitude of the Kirin Tor Council. Luo Ning was a little surprised. He originally thought it was nothing to do with him, but he didn't expect Scarlet to be the first to call him. The Kirin Tor Council has always upheld neutrality. What attitude can we have? The human mages who are now presiding over the reconstruction of Dalaran would not hesitate to welcome Leo as a demigod warlock. Of course, on the surface, they still have to maintain a certain neutral stance. After moving his mouth, Luo Ning was about to answer, but suddenly stopped. This problem is not that simple. Ronan suddenly thought that what Scarlet was asking was not the Kirin Tor Council's attitude toward Leo becoming a demigod, but the Kirin Tor Council's stance after this incident. Should they continue to maintain their current neutrality? Or should they move closer to the human race and be on the same side as Aratha and other human kingdoms? Making a judgment in his mind, Ronan glanced at everyone in the room. He found that Varian, Jean and Jaina were all waiting for his answer. Ronan was not the only smart person. It was obvious that the 3 human leaders also heard what Scarlet really meant. After hesitating for a while, Luo Ning decided to tell the truth. The Kirin Tor Council favors the alliance from the heart. After all, we are all human mages. But many times things are not up to us. I have to consider other factors. Like Crassus? Leo interrupted Ronan before he could finish his words. Crassus is a red dragon, and the companion of the red dragon Queen Alexstra. Human beings have little support. After experiencing the destruction of Dalaran, the wizards of the Kirin Tor Council learned the hard way, and decided to embrace the red dragon's body. Thighs, after all, give humans something to rely on. This approach is still wise even now. But after Leo became a demigod, there was no need to hug this thick thigh so tightly. He could loosen it to a certain extent without having to look at the red dragon's face for everything. After all, humans, as a new race in this world, are essentially unruly and have no idea of being attached to other races. They want to become the second elves and treat powerful dragons like elves. Partnership rather than being under its wing. Luo Ning shook his head with a sigh on his face. Who would hug someone's lap if it was not necessary? You want us to give up our neutrality and join the alliance? I'm afraid that won't work. Although the demigods are powerful, they cannot compare with the dragons. Leo wants the Kirin Tor Council to give up their neutrality. This is forcing them to fall out with Krasis. The Kirin Tor Council is unlikely to agree. In just one sentence, he wanted the Kirin Tor Council to obey orders. But Leo wasn't that proud right now. Waving his hand, Leo motioned to Ronan to listen to what he had to say. I'm not asking the Kirin Tor Council to give up their neutrality immediately. It would be of no benefit to everyone. At least the Kirin Tor Council must continue to be neutral until the Scourge is dealt with. You want the Kirin Tor Council to act as a link between the Alliance and the Horde, and join forces to march into Northrend. This time it was Jaina who interrupted. The Lord of Theramore fully agreed with Leo's proposal. Yes, just like what the Cenarian Circle did when dealing with the Karaji Beetle men in Silithus. Leo turned his eyes to Varian and Jin, and he consulted the two human kings for their opinions. What do you think? Of course I agree. Although they reject joining forces with the Horde, Varian and Jin will not be easily swayed by their personal feelings on such a major matter. The Northern Expedition in Northrend relied solely on the Alliance's efforts, causing the Alliance to once again fall into the quagmire of war with the Scourge, while the Horde stood aside and took this opportunity to recuperate. No Alliance leader would allow such a thing to happen. In the face of the Scourge, which brought death and plague, it was not just the Alliance that suffered. The Horde also suffered greatly, and they had no reason to refuse. Seeing that Varian and Jen agreed, Leo made a decision. Ronan, I hope you can convey our opinions to the Kirin Tor Council, and ask them to contribute to this matter. As long as you can persuade Krasis, I believe the tribe will not refuse if the dragon comes forward. The Scourge is the common enemy of the Alliance and the Horde. Nazul is a traitor to the Orcs. And with the dragon as the middleman, Thrall cannot refuse this request, even though he knows that continuous wars will have a negative impact on the Orc small population, cause huge damage. As the saying goes, people in the world cannot help themselves. There are some things you know you will suffer if you do, but you have to do them. Of course, destroying the Scourge is also good for the Dragon Clan itself. Who told Wormra's temple to be in Northrend? Ronan was 9% sure of convincing Krasis. Although cooperation with the dragons is beneficial to us humans, I still hope that the Kirin Tor Council can gradually get rid of the control of the dragons. We humans are not a vassal race of the dragons, and I will not allow this to happen. Leo's words meant something. And Scarlet, Jean and Varian couldn't help but glance at Ronan and Jaina. Needless to say, the Kirin Tor Council where Ronan is located has almost become Krasis' private territory. The mages of Dalaran have done a lot to hold on to this thick thigh. And the same goes for Jaina, who was born in Dalaran. There is a big difference between independent races and vassal races. This difference is not in strength or appearance, but in spirit. A race that stands independently and relies on its own strength is far more resilient than a vassal race. Once an independent race chooses to become a vassal of a powerful race, they have already dropped a level spiritually. If humans didn't have the ability to stand on their own, Leo would have to hold his nose and admit it. But humans have this ability. Even if life is harder, Leo will not allow humans to become vassals of others. Of course, Leo will not allow humans to become slaves of others. Not. Jaina smiled, and there was a bitter taste in her smile. No one wanted to be someone else's vassal, but the situation was stronger than others, and sometimes people really had no choice. The Lord of Theramore sighed and said, when the disaster occurred, our human race suffered too many losses. My teacher Antonidas died, and Dalaran was destroyed. At that time, I thought, if we have the strong support of the dragon like the elves, this will definitely not be the case. As for what happened later, many of them were not our original intention. The death of Antonidas and the destruction of Dalaran seemed to have drained all the energy and spirit of the human mages. The human mages who suffered the catastrophe fell from the clouds to the ground. They went from being extremely proud before to extremely inferior. It felt like Archimonde had broken his spine, and he couldn't even stand straight. Humans are the creatures that tend to go to extremes. From one extreme to another. Isn't this the case for the mages of Dalaran, who went from the pride of establishing the magic city to the low self-esteem after the destruction of Dalaran? Leo is not saying that these human mages are not good. In fact, it was their tight embrace of the dragon that allowed the human race to receive limited protection, and also gave the human race the opportunity to regain its position as a strong race after the war. Times have changed, and we cannot always stick to the same way of doing things. People will always make mistakes. But never be afraid of doing things just because you will make mistakes, as long as you are clear in your heart. Leo looked at Jaina, who turned her head in another direction under his gaze. Her performance made Leo confirm one thing regarding certain things that had happened. This man, known as the first mage of the human race. Women are not as careless as outsiders think. This is a point that can be borrowed. Someone has other thoughts in his mind. Chapter 795 is not simple. Tapping his fingers lightly on the armrest, Leo cast a soundproof barrier and lowered his voice with a mysterious look on his face. The wind and water are changing. Come to my house today. Who can predict the development of this world? There are things that belong to the gods. There is also an era for dragons. Why can't there be an era for mortals? What does Leo mean by this? The eyes of everyone in the room were fixed, and everyone looked at Leo. Scarlet stood up with a gasp, held Leo's hand and asked, "You mean?" Leo raised his index finger to his mouth and made a silencing gesture. "Although I have the power of prophet inexplicably." Don't look at me like that. Everyone present knew that Leo had the power of the prophet. This was no secret among the top leaders of the Alliance. Although some people were dissatisfied with his contact with Thrall, no one could deny the huge role of the prophet. Now even Varian and Jen can't sit still. Is the era of mortals coming? Amid the probing eyes of everyone, Leo pretended to be secretive. The more heroes a race has in a certain period, the more severe the suffering the race will suffer. An era when heroes emerge in large numbers is an era of suffering. Being born in this era is unfortunate for us as individuals, but for the human race is so lucky. Only enough heroes can change the destiny of a race. If there is no destruction, no establishment, the old order will be broken under the catastrophe, and all races will have the opportunity to reshuffle. The key is, it depends on whether we can grasp it. Although heroes emerge in troubled times, not everyone can be a hero, nor can everyone be worthy of it. Strength and luck are both indispensable. Seeing that everyone wanted to ask more questions, Leo spoke first. "I've said enough." After saying that, Leo remained silent, unable to learn more from Leo. No one was disappointed. Leo's words made them prepare for certain things. Compared to other races, the human race had taken a step ahead. Don't underestimate this step. Big changes are about to happen. Being prepared and not being prepared are completely different things. At least humans will not repeat the same mistakes as the orc invasion. And even if there are losses, they will not be too big. When a race has a prophet, it seems that its combat effectiveness has not been improved, but its actual effect is greater than that of a demigod. You have to eat food one bite at a time and do things step by step. It's good to have ambitious goals, but if you want to achieve them, you must first do things well one by one. There is one thing that is placed in front of the leaders of the Alliance, and this is the war with the Beetle Men. Under the leadership of Sorfang and Rexer, the Horde destroyed the Zora Hive at all costs. At this point, all 3 giant hives in Silithus were destroyed. The tribe did not stop its actions after destroying the Zora Hive. They moved their troops to the Beetle Gong near the ruins of Ankaraj, preparing for a battle. The Cenarian Circle did not want to let the war with the Beetlemen drag on, and the Night Elves began to lobby the Alliance, hoping that the Alliance's troops would once again enter Silithus and join forces with the Horde to fight against the Beetlemen. Previously, there was an excuse to attack the demigod Leo's protector. Varian and others could ignore it and use the procrastination technique to delay the matter. Now that Leo has successfully been promoted to demigod, there is no reason to delay. No matter what Varian and the others think, the Night Elves have to give face. Besides, behind the Karaji Beetlemen is the ancient god Thun. If the Horde collapses the Alliance, they will have to face the threat of the Beetlemen. Sooner or later, this war will happen. Instead of facing him alone then, it is better to deal with him now. The Alliance's army entered Silithus again, but the quality of the soldiers this time was different from last time. At least the army of the human kingdom was not the same group of people as last time. Now that we know that a catastrophe will happen and that this catastrophe will bring certain opportunities, we would be a fool if we are not prepared to deal with it. How could Varian, Jean and others send the country's elite troops as they did last time? Those troops are to be reserved to deal with the coming catastrophe. Instead of consuming the elite troops on the battlefield of Silithus, why not stay and protect yourself? Anyway, the war with the beetle men is due to geographical reasons. We are not afraid that the tribe will not do its best. In addition, Archdruid Fandral has a deep hatred for the beetle men. We are also not afraid that the Cenarian Council will not do its best. These two are the ones who will support the humans and send more second-line troops. There is no problem with troops participating in the war. In the Alliance camp in Ungoro Crater, the Alliance army set off again. Magni and Kadros had strange looks on their faces. The two dwarf leaders were the first to discover the problem. The human army seemed to be dispatched in greater numbers than last time, but the actual quality had dropped a lot. This is obviously shoddy. The two dwarf leaders looked at each other in silence. Fortunately, they had known for a long time that humans had been tricked by the tribe because of their last attack on the ruins of Entourage. Something would definitely happen this time, and both of them were prepared. Magni and Kadros, who found that the quality of the human army was far inferior to the last time. Each winked at the general standing beside them. The latter immediately stepped aside secretly, took out the magic communication stone and muttered. Soon, the dwarf army also changed. The human army reduced its quality, while the dwarves adopted a method of reducing quantity. Mekatork watched all this with cold eyes. His dwarfs were the same people as last time. They were neither more nor less. There was no need for his people to step forward and fight for their lives anyway. Although the dwarfs received a potion to improve their physique from Leo, allowing the dwarfs, who had always been physically weak, to have the profession of warrior, they suffered from the fact that the time for obtaining the potion was too short and did not cause a qualitative change. A battle like this between dwarf warriors is more responsible for cleaning up the miscellaneous soldiers. It is impossible to even think about fighting against creatures such as Anubis and the Obsidian Destroyer. Fortunately, with the emergence of warriors in the clan, the dwarves can take charge of the safety of the engineering platform themselves. They do not need to have humans and dwarves specially allocate a part of their forces for protection like before. Neralex, who was responsible for welcoming the Alliance army, didn't look very good. How could the tricks played by humans and dwarves be hidden from him? The Alliance has a grudge against what happened last time, and they are extremely distrustful of the Horde. If it were not for the sake of the Night Elves, let alone sending a large army, even a small group of soldiers would not set foot in Silithus again. Neralex understood clearly that he still felt uncomfortable when humans and dwarves dealt with each other in such a way. Look at the camp in Ungoro Crater. The humans sent out the remaining troops from the last attack on the ruins. The real elites only used a very small number of people. The dwarves went even further. They left one more people than they sent. More than twice as much. I said, even if you want to do something, don't do it so obviously. Okay? Turning a blind eye to Neralex's expression. Varian, Jin and Scarlet were discussing the details of the battle after entering Silithus, while Leo walked towards the Night Elf Druid. We meet again. Neralex. Leo waved his hand as a greeting. Neralex responded formally. In the past, he would have replied casually, but now Leo is different from before. He is no longer a legendary warlock, but a semi-human who represents the strongest realm in the mortal world. God. I dare not be disrespectful in the face of a powerful demigod Neralex. This is the difference. Leo sighed secretly. In this world where the strong are respected, as long as you are strong enough, you can gain the respect of others. Neralex's reaction perfectly explains this sentence. Your Majesty Leo, will you participate in the battle this time? The Night Elf asked the question he was most concerned about. If Leo would participate in the war to attack the Kiraji beetles, then the small actions of humans and dwarves could be completely ignored. Compared to the last time, the strength of the Alliance army has not weakened but has increased. A lot. A demigod participating in the battle, especially a magic demigod who is good at group attacks, can be as effective as 10 elite legions when dealing with enemies like the Kiraji beetles who rely on the sea of insects to fight. Rubbing his chin, Leo asked, what do you think? Neralex didn't know how to answer. I think. How can I think? You are a demigod. Can't you make up your own mind? If you really want me to think so. Of course, I would like you to take action. Ha ha. Leo laughed, reached out and patted Neralex on the shoulder. Just kidding. Don't take it too seriously. The war is coming. It's not good to always have a sullen face. I'm here. How can I not? Take action? When Neralex heard this, he was convinced that with a demigod participating in this war, No matter how bad the situation was, it would not be much worse. Even if he could not attack the Temple of Encourage and defend the defense line, there would still be no problem. I need your help with something. We don't know the Scarabs as well as you do. If you have any information on the Cenarian Circle, please share it with us. Nerlex knew that Leo was not satisfied with the information they had provided before. In fact, the Night Elves did not tell them all the information they knew. But this time, they would not. No problem. I will compile a detailed piece of information about the Encourage Beetle Men and give it to you. I hope it will be helpful to this war. Well, I'll wait for your news. It's best to sort it out before we start another war with the Beetle Men, so that we can also know more about our opponent. Leo looked at the army marching towards Silithus and replied. Nerlex retreated wisely upon seeing this. The humans wanted detailed information about the Kiraji Beetle people, and he had to prepare. The Night Elves didn't know that as soon as he left Varian and the other 3 human kings, they stopped discussing the details of the so-called battle. You just sent that Night Elf away like that? What else? Leo shrugged at Scarlet, who asked, who rolled her eyes at him and stopped talking. Magni and Kadros came over, the 2 dwarves arriving before they even heard. Hey, let me tell you, you guys are so stupid that you didn't notify us in advance. Fortunately, we were alert. Leo, what you did this time is not authentic. Faced with the condemnation of the 2 dwarf leaders, Leo remained unmoved. He pointed in the direction Nerlex left. What does it matter? I have already sent the Night Elf away. This place belongs to us. People, we have enough time to adjust. Besides, aren't you already prepared? That's not what you said. Kadros disagreed. But Leo's answer quickly stopped him from dwelling on the matter. How about this? After this battle, I will go to Eagle Nest Mountain to apologize to you in person. How about that? Kadros and Magni exchanged a secret look, and the former smiled boldly. This is what you said. Then I will wait for you at Eagle's Nest Mountain. I hope you like the dwarf spirits. Varian and Jean were thoughtful. Leo was going to Eagle's Nest Mountain. Was he simply going to make amends? I heard that Alterac Castle has been very uneasy recently. Could it be that Rother wanted to take this opportunity to use force against Terran Near? Chapter 796, The Failed First Contact. On the top of the willow tree in the moonlight, people meet at dusk, looking at the bright moon in the sky. This sentence suddenly came to Leo's mind, thinking of what the mysterious being in his mind said to him when he resurrected the one-eyed Gorin. Leo could no longer be as calm as before when he saw the moon. He always felt that there was a pair of eyes in the sky looking at him. What is the relationship between me traveling to this world and the moon god Alun, as the only true god in this world? What is Alun's purpose in joining me as a variable? Leo's mind was filled with questions whenever he was free. Counting the time. Today was the last day of the 60 days mentioned by Goldfinger. What will this guy bring to me when he wakes up? Leo spent the whole day in a nervous and expectant mood. But now the day is almost over, and Goldfinger has not contacted him yet. To say that Leo is not disappointed would be to deceive himself. It's not that Leo didn't take the initiative to contact Goldfinger, but that they simply ignored him. Or that Goldfinger kept his usual silence and didn't take the initiative to show up when nothing happened. He really complied with his sentence of not going to the 3 Treasures Palace no matter what. Are you cursing me in your mind? Just when Leo was filled with resentment by Goldfinger's silence, the voice he was looking forward to finally sounded. Without immediately answering Goldfinger's words, Leo first summoned a Storm Crow and flew into the sky on the Storm Crow's back. Leo didn't want too many people to notice his abnormality when he wasn't sure what would happen if he came into contact with Goldfinger. Leo summoned his flying pet and flew into the sky without anyone noticing his abnormality. He had done this countless times since the Alliance army sent troops to Silithus. Marching is indeed quite torturous. In addition to rushing, it is necessary to rush. Occasionally, you can find 1 or 2 small insect nests and fight, which is a good leisure for Alliance soldiers. Many people envy Leo, who has a flying pet that can relieve boredom in the sky during the march. But they don't know that Leo did this intentionally just for today's contact with Goldfinger. I'm not cursing you. I'm just waiting impatiently, standing on the back of Storm Crow. There was nothing unusual about Leo's face, but his heart was surging. This was his first real contact with Goldfinger. He didn't know if the other party could. No. It should be that the other party was willing to do it for him. Answer the questions in your mind. I'm so impatient. Really. Leo could clearly feel this guy's contempt for him from Goldfinger's tone. He couldn't help but roll his eyes. You can't be so calm if you don't have to be anxious about feelings. It takes energy for me to communicate with you. Besides, there are some things that you still don't know at your current level. Leo suddenly understood. I asked why this guy is trying every means to earn energy like a vampire. Even me, the host, wants to extract it. It turns out that he needs energy. A Goldfinger who consumes energy to communicate with others. Can he not care about energy? So when will my question be answered? Leo didn't care too much about what energy Goldfinger needed. Earning energy was not difficult for him now. With the energy conversion and storage device obtained from the Obsidian Destroyer, and holding the power of the Kingdom of Arathar, it is not difficult to mobilize the caster to charge it, so that you can get energy. The worst thing is to work harder. Let the spellcasters in the Kingdom of Arathar charge a few more times. And suck it yourself a few more times. Thinking of this, Leo remembered the Summoner Legion he proposed to form. This Warlock Legion was actually a good humanoid charger. Poor Warlocks. Their fate is tragic when they meet a commander like Leo. First find me a decent body. Goldfinger was very concerned about his own affairs. He was not afraid of wasting energy now. My body must be big first. And strong second. It is best that the owner of the original body is very powerful. Otherwise, it won't be able to withstand my will. I will consume a lot of energy when I descend, which is more than 10 times that of your ascension to demigod. If you don't want to waste it, you have to be careful. Are you not afraid of wasting energy now? Look, this guy is very concerned about his own affairs. As expected, it is easy to tell others, but very difficult to do it yourself. You brat. How could your life be so exciting without me? Goldfinger knew exactly what Leo was thinking. To use an apt word, this guy was like a roundworm in Leo's belly. He knew whatever Leo was thinking. Don't peek into my thoughts. Leo protested loudly. You don't have the right to privacy anymore. You don't respect others anymore. You read my thoughts so casually. How can you make me feel so embarrassed? You think I think? I am living in your body. I can know what you are thinking without even looking at it. If you want to solve this problem, you should find a body for me to stay in as soon as possible. Goldfinger's voice gradually became quieter as he spoke, and it looked like he was about to fall into sleep again. I want to find a body for you. It should be big and strong. Can you give me a standard? How big and strong should it be? Leo wanted to ask more questions, but unfortunately Goldfinger didn't give him a chance. This guy. He rubbed his chin depressedly. The first contact with Goldfinger made him very dissatisfied. This guy didn't reveal anything but gave himself a new trouble to find a body for him to stay in. Am I not looking for trouble for myself? Leo slapped his forehead with a depressed look on his face. And then he remembered something that made him even more depressed, which was that he didn't ask for any benefits from him when he communicated with Goldfinger. It shouldn't be. It really shouldn't be. It's a mistake. It's a mistake. Leo was so regretful that he could not get any benefits from Goldfinger, but instead took on a task. Leo was so regretful that he was not happy to work for nothing. It seems that you should be calmer in the future and get the benefits first. Just as he was thinking this, Leo suddenly noticed waves of fluctuations coming from his private space. This was not the feeling when a subordinate in his private space wanted to contact him, but a strange kind of fluctuation that he had never felt before. Did the contact with Goldfinger cause changes in my personal space? Leo was shocked. His personal space was vast and boundless, and there were too many important things in it. If this change wiped out all of them, why would Leo cry to death? Fortunately, the worst case did not happen. Leo, who hurriedly checked, found that there was nothing unusual in his private space. At most, there was an extra square box. That strange wave was looming from the surface of the square box. Mysterious runes were uploaded. Why does this box look so familiar? It looked familiar. This was the first impression that the square box gave to Leo. Holding his chin and waiting to think carefully, Leo's movements suddenly froze. Could this boxy box be the Horadric Cube? Leo almost screamed, but fortunately he held it back in time. But his face turned red from suppressing it. Horadric Cube. The Horadric Cube will not be replaced even if it is an artifact. Goldfinger was indeed generous enough to give me this thing. Was this an advance payment for me to find a body for him? Don't underestimate this square box, which is only the size of 4 footballs. It may seem inconspicuous, but it is actually the crystallization of human wisdom in the world. In the world of Diablo, before the invasion of hell and the emergence of heaven, the human mage sect was flourishing. In addition to magic, human alchemy also developed to its extreme. It was under such circumstances that the Horadric Cube was born. No one knows how this box with magical power was made. Maybe the person who made it had a flash of inspiration. It is a unique masterpiece from God. Leo didn't know the origin of the Horadric Cube. He only knew that with this magical box, he could use low-level runes to synthesize high-level runes. And he could also throw ordinary equipment into it to punch holes and strengthen it. As a result, not only his personal equipment can be improved, but as long as he is willing to spend time, the entire kingdom of Arather and even all human soldiers can be equipped with equipment with magical blessing capabilities. If that really happens, the strength of the human race will have to increase exponentially. In addition to blessing equipment, the Horadric Cube also has other abilities. Putting a few bottles of low-level potions into it can synthesize high-level potions. How come Leo's memory is not wrong? Add 3 ordinary bottles of life potions and magic potions. A bottle of comprehensive recovery potion can be synthesized from an ordinary gem. Full recovery potion. The potion of that thing is incomparable to the effectiveness of ordinary potions. It restores all the status instantly. Just like the disciples taught by Brother Chun. 1 bottle is full of blood and mana. This is true for potions. And it is also true for gems. With the Horadric Cube, low-grade gems can also be synthesized into high-grade gems. As we all know, low-level things are the least valuable. Their value is thousands of times different from high-level items. The effect of the Horadric Cube is simply incredible. Leo was originally worried about the finances of the kingdom of Arather. But now that he has the Horadric Cube, finances are no longer a problem. Of course, if it were just like this, the Horadric Cube wouldn't be so highly praised. Drilling holes for equipment, enchanting, and synthesizing potions are just the tip of the iceberg of its capabilities. It has more functions, such as it can also convert ordinary the ring and the corresponding potion are combined into a special ring with magic resistance, making the wearer more resistant to magic of a certain attribute. Such equipment is also very valuable. With them, the threat to mages is reduced. Too much. Leo believed that the role of the Horadric Cube in this real world must be more extensive than in the game. But it just took him some time to explore. Taking out the Horadric Cube, a faint light flashed on the cube. What was amazing was that it was so quietly suspended less than 1 meter in front of Leo without any external force. There is no change in how the storm crow flies the blocks or the distance from Leo. Silently looking at the cube suspended in front of him, Leo had this thought in his mind. The Horadric Cube has the ability to purify items. And it can also upgrade items if there are enough materials. Do you want to give it a try? See if it can work on legendary equipment? Chapter 797. It's useless if you don't use it. There are only a handful of legendary items in this world. For most people, legendary items are more illusory than the clouds in the sky. At least you can still see the clouds in the sky. But you don't even have a chance to see legendary items. Even a demigod warlock like Leo only has 4 items of legendary quality. The first is the Wrath of Thunder, which wields thunder and lightning. The second is the Blessing of the Wind Chaser, who controls the wind element. And the third is the Disintegration Staff borrowed from the Blood Elves. As for the fourth one, Tokarel, Leo muttered something in a low voice. And the first legendary quality weapon he got, Tokarel, which Goldfinger got from nowhere, appeared in his hand. Although it was the first legendary weapon to be obtained, Tokarel has not been used a few times because its origin is really unexplained. It is a pity that a legendary weapon is left like this, and its origin cannot be explained when it is taken out. How to deal with Tokarel has become a problem that troubles Leo. Thinking of the role of the Horadric Cube, Leo felt that he seemed to have found a way to deal with Tokarel. The specific role of the Horadric Cube in reality is unknown, but its ability to purify substances and equipment is impossible. Perhaps if Tokarel is placed in the cube and refined once, its appearance will be different. This is what Leo thinks and does. Rather than letting Tokarel just sit there, it would be better to use it to test the Horadric Cube's abilities. The Horadric Cube is indeed an alchemical creation that is more magical than an artifact. Even though it is just a square box, it actually has its own world inside. So there is no item that it cannot hold. Unless it is this item. It is a plane larger than the inner world of the Horadric Cube. The idea is feasible. The approach is correct. And the considerations are not thoughtful. It is not impossible to use the power of the Horadric Cube to refine Tokarel. But Leo did not think carefully about it. Will the things he created with Goldfinger's desire for energy help Leo by work? No. Of course not. Leo gritted his teeth with hatred. And the sound that sounded in his head after throwing Tokarel into the Horadric Cube made him realize once again the nature of the Goldfinger vampire. Obtaining sacrifices, the Horadric Cube is being activated. Are you speechless? Whether you are or not, Leo is anyway. The Horadric Cube of emotion has not been activated yet. To use this item, which is more magical than an artifact. Emotion requires sacrifices. Emotion. My Tokero was just wasted. Leo was very popular. A legendary weapon. And was hacked by Goldfinger just for some reason. How could it be more shameless? Although Leo originally got Tokero from Goldfinger. But now it was taken away so mysteriously. He felt very unhappy. Don't tell Leo that the Horadric Cube has nothing to do with Goldfinger. Since it was created by Goldfinger, how could it have nothing to do with it? You are dark enough. In order to earn energy, you have no bottom line and no moral integrity. Right? If he could, Leo would pull the golden finger out of his body and beat him up. But in reality there is no if. So all Leo can do now is to endure. I will endure. The Horadric Cube is activated successfully. The host has a chance to strengthen for free. Do you want to use it immediately? Please make a choice within the specified time limit. And the countdown begins. 60. 59. 58. Just as Leo was gritting his teeth, a piece of good news came. Being able to use the strengthening function of the Horadric Cube once, for free is more or less compensated. And Tokero's disappearance is not in vain. There's a saying that goes well. If you don't use it, it's in vain. If you use it, it's in vain. Since it is free, of course, it is impossible not to use it. Looking at the equipment on his body, Leo found that the mirror of the soul world, the bell of death, and the wind chaser's blessing were all too small. And the necromancer's Tago suit was not large either. The thunder god's sword, Wrath of Thunder, is good. But Tokero was hacked just now. Leo doesn't dare to take risks with legendary weapons until he understands the situation of the Horadric Cube. And Leo also has an idea. In the game, no matter how big or small the weapon is, the materials required for refining are the same. But reality is different from the game. The larger the object being transformed, the more energy it takes to transform it. Goldfinger uses Horadric Cube hacked his Tokero and pretended to give him a chance to transform it for free. Leo was unwilling to let him make any effort. A modified object large enough. Leo rubbed his brows. He didn't have such a big weapon in his collection. How could he get it at that moment? This put him in a difficult position. It would be great if Naxxramas were here. Let the Horadric Cube strengthen this aerial fortress. And it would have to vomit blood. Seeing that Goldfinger was counting down to 10, Leo thought of a way in desperation. Let's treat a dead horse as a living horse doctor. Without Naxxramas, I still have War Fortress. Leo struck hard and threw the War Fortress into the Horadric Cube. Dare to hack me, and see if you make a profit or lose this time. I found an item that can be enhanced. Do you want to strengthen it? Why does Goldfinger sound a little helpless? Could it be that strengthening the War Fortress will cause him to lose money? Raising an eyebrow, Leo smiled. Confirm the strengthening. Leo, who was focusing on the Horadric Cube, found that Scarlet had flown to him in the Flame Dragon Eagle. The female paladin kept looking at the square box floating in front of Leo. This is an alchemy item. When did Leo get into alchemy? Although Scarlet did not know the origin of the Horadric Cube, nor did she recognize the runes carved on the cube, the female paladin could still see the general function of the Horadric Cube. As a demigod, Leo's every move will attract attention, even if it is a very ordinary move. At first, the people marching on the ground did not notice any difference between Leo flying into the sky on the Storm Crow this time, until the Horadric Cube appeared, although no one knows the function of the Horadric Cube yet. Seeing this small box floating so quietly less than 1 meter in front of Leo, and no matter how the Storm Crow flies, the distance between it and Leo is there is no change at all. Even the dullest person can realize that the square box is absolutely extraordinary. Varian, Jean and others are very curious about the Horadric Cube, but they are not as close to Leo as Scarlet. They can come up and watch unscrupulously. You must know that prying into other people's secrets is disrespectful to others. Respect. Finding Scarlet approaching, Leo did not explain to her in time. His mind had been attracted by the changes in the War Fortress in the Horadric Cube. Unlike the Horadric Cube in the game when refining an object, just click on it, and a golden light flashes. And the enhancement in the real world is extremely cumbersome. When Leo decided to let the Horadric Cube strengthen the War Fortress, the surface of the cube did not change, but golden lights lit up inside. These golden lights quickly condensed into runes that resembled words. Leo had never seen it before. However, he didn't know the specific meaning of the runes. What he knew was that these runes formed something similar to the language of divine runes. Leo called them the language of runes. The rune words gathered by the golden light are like fish swimming in the water after they are formed. And the body of the War Fortress is the destination of these fish. As the rune words entered the War Fortress in series, complex rune patterns emerged from the War Fortress. The obscure fluctuations oppressed these rune patterns and carved them all onto the metal L of the War Fortress. A humanoid machine with looming golden runes shining all over its body took shape in this scene. Okay. Leo couldn't help laughing out loud. The Horadric Cube is indeed the crystallization of human wisdom in the world. Look at the current War Fortress. In the eyes of outsiders, this humanoid machine only has some glittering words on the outer L. In addition to this was no different from before. But in Leo's perception, it was completely different. The War Fortress strengthened by the Horadric Cube can truly bear the title of War Fortress. And Leo was also amazed by the new abilities he possesses. Of course, whether these new capabilities are practical still needs to be tested. The war with the Beetle Men is the best proving ground to test this war machine. What's wrong? Leo's laughter completely aroused Scarlet's curiosity. The female paladin didn't see anything interesting in the Horadric Cube. So she asked Leo directly. It's a good habit to ask if you don't understand. Nice thing to get. Leo said, as he stretched his right hand forward and opened his hand to the Horadric Cube. As if pulled by some mysterious force, the silently suspended Horadric Cube moved towards Leo's palm. Scarlet clearly saw that as the Horadric Cube moved towards Leo's palm, this strange alchemy item was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. When it floated to Leo's palm, it was only the size of a finger. This is not the first time Scarlet has seen alchemical items that can automatically change volume. Many mages in this world love alchemy, and everyone's personal space is limited. In order to carry as many items as possible, the mages have developed one of the methods is to carve a magic circle on the item, and use the power of magic to reduce the size of the target within a certain period of time. This kind of magic circle cannot be made without certain strength and certain research in alchemy. What surprised Scarlet was when did Leo study alchemy? Want to know? Leo pointed to his face and said to the female paladin, who was waiting for his explanation. I'll tell you with a kiss. You think beautifully. Scarlet couldn't stand Leo's teasing in public. The female paladin fled on the flame dragon eagle, with Leo's proud laughter behind her. Chapter 798 Strengthening Jewelry. Pieces of charming crystal stones kept changing in Leo's hands, exuding a charming light, and then quickly disappearing. Scarlet covered her mouth. She no longer knew how to describe the alchemy cube suspended in front of Leo. It's not that Scarlet is ignorant, but the magic of the Horadric Cube exceeds her imagination. The female paladin can swear that there has never been an alchemy product that can turn low-grade gems into high-grade gems so easily. Easily? That's right. It's easy. A piece of cake. Several scattered low-grade gems were thrown away by Leo, and they completely disappeared within a few seconds after entering the Horadric Cube, replaced by a higher-grade gem that was purer and of higher quality. Scarlet knew what this meant. If a low-grade gemstone is worth 1, then a medium-grade gemstone is worth 100, and a high-grade gemstone is worth 10,000. The higher the level of gemstones, the more useful they are, and the higher the level of gemstones, the rarer they are. This has resulted in a situation where high-grade gemstones are hard to find, while low-grade gemstones are unavailable. Although there are mages who are proficient in alchemy who can refine high-grade gems from low-grade gems, they are only a handful after all, and the cost is quite high. The materials consumed are almost equal to purchasing high-grade gems directly, and that's not even counting the time and energy wasted by the teachers on this. As long as this alchemy box called the Horadric Cube is in hand, the Kingdom of Arather can buy worthless low-grade gems and refine a large number of high-grade gems. Then, whether they use it themselves or sell it, they can make huge profits from it. High-grade gems are a strategic resource, and many large-scale magic circles must use high-quality gems. Just imagine, in a country-to-country war, if one side has enough high-level gems, they can deploy more high-level magic formations. These magic formations can attack or defend, which will have a major impact on the direction of the war. Of course, selling them for money can also fill the financial deficit, allowing the Kingdom of Arather, which is in urgent need of development, to purchase more supplies and shorten the time required for the kingdom to rise. Scarlet was lost in thought, but Leo was not. He was currently busy synthesizing gems, the so-called taking people's money to eliminate disasters. Facts have proved that although Goldfinger is greedy for money and needs to devote enough energy before using the Horadric Cube, his professional ethics cannot be doubted. As long as he is given enough energy, this guy's work efficiency is astonishingly high. He will throw in a lot of low-grade gems and roll out big ones of high-grade gems. Compared to those guys who refuse to do things even after being paid. You are so cute. This is Leo's evaluation of Goldfinger. With enough gems, you can experiment with some things. I hope I'm lucky enough to get something good. Leo kept a third of the gems and gave the rest to Scarlet. Scarlet made thousands of times the profit from this amount alone. The gems here are worth the tax of Strong Guard for 3 years. Keep part of it as a reserve and sell the other part. Scarlet revealed her plan without asking about the part of the gems that Leo left behind. High-grade gemstones have always had a price but no market. As for the ones in Scarlet's hands, even if they were all sold, they would not have any impact on the price. Leo did not have to worry about the price falling due to the increase in goods. Don't show your wealth in vain. Put these things away quickly. Leo laughed as he said this. Although people and wealth die and birds die for food, does anyone dare to rob a demigod? Besides, can anyone successfully rob him? Demigods are not just cabbage on the street. As the most powerful person in the mortal world, who dares to provoke them? Scarlet rolled her eyes at Leo. But she still followed the instructions and put away the gems in front of her. The crystal clear round things were indeed dizzying. Seeing the female paladin put away the pile of shiny things without hesitation, Leo couldn't help but shook his head. Scarlet is different from ordinary women. Gems have no attraction to her. If an ordinary woman would have gone crazy long ago. Thinking about it carefully, Leo found that the women he knew were not ordinary. Which one of Passonia, Liadrin, and Faisal was easy to get along with? If measured by ordinary people's standards, they would sooner or later be swallowed to the bone. Not even a scum is left. I'm going to find someone to take care of these gems, Scarlet said as she was about to get up. Leo held her back and heard him say to the female paladin, if you want to sell it, then sell it to the goblins. Reaching out and gently slapping Leo's hand that was causing trouble, Scarlet replied, I know. I want to win over the goblin. I really don't know why you want to win over the goblins. What do those greedy guys have to value? Although the words were not spoken, Scarlet's thoughts were all written on her face. For example, humans, dwarves and other races do not like greedy goblins. These green-skinned dwarves will do anything for money, and have no moral bottom line at all. In other words, money is their moral bottom line. If this was a commercial society, what the goblins did was perfectly justified, and no one would blame them. Unfortunately, the world has not yet developed to the stage of capitalism. Most races take faith very seriously, and would sell their souls for money. Of course, no one likes goblins. When the values of a race are different from those of other races, it is normal for them to be ostracized and looked down upon by others. Of course, Leo didn't have that much ability to change the concept that humans had already formed. All he could do was to make the goblins realize that they could make more money by being friendly with humans, and make them value their relationship with humans more. The money offensive is best against races like the goblins. I don't want them to be won over by the tribe. Leo shrugged and expressed his opinion. Unfortunately, Scarlet had already left and didn't hear it at all. Or even if he heard it, he didn't care too much. Alas, pride and prejudice. Shaking his head and sighing, Leo didn't put much thought into this. It wasn't that he didn't pay attention to it, but it was that the alliance had an obvious advantage compared to the tribe. Goblins love money, and what they need to win over goblins is money. Of course, giving money directly is the lowest approach. The smarter way is to engage in trade cooperation with goblins to tie the interests of both parties together. At this point, there is no comparison between the resource-poor tribe and the alliance. The trading volume between the kingdom of Arather and the goblins alone exceeds that of the entire tribe. After Varian and the others realized the role of the goblins and took action, the goblins leaned towards the alliance. It's almost certain. And Leo's method is not just superficial trade wooing. Don't light and darkness complement each other? There are conspiracies that can be brought to light. And naturally there are also shady conspiracies. After calming down, Leo turned his attention back to the Horadric Cube. Leo had more than 100 high-grade gemstones left behind, which were enough for him to carry out his next plan. He reached out and unhooked the mirror of the soul world from the silver chain. After playing with it for a while, Leo put it into the Horadric Cube. Purifying gems, refining equipment, and synthesizing potions are the 3 abilities of the Horadric Cube. They are indeed very powerful, but they pale in comparison to making talismans. Talisman is an accessory that can be used whenever you carry it with you. You don't need to wear it on your body, or even carry it in your arms. The talisman that Leo wanted was not an ordinary talisman. If it were an ordinary talisman, he wouldn't have to spend nearly 100 high-grade gems. What he wanted was a talisman with increased skill levels. The key to why the Horadric Cube is called an alchemical masterpiece that is even more magical than an artifact is that it can create talismans that fully enhance the user's abilities. Of course, reality will be different from the game. But according to Leo's observation, the only difference lies in the amount of materials required and the quality of luck. As for the difference in results, the difference is not too big, at least in Leo's opinion. And Leo, the focus now is on results. Although the probability of creating a talisman that adds skills is not fixed here, I still have to give it a try. The Mirror of the Soul World is a piece of equipment that Leo values very much. Putting it into the Horadric Cube is the result of Leo's repeated considerations. The person who controls the Horadric Cube is Goldfinger. This vampire has an unusual greed for energy. Leo discovered that even if the Horadric Cube fails to create a talisman, as long as he is willing to pay a certain amount of energy, Goldfinger will return the equipment intact. Give him. It was precisely after knowing this that Leo dared to put his important equipment in it with confidence and boldness. Please put in 10 gems of the same quality. Leo curled his lips after hearing this reminder. The vampire was indeed a vampire. The number of gems required to make the talisman was far more than he estimated. What did this mean? It shows that my heart is not dark enough. It seems that I am still quite pure. Someone thought so. The talisman was upgraded successfully. This prompt sound was like music to Leo, and he couldn't wait to take the Mirror of the Soul World out of the Horadric Cube. Leo found that there was no change in it from the outside, but it was completely different on the inside. Mirror of the Soul World has the ability to control the dead and can automatically collect souls within a certain range. Well, this is the original ability of this mirror. When Leo killed enemies before, this mirror kept collecting scattered souls. No matter humans, undead, bugs, demons, as long as the creature with a soul is him. Collected objects. Additional ability, Soul Elegy. This additional ability is the enhancement of the realm of the soul world by the Horadric Cube. And this is also the difference between the game and reality. What is created in the game is a talisman that improves the wearer's entire range of skills. But the real Horadric Cube will have corresponding ability enhancements based on the jewelry you throw in to synthesize it. Elegy of Souls. Do you mistake me for Shadow Demon Nevin Moore? Leo curled his lips, but there was no dissatisfaction on his face. This was a powerful killing spell, especially for a powerful warlock like him, who had stored tens of millions of souls with the Mirror of the Soul World. TSK. TSK. If this move is released on the battlefield, with the number of souls that the Soul World Mirror currently has, how different is it from an atomic bomb with a small yield? As the saying goes, people's hearts are not as big as snakes swallowing elephants. Rubbing his chin, Leo suddenly had this thought in his mind. What would happen if the Mirror of the Soul World was strengthened again? Please put in 50 gems of the same quality. The sound in my head sounded again. The second strengthening is 5 times that of the previous one. Leo yelled, "You damn vampire." Chapter 799. Shut her up. Weapons. Let alone 2 with exactly the same shape. Even 10 or 100 are not uncommon. Look at the standard weapons worn by soldiers. What difference can you find? So Scarlet has no feelings about weapons with the same shape. But this doesn't feel like it's only suitable for ordinary weapons. If this happens to the female knight of the Ashcandy sword, she can't take it lightly. When she came to Leo's camp, and the two were alone, the latter took out a weapon that was exactly the same as the Ashcandy sword. The female paladin was surprised. She waited until she took the sword at Leo's signal, and upon closer inspection, surprise turned to shock. The Ashcandy sword that Leo gave her was not only the same in shape as the one she owned, but also had no difference in ability. It also had the ability to attack regardless of defense. How can this be? Scarlet couldn't imagine that an item like the sword of Ashcandy wasn't unique. Where did Leo get this sword? Doubts arose in Scarlet's mind, and she looked at Leo, waiting for the latter to clarify her doubts. Don't look at me like that. I don't know where it came from. If you really want to pursue it, just treat it as a gift from the gods. Leo shrugged, with an innocent expression on his face. God? Scarlet's heart moved and she didn't ask any more questions. When she thought about it, the reason why the second Ashcandy sword appeared must be the work of the god behind Leo, since it was the god who took action. It was not surprising. Is that the same reason for the Tokaril in your hand? Seeing 2 identical Ashcandy swords in her hands, Scarlet thought of Tokaril, which she kept secret from Leo. Reaching out to stroke Scarlet's hair, his fingers felt the smooth waist-length purple hair of the female paladin. Leo smiled and said, "Are you still worried about Tokaril? Don't worry. That thing is gone. Exists. Tokaril is a legendary sword. If it were to disappear like that, Scarlet would not have believed it before. But looking at the Ashkandi sword in her hand, the female paladin seemed to understand something. The disappearance of the Tokerol in your hand was because of my Ashkandi? The words were spoken in a questioning tone. But the expression on Scarlet's face clearly said, this is the truth. You can't lie to me. Leo blinked, smiled evilly, and held the female paladin in his arms, lowered his head, and whispered in her ear, then how are you going to compensate me? As he spoke, Leo's hands had already penetrated into the female paladin's clothes, and the touch of the round and smooth skin made a biological nature in his heart, whose scientific name was Wolf, quickly arise. Feeling the changes in Leo's body, Scarlet's face turned red. In the past, she would have fled. But this time she did not leave. Seeing that the beauty in his arms actually closed her eyes, and looked like she was getting everything she wanted, Leo was so excited that he wanted to roar 3 times. Wakaka. Could it be said that today? Leo, the tribe's messenger is here. Pasonia's voice sounded at this time. And Scarlet suddenly jumped out of Leo's arms, like a frightened rabbit. Puff. Vomiting blood. I really want to vomit blood. Damn it. Uncle. Why did this bullshit messenger choose to come at this time? Someone whose good deeds have been ruined has the urge to kill. It's easy for me to pick up a beautiful girl. Why is it so difficult to achieve good things? This tribe's envoy is too ignorant. Why are you so anxious? The Alliance army is still 2 full days away from the ruins of Ankiraj. You didn't know to come later? Pasonia Leo didn't dare to provoke him. So all his resentment fell on the unknown tribe messenger. It seems that I came at a bad time. How about I go out and wait until you finish your business first? Pasonia walked into the tent and turned her eyes around Scarlet and Leo. The blush on the female paladin's face had not faded. How could Pasonia not see it with her observation skills? Scarlet could not stand still after being teased like this. The female paladin was still very thin-skinned. She stamped her feet, glared at Leo angrily, turned around and ran away. Why is it all my fault? Leo was helpless. It seemed that men were responsible for making mistakes in this kind of thing. Pasonia, you came at just the right time. Then what do you want to do? I don't know if it was intentional or not. But Pasonia moved her body while speaking, and her tight leather armor outlined a perfect curve. Leo gritted his teeth bitterly. What do I want? I don't think about anything. I just want to knock you down. It's a pity that someone only dares to think about it. Pasonia is not Scarlet, and will not let him take advantage of her. He knows that if he really pounces on her, he will definitely receive a heavy slap on the vagina and leg. It's easy to say the word balls hurt. But if you really want to feel Leo's attitude, you only need 4 words. Thank you for not being sensitive. Hey, Goblin. Look at me accepting you. With such momentum, Leo could only tell Pasonia in his heart. In reality, he followed Pasonia honestly to meet the messenger sent by the tribe. On the way here, Leo was thinking about who the tribe's envoy would be, when he saw a body that was as strong as an ogre, and a brown bear that was no smaller than Nararak. He no longer needed to know the identity of the other party. Go spend your brain cells guessing. The tribe took this contact with the Alliance very seriously, and actually set Rexer over. I have neither any admiration nor any prejudice towards Rexer, the orc hero Leo. When it comes to worship, Leo, who is already a demigod warlock, is stronger than Rexa. When a person stands taller and can see farther, do he still need to look up to those who are inferior to him? If when I hear someone's name, I feel nervous to death, thinking that he must be very strong, I will definitely get into trouble, etc. Please, don't be so fake. Okay? You have experienced so many things. What have you done? Are your hardships and your growth just a show-off? Speaking of prejudice, Leo is not a human in this world. He has not experienced the invasion of orcs like Varian. He has seen orcs massacre cities, and human corpses littering the fields. What prejudice would he have if he has no personal pain about this? Leo asked himself that he was still normal, and had his own way of thinking. He was not a blind follower of someone else's game setting, and regarded it as the truth. He would not work hard just because he was training in tribe, when playing Yamaguchi Mountain. The Black Alliance will not go to the Black Tribe with their lives just because they are now members of the Alliance. A person must have his own thoughts. Those who blindly follow are just pawns of others. Those people often think that they are very powerful. But they don't know that they are the targets of others' ridicule. Aren't they the losers in the game of life? However, when Leo saw that Jaina also appeared in the Alliance army, and she was still very unnatural, Leo's thoughts changed, and his face became ugly as his eyes flashed. Hey, who is it? It turns out to be an ogre. The tense atmosphere suddenly became tense as soon as Leo spoke. Lexa looked at Leo with cold eyes. He did have the blood of an ogre in his body. He would not deny that he was an ogre. But you can't use that insulting tone. Otherwise don't blame him. Fall out. Misha growled lowly at Leo. This giant bear, which was taller than a human when lying down, was quite intelligent. How could she not hear Leo provoking his master? A beast dares to show his teeth at me. Leo snapped his fingers. Nalarak, tell her to shut up. How dare I treat a beautiful lady so rudely? Nerlak muttered in a low voice. Misha was no different from other bears in the eyes of others. But it was different in the eyes of this giant bear priest. Who is his master? The master's orders cannot be disobeyed. Nerlak can only roar and rush forward to fight with Misha. Of course, it is not clear to outsiders whether it is a fight or an opportunity to take advantage. Leo fought as he was told, which not only exceeded Lex's expectations, but also made his teammates in the same camp unable to react. Isn't this guy a moderate? Isn't the kingdom of Arathar leaning towards neutrality under his auspices? Why is he acting more radical than us? Varian and the others didn't understand what happened. Out of their hatred for the orcs, they were certainly happy to see the neutral kingdom of Arathar turn against the orcs. Rexer didn't have a good temper. How could he bear it when Leo actively provoked him? Even if he knew that the opponent was a demigod, the orc hero was not afraid at all. The stronger the opponent, the more he would be inspired to fight, etc. Seeing that the battle was about to break out, an orc hurriedly stood in front of Rexer. This man was the orc swordmaster Eitrig. Previously, Leo's eyes were attracted by Rexer, and Eitrig stood behind Rexer. Due to the angle, Leo did not see the orc swordmaster. It was only now that he discovered that the tribe's messenger was not just Rexer. Saw one person. It turns out to be Eitrig. Long time no see. Leo's expression softened slightly. After all, Eitrig had interacted with him, and the orc swordmaster had also pointed out Leo. So he had to give him face. Narak quickly withdrew from the battle under Leo's order. Misha was afraid. Even with his strength and Lex's obstruction, he did not pursue. A person must not forget his roots. Leo will not be cold-hearted to those who have helped him. Long time no see indeed. Eitrig felt a little emotional. It had only been so long before Leo had become a demigod. He was completely different from when he first met him in Orgrimmar. After gathering his mood, Eitrig continued, for what happened last time. The war chief asked me to apologize to the Alliance. The responsibility for the matter lies with us, and we will not refuse. Attack Encourage to destroy the ancient gods. Conspiracy is a major event that affects the entire world. I hope everyone can put aside their prejudices and cooperate sincerely. Sincere cooperation? Leo shrugged. Of course there is no problem. The Alliance has already shown sincerity. Otherwise we would not have left our back to the Horde to mobilize an army to attack the ruins of Encourage. But what did the Horde do? What? What I hate most is the villain who stabs you in the back. Human. Put down your insulting words, or I will shut you up. If there wasn't Eitrig between them, Rexer would have already done it with Leo. Insult? I only know that while the warriors of the Alliance are fighting bloody battles at the front, those nasty bugs appear behind them. Do you think I am insulting you now? I tell you, you are wrong. I am stating the facts, which cannot be refuted. Fact? Chapter 800 Forced to take sides. No one can deny the truth. Not even Rexer or Eitrig. There was a problem within the tribe, which caused a swarm of insects from Regal Hive to kill behind the Alliance. What was even worse was that because the communication stone was destroyed, they could not even send a message to the Alliance. Otherwise, how could the tribe be so passive? Those damn traitors. Thinking of this, Rexer and Eitrig gnashed their teeth in hatred towards the Blackstone tribe. I promise in the name of the great chief that something like that will never happen again this time. The expression on Eitrig's face was very solemn. The Alliance will attack the ruins of Encourage again in 2 days. If something goes wrong this time, don't blame us for being ruthless, Leo said, looking at Rexo with a murderous intent in his eyes. Whenever Dylan comes up, people like that are heroes of the Alliance. What I hate the most is repaying kindness with hatred. Rexer, just wash your neck and wait. Lexa clenched his fist, and his finger bones cracked. If you want to cause trouble, just come. Demigod? I really want to kill one. Making a farewell gesture to the guards, Leo issued an order to expel the guests. When Rexer and Eitrig walked far away, he seemed to be talking to himself and asked, can the ogre army still survive? How many have gathered? Rexer's face sank, and Eitrig was also shocked. When the orcs were at the end of their rope. Jaina, who did not want the war to continue, led the orcs to escape from Dai Lin's encirclement. If this was the only way, the orcs could only escape. The reason why the orcs were able to turn defeat into victory and kill Admiral Dai Lin was because of thunder. The ogre army gathered by Xar. But how many ogres are left now? The ogres in Feralas were taken care of by the Blood Elves, and the ogres in the Burning Plains and Blackstone Mountain were all killed by the Alliance. In addition, with the recent incident in Alterac Castle, the ogres in this world can still be found. How much? Even if Rexer wanted to gather an army of ogres, he might not be able to do so. There was Leo's shadow in the Blood Elves' attack on Dire Mall. Leo was directly involved in the war between the Burning Plains and Blackrock Mountain. The matter in Alterac Castle was also done by Leo, using money to drive mercenaries. It is said that in order to earn more bounties. Some mercenary groups are searching for ogres all over the world. They plan to kill them, and use them as records in Alterac Castle to increase the profit share after the mission is successful. Alas, Sua turned a blind eye to this. Eitrig and Rexer didn't think much about these things before. Now that Leo said this, the two powerful orcs suddenly understood. There seems to be Leo's shadow behind all these actions against the ogres. Isn't this boy deliberately dealing with the ogres just to eliminate this invisible force of the tribe? People without thought. He must worry about. What came from Leo Yo-Yo cast a shadow in the hearts of the two strong orcs. It is not as simple as outsiders think for Leo to keep Arather neutral. Arather, who is rising rapidly, may not remain neutral to the end. This kingdom is gradually showing a formidable side. Compared to fighting with open swords and guns, the secret machinations are the most difficult to guard against. In the past, everyone was deceived by Leo and Scarlet's youth, thinking that young people were not good at playing tricks. But now it seems that this idea is completely wrong. The two men in power in Arather were not good at intrigues, but they were proficient in intrigues. So proficient that no one noticed. After Leo became a demigod warlock, did Arather change his strategy? Eitrig and Rexer left the Alliance military camp with heavy faces. This matter must be informed to Thrall. If the kingdom of Arather changes their neutrality policy, the tribe must prepare early. Surprised? Leo looked at Varian. Isn't this exactly what you hoped for? Varian and the orcs have a grudge against the destruction of their family and country. Of course, he hopes that the kingdom of Arather can stand on the same front as him instead of remaining neutral. It's just hope. But Varian will not lose his judgment because of this. As the leader of a country, how could Varian not understand that it is best not to get involved with personal feelings in national affairs? He knew Leo well, and he knew Scarlet well, and knew that these two young people were very successful. So Varian did not believe that Leo would have no purpose in offending the tribe in this way. So, what is Leo's purpose? Varian did not answer, but looked at Jaina along with Jean. When the orcs first arrived on the continent of Kalimdor, Admiral Dylan took advantage of the orcs' unstable foothold and wanted to completely eliminate this hidden danger for humans. If Jaina hadn't intervened, the orcs would have been wiped out long ago. Where would there be any tribe? However, although the orcs won, a crack was left behind. That is, Rexer gave Admiral Dylan a fatal blow. No matter how many reasons the orcs have, they can't mend this rift. After all, Admiral Dalen is Jaina's father. Why did Rexer leave the tribe later? If there was no relationship between the two, who would believe it? If Rexer had been wandering around, perhaps the relationship between Theramore and Orgrimmar would have continued until the orcs had a leader who had a different strategy from Thrall's. But now, because of the war in Silithus, and when Rexa is involved, things will change. Especially after Leo, an outlier, is added to the mix. After Leo's statement, Jaina inevitably had no idea. With her character, she would not provoke a war between the Alliance and the Horde. But after having a grudge in her heart, she would not tell Thrall about many things. She is already doing the Alliance a big favor by doing nothing. Because a lot of Thrall's information about the Alliance's movements comes from Jaina. Leo, now the war with the Beetle Men is about to break out. You will cause problems if you do this. After hesitation, Jaina put forward her opinion. Hearing what she said, Varian and Jean secretly nodded. But Scarlet frowned. The first two heard what Jaina meant, and the war against the Beetle Men required cooperation with the Horde. At this time, Leo made it clear that he wanted to kill Rexer. Didn't this make the relationship between the Alliance and the Horde even more tense? If the tribe does anything on the battlefield, the Alliance may suffer heavy losses. This seems to be an expression of dissatisfaction with Leo's actions. But it actually contains the following meaning. Jaina actually agrees with Leo's actions. What she doesn't approve of is just the timing of Leo's words. Of course, There was a bit of dissatisfaction in these words. Dissatisfaction with Leo taking the opportunity to force her to take sides. Scarlet didn't understand it at first, so she frowned. But she wasn't stupid, and she quickly realized it. Leo had expected Jaina's words. He was very satisfied with Jaina's reaction. And now Theramore's position became clear. It seems that a demigod has appeared in the human race, and has a certain ability to protect himself. The impact is really great. But clarity is not enough. What Leo needs is a clear stance. As long as Jaina's Theramore and Kirin Tor Council's Dalaran are brought back to the Alliance camp. Who else can compare to the strength of the human race among mortal races except the Night Elves? No wonder some races want to control humans, and tame this unruly new race before humans can find a strong enough backer. Those guys who are used to arrogance definitely don't want a race, like elves, to appear on an equal footing with them. If you want to tame human beings and use them as cannon fodder to resist disasters, and become your vassal race, you can't even think about it without me. Leo narrowed his eyes slightly to hide the glint in his eyes. If someone does something small on the battlefield, that's what I want. I'm not afraid that they won't do it. But I'm afraid that they won't have the guts to do it. After being immersed in the quagmire of war in Silithus for so long, the orcs were exhausted by the Karaji Beal men. At this time, even the most stupid people understood the consequences of going to war with the Alliance. People who know they are bound to lose, but still go forward, are either fools or have their own helplessness. The last time the Alliance attacked the ruins of Ankh-Uraj, something like the Blackstone orcs rebelled. How could Thrall not pay attention to it? Under the joint pressure of Rexer and Sorfang, some people still have the courage to commit crimes? Thinking of some people fanning the flames, Leo curled his lips in disdain. Tuj, it's not that I look down on you. With your ability, I would be insulting myself if I really regarded you as my opponent. You are not qualified to be my opponent. And you are more like a pawn. Tovram? That's right. It's Tug. This orc from the Dragon Maw clan thought he was secretly instigating the rebellion of the Blackstone orcs. But he forgot that since he appeared in Leo's sight, how could Leo relax his surveillance on him? Leo had just escaped from the war in the ruins of Ankh-Uraj and already knew the causes and consequences of the emergence of the Rigo swarm. He had the resources of MI7, the Syndicate organization, and Arathar's own intelligence network. Such a powerful intelligence capability could only be achieved with a clear understanding of the situation. In the case of a target, it can only be described as easy to dig out the secrets of the tiles. Do you really want to go to war with the Horde? We are still under the threat of the Scourge Legion, and the demons of the Burning Legion may come to this world at any time. Internal conflict is not a wise move. Jaina's face showed uncontrollable anxiety. She had seen too many wars between orcs and humans. The scenes were too tragic, and she really didn't want the war to start again. Of course, internal conflict is unwise, Leo said, pointing at Varian. It is precisely because of this that King Varian put aside his hatred and went to Theramore to sign a peace agreement with the tribe in person. The previous attack on Ankh-Uraj only in ruins can we try to believe in the tribe. We want peace, but others may not want it. Think about the outcome of these two things. Varian traveled to Theramore and disappeared. His disappearance caused the Kingdom of Stormwind to encounter an unprecedented crisis. If Bolvar and Countess Prester had not joined forces to make the young Anduin king, the Kingdom of Stormwind would have disappeared amid internal strife and external troubles. Once civil strife broke out in the Kingdom of Stormwind, the orcs of Gromgol could take the opportunity to attack Stormwind City again through the heart of the kingdom. Varian was terrified when he thought about this. Not to mention the attack on the ruins of Ankh-Uraj, which has not been clarified yet. Jaina moved her mouth, wanting to say something but ended up sighing sadly. What's the use of just sighing? What Leo wants is for her to make her position clear, and he won't let go until this goal is achieved.